The story begun deep within the terrain of Kin Nui Mountain, where the Toad Ridge can be found perched high above. There were houses that were almost empty in this community by the name of Toad Village. A man was narrating to his companion that when their old leader was around, they were so strong that even the local bandits listened to them. But when their leader died, the remaining brothers all ditched the new village master and ran away, and now they are the only ones remaining. The officers will soon arrive and clear out the bandits. They couldn't even defend against them, and they won't survive if they stay any longer. He urges his companion to flee the new village master before it's too late. Another man, whose clothing was wrapped and hung on a pole, emerged and expressed his dismay that the new leader was only 18, calling him too young and naive, before asking if they still planned to ditch him. He screamed righteously, telling those who wanted to leave their leader to get lost right away. He then ran off while grinning, saying he would go first, leaving his colleagues behind. Yet shortly after that, they smiled, looked at each other, and decided to leave as well. Chang Dalai sat in a wooden chair beneath the tiger skin rug while his hand was placed on his head, complaining that it hurts. He continued complaining about the memories pouring into his head and wondered if he may have been transported to another world. Chang Dalai was just a normal university student, playing in front of his computer with his headphones on, a strategic game called Hearts of the Mountain Bandits, when he suddenly fainted and woke up in a different world. His memories and the current body he was in were merging into one. In these memories, there was a village in despair. He became the owner of this poor village after his father passed away. Dawu was founded 120 years ago, and under its jurisdiction were 108 cities and 13 prefectures. It once ruled the sea and the land, but that was a very long time ago. Today, Dawu's imperial power was weakening, and people suffered due to the endless wars that happened almost every year. Those who couldn't survive had no other choice but to become mountain bandits, and the world was filled with them. Toad Village was one of them. When the old leader was around, Toad Village was quite powerful and famous in Kin Nui Mountain. The old Toad leader died not long ago, and the remaining bandits left one by one, and he believed he was the last one left. Chang Dalai sighed softly as he sat alone. Suddenly, a hand reached for his shoulder and called him a village master. It was Zhu Shenji, which surprised Chang Dalai that he hadn't left yet. Despite being the Toad Village strategist, Zhu Shenji's IQ was questionable, and his ideas had never been useful. Chang Dalai promptly took Zhu Shenji's hand in his and expressed his gratitude for staying behind. He stood up and went on to say that he would always remember this favor. Zhu Shenji responded, while holding Chang Dalai's hands, that he was misunderstanding something. He went on to say that the Toad Village resources had mostly been depleted and that the only thing left was a skinny horse, which he asked if he could take because no one else wanted it. This left Chang Dalai speechless and broken inside as Zhu Shenji asked for his tiger skin too. Chang Dalai sat back in dismay and replied to take it and leave. Zhu Shenji grinned as he held onto the rolled tiger skin rug and called for Linger to hurry up and take the horse with them as they would be departing. Even after traveling down to the mountain, they would still have to rely on it to earn their keep. Chang Dalai sighed as he sat alone. He worried about how he would survive alone in this unfamiliar world. Suddenly, a symbol appeared behind his head and a hand emerged from it. This hand slowly stretched for his head and smacked him, which threw him off guard and made him wonder who it was. He stood up and looked back, perplexed about where he was and the place he was in. It was a vast space with pixelated sparkles floating around. A long-haired blonde female appeared in front of him, leaving him stunned. This lovely blonde lady had a pair of diamond-shaped antennas on her head. She described Chang Dalai as a brave young man. Her cyan-colored eyes gazed at him and she went on to say that he was finally here. Chang Dalai inquired who she was and where this place was. The blonde girl replied, while a blue diamond floated in her hand, that this was the system's subspace and she was the spirit of the system. Then, the spirit of the system with this blue diamond floated above him, applauding him for opening the hearts of the mountain bandits. This blue diamond abruptly unleashed rippling energy that caused it to explode into a tremendous amount of dazzling light. As a result, a blue pop-out screen with a loading screen emerged in front of Chang Dalai. As he looked at it, he recalled playing Heart of the Mountain Bandits just before being transported to another world. The blonde girl affirmed his thoughts and responded that she was also there to help him. The Toad Village, owned by Chang Dalai, was a beginner mountain with people leaving, and its population consisted of only 3 individuals, its leader, strategist, and groomer. Looking at the pop-out screen, Chang Dalai was taken aback by the fact that he had obtained a system after being transported. On the screen, a mission appeared: do not let the population reach 1 and stop the people from leaving. If the mission fails, the system would disappear. After that, he was surrounded by a bluish aura while a mission was issued for him to complete or regret later, as there would be no second chances. Then, the integration with the host continued, with Chang Dalai being penetrated by bursting light. The spirit of the system referred to Chang Dalai as a young boy full of energy, but the village's total population was extremely small. So, he needed to stop the strategist and groomer from leaving as a new mission appeared on a blue screen, instructing him to use a sincere way to stop the groomer and strategist from leaving. Chang Dalai replied that he could try to complete the mission, but he was unsure how he might leave the system's subspace. The blonde girl chuckled and invited him to approach her. She grabbed Chang Dalai and tossed him up in the air, saying, "There you go." Chang Dalai screamed, his eyes welling up with tears. Moments later, Chang Dalai sweated hard as he wondered, while his hands and knees were on the floor, whether it was all a dream. Suddenly, the spirit of the system whispered in his ears that if he failed to complete the mission, he would be killed, which made fear visible in Chang Dalai's eyes. The sun's warm rays beamed outside his home as Chang Dalai called for strategist Zhu. He hurriedly ran down to the forest after repeatedly calling for strategist Zhu and pleaded to wait for him. Chang Dalai finally regained his breath when he caught their attention and stopped walking away from him. Meanwhile, Zhu Shenji, with the lady and the horse beside him, questioned his village master if he regretted and wanted to withdraw his words. Chang Dalai got distracted and locked his focus on the lady. Zhu Linger placed her hand on her waist and arrogantly persuaded her father to leave. Chang Dalai blushed as he inquired about her identity with strategist Zhu. Zhu Shenji politely replied that she was his daughter, who usually takes care of the horses, and that he hadn't seen her before. While gazing at his daughter, he thought to himself that she was quite beautiful. Chang Dalai held on to Zhu Shenji, mistakenly called him father but corrected himself, then told him that he had thought of something. Without him, the village would be nothing. He went on to say that Zhu Shenji was amazing and persuaded him not to leave the village because he had worked hard for many years and contributed greatly to the village. Zhu Shenji, on the other hand, was enraged because he assumed Chang Dalai intended to die with them. But he calmly replied that he was unwilling to leave because he was old and only saw himself as a burden. However, determined Chang Dalai responded that after hearing his reply, he couldn't let him go and assured them they wouldn't go hungry as long as he lived. Chang Dalai went on to argue about which village would take them in. Zhu Shenji responded with dismay, questioning how they could survive if they stayed behind. The village master proudly replied to what he was afraid of, then proceeded to request his weapon since he was going to rob someone. He then grinned discreetly, wondering what kind of reward he would receive after accomplishing his assignment. Chang Dalai inquired about Zhu Linger's age and thought about his confident and handsome self. He believed in the generic manhwas from his past life, where the main character was typically overpowered. Zhu Linger was irritated as she carried an enormous axe towards Chang Dalai, making him sweat in disappointment because he had imagined a different weapon. He held the axe with both hands and showed his dismay as he imagined himself as a giant with great muscles and an axe in his hand, wondering if he was supposed to be a woodcutter looking for trees that required some chopping. A pop-out box appeared, indicating mission completion, stopping the strategist and groomer from leaving. As a result, Chang Dalai was rewarded with an axe skill book, which was handed to him by the spirit of the system. He immediately integrated the skill into his repertoire. It was said that Chang Yaojin's strong axe skills came from a fairy in his dream, encompassing proper grip, accurate chops, and powerful swings. Zhu Shenji reminded his village master that going alone was dangerous, but Chang Dalai simply stared blankly at him, leaving Zhu Shenji puzzled. Zhu Shenji was surprised to learn that his village master wanted him to come along and that he would not be going alone. With the axe resting on his shoulder and a serious expression on his face, Chang Dalai asked Zhu Shenji if he had anything else to say. Zhu Shenji replied that he had nothing else to say, and they both set off, pulling the horse. A pop-out box appeared, presenting a new mission to carry out a successful robbery before nightfall. Success would grant them a chance at the lottery, while failure would result in death. With a grave expression, Zhu Shenji called for his village master. However, Chang Dalai smiled shyly and responded that he did not need to be referred to as the village master, while Zhu Shenji walked behind him. Instead, Chang Dalai grinned and insisted on being called boss. As they journeyed together, they arrived at a beautiful sunset view of a mountain surrounded by lush trees. Chang Dalai raised his hand, axe in tow. With the horse rearing up on two legs, their silhouettes etched against the backdrop of a breathtaking sunset, he yelled like a cowboy. With the midst of a mountain covered with lush trees and a breathtaking sunset, a squad of armed soldiers was moving through on horseback and walking behind a carriage. One of the soldiers called to Warrior Lin as they were two soldiers leading the route in front of the carriage on their horses. He warned Warrior Lin that there were a lot of mountain bandits in the area, and that they should take caution as they were escorting the fiancé of the city lord's son while Warrior Lin was thinking about the mountain bandits as they spoke. Warrior Lin responded strongly, saying that it had been too peaceful since the escort mission began and he had been yearning for a battle, and if they tried to rob them, he would give them a taste of his spear, he added. Chang Dalai and Zhu Shenji stood at the edge of the mountain road, watching the sunset fade away by the minute. Zhu Shenji advised his village master that the sun was about to set and that perhaps no one would arrive, so they should retreat first and rob someone tomorrow. However, Chang Dalai was adamant to wait. A short while later, this soldier was on horseback telling Warrior Lin about their very important escort mission that because of his assistance, this had been easy to accompany the lady of the Su family to Black Rock City so that he could wed the young master of the city. This would help strengthen the relationship between the Su family and Black Rock City. A soldier who was walking next to a carriage told housekeeper Wang about being overly cautious. Since they were working for the city lord, he proceeded by asking who would dare to harm them while the soldier standing next to him nodded in agreement. From a distance, Chang Dalai saw them and said, "Here they come." As Zhu Shenji counted the armed soldiers, he advised his village master that there were too many people and that they should give up and return. As Chang Dalai said that he understood his feeling, Zhu Shenji cast a puzzled look as he looked behind him. However, he persisted in boastfully telling him not to worry since he would die alongside him while lifting his arm, which disappointed Zhu Shenji as he thought to himself that he did not want to die alongside him. The armed team was making its way toward the curved road. Fearfully contemplating the need to find a way to escape, Zhu Shenji started sweating profusely. Zhu Shenji uncomfortably caressed the horse's rear and told Chang Dalai that it was rather good, which left Chang Dalai, mounted on a horse, staring back at him in confusion. Suddenly, Zhu Shenji stabbed the horse on its rear. As a result, the horse screamed and cried out in pain. While Chang Dalai yelled in panic for Zhu Shenji's name from horseback, the animal accelerated wildly and its eyes welled up. Zhu Shenji announced to the armed men that the village leader of Toad Village was robbing them as they fled down towards the armed men in a panic. As Chang Dalai and his horse approached the armed men, who simply stared blankly, Zhu Shenji went on to say that those who did not want to die had to submit or run away, leaving all their belongings behind. On the other hand, Zhu Shenji silently walked away from his village master with sobbing eyes, saying that he was sorry since he still had a daughter to feed and watch grow up, but he would burn some incense in his memory. However, Chang Dalai, still on his horse, was enraged and berated Zhu Shenji not only for betraying him, but also for announcing that he was attempting to rob them. He was also ashamed of the embarrassing nickname he had. When he got close to the carriage, Chang Dalai tugged the belt tied to the bridle on the horse's mouth, causing the horse to rear up until Chang Dalai managed to stop it and felt relieved. However, Chang Dalai stood on horseback in front of the armed men, speechless and sweating excessively. The armed men stared at him, and Chang Dalai thought that being killed by the system was a preferable option. A soldier reached for his sword, trying to comprehend that only one individual was attempting to rob them. Chang Dalai responded that it was a misunderstanding, slightly lifting both palms and explaining that he was not the master of Toad Village. Then, he confidently lifted his closed fist and stated that he was Zhu Shenji, a scholar, and that those who did not want to die should surrender right now and leave all their weapons behind. While the armed soldiers were speechless rather than startled that a bandit had actually come to steal from them, they speculated that he may have wished to commit suicide and believed jumping from a cliff would be a far better option. The soldiers burst out laughing. While Warrior Lin smiled beside him, Wang yelled for silence to his comrades. Considering this, Wang went on to tell Chang Dalai that he might not know who they were, and that his life was very valuable, and that he should think about his family and return to where he came from. A dainty hand reached outside the carriage window and lifted the pink curtain. A beautiful blue-eyed, pink-haired lady emerged and glanced outside the carriage. She noticed Chang Dalai on horseback. Meanwhile, Chang Dalai felt stunned and mesmerized because he had never seen such a beautiful lady before. The system spirit emerged out of nowhere above Chang Dalai and smacked him strongly to wake him up from his daydreaming and preached to him not to be a pervert. Only Chang Dalai could see the system spirit when it was outside the system subspace, despite the fact that the host's power and experience were minimal, and he had little chance of winning a head-to-head battle. As a reddish lump grew on Chang Dalai's head, he pleaded with her to stop whacking his head every time she showed up, while she answered that he was looking so foolish and stupid. The system spirit presented a pop-out box containing a hidden mission to rob someone's fiancé, and stated that the job's level was beyond his current abilities, and that he could reject the mission. Chang Dalai deliberated carefully because hidden missions are difficult to obtain, implying that the reward would be greater as well. Chang Dalai responded with determination that if he succeeded, he would be able to have a wife, and if he failed, he would die. If he did not have the guts for such a minor job, how would he become a successful mountain bandit in the future? The system spirit was disappointed since this pervert was just lusting after someone's fiancé's body, whereas Chang Dalai accepted the hidden mission. Warrior Lin on horseback ordered his fellow soldiers not to scare him away since he had finally found a robber with guts with whom he wished to fight. Fiercely, Warrior Lin ordered them not to interfere as this would be a 1 versus 1 battle with him. His colleagues applauded for him as they finally got a chance to see Warrior Lin's strength and to witness if every rumor about him was real or not, and they requested that he not be killed in one hit so that he could flex his skills a little more. Warrior Lin assured Chang Dalai that he would not take his life. He also firmly answered not to hold back against him as the system spirit was holding onto a pop-out box of information, explaining that his name was Lin Sheyu, an ordinary spear warrior with piercing spear striking skills and the hidden attribute of becoming a great hero. Chang Dalai, also on horseback, approached Warrior Lin and said that he had slain many nameless people with his axe, then asked for his name so that he could remember it and assured him that he would not murder him, to which he replied that his name was Lin Sheyu. Warrior Lin also inquired about his identity, specifically whether he was the Toad Village Master or Scholar Zhu Shenji. Chang Dalai was caught off guard by this question, and he firmly responded with a made-up name, Yangchun Yiwen. Warrior Lin said that among 108 cities and 13 prefectures, there is no place named Yangchun, and his name was weird. Chang Dalai approached him, told him to stop talking nonsense, and initiated the fight. He drew his axe ferociously towards Warrior Lin and screamed that his head was his to take. Warrior Lin used his spear to deflect his strike, but he was worried when he sensed his tremendous strength as they both glared at each other. Chang Dalai swung his axe again, this time with an ablaze hit, causing Warrior Lin to tumble from his horse and drop his spear. The spear spiraled before hitting the ground, and Warrior Lin fell on his back as well. Chang Dalai continued riding his horse towards them, with an axe in his hand. This left the armed soldiers speechless. Chang Dalai sprang from his horse and kicked the carriage driver. The beautiful lady in the carriage was worried. Chang Dalai struck the horse on the ass with his chopping strike, which resulted in the horse weeping and screaming in pain, causing it to run wild as he gripped the belt to control it. They dashed towards the troops who were obstructing their path, causing them to flee. Wang yelled to chase Chang Dalai down. Some of the armed troops pursued them, yet Wang still continued to scream that if the escort mission failed, they would all be killed. Zhu Shenji kept walking until he arrived at the Toad Village before sundown and called for Ling Er. He made it inside and promptly urged his daughter to close the village door. Ling Er inquired as to why he returned alone and where the village master was. Zhu Shenji called the village master an idiot and said that if he hadn't been wise enough to run away quickly, Ling Er would never see her father again. Zhu Shenji sweated abundantly as he moaned and lamented the situation. His daughter tried to console him by telling him that dead people don't come back to life, therefore, he shouldn't be upset. Zhu Shenji clarified that he was not saddened by his death because he had such a wonderful horse, which disappointed Ling Er. He went on to say that this village was no longer safe for them to live in, and he ordered Ling Er to carefully check out and clean everything, including the garlic in the kitchen. At the same time, the armed troops on horseback were still pursuing Chang Dalai and the carriage. Chang Dalai screamed, "Hurry up!" while clutching the horse's bridle belt. The system's spirit appeared out of nowhere above Chang Dalai and asked if he wanted to draw one because he had just completed a mission and received one lottery draw chance, to which Chang Dalai agreed and drew one now while whipping the horse's belt. The system's spirit poked fun at Chang Dalai when she asked if he wanted to whip the horse or draw the reward first, which infuriated him, and he threatened to whip her. Despite this, the system's spirit remained unbothered and cute, and she kept tormenting him. Chang Dalai replied that he truly wanted to draw the reward first and informed her that he was in such a situation, and that if she wanted him dead, he pleaded to just kill him, but the system's spirit only giggled and winked back at him. A lottery machine materialized with a snap of the system's spirit's finger, and she began to draw. She slowly shook the lottery machine and held it in both of her arms. Meanwhile, the armed troops were still chasing and riding their horses after Chang Dalai, and Wang cursed the bandit and yelled that he would skin him alive. The system's spirit was still holding on to the lottery machine, while Chang Dalai panicked and begged her to hurry up since he didn't have much time because of those obnoxious-looking assholes hunting for his life, referring to the armed soldiers. The system's spirit praised Chang Dalai when a ball came out from the lottery machine and opened. He gained a great unknown hunter named Kin Man, which surprised him because the machine could draw in humans. As they chased Chang Dalai, he wondered where that person was now, as there were only rocks everywhere, or whether he would fall from the sky, or if he needed to make any chance. Chang Dalai chanted with his pointer finger, "Go Pikachu, I choose you," while the system's soul gazed upon him confusedly. However, that didn't work. Chang Dalai kept going while gripping his axe and uttering, "I summoned you in the name of the eternal useless Sakura," while the system's soul continued to stare at him in confusion. This continued further as he gestured with his hand and said, "Calling for backup, respond quickly. Gather and create a path, shine brightly. Appear in front of me, warrior. Calling 123, respond." All the while the system's spirit looked at him in confusion. Suddenly, Warrior Lin nearly struck the carriage with his spear and called for Chang Dalai to return, since he was about to murder him, which caused Chang Dalai's eyes to widen in fear. A figure in the distance alerted his village master not to worry because Kin Man was on his side. Kin Man, with long brown hair and an X mark on his chest, stood boldly in front of them, wielding a spear. Chang Dalai thought to himself that the system couldn't make the reward appear out of nowhere, they had to be arranged and appear at a reasonable time. Warrior Lin on horseback leaped towards Kin Man despite his best efforts to avoid him, but couldn't stop his horse. Kin Man fiercely commanded him to get off. He drove his mighty spear into the horse's mouth, causing it to pour blood, roaring, "Get off the horse." With Warrior Lin on its back, the horse lost its balance and fell. Then, the horse collapsed on the ground with a loud thud. Chang Dalai was astounded by Kin Man's tremendous strength. At the same time, the armed soldiers were taken aback and left speechless. After that, Wang gulped and sweated profusely. Nonetheless, he raised his sword and said that they were men of the leader of Black Rock City, that if they didn't want to die, they should surrender and hand Miss Su over to them, or else they would gather the army and wipe this town off the map. Kin Man stood tall and magnificent as his mighty spear swung and struck the stone, which squarely hit Wang's face, causing him to lose his teeth. Kin Man shouted furiously at him to get lost. As Wang screamed for retreat, all the armed soldiers fled as they needed to report this to the leader. Kin Man approached his village master beside the carriage and informed him that he had come to work for him. Meanwhile, the system's spirit held a pop-out box containing information about Kin Man, a great unknown hunter who, at age 31, possessed the skill of a 3-core plum blossom spear. He was a hunter who lived near Black Rock City, but now he was wanted by Black Rock City, so he moved to Toad Village to work under the village master. His backstory involved living with his wife near Black Rock City. However, when the leader of Black Rock City heard that Kin Man's wife was exceptionally beautiful, he sent his men to Kin Man's house while he went hunting. Kin Man's wife ran away because she did not want to sleep with Black Rock City's leader, so she jumped off the cliff and committed suicide. When Kin Man returned, it was already too late. Enraged, he rushed towards Black Rock City and killed more than 10 guards, making him wanted in Black Rock City. After that, he decided to work for the village master of Toad Village. A few moments later, Chang Dalai realized that this was merely a character's backstory for him. But for Kin Man, it was all real life, and living in a war-torn era was extremely difficult. Chang Dalai was stunned when the skinny horse he had dumped returned on its own and instructed Kin Man to mount it. Both Chang Dalai and Kin Man reached for their horses' backs. The breathtaking sunset remained with them as they headed back to Toad Village. Zhu Shenji took a string of garlic and told Linger to carry the pot and check if anything had been left behind. Meanwhile, Linger told her father that she couldn't carry any more weight than she already did. With a garlic garland around his neck, Zhu Shenji said that he couldn't carry them, but they wouldn't survive without it either. Linger looked back as a voice emerged and asked them if they needed a horse. Chang Dalai and Kin Man arrived on horseback with a carriage at Toad Village, which Linger recognized as the village master. Zhu Shenji's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped when he realized that his village master had not died. He promptly covered his mouth, bowed slightly, and expressed his relief, as he would have blamed himself for being too useless and unable to assist him. He continued by mentioning that he didn't need to be chased away because he was a burden and would leave on his own, causing Linger to sob from behind. Chang Dalai looked at them and asked where Zhu Shenji was heading. He mocked Zhu Shenji by recounting how, when he attempted to rob them, he had given his name as Zhu Shenji to the armed men who were currently searching for him. This caused Zhu Shenji's mouth to drop and irritated. Zhu Shenji, with clenched fists and a visibly sweating and trembling body, adamantly retorted that despite being elderly, he still had his brain to come up with solutions, while Linger sobbed behind him. He went on to explain that he would always be available to assist Chang Dalai and gave a thumbs up. Reluctantly, Chang Dalai agreed and instructed Zhu Shenji to come and help him pull the horse. He introduced Kin Man to Zhu Shenji and encouraged them to get along. Chang Dalai directed Linger to feed the horses, Kin Man to prepare supper, and strategist Zhu to transport the person in the carriage to his room. He winked as he announced his intention to sleep with his wife. Quietly, Zhu Shenji boarded the carriage and began moving. Right after, Chang Dalai reflected to himself that he had completed the covert mission, but had not yet checked the rewards. Chang Dalai then snapped his fingers to call the system. So the spirit of the system appeared above Chang Dalai, but she reprimanded him for being rude, giving him a whack. With her hands crossed, she reminded him to refer to her as the system goddess, to which Chang Dalai agreed, sporting a reddish bump on his head. Afterward, the system goddess commended him for successfully robbing someone's fiancé. She went on to explain that his reward was the awakening of someone's hidden attributes as her palm was enveloped in golden energy. The system's goddess then stated that it was up to him to determine whose characteristics would be awakened. Chang Dalai was perplexed by the unexpected awakening but was interrupted. Zhu Shenji stood in front of Chang Dalai, who realized that the man's hidden attributes had been awakened. When the moon shone brightly on the Qin New Mountains, it was nearly dark. The defeated armed soldiers temporarily camped out with bonfires somewhere in the Qin New Mountains. Commander Wang asked his fellow soldier whether he wanted to live, to which his soldier replied that he naturally wanted to live. Wang pressed him once again on how many mountain bandits had attacked them earlier. His fellow soldiers were speechless as they gazed upon each other. Then one of them replied that there were 100 bandits, and he was sweating heavily. Wang was upset when he heard only 100, and he aggressively refuted his fellow soldier's allegation, stating that he had seen 300 with his own eyes. As Wang sat near the bonfire, he continued his story of how they risked their lives and fought the bandits, managing to kill only some of them. He mentioned that Warrior Lin had gone missing while Miss Su had been abducted, while his fellow soldier sat silently across from him. Wang told everyone that if they wanted to live, they needed to get some wounds on themselves, which they did by wrapping themselves in bandages. Then he ordered them to follow him back to the city to request reinforcements. Meanwhile, Warrior Lin stood quietly with his spear next to the bonfire. Warrior Lin was disappointed that he had failed Commander Huang's request to oversee this escort operation, resulting in Miss Su's abduction. With apparent injuries on his face, Warrior Lin promised Huang that he would risk his life to save Miss Su. A few moments later, the systems goddess held onto the information in a pop-out box for Zhu Shenji, a famous lousy strategist at the age of 49. His hidden talent was his stupid tactics, which he suggested would only result in a loss. Chang Dalai would fail if he listened to him. Chang Dalai felt disappointed since he expected to be a below-average strategist, but he couldn't believe he was trash even with his hidden talent. Zhu Shenji asked his village master what was wrong with him, to which Chang Dalai replied nothing and inquired what he wanted while scratching his head. Zhu Shenji reported that he had already talked with the lady, whose name is Su Yi, and she is the young master's fiancée of Black Rock City. He mentioned that his village master shouldn't have abducted her. He stated that the former village master had also meddled with Black Rock City and died. If their current village master were to do the same, they would face certain death if they attacked again. Linger, holding a bowl, informed her father and the village master that dinner was ready. In the dusk sky, Chang Dalai gave the command to gather Kinman, Zhu Shenji, and Linger to discuss the situation over supper. They gathered around and sat near the bonfire, with their supper hanging on a pole, as Chang Dalai asked if anyone knew what was happening in Black Rock City. So Kinman replied that he had some knowledge about it. Kinman described Black Rock City, which is 150 miles away from Toad Ridge and ruled by Han Huji, a womanizer, ruthless tyrant with 5,000 elite troops. Zhu Shenji lamented the 5,000 versus 4 people gap and proceeded to ask his village master if he thought they could win. Chang Dalai sarcastically replied, asking what Zhu Shenji wanted him to do: send her back, admit they were wrong, and request mercy. He asked Zhu Shenji if he believed that would work. So Zhu Shenji gave in and told him to disregard what he had said. Zhu Shenji and Linger looked dumbfounded, their mouths dropping, when Kinman recommended that instead of being on passive defense, they should take the initiative to attack first because he believed they could capture Han Huji with a 70% chance of winning. Zhu Shenji leaned in closer to Linger, suggesting that they should go because they would otherwise die. Linger sobbed, saying they were already dead. Chang Dalai insisted that escape wasn't an option. He went on to explain that firstly, Black Rock City was not lacking in women, and they wouldn't attack with all 5,000 elite troops. At most, they would send 100 or 200 men. Secondly, the city was 150 miles away, and it would take them 5 days to travel back and forth. In those 5 days, they should be able to set up an ambush and win the battle. The systems goddess appeared and notified that Chang Dalai had activated a new mission, to rely on his village and fight off the enemy attack. She added that the mission's difficulty was greater than the mountain power. Chang Dalai went on to explain that third, his father died while fighting them, and that he must avenge him. Besides, Kinman and Han Huji had bad blood. If they don't take revenge, how could they have the face to live peacefully? Kinman stated that they had to secure the village no matter what happened this time, and Chang Dalai responded that there are 2 ways leading to Toad Ridge. Zhu Shenji explained that the smaller road had a valley in between, so carriages couldn't use that road. But the other one might be used if they were going to ambush, so they needed to know their path. Chang Dalai remembered Zhu Shenji's hidden talent for terrible tactics. If he listened to him, they would perish. So he asked him which way the enemy might take. Zhu Shenji, with confidence, chose the official road while holding a smoking pipe, while Chang Dalai already knew which road they would take. The village master kept asking Zhu Shenji if he thought they could win, which left him puzzled. Zhu Shenji then stated that he was sorry, but he believed they would be wiped out, and no miracles would happen. So Chang Dalai responded that he believed they stood a chance to win and that a miracle may occur. Chang Dalai grinned as he continued, saying that even though it seemed like they had no chance at first, when he thought to himself about Zhu Shenji being useless, he merely needed to do the opposite of what he says, effectively ruling out the useless choice. A few moments later, the moon shone brightly and was partially obscured by thin clouds in the dusk sky. Someone reflected on the fact that God had not given up on her yet, and that toilet paper, used tissue paper, and torn clothes might be reused. It was Miss Su who sat on the bed alone in silence. When Chang Dalai entered her room and encouraged her to eat something, she was surprised but remained silent. Meanwhile, Chang Dalai thought to himself that Miss Su is such a beautiful woman with a nice body. Suddenly, Chang Dalai's alter ego had different thoughts because it desired her, and could do whatever he wanted with her. The real Chang Dalai, on the other hand, covered his mouth as he objected to his evil thoughts. He couldn't do such things with her because he was a decent guy in the past and was afraid that if he crossed that line, he would become a villain. The system goddess appeared and praised Chang Dalai as a righteous young man. She said that because of his kindness, a new mission had been triggered, which was to win her heart without using violence. She stated that only a real man could rule the world. But first, he needed to be able to win girls' hearts by being a gentleman. Chang Dalai offered her food, thinking that she wouldn't be able to sleep that night. He mistakenly referred to her as Ying but then corrected himself and addressed her as Miss Su. He asked whether she, too, couldn't sleep that night. Miss Su asserted that her family was one of the 4 great families of Fallen Leaf City. She said that she would offer him gold as payment if he would allow her to go back. She went on to say that she was also the fiancée of the young master of Black Rock City, so she warned Chang Dalai of the consequences if he harmed her. Chang Dalai explained that there must have been a misunderstanding. He had a vendetta against the Black Rock City leader and had captured Miss Su to lure him out. He promised to set her free once everything was over. Miss Su labeled Chang Dalai a liar and stated that men only wanted to sleep with her, claiming he was no different. Chang Dalai stared silently as Miss Su pleaded with him not to harm her and promised to meet his needs, whether it was gold, food, or something else. Suddenly, the system goddess emerged with a pop-out box of information about Miss Su Ying, who, despite lacking talent, possessed good insight. Chang Dalai thought to himself whether he should try to convince her. Chang Dalai told Miss Su and stood in front of her that he knew he was only a violent bandit in her eyes. But if he could live quietly, why would he become a bandit when he also wanted to be a scholar or a warrior? He then looked out the window, where the full moon shone brightly with thin clouds and a sea of stars. He continued to say that he used to hold books in his hands and wanted to learn literature, fight like warriors, win titles, and travel the world, crossing seas. However, he encountered some greedy pigs who treated others like scum. He began to wonder why the world was like this and why people were so easily swayed by greed. Miss Su sat silently as Chang Dalai went on, saying that he wanted to save this world so that all citizens could live in peace. And right at that moment, as Chang Dalai extended his hands towards her, he expressed how he wanted to grab her hand as he asked her if she would help him achieve his dream. Miss Su said that, although what he said could be a lie, she had the impression that he wouldn't hurt her and was perplexed as to why she had this perception. She went on to explain that Chang Dalai could tell her whatever he wanted as long as he didn't harm her, and she would try her best to comply. But Chang Dalai remained silent for a moment. Then Chang Dalai sat down near the table and asked her if she could tell him more about what had happened in this world, which was likely the only sincere statement he had made since entering the room. They faced each other in the room, as Chang Dalai was determined to learn everything about this world, including the fact that this girl was a merchant's daughter. Time had passed, and Chang Dalai bid farewell as he cupped his fist. After that, Miss Su read a poem by candlelight, with a sword in hand, The Ambitious Man, to rescue the people of the occupied land. Miss Su thought about the Wu Hook, which could be a sharp weapon, Guan Shang, and where the empire with only 13 prefectures had originated from. She knew that Chang Dalai was lying, but these words were too beautiful, and she praised such an amazing poem. She believed that if she could showcase this in the so-called talent poem meeting, it would definitely shock everyone. Meanwhile, Kin Man stood silently outside. He drew the attention of his village master. Chang Dalai was surprised when he saw Kin Man and asked him what he was doing there. Then he thought to himself if Kin Man had a habit of listening to people's private conversations. Kin Man cupped his fist and expressed how he felt that the village master was no better than those dirty bandits. But after he heard them speak, he was deeply moved by his words. And since he had a dream, Kin Man was willing to risk his life to make it come true. Suddenly, the system goddess appeared and told Chang Dalai that he had unknowingly achieved Kin Man's hidden mission, which was that Kin Man always had a heartache since his wife and children were taken away from him. And by treating Su Ying with courtesy, he gained his trust. Chang Dalai, with his hands crossed, looked at the pop-out screen. He thought that abducting Miss Su was actually no different from the actions of the Black Rock City's leader. So Chang Dalai assumed that if he had hurt her, Kin Man would have been the first to kill him, realizing it would not have been so easy to gain the trust of a strong person and make him loyal. The dawn arrived at Toad Village, and Linger dashed off to inform the village master that someone was attacking their village. This surprised Chang Dalai because he did not expect them to arrive quickly, so he asked how many individuals were there. Linger blushed as she replied that there was just one with a spear and that he was rather handsome. Outside the Toad Village, Warrior Lin rode his horse and demanded that the Toad Village's dirty bandits come out and face their demise. He went on to say that if they had hurt Miss Su in any way, he was going to kill them all. All four of them came outside and looked for their attacker, and Chang Dalai just scratched his head and called him an idiot for coming. Chang Dalai then gave Kin Man the command to chase him away. Warrior Lin advised Kin Man as he approached him to bring his weapon and horse, assuring him that he would not take advantage of him. But Kin Man confidently replied that there was no need. Suddenly, Kin Man sprang high, trampled the horse on its head, and grasped Warrior Lin's face with his bare hands, leaving Warrior Lin dumbfounded. Kin Man then raised his hand while still gripping Lin's face with his bare hand and exclaimed that he was weak. Warrior Lin hysterically responded to get his hands off him, so Kin Man flung Warrior Lin out with his spear. As a result, he blasted past the trees while yelling that he would return. Eventually, Warrior Lin descended from the Toad Ridge. Chang Dalai felt soft-hearted and told Kin Man not to harass him and to let him take his horse back when he returned, which he promised to do because Kin Man would do as his village master said. Chang Dalai's eyes widened as he was informed that he had successfully defended the attack on the village and that the reward would be provided. The system presented him with a golden lined chest, which made him question if something was wrong. He wondered if it was intended to be a difficult mission that he had finished so easily. It shouldn't have been so easy, otherwise, the system would not have indicated a higher difficulty level. Chang Dalai wondered if it could be a bug in the system. Suddenly, the system goddess handed Chang Dalai a scroll with a list of his rewards. He was rewarded with a metal spear, upgraded horses in the mountain, a healing effect within the mountain, and a random skill upgrade for one person. This made Chang Dalai feel very lucky. He was also awarded 10 farming lands, and when Chang Dalai reached for his legs, which were feeling sore from being so joyful and excited, he thought it felt like killing an ant and earning gold in return. He felt like he had won the lottery or been blessed by Lady Luck. The rewards kept pouring in with 10 wooden boxes and so on, which prompted him to ask what was wrong with the system. The system goddess stated that she was simply a spirit and that, bug or no bug, it wasn't within her control. She wouldn't be chastised for it, therefore, she recommended he take them. Outside the system's subspace, Chang Dalai bowed slightly with a blank look, but he was amazed, so Zhu Shenji asked him what was wrong with him. Right after, the system goddess presented Chang Dalai with a new mission, which was to defend the village against the second attack, with the mission complexity exceeding the village's existing power. Chang Dalai sensed that the real attack was getting closer and that the rewards were only a minor consolation before the real chaos began. On the other hand, Zhu Shenji knew that his village master had gotten himself a wife, and he advised him to get a hold of himself as his legs were shaking, so Chang Dalai told him to shut up about it. Meanwhile, a spear landed on the ground as he told himself to be on guard as he was in a real life and death conflict. Lin, the warrior, was traveling over the mountains with his spear in hand. Warrior Lin resolutely stood, despite evident injuries and torn garments, and chuckled that he was back. As the warrior Lin continued to fight them, Zhu Shenji became enraged and suggested that they simply murder him this time, which enraged Chang Dalai, who branded Zhu Shenji a fool and stated that Warrior Lin was their benefactor, and that whoever wanted to kill him had to first kill him. Chang Dalai continued to be friendly to Warrior Lin, asking if he was hungry, if he wanted to come in and eat something, claiming that their food tasted very good, and asking if he wanted to try it. This left Zhu Shenji puzzled. Warrior Lin stood bravely from afar, his spear thrust into the ground, yelled back to the dirty bandits not to talk nonsense and come at him, and that this time he would not use his horse and weapon, but would fight with his bare hands, while Chang Dalai ordered Kin Man not to kill Warrior Lin. Chang Dalai insisted on Kin Man being gentle and controlling his strength, which Kin Man assured his master. While standing in front of Kin Man, Warrior Lin challenged him to combat. Then, out of nowhere, Kin Man sprang promptly. He hit him with one hand, and as a result, he flew back again. Chang Dalai asked Warrior Lin if he was okay and said he would wait for him to return if his health improved. On the other hand, the system goddess appeared with a scroll of rewards for successfully completing the second defense mission, such as rewarding a mountain spring, 10 blood pills, a bonus village skill, 10 sickles, and 5 wooden boxes. However, these did not impress Chang Dalai because they were obviously mediocre compared to the first reward. Meanwhile, Warrior Lin traveled slowly on the steep route towards Toad Village with a wooden staff and suddenly triggered the third mission to defend the town for the third time. When he arrived at Chang Dalai's location, the village master asked whether he was okay, to which he answered until Miss Su was released. Warrior Lin, despite having bumps, noticeable bruises on his face, and missing teeth, insisted on never stopping and coming back. Chang Dalai shook his head as he told Kin Man to be gentle with him. Kin Man punched Warrior Lin once more, and the third defense was successfully completed, and they were rewarded. Warrior Lin reappeared again with apparent bruises on his face, which triggered the fourth mission for them to defend the village for the fourth time, and then they were rewarded. Every time Warrior Lin appeared, a mission would be triggered, and they would be awarded again after defeating him repeatedly. A few moments later, Linger asked his village master if they could return because she was hungry, but Chang Dalai told her to wait because he knew Warrior Lin wouldn't give in to him. The system goddess emerged with a pop-out box when Chang Dalai completed 10 defenses without any deaths, with a hidden attribute of increasing charisma for males, but being ineffective for females. The system thought that a kind-hearted person's fortune would be good because their righteousness would attract more and more teenagers who share their sense of justice. Chang Dalai questioned himself about why he had to play the nice guy card. He stood there and waited, wondering why Warrior Lin was late this time. Shortly, he sat down, believing that he would not give up easily. Chang Dalai became concerned when he thought that Warrior Lin had been attacked by some nasty individuals. He urged them to stay put while he went down the mountain looking for him. As the sun set, Warrior Lin stood near the edge of the cliff with his wooden staff, wishing to become a hero with his spear alone and save the world, while creating a peaceful world free of war. He let go of his wooden staff as he continued to be humiliated by the bandits like a frog in a well, losing not only his horse but also his spear. He cried as he vowed that he would die today and that perhaps in his next life he would become a hero whose name would be recognized throughout the Muram. While tears streamed down Warrior Lin's cheeks, Chang Dalai coughed and told him to choose one. The defeated Warrior Lin was enraged at this bastard bandit when he made a joke out of his misery. Even if he wasn't as skilled as he was, he would rather die than be humiliated by him. Chang Dalai said that he had heard what he had said and that he was an honest guy, but that a young dumb man would die for his ambitions and dreams, whereas a real man would live his ideas in a humble manner. As he listened further to Chang Dalai, this surprised Warrior Lin, who may have thought he was brave to die for his ambitions and dreams. Then Chang Dalai lambasted him and went on to say that killing oneself was not being brave. He was powerless and cowardly, and he was just trying to escape from this reality. And he yelled at him, questioning how he dared to call himself a warrior. Warrior Lin said that he didn't know and that he was simply a mountain bandit. Chang Dalai added that he knew Lin despised bandits, but he also had a dream and used to be a man full of ideas. He then inquired whether he would like to hear about his hopes and dreams. Chang Dalai continued by saying that he once wanted to learn more about literature, fight like a warrior, and win titles. A man who did not bring his Wu Hook obtained Guan Shang of 50 prefectures with a poem line like, "With a sword in hand, the ambitious man," to rescue the people of the occupied land. He went on to say that he wanted to travel the world and cross seas. But then he met some greedy pigs who treated others like scum. He began to wonder why the world was like this and why people were so easily swayed by greed. Chang Dalai continued his speech, stating that he wanted to reconstruct this world and dreamed of saving it, allowing all citizens to live in peace. Right at that moment, Chang Dalai smiled and extended his hand towards him, saying he wanted to grab his hands in his and ask if he would help him achieve his dream. Warrior Lin was amazed by the words that came out of the mouth of a bandit. His eyes then drifted closed as Chang Dalai continued to inquire whether he could possibly help him fulfill his dream. Warrior Lin lost his sense of balance and was about to drift into oblivion when he questioned whether he was dreaming about how this young man, who had such a righteous dream, became a bandit. As Warrior Lin continued to wonder if his lack of insight led him to believe he was evil, he sank closer to the edge. Chang Dalai grasped Warrior Lin's hand and caught him as he passed out. He placed him down on the ground and assessed that he had serious injuries, yet he was still attempting to rescue Miss Su. A few moments later, a towel, water basin, and a bowl of medicinal soup were placed on the floor. Warrior Lin lay down with a cloth covering his body and a bandage on his head, while Chang Dalai asked Zhu Shenji if the village had any more medication. Zhu Shenji stated that he had been swept away by the gangs who had left a long time ago and questioned whether he had any fear of Warrior Lin because he could be a spy. But Chang Dalai responded that after hearing him, he felt he could trust him. Chang Dalai was concerned that if he couldn't reduce the inflammation, he would die, so he used the blood oil to treat Warrior Lin, then summoned Linger and instructed her to bring out the shovel and hoe. Afterward, Linger presented him with these two heavy tools. Chang Dalai received the materials he sought, while Zhu Shenji was perplexed as to what he would do with them. Headed by Chang Dalai, with Ling and Zhu Shenji, they marched to look for treasures. However, Zhu Shenji was opposed since he believed there would be no treasures remaining in the village and urged them not to destroy the land. He found the blood pill provided by the system and instructed them to feed it to warrior Lin. At the stable, Chang Dalai informed Qin Man that the black horse would be his, to which Qin Man thanked him. After this, a pop-up box of information emerged, revealing that the yellow horse had an escape skill, and the black horse had a charge skill. Also, Ling discovered a metal spear on the road outside as she had shown to her village master. Chang Dalai got a burned copy of Zhu Shenji's black history and examined the map carefully, wondering who designed this terrible map. He discovered that it was, as expected, Zhu Shenji. Qin Man found a military drum hidden among the rocks. Meanwhile, Ling found a dust-covered flag under the table. Moments later, she was astounded and wondered whether it was the work of a ghost that the well, which had been abandoned for 10 years, began to spew out water. Later, Chang Dalai presented the spear to Qin Man to use as a weapon. Qin Man was astounded because he had only dreamed of having an elite spear like this and that his spear skill could be upgraded to a whole new level. A pop-up box emerged, proclaiming that he was the top bandit in the Toad Village, wielding a 3-core, plum blossom spear. The system goddess appeared with a pop-up box containing a lengthy list of rewards for that day, such as a spear, common armor, blood pills, war drum, flag, wine, and sickles, map, scribe cloth, farm land, well, mountain spring, skills, upgraded horses, heal and unity. However, it disappointed Chang Dalai because there was no sword for his dream of becoming a Muram swordsman, and he felt hopeless. Chang Dalai was puzzled that he hadn't discovered the 50 wooden boxes, while Zhu Shenji lifted a small entrance hidden beneath a haystack that led to a basement. They unlocked it with a step and walked inside to find out. Finally, they found the 50 wooden boxes piled up, and as Zhu Shenji was climbing down the stairs, he asked his village master if the old master had left him some heritage. Zhu Shenji stood next to the stack of wooden boxes and asked Chang Dalai whether these were the old village master's savings, to which he answered that he wasn't sure. When Chang Dalai invited him to open them and see what was within, both of their eyeballs radiated crimson light as they smirked sinisterly. Chang Dalai washed his face with water to wipe away all the bad luck. When he opened a wooden box, a light burst out, and he remembered drawing numerous SSRs over the years in excitement of something coming out, whether it was a famous beast, beautiful girls, or legendary weapons. He did, however, acquire one box of stone, which was essentially trash, while the system goddess smiled and gestured thumbs up. Chang Dalai felt frustrated and cursed as he gazed at the stone in the palm of his hand, knowing he couldn't change his fate. Zhu Shenji offered to open one box for his village master, but Chang Dalai declined because he was certain his luck was worse than his. Zhu Shenji opened a wooden box and wondered what it contained. Chang Dalai examined it with his hand and declared it to be gunpowder, while Zhu Shenji inquired if this black substance was edible. Then Chang Dalai told Zhu Shenji to open all the boxes and see if there were any more gunpowder boxes. When they opened all of the wooden boxes, they found 10 boxes of gunpowder, 20 boxes of trash stone, and a pile of broken weapons and torn clothes as displayed on the system goddess's pop-out box. Chang Dalai smiled as he realized they could rely on the gunpowder and mountain roads to defend the Black Rock City attack. Chang Dalai, who had already gotten out of the basement, told Zhu Shenji to keep the boxes since he still needed them. But Zhu Shenji, who was about to exit through the small basement door, offered that it would be some good wood, which they could use as firewood in the winter. He threatened to fire him if he broke any of these boxes and then inquired where the village field was. Zhu Shenji responded that it was at the back hill and had been deserted for many years and asked why he was asking about it, to which Chang Dalai replied that he wanted to go and take a look. The full moon was visible at night. Zhu Shenji complained that it was already late and asked why they were walking so far to see a deserted field, to which Chang Dalai replied to go call Qin Man and Ling. All of them walked past a grassy field surrounded by a stone mountain. Zhu Shenji pointed out that he threw some wheat seeds there during the spring. Zhu Shenji was doubtful that anything would grow there because it was a wasteland. But they arrived at a flourishing wheat field, and seeing it with his own eyes, Zhu Shenji was astounded. He stepped through it, saying God bless us. While Ling was being scolded for running around and perhaps knocking down the wheat sprouts, the system goddess emerged and confirmed that the 10 farmlands had been accounted for. Qin Man explained that if they harvested these 1,000 pounds of grain, they would be able to survive the winter. He went on to say that the straws could be burned to keep warm and that they needed to harvest them quickly because the rainy season was coming soon. Zhu Shenji and Ling knelt in gratitude, thanking God for his grace and virtue. While Chang Dalai stood from a distance, he thought that not all bandits were evil, they were just living in a war-torn era. There were young and old people, some cultivating land for food, and sometimes they even went down to the mountain to buy living necessities. For example, these 3 in front of him were forced by life to become bandits. Zhu Shenji was a scholar in the village below the mountain. His greatest leisure was to earn money to buy wine and drool while staring at the widow's breasts. But there are always evil people in every world. One day, the bullies of the village were eyeing Ling, sometimes even trying to forcefully grab her. After rejecting them several times, one day Zhu Shenji invited the bully to his house. He dressed Ling up beautifully, brought some wine, and slaughtered the family's old hen which laid eggs. Zhu Shenji told them to look at how cute and beautiful Ling was, and she would definitely be able to serve him well. Zhu Shenji added that Ling was fortunate to be with him, and he hoped he could also be fortunate in the future. He laughed with them, helped them become an adult, closed the door, and made them feel comfortable. After the bully got drunk, Zhu Shenji chopped off his head. He burned his house and brought Ling along with him. After many twists and turns, they ended up in Toad Village. Perhaps that was the one and only time Zhu Shenji's scheme succeeded. But Chang Dalai also thought that his scheme was amazing. While Ling and her father sat in the wheat field, gazing at the full moon, Ling wanted to harvest some wheat and make some pancakes for them. However, Zhu Shenji reminded her not to be extravagant and suggested that she make pancakes with elm leaves so that they could be eaten for a few days. Ling replied that she was hungry and wanted to go with him. But Zhu Shenji did not want to rush because of the beautiful field. Inside the Toad Village, Chang Dalai was looking at a grayish flag with red stripes on it, while Zhu Shenji asked whether it was their flag, which he thought was sewn into someone's pants. Chang Dalai responded that he had been meaning to ask who designed the flag and what the egg on top of the toad meant. Zhu Shenji explained that it was not an egg but a heavenly toad swallowing a moon. While Chang Dalai placed his hand on the flag, he instructed Kinman to hang it. Kinman promptly jumped from the ground to the roof and then to the pole. After he hung it, Kinman jumped back down on the ground and joined Chang Dalai, Zhu Shenji, and Ling. The full moon was obscured by thin clouds, yet it shone brightly as the flag waved in the breeze, and Kinman stood looking up. Someone thought that they could survive this winter with a lot of food as long as they could successfully defend against the attack. That person believed it was his territory and he wanted to protect it. It was Chang Dalai, and that marked the beginning of his mountain village. The system goddess appeared and said that the flag was hung so that the heroes who had heard of his battles would come and become his subordinates. She delivered Chang Dalai a new mission, which was to increase the mountain's population to 100, with the reward being one lottery draw. It was a clear morning at the city lord's mansion when someone narrated how they had arrived at Toad Ridge, where there were hundreds of bandits commanded by a leader who called himself the Toad King. Commander Wang knelt in front of the city lord, with girls standing behind him, and a man sat alongside the table on the side. Commander Wang expressed his anger at their actions and how he had rushed towards them. While the city lord remained silent, Commander Wang began to sweat heavily as he explained that while they were fighting the bandits, a guy named Zhu Shenji rushed out. A man sat alongside the table inquired whether there were always so many bandits at Toad Ridge. Commander Huang sobbed as he responded that there were at least 200 people, and they called themselves Yuan from Yangchun. He then lowered his arms to the ground and continued, saying that not only did he try to protect the young master's fiancée from the bandits, but he was terribly injured and allowed her to be robbed. He believed he deserved to be punished and killed. The city lord agreed and ordered him to be killed. Someone caught the city lord's attention while they were dragging Commander Wang away. A young man emerged from behind the towering red curtain and told them to wait as he pleaded with his father to allow him to lead the troops on Toad Ridge and save Miss Sue. But his father responded that she was just a bitch and that daddy would find a new one for him. This young man bowed his head with both hands, begging his father to allow him to lead the troops because he couldn't call himself a man if he couldn't protect his wife. Tea was poured into the city lord's cup, and he then asked how many soldiers his son wanted. The city lord almost spat out his tea when he heard his son say that he wanted 2,000 soldiers. A man sat alongside the table was shocked by his young master's remarks, and he responded that 2,000 soldiers would require a large consumption of food and supplies. To travel with the supplies, they would need a lot of horses and troop arrangements, and a road to choose. Most importantly, there were only about 300 bandits, and he pleaded with his young master to reconsider. But the young master insisted that he had thought of everything and that he would prefer to overwhelm them with power. While the lady poured tea for the city lord again, he explained that Black Rock City had only 5,000 men, and he couldn't give him more than 1,000. The young master then demanded that he would like to have 200 cavalry, 200 archers, 300 swordsmen, 100 armored knights, and 200 spearmen. He confidently explained his strategy. Cavalry could chase after bandits who would run away. Archers could shoot the bandits from far away, providing support for the troops. Armored knights could block the charge impact by the bandits, and the swordsmen and spearmen would attack those bandits when their ambush was blocked. It would be a piece of cake. While his son turned his back and slowly walked away, his proud father pointed out that this was expected of his son because he had a dream of leading troops to war, and he could try it this time. The city lord went on to say that Commander Wang should go and redeem himself by following his son to war. Commander Wang thanked the city lord for his kindness and then bowed down. In his mind, he thought that having his head chopped there might not be a bad choice since there were only 2 bandits, and he could only wonder if the young master saw that after reaching Toad Ridge. When they left, the city lord asked the strategist Bai for his thoughts on his son's plan, to which he replied that in the mountains and forests, cavalry couldn't display their full potential, and since it's a long-distance travel, armored knights would not be suitable, and there was no point in using those troops. He went on to say that bandits were typically passive defenders, that overwhelming them with numbers was useless, and that the young master's plan was full of holes. But the city lord was aware of these facts and wondered why he was allowing the young master to act rashly. The city lord said that his son admired the general, that he studied the art of war, but that his skill lacked experience, and that the mountain ridge had already been attacked by them, that there would not be 300 bandits, and that he would not lose to them with 1,000 men. He went on to say that his dream was to lead troops, so let him have some fun leading the troops in this small battle, while strategist Bai said that he was relieved that the city lord was aware of this. Strategist Bai added that the young master was preparing to lead the troops. He then asked the city lord if he would inquire about how he planned to lead them. The city lord replied that there wouldn't be an issue and requested the girls to go back to his room, as he did not want to worry about anything else and only wanted to have fun with these young girls. The city lord stood beside him with the girls and added that if strategist Bai ever experienced them, then he would realize that nothing else in this world was worthy of thinking about, which left strategist Bai speechless. Meanwhile, in the inner room of Toad Village, someone asked if Black Rock City didn't have a standing army. It was Chang Dalai, who sat with maps on the floor, asking Miss Sue, who sat in front of him, why Black Rock City, with only 20,000 citizens, could manage to feed 5,000 soldiers. Chang Dalai then inquired about the times of war and how he could gather soldiers to defend the city. Miss Sue responded that troops could be drawn from military households, but if the conflict was large enough, citizens would have to join the army as well. She also mentioned that Bai Han-chuan had planned to train 500 standing troops, but the plan was dropped because troops require a lot of resources. Chang Dalai then inquired about Bai Han-chuan. Miss Sue said that he is the strategist, in charge of everything both inside and outside of the city, and that he is truly an amazing person. Chang Dalai then stood up, gathered the maps from the floor, and remarked on what a terrible ruler Black Rock City had. Miss Sue asked him if he knew how to be a better city lord and manage the city better than him. Chang Dalai replied that he did not, and Miss Sue advised them to run because there were only 4 of them, and they would be faced with at least 200 soldiers. Chang Dalai boldly replied that he now had 5 members after Warrior Lin joined them and that he planned to defend against 500 men. Moments later, Chang Dalai was at the small cottages inside the Toad Village. He asked Warrior Lin, who looked back and stood from afar, how his body was. Warrior Lin was taken aback and addressed him as the village master. Chang Dalai extended his hand as he replied to him about their ideals. For a moment, Warrior Lin was speechless. Then they joined hands and said it was for their ideals. Under the tree, where Chang Dalai sat next to strategist Zhu, who was eating his bread, Chang Dalai told him that he had an important task for him that would affect their chances of survival. Strategist Zhu answered that he should find someone else because it was such an important task. Chang Dalai proceeded, saying that this task could only be completed by him, his one and only strategist, going to Gao Fei which irritated Zhu Shenji, who asked him if he wanted him to be killed so badly while eating his bread. Chang Dalai explained that he was asking him to bring them good wine and that he wanted to inform the Flying Tiger bandits that Black Rock City would attack Kinnu Mountain, as well as the Doghead bandits, Bald bandits, Apricot Blossom bandits, Wild Boar bandits, and others. Zhu Shenji questioned if they would trust him, to which Chang Dalai responded by telling him to use his brain and make up a story. Zhu Shenji responded that he was scared because the past leader had some grudge with them, but Chang Dalai assured him not to worry and that he would let Warrior Lin follow him. Both of them went head-to-head when Zhu Shenji preferred that his village master come along, which enraged Chang Dalai because he wanted him to put himself in danger. Chang Dalai persuaded him to go while he winked and signaled with his hand that if he died, he would take care of Ling in his place. His face became frightening as he threatened to paste the erotic drawing he drew onto the walls of the Black Rock City, which surprised and horrified Zhu Shenji. In a wagon, Warrior Lin was in charge of the horses and jars behind him, while Zhu Shenji sat atop a haystack, and Chang Dalai and Qin Man stood behind them. Zhu Shenji was pissed yet stayed silent as he couldn't change his situation. Warrior Lin and Zhu Shenji departed, while Qin Man questioned his village master if they would trust the strategist. He answered that it was their only choice, whether they believed him or not, it was still worth a try. A wooden box was opened and filled with gunpowder. Chang Dalai checked it, loaded with gravel and straws. He used oiled cotton lines as a fuse for the bomb trigger, and when he was done, he closed the wooden box. With a red flag, Chang Dalai carried and waved it, instructing Kin Man to toss the box of gunpowder further away as this was the last test. A huge, fiery explosion erupted on the ground. Chang Dalai and Kin Man stood at the back and watched the fire emitting black smoke. Kin Man expressed to his village master that this was the breath of an earth dragon. Chang Dalai replied that this was the art of explosion. Meanwhile, outside the walls of Black Rock City, troops gathered and formed in front of an elevated stage as the sun's warm rays shone. The young master was glad for the clear skies, as this was a good omen. However, his soldiers thought otherwise, as they talked poorly about his good omen statements. Moreover, the sunlight beamed on them, making it unbearably hot. A soldier asked his Uncle Wang if he was coming to the war when he would turn 60 this year. Uncle Wang told him to quiet down and added that they were only subjugating a few thieves and bandits, so it did not matter if he was present or not. The young master stood with his sword by his side, his hair and robe blowing in the breeze. He placed his sword against the neck of a soldier who was holding a spear nearby, and inquired whether he was happy. The soldier responded with fear and confusion. The young master went on to say that he was happy for him because, in ancient times, when a famous general went to war, they would sacrifice one person. He chose him as his sacrifice. The soldier pleaded with the young master not to joke and accused him of kidding. The young master slit his throat, asking what made him thought that he was joking. As the soldier lay on the ground with tears in his eyes, he cursed for his glory. The young master stated that he would rest in peace from this day forward and that his family's name would be glorified with his name. The young master gave the command to set off with blood on his blade. Meanwhile, the soldiers stood calmly yet enraged, calling the young master an idiot. The soldiers of Black Rock City rode their horses as they headed towards the mountains, while the young master sat comfortably in his carriage with a bowl of fruits next to him and an umbrella against the heat. Commander Wang, on his horse, asked him why they weren't rushing to attack and why he was seated in a carriage. The young master cockily replied that he was not a soldier and did not need to charge into battles. The young master added that if he were to simply command his troops and only use his brain, or if he were to do hard labor, it would hinder his full potential in war, and asked him if he now understood. Commander Wang sweated profusely as he nervously replied that he understood. The young master went on to add that he wouldn't understand that he respected generals who stayed in camp and led the troops to war, while his men won the battle, which left Commander Wang speechless. A few moments later, Bai Han Chuan dashed over to the city lord, who was preoccupied with his young girls. He stood in front of him and told him he felt uneasy because the young city lord had been gone for a day, and that he needed to organize 100 men to go after him in case he was in danger. The city lord told him to do anything he pleased as long as he didn't disturb his enjoyment, to which Bai Han Chuan agreed. As soon as they received orders, soldiers on horseback began to gather, 100 of them ready to ride their horses outside the city. Headed by Bai Han Chuan, they set off as dust billowed from their horses' hooves. Meanwhile, it was almost dark, yet the troops of the young master of Black Rock City continued to march through the mountain. Commander Wang advised the young master to take a rest because they were about to reach the mountain ridge and had been rushing for the entire day. The young master explained to Commander Wang that speed is essential, and what if the bandits attacked them while they were resting? Commander Wang went on to explain that the soldiers were tired and that they might not be able to stand still much longer, and that some of them might not be able to hold on. However, the young master bluntly stated that his troops must be brave and have great willpower since they are heading to war, and many would die. And this little fatigue is nothing compared to death, which left Commander Wang astonished and dumbfounded. A soldier on horseback approached them and informed them that there were 3 roads ahead, the official road, the mountain road, and the valley road in between, and asked which way they should choose. Commander Wang strongly advised him to choose the official road and to stop asking stupid questions, but in his thoughts, he urged the young master not to take the other roads. The young master opened a scroll of war and ordered them to wait for him to check, adding that even though Commander Wang thought they should use the official way, the bandits would have known that. The young master was convinced that they would set traps along the route, but he would outwit them, leaving Commander Wang stunned and enraged. Meanwhile, a bandit in the bushes sat silently and secretly watched the soldiers. He fully convinced himself that what the Toad village said was true and that 1,000 troops were on their way to wipe them out. The bandit went quickly but quietly as the moon shone brightly in the dusk skies, as he needed to report it promptly. The news had spread all around the King Mu Mountain, and all the bandits knew about it. The bandit arrived at the Flying Tiger village and ran hurriedly inside. He reported with his fist clenched that the news was true as many soldiers came and that they did not take the official road. A man told his big brother that they don't seem to be heading towards their village as they are attacking the Toad village. Another man added that the Toad village only had about 4 to 5 people, and why would Black Rock City have brought so many troops for them? Gao Feihu, the village leader of the Flying Tiger, responded that if only their military strategist were here, he would wait and see what happened next. The troops of Black Rock City walked down a narrow path with a tall stone mountain in between them, while Chang Dalai and Zhu Shenji discreetly looked at them from above the edge of the cliff with trees between them. Zhu Shenji informed his village master that there were at least 1,000 soldiers on their way. Zhu Shenji looked at his village master and told him to withdraw because they couldn't fight them. Chang Dalai replied that withdrawing was no longer an option because they would fight them as originally planned while the logs were tied on the brink of the stone cliff. He went on to say that when they arrived in the valley, they would drop the logs. Lin would fire the explosives, and Zhu Shenji, Qin Man, and Linger would toss the explosive boxes below. Zhu Shenji inquired as to why they were only blowing up one side of the valley when they could blow up both sides. Chang Dalai responded that when people are cornered in a tough situation, they would display incredible fighting prowess. However, if they know there is a way out, they will not fight to the death. He further stated that, unlike them, they do not have a way back. Chang Dalai was informed that they would be getting out of the area and what they should do. Chang Dalai was sweating profusely when he instructed them to wait a minute. He was reminded once more that their cavalry had already moved out of the line of fire. Chang Dalai screamed to do it now as he swung his axe at the rope linked to the logs. As soon as the rope was cut, the logs were released and started to fall over the mountain. As the logs struck the troops, they screamed and fell to the ground with their horses. Chang Dalai ordered Warrior Lin to light it. However, he hesitated while holding a fiery torch in his hand. Warrior Lin was seen trembling and sweating profusely as he remained still. When Chang Dalai put his hand on his shoulder and inquired if this was not his very first killing, he answered that there were simply too many people present down there. Then Chang Dalai became enraged. He pushed him against the tree with both hands while calling him a bastard. He sweated profusely as he yelled at him that this is war, it's not a child's playground, and war is never about being dignified or civilized. He screamed angrily that war is when you want to kill someone and someone wants to kill you. Warrior Lin was taken aback by his remarks. Chang Dalai grabbed the torch and added that they would all die if they let them go today. From both above and below the stone mountain, there were even more explosions. As a result, boulders began to drop from the sky. As they glanced up at the falling rocks, they frightened the Black Rock City soldiers. While the explosion continued and rocks fell to the ground, someone yelled that the exit was blocked and informed the village master that dozens of horsemen had already managed to make it out of the pass. The soldiers were terrified because they believed they were surrounded by a mountain-haunting ghost. Another scorching explosion erupted from the ground, burning the soldiers as a result of its impact and causing them to go flying. While the boulders kept falling, some ran hastily. As dust and smoke rose from the ground, a swordsman soldier screamed and ordered his comrades to rush over to the hill. Qin Man rode his black horse and declared that he would hold them off, while Chang Dalai thought to himself that although a small portion of their army had made it to the side, it would still be difficult for them to defend against them. Nevertheless, he agreed to Qin Man's plan and ordered him to hold them off while Zhu Shenji would light the pre-buried explosives and drive them away from the first line. Chang Dalai commanded Linger and Warrior Lin to continue throwing explosives at them. A black horse thudded to the ground. It was Qin Man riding his black horse in front of the swordsmen and spearmen soldiers who had been assigned to kill him. Qin Man fearlessly faced them with his spear and told them his name, warning them not to pass. As the troops approached, he unleashed an enormous strike with his spear, causing the soldiers and their horses to come crashing down. Qin Man continued to attack them with his spear, which shocked them. He fearlessly told them that they were not allowed to pass as he pierced his spear into the chest of a swordsman on horseback. The soldier spat blood from his mouth with a thought on his mind: if they were allowed to rest a bit, the outcome of the battle would be different, as he was feeling so tired. A few moments later, while the shattering explosion persisted and rocks fell down, soldiers hurriedly ran away from the narrow road. The fiery explosion erupted behind them, and someone yelled for their escape. Some were unable to avoid the explosion, and as they collided with it, they spewed black smoke. The remaining soldiers ran hurriedly out and reported to the young master, frightened, that there were monsters. The young master stood up in his carriage as he witnessed the blazing explosion and the black smoke it produced, while his soldiers ran away from it. However, the young master gestured his hand and forcefully commanded that no one was going to run away, and that those who would try to cross that line would die. The young master was convinced and thought in his mind that he was so handsome he would turn the tide of this losing battle into victory. His frightened soldiers explained to the young master that there were ghosts on this mountain. Most of his soldiers became enraged as they raised their fists and questioned why he wouldn't let them leave, despite the fact that they continued to run away with their weapons in their hands. The young master's eyes widened. He stood up and roared at his soldiers to go to their graves, but they ignored him and continued to run past him. The wheel of the young master's carriage broke. As a result, the carriage tumbled to the ground because it was out of balance. The young master stood up and saw the mayhem of his soldiers being flung apart along with the stone debris that resulted from the impact of blazing explosives. Commander Wang yelled at his young master, urging him to flee because they had failed and lost momentum, but they could still escape before the bandits caught up with them. The young master agreed that he needed to escape since he believed that in ancient times, great generals would improve through their defeats and gain experience for future battles, while his soldiers wept in fear as they ran away. While stone debris flew casually at him, the young master stayed calm as he raised both his hands and bestowed his sword upon Commander Wang, saying he would be honored to see his growth after this war. On the other hand, a rock landed on Commander Wang's head. But he didn't mind because he was annoyed with the young master, to whom he was supposed to be grateful. Commander Wang felt annoyed by the comments he had made, which left him speechless. Commander Wang pushed the young master onto his back and cursed him to die, which shocked the young master. He referred to the young master as an idiot and told him to go and die by himself as he ran away to save his own life, leaving the young master alone. Meanwhile, on the cliff's edge, Chang Dalai knelt near the ground, hunched, and looked down, unsure of whether they had won. While he thought in his mind that once a single person had lost motivation and started running, the others would also panic and run away, causing a domino effect. Zhu Shenji eagerly informed his village master that they had won. Chang Dalai stood to his feet and raised his hand, commanding warrior Lin and strategist Zhu Shenji to follow him to the battlefield. They hopped on the carriage, with Zhu Shenji controlling the horse, Chang Dalai and warrior Lin standing on the carriage with their weapons in hand, and Chang Dalai ordered Linger to begin banging the drum. Linger grasped the stick and banged the round drum with passion. The carriage drove onto the battlefield as they chanted to charge and kill them all. They arrived at the scene to find Kinman fighting alone against numerous soldiers on horseback. Chang Dalai screamed with all his might that those who didn't want to die would be spared if they got off their horses now because he only needed their horses. While Kinman proceeded to beat them alone, despite being pursued by numerous soldiers, another soldier yelled in fear for his ally to run. Other troops had already fled on foot, leaving their horses behind, while Kinman continued to poke his spear at them. Chang Dalai, his troops, and the horses stood behind as they watched the soldiers run away. Chang Dalai ordered Zhu Shenji and Kinman to bring the horses back to the stable, and warrior Lin to follow him since they were robbing some great swords. Meanwhile, another group of armed bandits gathered and lurked near the battlefield of the Stone Mountain's narrow pathway, which was engulfed in the blazing flames of the explosion and emitted dark smoke. It was the Flying Tiger Bandits. While his comrade questioned how the Toad village could withstand the assault of 1,000 warriors, leaving his village master dumbfounded. Shortly after, the village master of the Flying Tiger Bandits, Gao Feihu, responded, saying he too knew nothing and that they might have gotten some help from an expert. His comrade sighed as he couldn't believe the world was so unpredictable that even 1,000 soldiers could lose against 5 people. While beside him, another comrade scolded him to stop sighing as he was a mountain bandit and should not forget his job. Their village master, Gao Feihu, along with his sword, ordered his brothers to charge with him as they were about to rob them. The Flying Tiger Bandits slaughtered the soldiers and demanded that they hand over their weapons. They pushed the soldiers to the ground and were ecstatic with their loot. Someone stated he hadn't changed shoes in years and requested the soldiers' boots since he needed them. They stripped them and removed their pants. One of the soldiers begged that he was not gay and that he could offer the bandit anything but his virginity, and the bandit cursed him as he responded that he did not want his virginity, but only wanted his pants. Meanwhile, Chang Dalai with his axe on horseback ran after the terrified young master of the Black Rock City, demanding to give him his sword. Still, Chang Dalai pursued him with his axe and demanded that he stop running. A loud horse's stud was heard. An immense line of soldiers on horseback arrived at the Stone Mountain, creating a loud stud. Chang Dalai came to a halt on his horse after hearing the sound of synchronized clopping of groups of horses, which led him to believe that a group of elite troops was nearby. The leader commanded his troops to swap their spears for swords. Chang Dalai and his horse hid in the bushes as he observed the leader, who had such a strong aura. He pondered whether they could be part of the reinforcements but was perplexed as to why they had arrived so quickly. It was the strategist Bai Han Chuan of Black Rock City who came with reinforcements, and the young master raced furiously toward him, complaining that he had been bullied and all his soldiers had abandoned him. However, strategist Bai thrust his sword into the young master's throat, causing the young master to mouth pleas for him to spare his life. As the young master knelt on the ground, he bled. Strategist Bai ordered his soldiers to pick up his corpse because they would be heading back. a pop-up box appeared containing information about Bai Han Chuan provided by the system goddess, such as the fact that he is a top strategist with a small reputation and fame, age 52, possessing the skill of 7 sword slashes, and no hidden attributes. While reading this information, Chang Dalai reflected to himself that while Kin Man may be a bandit who could fight 1,000 people at once, a top strategist is in a different league. Strategist Bai suspected that something was lingering in the bushes, prompting Chang Dalai to hide in the bushes. Strategist Bai ordered them to go back. This made Chang Dalai ponder why they were leaving and speculate that, unlike Zhu Shenji, this era has some great strategists. He kicked a stone with his foot and cursed them for taking the sword with them, which he had his eye on. A pop-up box emerged for a mission that successfully completed their 11th defense and rewarded 1 lottery draw, asking if he wanted to draw now. The system goddess also emerged with ghostly vibes, stating that she had finally come out of that torturous small black room and that she did not want to go back in there again. Chang Dalai questioned this because she had been so energetic before. With weeping eyes, the system goddess lamented that she had been standing in front of him, but he had only noticed her physically and that she hadn't given him any missions or talked to him about them. Chang Dalai irritably said that he didn't care because all she did was hit him whenever she came out, and that he felt better when she wasn't there. The system goddess kicked Chang Dalai on the head and scolded him for locking her up in that small black room. Still irritated, Chang Dalai reacted by asking whether he could use bugs the next time. As she ran with a large wooden gavel, the system goddess cynically asked what did he think while Chang Dalai chuckled on his horse. The Kin New Mountain map contained the locations of Black Rock City, the Doghead Bandits, the Flying Tiger Bandits, the Wild Boar Bandits, the Apricot Blossom Bandits, the Bald Head Bandits, and the Toad Village. Black Rock City's first attack had spread around Kin New Mountain. The Flying Tiger Bandits are the closest to the war area, so they attacked first. The incident would be reported to the leader of Black Rock City by the military advisor of the city. It is anticipated that his son's death would be a major event. Linger cheerfully rode a white horse in the clear morning sky, calling out to her father that it looked like a dream, while Kin Man grinned silently behind her. Zhu Shenji told Linger to prepare the horses for the ride back to the village while he gathered swords. Linger agreed with her father and mentioned how much she liked the white horse. A horse stud approached Zhu Shenji, referring to him as Old Man Zhu, and sought his attention. Gao Feihu, the Flying Tiger's leader, along with his numerous bandits, asked him if they could feed all the horses they had robbed. He continued to say that he would assist them in lessening their burden. This startled and shocked Zhu Shenji when he saw the leader of the Flying Tiger head. He replied that it was rare for him to see him there and that he woke up early. Gao Feihu went on to say that they made a fortune while they only earned a little profit. He nonchalantly mentioned how they were going to split these horses and that he needed to speak now, which worried Zhu Shenji. Linger frankly told them that they snatched these horses by their own abilities and asked why should they give them up. Despite being urged to shut up by her own father, Linger rebelled discreetly. Zhu Shenji responded that everyone worked hard and they all earned a lot of profit. However, Gao Feihu disagreed. They earned a lot, but he did not think that they earned more than them because they took most of the profits. Another bandit from the Flying Tiger on horseback yelled as he suggested to his leader, Gao Feihu, to stop talking to him. He continued to say that they should stop asking them to split the profit when they could simply snatch everything from them while charging towards them with swords. He demanded that he wanted that white horse. The horse was knocked off balance after being struck on the head. It was hit in the head with an arrow and eventually fell to the ground, while the man riding it became dizzy and couldn't see anything. Some of the Flying Tiger bandits were astounded by the amazing archery skills, while others were concerned for their second master. Kinman drew another arrow and prepared to shoot it as he fiercely informed them that if they took another step, they would die. He aimed the arrow at them while Gao Feihu questioned whether the Toad Village intended to start a war with him. Gao Feihu then firmly suggested splitting some of the profit with them because it was a significant profit, and sarcastically asked if they planned to keep it all for themselves. They remained mute and silent, resembling the horse with an arrow in its head and the second master who lay on the ground. Shortly after, Chang Dalai arrived on horseback. He asked how they should split it while resting an axe on his shoulder. His troops were surprised when he called for their village master. He rode his horse toward the Flying Tiger bandits, who murmured that he was the son of the former Toad village leader and that they had heard he was trash, but upon looking at him, he seemed different from the rumors. Gao Feihu thought to himself that Chang Dalai was surrounded but remained calm and wondered if he had a hidden trump card. Chang Dalai proceeded to ask if they wanted to split the profit and suggested a simple solution. He argued vehemently that if he killed all of them there, they wouldn't have to worry about splitting anything. His statements upset a Flying Tiger bandit who yelled at him and condemned him as a kid trying to act arrogant while surrounded. Another Flying Tiger bandit added that even his father wouldn't dare to speak back to them in such a manner when he was alive, so he asked what made him think he could. Then all armed Flying Tiger bandits became enraged and yelled to kill him. However, an unfazed Chang Dalai yelled back and cursed at them. Chang Dalai pointed at them and asked if there were 1,000 of them in there. Gao Fei Hu replied, questioning whether it mattered if they had 1,000 men in there or not. Chang Dalai fiercely replied that if they were less than 1,000, then he wouldn't have enough men to kill. His sinister smile appeared as his eyes turned red, and he went on to say that he had already killed 1,000, questioning if it would matter to him if he killed another 1,000. Everyone was taken aback and terrified. Gao Fei Hu thought to himself that the Toad village only had 4 to 5 people and wondered why 1,000 soldiers had escaped in fear. He then pleaded with Chang Dalai to calm down, as they were not there to fight. Gao Fei Hu, his fist clenched, respectfully asked how he had done it. Chang Dalai chuckled loudly on his horse, causing some bandits to feel insulted as they gazed silently. He gestured with his index finger and claimed to have a divine technique. Then he raised his hand and claimed he could summon thunder. The flying tiger bandits looked up in anticipation as Chang Dalai lifted his hand and pointed to the sky. The sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. Chang Dalai repeated saying he could summon thunder while pointing at the sky, leaving the flying tiger bandits puzzled and speechless. He wondered if Warrior Lin could hear his words and urged him to hurry up. At this point, the flying tiger bandits were furious at him, calling him a lying kid and daring him to trick them. Despite this, Chang Dalai persisted and yelled the word thunder again as the armed bandits charged towards him to kill him. Suddenly, a loud and fiery explosion erupted, sending stone debris flying everywhere. The debris struck some bandits on the head, shocking them. While Chang Dalai maintained his composure, deep inside, he was terrified yet relieved that everything ended nicely. He then ferociously demanded if anyone else wanted a taste of his thunder. This terrified the flying tiger bandits and left them stunned. Even before civilization developed, people had been praying to different gods, burning some yellow papers and throwing them into the well to make the water holy. It was an era filled with many believers, and Chang Dalai's performance was impressive enough to make them believe in him. Even Gao Fei Hu was terrified, but he remained calm and thought in his mind that if that thunder had struck him, he would have died. He believed that Chang Dalai used the thunder spell to fend off 1,000 soldiers, which is why they ran. Chang Dalai continued pointing his finger as he commanded them to move aside and make way for him, threatening that they would taste his thunder if they didn't comply. The flying tiger bandits screamed as they scrambled to move aside while Chang Dalai strode past them, repeatedly chanting the word thunder. Suddenly, Gao Fei Hu asked him to wait. Chang Dalai sweated profusely, thinking that he had been exposed. Chang Dalai looked back and calmly asked what he could do for Gao Fei Hu, to which he replied that he had so many horses and questioned if they could feed them all. Chang Dalai sarcastically replied that even if they couldn't feed them, they could still eat them while riding back to the village with horses and loot on their carriages. Meanwhile, it was night, and the crescent moon was obscured by thin clouds at the city lord's mansion. In a candlelit room, the city lord was still busy in his bed, surrounded by young ladies, with a liquor in his hand and a fruit bowl on the side. As soon as Strategist Bai entered his room with the corpse of the young master and its blood dripping onto the floor, he called the city lord repeatedly. He kneeled down and placed the corpse of the young master on the floor, explaining that the young master was ambushed and killed by the bandits. The city lord was startled as he got up, and his eyes widened. He stood up, and his body trembled as he shouted for his son. The city lord wept as he hugged his son. Strategist Bai knelt down quietly. Suddenly, he stroked his sword and unleashed a purple electrifying 7-sword slash that struck the city lord on his chest, causing blood to drip from it. The city lord collapsed but quickly rose, realizing that Strategist Bai had killed his son, while he placed his palm on his bloody chest. Strategist Bai admitted that he did kill him. His sword had a purple electrifying aura as he charged towards the city lord and complained that he had sat on the throne for too long. Strategist Bai stroked the city lord again, but he dodged while Strategist Bai went on to say that it was now his turn. The city lord grabbed a long torch and asked why. While they continued fighting, Strategist Bai explained that this was an era of war and it would become more chaotic in the future. Strategist Bai went on to say that the empire was weakened, and many heroes around the world were waiting for a decisive move to conquer the world. However, that city lord had become a useless man who had no ambition and simply enjoyed things such as alcohol, meat, and females. He repeated that he was useless and he would take the throne, while the young ladies on the bed sat terrified. Strategist Bai's remarks came as a shock to the city lord, as he was going to take the throne and conquer the world. The furious city lord struck back at him and reminded him that he was just a woodcutter back when he was at war with the Ring clan, and had only read a few useless books. He raised his hands and smashed right through Strategist Bai as he questioned him, daring to go against him. If he had not helped him back then, he would not have become the person he was right there. The torched head broke, and Strategist Bai moved back while the city lord went on to say that even if the empire was weakened, he would still be unable to take the throne. Strategist Bai got down while his chest spilled blood as he coughed and responded that he was ashamed. That was expected of the man who kept the city safe for 37 years. The seventh tiger nickname was well deserved, and he was talented. The city lord, with a tall staff in his hand, continued to say that strategist Bai was only his dog. If he couldn't be a good dog, then he had no need for him. He told him that even guarding the city for 1 month would be difficult with his skills. He added that he had slept with more women than the number of people he had seen, and the people he had killed could fill a river. He claimed that strategist Bai was just a frog in a well. Both strategist Bai and the city lord screamed furiously as they continued to charge and strike each other hard. Suddenly, a dainty hand appeared from the young ladies and held back the city lord, which stunned him. A young lady poked a pin into the city lord's side, and he screamed as he looked back at them. Then, strategist Bai pierced his sword into the city lord's chest, causing blood to spill from it. He screamed and then plummeted to the ground, while strategist Bai stood in front of him with his blood-dripped sword. Strategist Bai knew he could not become a good city lord, but he still wanted to try. On the ground with blood spilled, the city lord murmured about something black. Strategist Bai mockingly asked what it was. Strategist Bai went near him as the city lord murmured in his dying breath about the Black Rock City, the kingdom's gateway. He warned not to let it be invaded by the Ring tribe, as the world would be in chaos. This left strategist Bai speechless as he stood up. He left the candlelight near the curtain as he bid farewell to the city lord. That night, the city lord's mansion was set on fire. The warm sun rays beamed on the wheat field of Toad Village, while Zhu Shenji berated his village master for stopping lazing around because they needed to harvest the wheat quickly before the horse they stole would starve. A basket full of wheat was placed on the ground while birds ate the remaining bits. Chang Dalai gave up and said he couldn't do that anymore because he was tired. The wheat needed to be slashed in order to be harvested. Sweaty and exhausted, Warrior Lin couldn't believe a warrior like him would do such a thing. While Chang Dalai sat and leaned on the rock, complaining that his stomach hurt, he couldn't use his strength since he didn't have any energy left. Zhu Shenji loaded the wheat onto the carriage while continuing to lecture his village master to stop being lazy, as he had already used that excuse yesterday. Chang Dalai held his head and complained that his head hurt as he approached Zhu Shenji, but this did not work with him as he continued to scold his village master to stop lazing around, explaining that if they waited for the sun to dry up the wheat, it would snap at the slightest touch and they would lose a lot of harvest that year. A red beetle appeared in the field, just like an idea that arrived to Chang Dalai, reminding him that he hadn't robbed anyone in the past few days and he should not forget his identity as a bandit. While Warrior Lin ran after his village master to follow him and help him out, which left Zhu Shenji stunned as he stood behind. A few moments later, some poor villagers were trekking deep within Quinui Mountain when a son asked his dad whether there were any bandits nearby, to which the father replied that if he was afraid of bandits, he should forget about getting a wife. Headed by their dad, they decided to sell the firewood and buy a donkey so that they would have something to show when asking for marriage. Their dad looked back and asked them if they didn't dream of owning a horse, as now their wish could be fulfilled. While Warrior Lin and Chang Dalai lurked behind the trees, the son argued with his father that horses and donkeys are different animals. His dad asked what the difference was between them, while Chang Dalai and Warrior Lin jumped towards them. The dad and his sons were scared, and their jaws dropped. They promptly kneeled down with their firewood beside them as they begged for mercy, hoping to be spared. This made Chang Dalai question why they were kneeling and told them to stand up. Chang Dalai was pleased when he heard that they wanted to buy a horse. The dad explained that he couldn't afford a horse and planned instead to buy a donkey because his eldest son couldn't find someone to marry. Once they had a donkey, they could ask the matchmaker to find a bride. Chang Dalai laughed and replied that they were lucky because he sells horses. He asked them if they were excited, happy, or felt fortunate. The dad replied that they did not have much money, to which Chang Dalai asked how much they had. The dad's hand trembled as he showed his 2 copper coins. Chang Dalai received the coins and then inquired if there was anything more. The dad responded that they had 4 wild vegetable breads that their mother baked for them to eat on their journey, and Warrior Lin received one of the wild vegetable breads. Chang Dalai asked how the taste was when Warrior Lin ate it, and it tasted good. Warrior Lin leaned in close to his village master and whispered that 2 copper coins and 4 wild vegetable breads were insufficient for a horse. Chang Dalai replied that they needed to sell the horses or they would have to kill and eat them. While the dad anxiously waited for them, Chang Dalai proposed that they be kind and sell it to them, doing some good deeds for the poor. Warrior Lin verified that he was going to sell it to them, and Chang Dalai agreed. Chang Dalai informed them that he would give them a discount because they were his first customers. He also instructed them to follow him back to the mountain. The dad kneeled down and cried as he pleaded for mercy, begging Chang Dalai to spare his children and offering to take him instead, as they still needed to give their Lai family license. Chang Dalai put down the axe head on the ground near the dad, which frightened him. He addressed them in a terrifying tone, asking if they wouldn't follow them. The weary dad and his sons followed Chang Dalai as he ordered warrior Lin to take care of their customers. His son asked his dad if they would kill them, to which his dad, who sweats profusely, told him not to be a coward. However, his son pointed out why his legs were shaking. His weary dad explained that if they wanted to kill them, he would risk his life to stall them while his sons would run away. They arrived at the end of the steep slope of Toad Village, and his dad told his sons to be prepared to run. Chang Dalai told them to go up the mountain while gesturing upward with his hand. The poor villager dad told them that he would risk something but got interrupted when warrior Lin asked him what he would risk. At the stable, Chang Dalai leaned on it as he questioned them for a fight and told them to quickly pick a horse first. Chang Dalai asked them how many horses they wanted, which surprised the poor villagers because he was actually selling horses to them. He assured them that one would suffice. Chang Dalai responded subtly angrily that they had wasted his time and only wanted to buy one. The poor villager dad asked, confusedly, what about two? The sons smiled in excitement when they heard Chang Dalai question why only two and offer a horse for each of them since he had 3 children. However, their dad responded that they couldn't feed 4 horses, which made his son's jaw drop in disappointment. Chang Dalai agreed that 2 horses would do and asked them if they knew how to harvest wheat. His sons were nevertheless unhappy as their dad expressed that they had some farm job experience. Chang Dalai told them that if they could harvest a field of wheat before sunset, he would let them take 2 horses. Under the beaming sun and clear skies, Chang Dalai ordered warrior Lin to give them the equipment, which was a sharp scythe, and brought them to the field. Linger, with a bowl of food, headed to his father, while Zhu Shenji stood by the carriage full of wheat and berated his village master, saying that he was becoming lazy again. Chang Dalai sat under the shade of a tree, slurping on his water bottle next to the basket of wheat, and disagreed with Zhu Shenji's remarks, stating that he worked hard, asking if he didn't see it. In Chang Dalai's mind, he was delighted that Toad Village was like a small family. Kinman is a strong warrior, and warrior Lin is a reliable younger brother. Linger is a good worker. He also had an unmarried prisoner, and he just needed a wife. Zhu Shenji obviously seemed like a grumpy old grandpa, while Linger happily sat on the carriage full of wheat. He kind of liked this place. Warrior Lin also sat comfortably on the other carriage full of wheat. In the field, the poor villagers kept harvesting the wheat. The son asked his dad whether they would really give them the horses, to which his dad replied that he thought they really meant it, and if they did not finish it before sunset, they would kill them. The sky turned fiery orange as the sun set, and the poor villager inquired if they wanted help grinding the wheat as well. Chang Dalai denied it, saying there was no need for it and let them go to pick 2 horses. Chang Dalai, Zhu Shenji, and warrior Lin stood behind and watched them leave with 2 horses, while the son of the poor villager was excited when he asked his dad if he was dreaming. The bandits were letting them take 2 horses back home. A fiery orange sunset beamed as the poor villagers continued talking while they walked away. They expressed that bandits were good people. They gave them these horses because they pitied them. They also mentioned that the bandits even harvested wheat and expressed why wouldn't they. They found it unbelievable that not only did the bandits harvest wheat, but they also ate wild vegetable bread. They expressed that they were truly gods. Chang Dalai, Zhu Shenji, and Kinman sat by the bonfire under the blue gradient sky with the ethereal glow of the full moon when warrior Lin arrived with another soldier, who notified their village master that someone wished to join them. Chang Dalai questioned who it was. Chang Dalai looked at the soldier and recognized that he was that escort guy. Commander Wang narrated how his life had been very miserable and painful for him. The day he escaped death, he ran back to Black Rock City but discovered that the city lord had died and strategist Bai Han Chuan was fighting with the city lord's loyal guards, killing anyone related to the city lord. Commander Wang continued to say that he didn't know if he was considered a close person to the city lord, but he thought strategist Bai Han Chuan would not let him off easily, so Commander Wang decided to escape to Fallen Leaf City. Then, coincidentally, he met warrior Lin, who was planning to rob someone and suggested that he should join Toad Village. Chang Dalai asked whether he was saying strategist Bai Han Chuan killed Han Huju and became the city lord himself. Commander Wang affirmed, and he added that strategist Bai was spreading rumors that Chang Dalai had killed Han Huju and claimed that he would avenge Han Huju by killing Chang Dalai. Chang Dalai was appalled when he responded that strategist Bai Han Chuan was so shameless, that Toad Village only had 5 people, and how could they send people to kill him? Commander Wang responded that he didn't expect only 5 of them. But strategist Bai publicized that there were 1,000 bandits in Toad Village, that Chang Dalai was killing people for pleasure, and that Toad leader was the most ferocious bandit who ate human flesh as an everyday meal. He also put up a wanted list on the city's bulletin board, offering rewards for his head. Chang Dalai asked tenaciously how much his reward was. Commander Wang replied that Chang Dalai's head was worth 50, which disappointed him. Commander Wang went on to say that Zhu Shenji had 35, which surprised Zhu Shenji that he had one too, and the black-faced man was worth 30, to which Qin Man responded that it was such a pity he couldn't kill Han Huju with his own hands. Chang Dalai was apparently irritated that they were looking down on him and had only put 50 on his head. The currency used in their era was copper coins. 1,000 copper coins could be exchanged for a single silver coin, which was roughly 1,000 in Chang Dalai's previous life. The living expenses of an ordinary farmer were only 3 to 4 silver coins per year. Chang Dalai turned his head to Zhu Shenji and asked how much Gao Fei Hu's head was worth. Zhu Shenji replied that he thought there was a bounty of 180 on him. Chang Dalai replied with determination that he would definitely overtake him. On the other hand, Commander Wang wondered in his mind whether it was a good thing to have a high bounty. Warrior Lin chimed in, asking his village master if he might let Commander Wang join them because he was so sincere. With his fist clenched, Commander Wang Sanyuan said that he would like to join them. The system goddess appeared and stated that Commander Wang appeared to be a general but was actually a butler, so others referred to him as Butler Wang. She held a pop-out information box stating that his name is Wang Senyun, a slightly popular butler, at the age of 43, and he possessed no skills or hidden attributes. Chang Dalai asked him if Toad Village was good enough for him, to which he replied that it was. Chang Dalai then questioned him about why it was good. Chang Dalai went on to say that judging by his attitude, he was looking down on them, and that even if they were a small bandit village, each of them was equivalent to 100 soldiers, which left Butler Wang speechless. Zhu Shenji assured him that Chang Dalai was strict, but Chang Dalai continued that if he really wanted to join them, he would write him a 5,000-word application letter, and then he would decide whether or not to recruit him. This shocked Butler Wang, who complained about the 5,000-word requirement and asked if he wanted to kill him. Chang Dalai said that if he believed this was hard, how else was he going to show his sincerity? And how would it be beneficial for them? Butler Wang closed his eyes as he handed the village master a treasure map. He extended his hand and offered him a document, wondering if this would demonstrate his sincerity. Chang Dalai reached for it as he inquired about what kind of treasure map it was. Butler Wang said that the city lord treasured this map, but he stole it when escaping Black Rock City. While the map was in Chang Dalai's hands, Butler Wang continued to say that 30 years ago, they were attacked by bandits. While chasing them away, they acquired some valuables. They couldn't bring so many valuables with them, so the city lord hid those treasures in different locations. This map shows the locations of those valuables, added Butler Wang. Chang Dalai sat and opened the map, inquiring about the treasure locations on the map. Butler Wang replied that he didn't know. Looking at the map, Chang Dalai became perplexed because he did not know which Butler Wang was referring to. Butler Wang said that if anyone knew about it, the treasure would have already been dug out. Chang Dalai thought to himself that there were no words on the map indicating the specific position, only a depiction of a mountain and a river, so he wondered who would know where the treasure was. Chang Dalai said that the map seemed interesting, but Butler Wang still needed to prove his worth. Now that he thought about it, his clan was going through a crisis. If he resolved that crisis well, he would accept him into his Toad village. Butler Wang reflected in his mind that no one had ever warned him that being a bandit was so hard. He asked Chang Dalai what he wanted him to do. When Chang Dalai explained that they had stolen many horses, Zhu Shenji and Butler Wang were puzzled. Butler Wang verified that Chang Dalai was saying the horses were a burden. Then he proposed they sell them to the merchants in Fallen Leaf City or to other bandit clans. Chang Dalai was glad to hear that it was a good idea and asked Zhu Shenji if he had been listening, to which he replied that he had. Zhu Shenji sighed, wanting to suggest this brilliant plan, but Butler Wang had already mentioned it. He tapped Butler Wang on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up as Chang Dalai applauded him for his smart thinking. Chang Dalai thought of him as someone who could adapt quickly and keep up the good work. Butler Wang smiled and thanked Chang Dalai while contemplating why he was motivated by the remarks he had made. A few moments later, inside the wooden walls of the Flying Tiger village, surrounded by lush woods, there was a brown horse with an eye patch. Lauer was told that his horse had gone blind, that they couldn't use him in wars, but that he might be used for breeding, and that he shouldn't be sad because he would find him a good horse. Lauer was thrilled to hear that from his big brother, Gao Fei Hu, who was also the village master, and asked if he was going to give him his horse, to which he replied that he was only overthinking. Several knocks were heard on the gate as great news was proclaimed, surprising the bandits of the Flying Tiger village. Gao Fei Hu was asked if someone was attempting to invade their village, to which he answered and convinced them to go along with him to look into it. Many posters were hung on the trunks of the trees outside the Flying Tiger village. Chang Dalai was waiting in the bushes with Warrior Lin and asked him whether he was finished pasting, to which Warrior Lin ignored his questions and notified his village master that the bandits had come out. Warrior Lin added that he was done and asked about himself. Chang Dalai replied that he, too, was done and urged him to head over to the next village. Several flying tiger bandits went outside and saw the poster. One of them asked what was written on it. The intrigued bandits requested that their village master read it for them. The poster was an advertisement for horses for sale, selling them below market value, at a discount of 20% if customers brought the flyer. Gao Fei, who remained cool while reading the message, but he had the feeling that the terrible handwriting and weird sentences made his heart pump with excitement. A hand was yanking the poster from the tree, which perplexed Gao Fei who. He questioned Lao about what he was doing and why he was tearing it off. Lao smiled and gave Gao Fei a thumbs up as he explained to him that if he brought this paper along, he would get a discount. Kinnu Mountain's surroundings were filled with posters, and the dog head, wild boar, apricot blossom, bald head, and other bandits were mostly talking about it. Other bandits were reading the posters. More people were talking about it and decided to go and see what they were planning to do. Fast forward to Chang Dalai and some of his team standing outside Toad Village, where Zhu Shenji stated that he was skeptical that anyone would come, to which Chang Dalai replied that there was no need to rush. Chang Dalai confidently told him that the posters would take some time to attract people. Butler Wang thought to himself that he had just joined this arrogant person, that he always seemed to meet these kinds of people, and that he felt so unlucky, but he remained silent. Linger pointed them out and alerted their village master that they had arrived. A swarm of bandits on horseback was riding towards Toad Village. Chang Dalai ordered his team to move quickly, prepare their horses, and not make any mistakes. A horde of bandits stopped at the entrance to Toad Village, where Chang Dalai and Butler Wang stood, and a bandit demanded that they open the gate to their village because they were there to buy horses. Meanwhile, Kin Man was perched on the roof of its gate, preparing to draw an arrow, when Chang Dalai told him to hold his arrow, which he understood and agreed to. This irritated a sweaty Lao of the Flying Tiger Bandit, who inquired if they really wanted to sell horses. Gao Feihu, the village master of the Flying Tiger Village, told them not to be mad, as they came there sincerely to buy horses. They brought the food and demanded that they should be allowed to see the horses first. Chang Dalai told everyone to calm down as he ordered Butler Wang to tell them the rules. Butler Wang announced that they would be using the hidden auction method. Gao Feihu, on horseback, inquired about the hidden auction method. Butler Wang said that because he had asked, he had also inquired if they could see the curtain. On the curtain was the silhouette of a horse, which was guarded. Butler Wang went on to explain that every time they held an auction, they would put a horse behind the curtain, and everyone would bid on it, with the highest bidder winning the horse. The bandits objected to this auction system since they would be unable to see the horse's condition, such as whether the horse was blind or handicapped, or if they swapped the auctioned horse for another. At this moment, Chang Dalai became irritated, urged them to stop talking, and threatened them with eating his thunder, which scared the bandits. As a result, they remained silent and instructed Butler Wang to continue. Butler Wang reassured his fellow bandits that they did not do things like swapping the horse after they bid, and they could see movement behind the curtain, but they couldn't see what the horse looked like, and the horse they would get depended on their luck. He went on to say that they might only need a few sums to acquire an excellent horse, and because no one had any queries, he let the auction begin, with the first horse starting with a single bag of grain. The majority of the bandits remained silent and unwilling to take part. Zhu Shenji whispered to his village master what they should do because no one was bidding, to which Chang Dalai replied with concern that this could be a low-class horse. Suddenly, a lady yelled that she would be the first to bid. A group of armed lady bandits emerged, and one of them bid for 1 bag of beans. The male bandits were awestruck and praised her beauty. Zhu Shenji whispered to his village master and informed him that the lady bandit was from White Wolf from Apricot Blossom Village. As she was enraged, White Wolf drew her knife and yelled at them to stop looking, threatening them that she would dig out their eyeballs and feed them to the dogs. A bandit congratulated the Apricot village master on purchasing the horse at a low cost while thinking in his mind that she acquired a good horse for only a bag of beans. Butler Wang stated that the Apricot village had won the first horse and ordered Warrior Lin to take it out. A mighty and gorgeous white horse came out. The Flying Tiger Bandits' jaws dropped as they recognized the white horse they had intended to steal previously. Meanwhile, several of the bandits were already planning to steal this horse from her. This infuriated the village master of Apricot Blossom Village, who threatened anyone who tried to steal her horse that she would kill them if they made any move. She then took the poster from her chest and asked if she might use this discount letter. Chang Dalai assured her that she had nothing to worry about, as he had kept his word and instructed Butler Wang to return her 20 kilograms of beans. While she was about to ride her horse, White Wolf stepped on the stirrup, thanked him, and she sat atop the horse, flipping her long blue hair. White Wolf smiled as she told her sisters to go back. As they were leaving, Zhu Shenji observed that she looked cuter while riding the horse, and Chang Dalai smiled at her. Chang Dalai blushed as he gazed in awe at her beauty. The crowd of bandits was noisy and impatient, with some pressing to hurry up and start the auction for the next horse, demanding that they not waste their time, while others had misplaced their flyer and asked their colleague to return it. Chang Dalai had the impression that the auction was finally going well. He then asked Zhu Shenji if he could tell him more about this white wolf, to which Zhu Shenji agreed because he knew a lot about her. Before she became a bandit, her family was a martial arts family. She had learned martial arts ever since she was a child and specialized in handling swords. But when she was about to marry, her husband died, and she was instead married to a coffin. Everyone thought she had jinxed her husband, so she was looked down on and ridiculed by people. Then one night, when her grandpa climbed onto her bed and wanted to take advantage of her, she stabbed him and ran towards Apricot Blossom Village. Back at Toad Village, Chang Dalai blushed when he asked Zhu Shenji if the Apricot Blossom Bandits were all girls, to which he answered that all Apricot Blossom Bandits had similar stories like White Wolf. Most of them were widows before or abandoned by their families. Chang Dalai sighed, wondering why Zhu Shenji hadn't told him such important information, and added that they should befriend the Apricot Blossom Bandits in the future. Zhu Shenji said that other New Mountain Bandits wanted to join hands with the Apricot Blossom Bandits, but they believed that all men are trash, so he advised him to give up that idea. Chang Dalai and Zhu Shenji's attention was drawn to a commotion, and a bandit grumbled that this was not what he wanted and accused them of doing it on purpose. This bandit went on to declare that this bid should not be counted because they deliberately sold him a blind horse. Butler Wang said that he had already attempted to stop him, but he had won the bid and they do not accept refunds. Chang Dalai approached them and inquired about the situation, to which Butler Wang replied that he had already attempted to stop the bandit, but he kept raising the price for a blind horse. However, in Lauer's mind, he thought of them as greedy, while Butler Wang kept stopping him. He felt it was a good horse and that they planned to hide it and sell it for a higher price, so he kept raising the price. This flying tiger bandit called Chang Dalai a cunning person. He grabbed Butler Wang and complained that he had given a lot of food bags, but they had given him a blind horse in return. Then, he demanded that the bid not count. Chang Dalai responded that they had already agreed that the rules cannot be changed, so he calmly threatened to put a stop to the horse bidding. This enraged his fellow flying tiger bandits, as they did not want to stop the bidding, while others blamed the complaining bandit for being unlucky and displeased with his decision to retract his words. Gao Fei, who of Flying Tiger Village, ordered them to return the bags of food in order for them to head back. Lauer, the complaining bandit, accepted his fate and told him to take it, as his hand reached for his chest inside his clothes. He gave him his flyer and reminded him to give them a discount. Later on, Butler Wang announced to everyone to continue with the bidding. In the end, each horse was sold for at least 8 bags of food. A total of 76 horses were sold for 500 bags of food, a few pieces of equipment, weapons, and other items. 1 bag of grain means 100 kilograms, and 500 bags mean 50,000 kilograms of food. For them, it was a large amount. Toad Village had never had so much food before. Now, their storage vault was filled with wheat, soybeans, black beans, small grains, millet, and sorghum. Chang Dalai thought in his mind that, as expected, war was the easiest way to earn a profit. This amount was hard to earn from just farming. The sun was about to set when Chang Dalai suddenly remembered he still had a lottery draw chance left. Wang Xuan retreated, and he got a lottery draw reward chance. He would check his luck as he would draw it tonight. A bandit was in command of his horse. It was the Flying Tiger Bandits on their way back home. A bandit sighed as he struggled to control his horse. Gao Fei, who questioned his comrades why they couldn't just walk while pulling the horse, to which Lauer replied that they were a group of bandits with horses, and if they got off the horse, people would believe they were poor. They stopped temporarily to appreciate the rosy orange sunset, which inspired Lauer to write a poem. However, his village master told him to shut up with his education, as he did not want to be tortured by his noisy poem. Lauer asked if there was really a lighting spell in this world, to which the village master believed that there was, as he had seen it with his own eyes. While he added that they should ask their advisor to come back, he must have known more about this. A few villagers were lurking in the bushes on the cliff edge of the mountain when a son asked his dad if there was a god in this world. His dad replied, questioning why wouldn't there be when Lai Dog had 2 horses that were given by the gods. After Lai Dog returned from the Toad Village with 2 horses, rumors spread around the village that those horses were given to him by the gods. His son was growing impatient as they waited for so long there but had yet to see any god, to which his dad replied that they should wait a little more because these things are about sincerity. Suddenly, they heard a distant noise, which alerted the dad, who assumed in his mind that they had finally arrived. The dad leaped off a cliff and told his sons to follow up and see his performance. A few moments later, Gao Fei, who told Lauer not to be mad as he liked to head back and eat some food with wine. While Lao responded if they would try to sell these 2 horses, he inquired if anyone would buy them. Gao Fei who disagreed and told him that he doesn't think that anyone is as stupid as him. The villager dad rolled off the mountain while his sons were worried about him. The dad chanted for the mountain god to spare him repeatedly, which surprised the flying tiger bandit. Gao Fei who and his bandit stopped while he asked them who they were. The dad and his sons kneeled and referred to them as the mountain god and said there are poor people living below the mountain. They have wheat but couldn't harvest it and asked for a few horses. The sweaty Lauer was enraged by the villager's remarks. He got down from his horse and berated him, saying that he was scammed of so many bags of food, yet here he was asking for a horse, not just one but a few, which confused the villager dad. He then grabbed the villager dad and wanted to throw punches. He rhetorically asked who sent him to piss him off. The villager dad was on the ground, pleading with the mountain god to spare him as they were poor people and they did not have anything while his sons were behind him, scared for their dad. However, Gao Fei who recognized him as the rich noble Lai Zhuang of Lai village, and they had passed through their territory before, but he had many guards, which is why he hadn't robbed them before. Now, he had come by himself. This amazed Lauer, who responded that Lai Zhuang must have done some good deeds, and God took pity on them. He called it a blessing in disguise and ordered his comrade to tie them up and send someone to ask for ransom from their house. It was almost dark, and despite being partially obscured by clouds, the crescent moon was visible. Chang Dalai snapped his fingers and summoned the system goddess because it was time to draw the lottery. The system goddess excitedly exclaimed, "Here we go." Chang Dalai told the system goddess that he didn't ask for much. Just a bazooka, rocket launcher, tank, or helicopter would do, while the system goddess shook the lottery machine. However, it got stuck. The system goddess shook the lottery machine hard while Chang Dalai stood behind and remained silent. She got upset and said that she had only ignored the bug once, and now the lottery machine was teasing her. In her outrage, she kicked the lottery machine, and a draw ball came out of it. She was relieved that it finally came out, but it hit Chang Dalai on his head before falling to the ground. The draw ball opened, and Chang Dalai obtained the beginner defense drawing for the bandit. He thought to himself that this time the reward was completely different. That construction map was amazing. Last time, they had only 5 people and no one wanted to mess with them. Now, things were different. They already had 50,000 kilograms of food and were richer, and everyone would be eager to rob them. But he was only a small bandit. If they encountered a disaster, he wondered what would happen to them. Time was running out. In the morning, on the cliffside of Stone Mountain, Chang Dalai asked Butler Wang, as he was more knowledgeable and well-informed, where he thought they could recruit people from. Chang Dalai wanted to expand their manpower. Butler Wang replied that it might be hard. Chang Dalai asked why it would be difficult, and Butler Wang explained that the people of the empire could be divided into 4 classes. This piqued Chang Dalai's interest, and he asked Butler Wang to explain the classes in detail. Obviously, the first class is the empire's royal family. The Lai Shi family was established 120 years ago. They have a lot of honor and authority, and they do not have to work. They are worshipped by many. The second class is the aristocracy, which includes noble families, city lords, and rich merchants. The third class consists of the common people, including landlords, squires, and small merchants. Lastly, the fourth class comprises outcasts, villagers, wanderers, slaves, and such. Chang Dalai asked which class bandits belong to. Butler Wang explained that bandits do not have a class, which means they could be ranked in the lowest class. The empire does not recognize bandits as their people. They are considered even worse than wanderers, slaves, and beggars. Most bandits are normal people who had no other ways to survive. Some would seek death instead of becoming a bandit. If a family had a bandit, it is considered a disgrace to their ancestors. Chang Dalai was surprised to learn that the existence of bandits was worse than trash. He then told Butler Wang that he had prepared a plan to build a wall around the village to reinforce the original defense facilities. Butler Wang responded that it sounded good but they lacked manpower. With a scroll of paper in his hand, Chang Dalai responded that he would find a way to solve it. He then handed the scroll of paper to Butler Wang, explaining that this was the defense system he designed. When Butler Wang opened it, he was amazed by his village master and asked if he had made this. Despite the fact that the system gave it to him, Chang Dalai believed it counted as something he made up, which he confirmed to Butler Wang. Butler Wang knelt and thanked his village master for his skill, promising to do his best to support him. Chang Dalai continued to say that regarding the matter of manpower, he would think of a way. If they couldn't find any, they could just recruit people from other bandit groups. Butler Wang replied to his village master that this could be a problem because they might act as spies to gather information about them. Chang Dalai replied that if that method didn't work, they would still have some dynamite left. Chang Dalai ordered him to go back and prepare things with the military strategists. He needed to take a look at the village landscape. At the brink of the cliffside, Chang Dalai thought to himself that this cliff was quite high. He stayed there until the skies turned rosy orange, with the sun about to set. Chang Dalai thought to himself that from here, he could clearly see the coordinates and layout of the Toad village, which was in a complete mess. He thought the previous bandit leader didn't plan anything properly. He just randomly constructed the village, and he might have to destroy and rebuild it. The system goddess emerged and alerted that the exploration of the Toad village was completed. As a reward, the Toad village landscape was imprinted into his brain. Chang Dalai closed his eyes and thought to himself that this meant that next time, all he needed to do was explore any place, and he could get a map out of it. He then opened his eyes and thought that was very useful information. Gao Fei, who was roasting meat as he sat by the bonfire at the Flying Tiger Bandits village. Suddenly, he was surprised as he heard several knocks and heard the proclamation of great news, repeatedly. Gao Fei, who thought to himself upon hearing that sound again that he had a bad feeling about it. However, Lauer grinned in excitement as he urged him to go outside. A lot of posters were plastered on the tree trunk again, and his fellow bandits asked their village master to quickly read what was written on the flyer this time. Lauer volunteered to read it for them. It was another advertisement from the Toad village, recruiting people and enticing them with noodles and pancakes. This flyer made Gao Fei visibly upset, while Lauer was pleased while reading. The idea of riding the coolest horse and enjoying beautiful girls sounded amazing. Gao Fei became enraged and called Chang Dalai a bastard, saying he had never seen such a shameless person. Gao Fei went on to say that he was so shameless that he was trying to recruit people from other villages, and he couldn't stand it any longer. He ordered his comrade to bring his sword, and he was going to question him while Lauer was salivating for noodles and a pancake. Lauer told him to calm down. They sat near the bonfire when Gao Fei asked how he could calm down when they were trying to bully them, to which Lauer replied that they needed to wait a little bit longer for their military advisor to come back. He offered him a bottle and told him to drink some wine to cool down. Gao Fei drank the wine right away. While the bandits of the Flying Tiger were talking about going to Toad Village to test their luck, as they were drooling over noodles and pancakes, and wondered if they would have weapons if they went. Lauer told Gao Fei that he had an idea and asked if he wanted to hear it. He went on to say that since they wanted to recruit people from their village, they could send their brothers over to eat their food and drinks. Lauer clenched his fist when he said that they would find the right opportunity to strike and occupy Toad Village. Gao Fei was stunned by his comrade's remarks, while Lauer inquired if he liked his plan. However, Gao Fei responded no. He was surprised as he did not expect that he would know about the word opportunity, which left Lauer dumbfounded. A man was narrating his experience at Toad Village. His name was Zhu Xiao Shu, a minion of Flying Tiger Village, and his parents were bandits, so he was born as a bandit. Actually, his life as a bandit was not that great. People assumed that bandits ate meat and drank wine all the time. But it had been more than a year since Zhu Xiao Shu last ate a meal. These 2 years had been terrible, with no harvest and barren farms. When there was no grain to eat, poor people were forced to search for wild vegetables around the mountains. Today, he went to Toad Village with the second master of Flying Tiger Village, thinking they would join them. Lauer, the second master, said this was a scheme, but he didn't know any further details, so he would just tag along. Many bandits from other villages also came, but Butler Wang was blocking everyone from entering. He was saying that they needed to register first. Everyone else was standing in a queue, but the second master wanted to cut the queue and was blocked. He thought the second master was quite stupid. Since he was illiterate, he couldn't understand what was written on the paper. He was only attempting to replicate what the person in front of him did, but he was ashamed since he couldn't draw a circle properly. So, someone handed him a saw and told him to work by himself. The second master had no objections either. He was given the task to cut wood while the second master was assigned to move the timber. At noon, a pretty girl came by and told them that if they worked hard, they would get to eat dumplings in the afternoon. Dumplings were luxury foods they only eat during the new year. He still remembered that last year, after he ate a single bowl of dumplings, he couldn't bring himself to eat wild vegetables or bread for a few days. At lunch, they had dumplings. The dumplings had white shiny skin, and there was meat and wild vegetables inside. He ate 3 bowls, and he never imagined that one day he could eat dumplings until he was full, while he could still remember being scolded last year just for eating an extra dumpling during the new year. At night, Toad Village gave them 5 kilograms of food. After returning to their village, they told everyone about today's event. Everyone was suspicious at first and didn't believe what they said. He even heard someone say that the village master was so selfish when the second master requested that the village master send all of them to Toad Village. Now that they had made a fuss, he might not be able to go to Toad Village tomorrow. He pondered if such a good thing could happen to him every day. So just in case they did not allow him to go, he would sneak out by himself. One day's work at Toad Village was worth 5 kilograms of food. If he worked for a few more days, he would not have to worry about food during the winter. His parents had not eaten noodles and buns for more than a year. This year was bad because it hadn't rained in a long time. But he shouldn't think too much because he needed sleep first. A few moments later, inside Flying Tiger Village, the second master told Gao Feihu that the food they cooked was very delicious and that they also used just the right amount of salt. He laughed when he told him that he had secretly stolen some of their salt and they would never discover what he did. Gao Feihu was eating when the second master told him that he had sent him there to find out about Chang Dalai's thunder spell, and inquired whether he had found anything yet. The second master said that Chang Dalai had not even shown up today. Gao Feihu told him that when he went there the next day, he should bring more people with him so that they could find out all about his tricks. The second master enthusiastically agreed, saying he would go there tomorrow since he really wanted to eat more of their food, and begged him to come along because each meal had noodles. Gao Feihu cursed him to fuck off. The next day, at least 1,000 more guests arrived. Butler Wang, as expected, had excellent management skills. Some people were tasked with using stones to build walls, digging up earth, and smithing bricks. The whole village was filled with energetic people. Miss Su, on the other hand, was deafeningly quiet. She was sitting next to Chang Dalai and inquired why he wasn't going outside, to which he replied that he wanted his presence to be more mysterious. The rumors spread that Chang Dalai was increasing his cultivation and learning thunder spells. If he went outside too much and people saw that he, too, needed to use the toilet like them, all of their admiration for him would collapse. She then asked him why he was staying in her room. He replied because she was pretty. Miss Su stayed silent. Chang Dalai continued to torment her, telling her that he thought she was the most beautiful woman on the mountain, and Miss Su called him a liar. The bandits continued to work with the logs and stones. When someone pointed out that Kin Man was lifting a 340 kilograms weight, and was impressed by his strength, Kin Man, who was sweating profusely, modestly replied that he was not that amazing. Others asked Kin Man to demonstrate his strength just once. Suddenly, Kin Man lifted a stone mill while he said that he would try it out. This shocked the bandits because the stone mill weighed at least 450 kilograms, and they warned him not to overwork himself. Kin Man held up the stone mill with both of his hands, amazing several bandits with his monstrous strength, while others speculated that his strength must be more than 500 kilograms. Then Kin Man put down the stone mill. He humbly replied that he was nothing because he was not the strongest person there, and that his village master had twice his strength. Chang Dalai was watching them through a window and decided it was time for him to make his appearance. Miss Su stood by and watched him leave. She then peeked out of her window when the bandits recognized Chang Dalai and requested that he demonstrate his strength. Kin Man requested that his village master spar with him, but Chang Dalai told him that he did not have time for that and advised him to return to work. Tin Man, apparently unhappy, questioned his village master if he was looking down on him. He charged straight at Chang Dalai, who stayed calm. His fists were ready to strike, but Chang Dalai blocked him with his hand. Kin Man's hand trembled from the block, and he struggled to hold it. Chang Dalai instructed him to get lost as he let go of his hand, and Kin Man flew through the woods. He approached Kin Man, who was lying on the ground, and inquired if he was well, to which he replied that he was fine and thanked him for being gentle with him. Chang Dalai offered his assistance and warned him not to be impulsive the next time since he would get hurt if he used more than 60% of his strength. The bandits' jaws dropped in surprise. They wondered how strong he would be if he used 100%. Butler Wang ordered everyone to start working and those of them who were stronger to come over while he pointed his hand in a direction. He told them that they needed to smash a massive rock and dig out its materials to build walls. The bandits were talking about the boulder weighing more than 1,000 kilograms, speculating who could smash it and suggesting that Butler Wang should try it himself. Another bandit suggested the Toad Village master do it since he has monstrous strength and could easily break it. Butler Wang inquired of his village master if he would be bothered to smash a boulder, to which Chang Dalai replied that he should not come and ask him to do such small tasks. He also gestured for them to back up while stretching both of his hands. Chang Dalai gestured with his hand to call lightning. An explosive burst occurred on the ground, resulting in a loud noise and debris flying everywhere. The bandits were startled and used their hands to block the debris. Chang Dalai continued to gesture with his hands and told them once again not to bother him with small matters like this. He looked at them and questioned rhetorically what they were waiting for before telling them to get to work. The bandits instantly began working and stated that they were on it. Chang Dalai walked away while Butler Wang wished him a nice day. A few moments later, inside a house, Miss Su asked him what had happened to him, to which he complained that his back hurts. 10 days later, the construction project was completed, and the entire Toad Village was given a new look. It has now been divided into several areas. The outermost area is the defensive zone, surrounded by stones and mountains. There is also a watchtower near the wall. As long as the enemies are in clear sight, the person on the watchtower can spot them and quickly alert the whole village. Behind the defensive area is the preparation zone. If the invaders somehow break through the outer walls, this area will be used to slow them down. It includes a working area, a horse stable, a blacksmith's smithy, a hospital, and many other necessary facilities. A public toilet has also been built near the horse stable, as artificial fertilizers are also important. Next is the residential area, consisting of living quarters, houses, kitchens, a water well, a weapons depot, and a granary. All the trees outside have been chopped down, and there are traps set on the seemingly flat ground, designed by Kin Man. These traps include horse pits, lassos, and a specific trap for catching wild boars. Butler Wang reported to Chang Dalai that they had given away almost all of their food. They were left with 100 kilograms of food, but they don't have to worry because their village doesn't have that many people. Chang Dalai instructed Butler Wang to go back and arrange food expenses and accommodations for other people because they were going to start storing food and preparing to recruit more people. Butler Wang smiled and agreed. Someone informed Chang Dalai with a laugh that the construction of the village had been completed and the system was rewarding him with 1 acre of chili plants and the evolution of systematic animals. Chang Dalai complained that 1 acre of chili was a bit too little. The system goddess appeared taller and bigger. Chang Dalai told her that she looked different. She laughed as she explained that every time there was a big change in the village, she would also upgrade herself. Then she raised her hand and told him to move forward bravely and become the Bandit King. A pop-up box appeared with a list of missions to be achieved. The first mission was to change Miss Sue's impression of him using a non-violent approach for an unknown prize. The second was to recruit 100 people for Toad Village for an unknown reward. And the third was to complete 10 robberies for an unknown reward. Meanwhile, Gao Fei Hu of the Flying Tiger Bandits sat at a wooden table with a cup in his hand, being told that if he were present at the scene, he would be stunned. The second master went on to add that when Chang Dalai used some thunder technique, he roared, and a massive boulder exploded. They were all terrified. Gao Fei Hu inquired of his advisor, who stood next to the second master, about his thoughts on this. He explained that he picked this rock from the canyon where the explosion occurred, and the mark was caused by dynamite. He further explained that there was no such thing as a thunder technique and that he got tricked. The system goddess emerged with a pop-out box of information for Yu Ran, a good military advisor at the age of 42, whose skills are knowledgeable and experienced traveler. Gao Fei Hu was confused about dynamite. He then further explained that it was similar to firecrackers, but its power was more devastating, and dynamite is rare even in the outside world, so there was no way the people of Kin New Mountain knew about it. Gao Fei Hu clarified that he meant they had been fooled by the Toad Village, to which he replied in affirmation. In addition, the second master inquired whether there were any thunder techniques, to which he replied that there were none. This infuriated Gao Fei Hu since they had been fooled and had rashly declared an invasion of the Toad Village. However, military advisor Yu Ran recommended that there was no need to rush, and that the Toad Village could be dealt with later, to which Gao Fei Hu responded that he wanted to vent his anger on them. He then replied that sooner or later he would get his chance, but they had something important to do right now, and the Toad Village could wait. Fast forward, Chang Dalai was thinking in his mind that he had 3 missions, that recruiting would be difficult, and that the third assignment could be completed by Kin Man and Warrior Lin. Then he was only left with 1 mission, changing Miss Su Ying's impression of him using non-violent methods. This was stage 2 of robbing a girl to become a bandit's woman, and if he fulfilled these types of connected missions, he would receive a large reward. Chang Dalai came to the conclusion that if he wanted to win her heart, he needed to be a smooth talker. He laughed and ran, expressing that he had not joined so many dating sites for nothing, and now it was time to put his knowledge to good use. This confused the system goddess. A few moments later, he called for Miss Su. She looked back at him when Chang Dalai nonchalantly added, "I love you" to her. Miss Su walked away, leaving him stunned. Chang Dalai thought her response was supposed to be different because, in his mind, Miss Su would blush when he told her, "I like you." However, determined Chang Dalai decided to proceed with Plan B since Plan A had failed. So, he would follow her around and discreetly tell her things like where he had seen this beautiful woman before, but Miss Su would ignore him. Chang Dalai would refer to her as his sweetheart and ask her where she was going, but she would ignore him. Chang Dalai proceeded nonchalantly, telling her that he just wanted one thing from the world, to love her and think about her every day. Miss Su had nothing to reply. Chang Dalai even left some notes in Miss Su's room. She would open these notes with love-related words, many of which made no sense. Miss Su was becoming irritated by the few notes she opened, but she remained silent. Chang Dalai continued to bombard her with lines about love, such as love is passionate and love is blind. He told her that there was no better promise he could make, that he would be the best she could ever find. Miss Su was frequently startled by these statements. Chang Dalai persisted in telling her to keep him in her heart rather than her head because the mind forgets, but the heart always remembers that he loves her. He referred to himself as her honey. Finally, Miss Su handed Chang Dalai his checks, which surprised him. Miss Su inquired whether he was sick. Chang Dalai was left speechless with disappointment. Chang Dalai looks depressed when suddenly Shenji calls him. Shenji informs Chang Dalai that Linger has been poisoned, to which Chang Dalai reacts with shock and asks to be taken to see her immediately. When they arrive, Chang Dalai sees Xiao Ling lying in pain, and he calls out to her. Xiao Ling responds weakly, saying she might die soon. Chang Dalai asks what happened and why she was poisoned. Shenji explains that Xiao Ling was picking mushrooms at the back of the mountain and ate a red fruit, which caused her mouth to swell, burn, and sweat profusely. Shenji laments his daughter's love of eating things and promises to find a way to cure her. Chang Dalai asks what kind of poisonous fruit Xiao Ling ate, and Shenji shows him the fruit, to which Chang Dalai is surprised that it was a chili. Shenji asked if Chang Dalai knows about the poisonous fruit. He then explains that chili is a vegetable and a spice, not a poisonous fruit. Chang Dalai then tells him that it was a bit spicy for Linger, and that she was shocked as she ate it the first time but will be fine once she drinks water. Chang Dalai remembers that chili has been known since the Kang dynasty and wonders how they didn't recognize it. He wants to confirm it and asks Su Ying about it. In the subsequent scene, Chang Dalai turns and shows the chili to Su Ying and asks her about it. Su Ying questionably replies that it's some kind of fruit. Chang Dalai then asks Su Ying about the taste and wonders if he could potentially make a lot of money by selling it. Su Ying, not having tried it before, expresses curiosity. Chang Dalai proposes that she tastes it, considering her opinion. Meanwhile, Chang Dalai reflects on the fact that even Su Ying doesn't recognize the chili, indicating that it doesn't exist in this era. He recalls that chili took time to become known worldwide, and he obtained it early thanks to a system's reward, considering it a luxurious object with a strong association with wealth. As Su Ying tastes the chili and finds it spicy, Chang Dalai shifts the conversation, remarking that it has been many days since Su Ying was kidnapped and wondering if nobody is coming to redeem her because she's not wanted. Su Ying's reaction shows irritation and surprise at Chang Dalai's comment. Chang Dalai assures Su Ying that even if the whole world were to betray her, he would not, declaring that he would betray the whole world just to be with her. Chang Dalai then smiles widely. Soon after, Xiao Yu arrives and announces that he has finished hunting. Chang Dalai inquires if Xiao Yu caught anything worthwhile, and Xiao Yu replies that he only caught a rabbit and a girl who claims to be a maid from the Su family. A child interjects, accusing Chang Dalai of eating their miss. Chang Dalai expresses surprise that such a young girl would come to King Niu Mountain. Su Ying recognizes the girl as Xiao Yi and calls out to her. Xiao Yi expresses relief that Su Ying is still alive and mentions that she was worried she might have been eaten by them. Su Ying reassures Xiao Yi that she has done well, then Xiao Yi asks if Chang Dalai humiliated her, to which Su Ying confirms that she's fine. Meanwhile, Chang Dalai senses that the Su family may be facing some problems, so he decides to call San Yuan and Xiao Yu to understand the situation better. As Xiao Yu goes out hunting, he initially plans to rob someone, but he is surprised when only a small girl approaches him. She introduces herself as Xiao Yi, Su Ying's maid, and reveals that she specifically came to King Niu Mountain to find Su Ying. Despite the potential danger, Xiao Yi shows no fear and is determined to locate Su Ying at all costs. Initially, Xiao Yu intends to send Xiao Yi back to Fallen Leaf City, but when she learns that Xiao Yu is from Toad Village, she insists on accompanying him and coming along with him. Upon hearing the story, both Chang Dalai and Sen Yuan express disbelief. They ponder why she didn't scream for help if she encountered other bandits and speculate if it's because Xiao Yu is handsome, jokingly considering his attractiveness as a reason for her trust. Chang Dalai shifts the conversation and asks San Yuan how much ransom they should ask from the Su family. San Yuan hesitates, explaining that the situation within the Su family is chaotic. Chang Dalai questions him about it, and San Yuan reveals that the boss of the 4 sea merchants, Su Sihai, has no sons but multiple daughters, and Su Ying is the most talented and suitable for inheriting the business. However, the problem lies in the fact that Su Ying's mother passed away, and now the stepmother has control over the business. The stepmother desires her own daughter to inherit the business and harbors a strong dislike for Su Ying. San Yuan thinks that they might have hoped for Su Ying to be dead at the hands of Chang Dalai. Suddenly, Su Ying interrupts, expressing her intention to leave and find a way to gather the ransom. Chang Dalai questions her decision, but Su Ying remains silent. Chang Dalai realizes that San Yuan had previously mentioned that people with even a little bit of fortune would not choose to become bandits. What's more, Su Ying is the daughter of the rich merchant. On the next day, Chang Dalai sits down and writes a letter. He speaks aloud as he writes about the ransom for Su Ying's life because he can consume humans. On that occasion, Su Ying reads the letter, which requests 500 grains, clothes, rice paper, salt, wine, and books. She then sighs and comments that he was not asking for much and promises to send him double the requested items once she solves her problems at home. After that moment, Chang Dalai informs Su Ying that Xiao Yu and San Yuan will accompany them safely to the Fallen Leaf City since the city is about 70 to 80 miles away. Chang Dalai then gives Su Ying some chili and suggests that she use it to earn profits since he heard that her family owns a restaurant, which Su Ying agrees to. At that time, Chang Dalai thinks that he has tried his best to impress her but has failed to touch her heart, wondering if her heart is made of stone. He then instructs them to prepare as it is getting late. Chang Dalai crosses paths with Su Ying and recites a poetic saying, "Flowers bloom on the street but return slowly." Su Ying then stops Chang Dalai and decides to have a conversation with him, to which Chang Dalai asks if there's something she wants to talk about. She expresses her thoughts, saying that Chang Dalai had said many nice things and did things to make her happy, leading her to believe that she might fall in love with him. However, she suspects that everything he said and did was fake. Chang Dalai looks guilty as he doesn't respond. Su Ying continued, stating that he cannot expect to receive genuine love when he only offered fake feelings. She emphasized that whether he is sincere to her or not is not important, and the same goes for her sincerity toward him. Chang Dalai asked her if there's anything she wanted. She replied that before they bid farewell, she simply wanted him to be honest and tell her a genuine feeling. Chang Dalai pondered what a real feeling would be, considering the feelings he had when he first saw her. He then leaned in and whispered something in her ear. Chang Dalai said to Su Ying that when he first saw her, he got hard and started to trail off. Su Ying, not understanding what he meant, asks him to clarify. Chang Dalai is shocked and embarrassed by what he said and is unsure how to respond. Su Ying sees Chang Dalai blushing and asks again what he meant. He stays silent, making her sulky and doesn't care anymore and tells him that she will ask someone else about it. Chang Dalai gets frantic and asks her not to tell anyone but eventually tells Su Ying that he will tell her once they meet again. Later, in that moment, Chang Dalai thinks that Su Ying is only 17 years old and likely has a mindset that kissing could lead to pregnancy. He considers her young and innocent, lacking knowledge about such matters. He realizes that he has said and done many things that may seem foolish or laughable. He wonders if Su Ying's heart is like an abyss. He even questions if he has been deceiving himself. Amidst his thoughts, the system alerts the completion of the second stage of robbing a wife with a reward of a heavy crossbow. However, other notes indicate that the conditions were unmet, preventing the triggering of Phase 3 of the mission. As the sun sets inside the carriage, Xiao Yi expresses her shock, mentioning that she didn't expect Chang Dalai to let them go. She then senses that something is bothering Su Ying, so Xiao Yi asks if she has something on her mind. Su Ying asks Xiao Yi what it means when a man says he is hard, but Xiao Yi is skeptical about the word in question. Upon arriving in Fallen Leaf City at night, Su Ying questions whether Chang Dalai's heart is hardened. After bidding farewell to Su Ying, Chang Dalai gathered himself and found the heavy crossbow from the reward, which he planned to use for defense. Tin Man asked where the crossbow came from, prompting Chang Dalai to suggest placing it on the watchtower. Afterwards, Chang Dalai decided to nurture and grow chili. He remembered his past experience in cultivating plants and believed it shouldn't be too challenging. He thought about the process of drying the chili and extracting the seeds. He also planned to fertilize the soil, dig small holes, plant the seeds, and cover them with soil. During that moment, Shenji interrupted the thought process and suggested going down the mountain to rob someone. But Chang Dalai dismissed the idea and accused Shenji of not wanting to help with the chili cultivation. Meanwhile, below King New Mountain, when White Wolf approached Chang Dalai, questioning why he had come down to rob someone in the hot weather, Chang Dalai replied and claimed to be a professional bandit. He then asked why she had to come to this location in the hot weather, implying that she was looking for him. In response, White Wolf mentioned receiving information about a promising opportunity, and wondered if Chang Dalai would be interested in cooperating with them. Chang Dalai suggested discussing the matter back in the village. White Wolf noticed the chili plants and mistook them for fruits. Chang Dalai clarified that they were chilies and offered some to White Wolf for cultivation. But White Wolf didn't reply to it. Later, Chang Dalai offered her a cup while apologizing, as he could only serve her well water. He then asked about the upcoming opportunity she was talking about. White Wolf revealed that a batch of birthday gifts would be transported through King New Mountain in a month. She then proposed that Chang Dalai and her group team up to rob those gifts. Chang Dalai questioned if the gifts were from Zuban Chuan, to which White Wolf confirmed, a sly smile crossing her lips. White Wolf explained that Zuban Chuan, who had occupied the city, needed to pacify the local forces and secure support from the city lord of Yuzhou to stabilize his position. White Wolf suggested that the number of gifts would be large and they would use the specified route. She proposed an alliance, highlighting their combined strength and the potential to become rich. Chang Dalai hesitates, stating that he cannot kill innocent people due to his godly spell, fearing punishment from the heavens. White Wolf expresses disappointment in Chang Dalai's indecisiveness and withdraws the offer of cooperation. Chang Dalai contemplates wanting to participate but not wanting to risk any losses. Before White Wolf departs, Chang Dalai offers her some chili plants, suggesting she grows them. Once the chilies are fully grown, she can exchange them with the village for food. White Wolf insists that Chang Dalai keeps the chilies for himself. Later that night, a bandit from the Zhu family approached Toad Village looking for Chang Dalai, requesting to borrow some seeds for farming and promising to return them twice the number of what they borrowed. Chang Dalai thinks that the Zhu bandit family has a small number of members, mostly elderly and children, and they lack both manpower for farming and seeds. Chang Dalai asks him if they cultivate chili, to which the man questions about it. Chang Dalai suggests that they cultivate chili and offers them some seeds to take back and grow. He then explains that chili is a valuable product and can be exchanged for other food items such as wheat, grain, soybeans, and chestnuts. He directs the bandit to San Yuan to obtain the chili seeds. Chang Dalai thinks, expressing his concern that even the mountain bandits, who don't pay taxes, face a shortage of food, indicating a potential famine. After a few days, Xiao Yu and San Yuan return from Fallen Leaf City, bringing back pigs, chickens, cloth, salt, paper, grain, and a pen. Meanwhile, 50 to 60 bandits are scouting the area around 50 kilometers away from King New Mountain, preparing to ambush the guards. The news of the gifts spreads quickly throughout the mountain, and everyone becomes eager to snatch them. While Chang Dalai focuses on raising chickens, growing vegetables, and occasionally robbing people, Chang Dalai, Xiao Yu, and Qin Man take turns being on duty, and after 10 days, they have completed almost half of their tasks. Even when they encounter small merchants, they only take insignificant items like buttons in return. Sometimes they even show them the way out of Qin New Mountain. He really can't lay his hands on innocent people. Xiao Yu expresses his perspective that their actions may not truly be considered as robbery. Chang Dalai responds that he can't rob the man because he's poor. However, he states that someday they will find a fat sheep to rob. In another place on Qin New Mountain, a woman asks the man to slow down and wait for her. She states that they should go back to Yuzhou City. The man responds by stating that traveling provides real-life experiences that cannot be found in books. He mentions that if he had stayed in Zhu City, he wouldn't have witnessed the beautiful scenes he is currently encountering. The woman questions what kind of nice scenes could be found in this seemingly poor place and expresses concern about the dangers of the area, including the presence of mountain bandits. The man brushes off the concern, saying he would cut down any bandits. Suddenly, Chang Dalai bursts out from the nearby bushes, blocking their path, causing the woman and the man to be startled. The man shouts bandit in alarm, and Chang Dalai calls them to stand in the middle. He thought that the woman is a eunuch. The man takes action and reassures the woman not to be afraid, declaring that he is there with her. However, the man contemplates how he will compete with his sword against a big axe. He remains silent for a moment before stating that they surrender. The woman is taken aback by the man's decision to surrender and expresses her surprise, as well as Chang Dalai's confused face. At that time, the man introduces the woman as his sister and attempts to negotiate, offering to leave her behind if it satisfies Chang Dalai, and allows him to leave. The woman becomes flustered and exclaims, "How could my brother sell me?" The man attempts to justify his actions, assures the woman that he has a bright future ahead, and promises to always remember her sacrifice. The woman is upset. She scolds him, calling him a bastard, and expressing her disbelief that he would consider selling her. Chang interrupts their argument, asking for their names. The woman reveals her name is Lai Wan-er, and the man is Lai Xingzai. He also asks about their professions. Xingzai responds hesitantly, stating that he is a scholar. In his thoughts, Chang Dalai expresses disappointment, considering scholars to be poor people. Chang Dalai then asks why the scholar is there, to which Xingzai confirms that his dream is to travel the world and write many poems. He realized that Xingzai aspires to explore various places. He sarcastically remarks on their current situation, revealing that they have been kidnapped, showing that Xingzai and Wan-er maintain a poker face. Later, back at the Toad Village, Wan-er recognizes their location as the rumored Toad Village and asks Chang Dalai if it is true. Curious, Chang Dalai questions her statement, wondering what led her to believe it was the Toad Village. Xingzai explains that they were the ones who, with just 5 men, fended off an army of 1,000, causing the soldiers from Black Rock City to flee in fear, even abandoning their armor and weapons. Chang Dalai is taken aback and wonders if he has become famous. Wan-er has heard rumors about their group that eats humans and drinks their blood. She asks him if they kidnapped them to be their food. Chang Dalai finds the rumor ridiculous and points to himself, asking them if his face looks like that of a cannibal, to which Wan agrees. He then shifts the conversation, setting the rules straight, and informs them that as long as they stay peaceful, he won't harm or imprison them. However, he warns them that King New Mountain is filled with bandits, and if they believe they can leave this place alive, then they should be his guests. Wanner questions why they are being kept there. Her face turns red as she foretells something without finishing her sentence. Chang Dalai then explains that since they are scholars with knowledge, they are to write down everything they know. Once they finish writing, he promises to escort them out of King New Mountain safely. He instructs Shenji to prepare ink and arrange a separate room for the captives. Later, in the captives' room, Wanner is curious about Xing Zai's decision to surrender and mentions how even their sword mastery teacher praised his skills. Xing Zai responds to the question with another question to Wanner. Xing Zai tells her that he finds the bandit village interesting. Wanner is confused about how that place could be interesting. Xing Zai explains that the bandits kidnapping people for knowledge is intriguing. He finds it amazing. Pointing towards his sister, he instructs her to prepare the ink while declaring that as a poet, he will write a poem. Somewhere in Toad Village, Chang Dalai asks about the news, and San Yuan informs him that the escorting team will reach King New Mountain within the next 10 days. Based on the information they gathered, they will be sending a person named Lu Heng to escort the gift. Chang Dalai expresses curiosity about Lu Heng and asks for more details about him. Lu Heng is around 30 years old. He is an orphan and uses a big stick as his main weapon. Adopted and taken care of since he has no parents or relatives. San Yuan adds that Lu Heng is loyal and quite strong. Chang Dalai points out the obvious that if Lu Heng is strong, the other bandits wouldn't plan to rob him. San Yuan agrees and suggests that they might resort to ambush, poison, or traps instead of engaging in direct confrontation. He then asks Chang Dalai if they should interfere. Chang Dalai contemplates the situation and mentions that they only have a few people. The scene then shifts to King New Mountain, where an atmosphere of restlessness can be felt throughout. Inside the Toad Village, Xing Zai banged on the door of Wanner's room, calling her name excitedly. He told her that he had something to show her and urged her to get up. Wanner, slightly annoyed by his behavior, asked him if he had stolen the servant girl's clothes again, implying that he had a habit of doing such things. Xing Zai denied it and asked her to stop talking about the past. He then insisted that they go out so he could show her something. While they were walking and talking in the Toad Village, Wanner was curious and questioned Xing Zai about the outdoor bathing. Xing Zai clarified that it was not about bathing, but rather about what was in the pool. He explained that the spring water came down from the mountain into a basin covered with straw to keep out insects and dust. The basin also contained gravel and charcoal. Wanner was slightly confused and asked about the purpose of using charcoal in the water, to which Xing Zai confirmed that charcoal could indeed be used to purify the water from vermin. Wanner asked about the possibility of bugs in the water, and Xing Zai admitted that he didn't fully understand the details but had taken the trouble to create such a pool because it was useful. A minute later, somewhere in the Toad Village, Wanner questioned why Xing Zai was leading her to the hut, asking if it didn't stink. Xing Zai urged her to go inside and have a look, but Wanner refused, saying she didn't want to. Xing Zai didn't persuade her and stated that if she didn't go in, he would tell her about it. Xing Zai proceeded to explain that there was a large hole beneath the hut that connected to the stable for horses and pigs. He mentioned that there were beetles that could fly into humans' bodies and make them sick. He also mentioned the potential to dig out fertile fields. Wanner questioned the purpose of it all, and Xing Zai admitted that he wasn't entirely sure but believed they were useful. He mentioned that the more you explored the world, the more you would learn, and then asked Wanner if she thought the village was simple. Wanner responded by pointing out that there were only 6 people in total, implying that their resources and capabilities might be limited. Xing Zai agrees but counters by mentioning the owner of the mountain stronghold and hinting at their big plans. Wanner then asks Xing Zai to stop staring at the thatched cottage in a suggestive manner and accuses him of being a pervert. She starts to say something more, but Xing Zai shushes her, urging her not to say it. After that moment, in the evening, Chang Dalai visits Xing Zai and asks him how things are going. Xing Zai replies that he has been writing everything he saw and heard in Jingzhou. Xing Zai asks him why he was asking about the writings, to which Chang Dalai simply responds with writing books. Xing Zai questionably asks about it, and Chang Dalai responds, acknowledging Xing Zai as a poet while emphasizing his own aspiration to write a masterpiece that will be passed down through generations. He comments that if he doesn't look like a writer, both Xing Zai and Wanner express neutrality at the remark. Chang Dalai shifts the topic, asking about Xing Zai's poetry to see the poems he has written. Xing Zai proudly mentions that he has written a few songs that even the established masters are impressed by. Chang Dalai gets intrigued and snatches the paper from Xing Zai's hands, proceeding to read the poems. After reading them, Chang Dalai expresses a condescending opinion, suggesting that they can barely be called poetry and expressing his concern about the poetic talent in the empire. Wan'er, wanting to defend Xing Zai, interjects, stating that Xing Zai's poems are famous throughout Jingzhou. Chang Dalai suggests that they open their eyes and see what real poetry is. He then writes something and makes a comment, saying that if his writing spreads around in public, he'll be afraid that the talents in the entire empire would be too afraid to pick up a pen. Xing Zai smiles and responds with a sarcastic remark about Chang Dalai's confident tone, while Wan'er thinks that Chang Dalai is too boastful. After Chang Dalai finishes writing, he abruptly declares that it's getting late and advises them to rest. He then walks to the door but stops by Xing Zai, questioning why he's only writing one sentence. Chang Dalai explains that one sentence is enough, jokingly claiming that he might scare them to death if he wrote the whole poem. Xing Zai adds that he doesn't know about the talents in the world, but after reading the sentence, he wouldn't be able to write anything in his life again. The following day, in the morning, Shenji informs Chang Dalai that Zhu's village has been destroyed. Chang Dalai demands to see the place. Upon arriving at Zhu village, Chang Dalai is filled with shock and indignation as he witnesses the place engulfed in flames and scattered with lifeless bodies. It is revealed that over 30 people, including the elderly, weak, women, and children, were annihilated, and the village was full of children and old people, and everyone was killed without mercy. The group of bandits expresses shock and wonders who could be responsible for this heinous act, as they had a peaceful relationship with the people of King New Mountain. Another person states that the attack was carried out by someone from outside. White Wolf interjects, finds the note hanging on a sword, and speculates if it's a blood-stained message left by the mastermind. The bandits are curious about the contents of the notice. White Wolf reads the letter, which reveals that in 3 days, someone will cross over from King New Mountain. The person demands that the people of King New Mountain surrender one by one and gather at the mountain's foot, or else the entire mountain will be slaughtered. The letter is signed by Lu Heng, who is associated with Blackstone City. In Chang Dalai's thoughts, he realizes that this act was intended to serve as an example to others. He comments that the lives of mountain bandits are deemed cheaper than a dog's. At Flying Tiger Village, Lauer approaches Gao and informs him that he has added 2 more posts to the back of the mountain. Lauer suggests that their people take turns on duty tonight. Gao responds by telling everyone to take weapons whenever there's any trouble, reminding them of the importance of being smart. He then turns to their strategist and asks if there are any oversights in their current arrangement. The strategist reassures them that there should be no mistake in the arrangement, as long as they can survive the next 3 days. Once they pass through the mountain, everything is going to be alright. Gao then reflects on his original plan to rob birthday gifts and let his brothers live through the winter, but he was caught off guard by Lu Heng's cruelty. He asks Lauer for news about Chang Dalai, but Lauer tells him not to mention him, insulting him by saying that Chang Dalai was scared to urinate directly and fell ill upon returning to his village. Gao comments that Chang Dalai is too young and hasn't seen such a tragedy before. He reflects on Lu Heng's cruelty and expresses fear about their current situation. Meanwhile, at Toad Village, Wan'er talks about Lu Heng, noting that he even killed children and acknowledges Lu Heng's exceptional skill at what he does. Xing Zai responds that killing people is not something to be taken lightly. Wan'er suggests to Xing Zai that they should find an opportunity to leave the current place, as it is no longer safe. Xing Zai agrees and proposes that they leave quietly without disturbing anyone. However, their conversation is interrupted by Chang Dalai, who casually opens their room and tells them that they are still chatting this late at night. Wan'er then questions Chang Dalai why he has come to their room, considering that he is rumored to be ill. She wonders if Chang Dalai overheard their previous conversation. Chang Dalai downplays his illness, mentioning that it's only a minor ailment, and expresses his desire to talk with them. Xing Zai asks Chang Dalai what they will be discussing today. Chang Dalai asks about the history of the empire. As Lai Xing Zai continues to share his knowledge, Chang Dalai finally gets a vague impression of the world. He realizes that this world is similar to his previous world, where Pangu opened the sky and Nuwa created humans. The 5 emperors ruled the world, and after that, the Xia, Shang, Zhu, and Spring and Autumn dynasties were in chaos. During the Chu and Han dynasties, they fought for supremacy. The Han dynasty established a country for 400 years. However, towards the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, the world was again thrown into chaos, and Kongzhuo was in turmoil. At this time, where history deviates from Chang Dalai's previous world, there is the name of Cao Cao, but he was caught and killed when he stabbed Dong Zhuo. Thus, he didn't make a big splash in history. Furthermore, there is also no subsequent 3 kingdoms hegemony. Instead, the separation of the 19 states led to the competition in the world. Afterward, history was in a mess with the 19 countries in constant strife. They were fighting every now and then. After a lot of chaos, Dawu founded this empire, and it continues until now. Chang Dalai was deep in thought as he considered that none of the generals from the 3 kingdoms was in history. Names like Marquis of Wu, Zhuge, Liu, and Zhang did not make an appearance in history. Interrupting Chang Dalai's thoughts, Xing Zai mentioned that Lai Manzi ruled the Dawu Empire with an iron fist until now. On the other hand, Wanner pondered that she's tired from lifting the scroll. Xing Zai continued, narrating how the empire had faced invasions from the Ring tribe about 100 years ago. The most recent significant battle had occurred 30 years ago. Despite successfully driving out the Ring tribe, the empire had faced ongoing conflicts and skirmishes with them over the years. Wanner highlights the empire's spending a lot of funds on the border garrisons in just a year but still being defeated many times. She questions Xing Zai about the year of battle against the Ring tribe, wondering why they haven't won. In response, Xing Zai criticized the generals of the border army, referring to them as a group of drunkards who only knew how to scrape by and manage military affairs. This caused Chang Dalai to question Xing Zai's anger. Xing Zai expressed his frustration by mentioning the numerous skirmishes between the Ring tribe and the empire over the past few years, all resulting in defeats for the empire. He also pointed out the existence of false reports of military achievements. He further explained that hundreds of people from the empire had died while managing to kill only around 50 enemy troops, indicating that the frontier army was in a mess. Xing Zai turned to Chang Dalai and asked for his opinion on how the empire could win the war against the Ring tribe. Chang Dalai, feeling uncertain, claimed his ignorance, stating that he was merely a mountain thief. This response elicited a confused reaction from Wanner. Xing Zai continued, sharing some knowledge he had acquired from an old man who said that the world's armies can be classified into 3 classes. The lowest class of soldiers fights solely for survival and prioritizes their own lives. When faced with a stronger enemy, they tend to flee. The second class consists of soldiers who fight for certain interests. Their morale soars when they win battles but plunges into panic upon defeat. Xing Zai stated that the first class fights for honor and is proud to die in battle. These individuals form the backbone of an elite class. Chang Dalai questioned Xing Zai about the source of the information he had shared. Xing Zai revealed that an old man had told him about it. Chang Dalai remained silent, seemingly contemplative. Chang Dalai was skeptical and asked if he was certain that the old man was not deceiving him, causing both Xing Zai and Wanner to look at him with a poker face. Xing Zai pondered that the person who had conveyed this information was the current marshal of the empire. Xing Zai then asked for Chang Dalai's opinion, to which he responded that an army fighting for honor is not necessarily the strongest. He explained that an army driven by faith is even stronger, as they share a common belief and are unafraid to die for their faith. Moreover, he claimed that when thousands of such people are in an army, it would be nearly invincible. Xing Zai questioned the existence of such an army, and Chang Dalai confirmed their presence, but added that an army fueled by faith is also not the strongest. He asserted that the strongest army was one fighting for survival. Wanner raised concerns that if everyone fights for their own survival, the entire army would be filled with deserters. Chang Dalai explained that running away might not guarantee survival. He used the example of the battles between the Ring tribe and the empire to highlight his point. He asked why the Ring tribe could win many battles while the empire lost every time. Xing Zai asked Chang Dalai's opinion on the matter, to which Chang Dalai humbly admitted not having much knowledge but offered a vague guess. He asked if they had ever considered why the Ring tribe invaded the empire. Wanner chimed in, describing the Ring tribe as old enemies of the empire, engaging in continuous warfare for centuries. She characterized them as cruel and uneducated robbers. Chang Dalai countered this view, stating that the empire viewed the Ring tribe as demons who had nothing to do but constantly fight with the empire whenever they were well fed. However, he proposed a different perspective. Chang Dalai pointed out that the Ring tribe suffered from a lack of food and that they resided in the grasslands, relying on breeding animals. Their lives were more challenging than those of the imperial people. He explained that wines can devastate grasslands, turning them into deserts and causing the death of livestock, making it unlivable due to the risk of natural disasters. In contrast, Chang Dalai described the neighboring land as a vibrant empire, brimming with abundant food and women. To him, even if they died fighting the empire, it was preferable to the death awaiting them on the grasslands. Despite this, every member of their army is determined to sacrifice their lives for even the slightest chance to conquer the empire, and the reason the Ring tribe army fights with such effectiveness is to survive. Xing Zai began by recounting the events that took place 30 years ago when the Ring tribe invaded the empire. He mentioned that during that time, a severe drought affected not only the Ring grassland but also several parts of the empire. Over the years, when the Ring tribe faced good harvests, there would be unrest on their side. However, when their harvests were poor, the scale of Ring tribe invasions would be larger. Chang Dalai questioned their mindset. The Ring tribe believed in the certainty of death, whereas the empire's inhabitants considered retreating to the hinterlands if they couldn't defend the frontier. He pointed out that for the Ring tribe, not fighting meant starvation, whereas the empire's side still had the option to escape for survival. He also mentioned the internal conflicts within the military court, questioning how the empire could remain invincible in such battles. Interrupting their discussion, Xing Zai addressed Chang Dalai with a smile, suggesting that he should return to Jingzhou with him, causing Chang Dalai to become confused and ask why he had to return with him. Xing Zai complimented Chang Dalai's sharp mind and expressed his belief that Chang Dalai deserved a better future, suggesting that returning to Jingzhou would offer a great future. Chang Dalai thinks that he has fooled Xing Zai and that he doesn't have to take any matters whether he's wrong or right. He then looks at Lai Xing Zai, who seems to be serious. Chang Dalai acknowledges his sincerity as Lai Xing Zai seeks his opinion on important military and civilian matters, leading to a lengthy discussion about improving the empire's current position. Chang Dalai ponders that he doesn't want to tutor Lai Xing Zai all day. He awkwardly responds to Xing Zai, stating that he was just flattering him. However, Xing Zai insists that Chang Dalai possesses great knowledge and could easily obtain a prominent position in the empire. Chang Dalai dismisses this as flattery and questions why Lai Xing Zai is persistently bothering him. He makes it clear that he does not want to join the empire, emphasizing his point by putting down his cup and heading towards the door. But he stops and turns back to Xing Zai and makes a request. He notices the good sword that Xing Zai possesses and asks if he can have it. Xing Zai simply gazes at him from a distance, smiling in response. After that moment, in the evening, Linger approaches Chang Dalai and asks for his help in grinding chili. Chang Dalai agrees and says he will be there shortly. Meanwhile, Xing Zai is contemplating his sword. He speaks to himself, saying that Chang Dalai wants his sword. With a smile on his face, Xing Zai opens a small compartment of his sword. 3 days later, in King New Mountain, General Lu Heng and his soldiers receive a report from their scouts. The soldiers inform General Lu Heng that they have thoroughly explored King New Mountain and found no signs of ambushes. Furthermore, all the village masters are waiting for them at the entrance of their respective villages. General Lu Heng, however, requests them to double-check their findings. He wants to ensure there are no surprises waiting for them. In Flying Tiger Village, the largest bandit village in King New Mountain with a population of several hundred people, a bandit spots General Lu Heng's approaching forces and quickly informs the village master. Sounds of horse hooves approaching. Everyone in the bandit village has the same thought, survive the day and mask their emotions as if nothing had happened. The mountain bandits are aware that they are no match for the elite forces of Black Rock City. Gao looked up at General Lu Heng riding on his horse with a sinister smile on his face. General Lu Heng recognized Gao Feihu and questioned his defiant attitude, noticing the sword in Gao's hand. Lu Heng warned Gao to throw away the sword and kneel within 10 breaths, threatening to break the stronghold door and slaughter everyone inside. General Lu Heng pressed his weapon against Gao's shoulder, forcing him to kneel. Gao's frustration was evident as he gritted his teeth, but he remained silent. The other bandits called out to Gao, addressing him as their big brother. Gao eventually spoke up, claiming that he was there to accompany General Lu Heng across the mountain. General Lu Heng, seemingly satisfied with Gao's response, allowed him to join their group with a smile. Afterward, in Pearl Blossom Village, the place shifts to the sound of horses' hooves again. White Wolf approached General Lu Heng, bowing before him, and declared her intention to accompany him across the mountain. General Lu Heng told her to raise her head and commented on her beauty and figure, acknowledging her well-deserved reputation. White Wolf, however, maintained a straight face in response to his remarks. General Lu Heng let out a sinister laugh, pointing his weapon towards the forehead of the White Wolf. He acknowledged that the rumors he had heard were indeed true. His weapon slowly approached the chest of the White Wolf, remarking on its size with a sense of awe, while the White Wolf grinned, baring her teeth in grief. The White Wolf's face expressed anxiety as she remained silent. In the same place, the White Wolf's people called out to her, referring to her as the Big Boss. General Lu Heng, having thoughts, urged her to burst out in anger and break free, hoping to have a chance to defeat the renowned Gorse. However, the White Wolf, composed, calmly requested General Lu Heng to cross the mountain. General Lu Heng was taken aback and burst into laughter. He belittled the situation, labeling it as nothing more than encountering a mountain bandit. He called upon their lanceman to raise his spear in response to his command. The soldier obeyed and raised his spear with the two heads hanging in it. The lives of mountain bandits are as cheap as street dogs. They belong to the lowest class of the empire and have no value. In the eyes of the nobles, mountain bandits are not even considered humans. They are just like dogs and cats on the streets. The White Wolf and Gao's reaction was one of despair and shock at the same time. Gao, having thoughts, recognizes the heads of the leaders from the Zhu village. While looking back at the place in Zhu village that got ruined, the fate of bandits without the power to defend themselves, even the common people living in cities don't have any mercy for bandits. As General Lu Heng's group passed by the grave of the bandits they had killed from Zhu village, they considered the act of killing bandits akin to cleaning up the filth from the streets, treating them as lowly as colonies of ants. Right when they got to the Toad village, General Lu Heng, seemingly frustrated, questions why nobody has come out to greet him. Impatiently, he declares that if the village gate does not open within the next 5 breaths, they will forcefully break the gate. After a minute of waiting, he suggests breaking in and killing everyone inside. Outside the Toad Village, Gao wonders about Chang Dalai's intentions. He believes that Chang Dalai's previous victory against Black Rock City may have gone to his head. The gate of the Toad Village suddenly opened, and Chang Dalai came out, riding a horse and carrying his weapon. On the other hand, Gao believes it would be better for Chang Dalai not to make things worse and hopes that he allows Lu Heng to pass through as if nothing has happened. Meanwhile, after Chang Dalai emerged from the Toad Village, he suddenly sneezed due to his flu. General Lu Heng swiftly commanded Chang Dalai to throw away his weapon. Chang Dalai remained silent for a moment before finally speaking up, proclaiming that it was a robbery. Outside the Toad Village, Gao wondered if Chang Dalai had not seen the River of Blood in Zhu Village. He also noted that there were several hundred soldiers in Lu Heng's elite troops. Gao wondered why Chang Dalai mentioned robbery. General Lu Heng then ordered Chang Dalai to get off his horse and kneel under his horse. Within 5 breaths, he would be forgiven. Chang Dalai reacted swiftly, shouting arrow as he raised his weapon. Linger followed by sounding the drum, and Qin Man tightened the big crossbow before releasing it. Suddenly, a swift, large arrow hurtled towards General Lu Heng's group of soldiers, hitting some of them. General Lu Heng ordered the cavalry to scatter while ordering the infantry to defend the carriages. However, even the soldiers with shields still got pierced by the arrows. Amidst the chaos, the soldiers were pierced with the massive arrow, causing chaos and confusion among them. Some called for backup, while others sought refuge behind the carriages. General Lu Heng blocked some of the arrows with his 3-stick throwing technique and pondered if they had run out of arrows before giving the command to advance. The soldiers marched fiercely towards the Toad Village. Chang Dalai told Qin Man that he wanted General Lu Heng's head, and Qin Man promised to get it for him. Qin Man charged into the enemy cavalry alone, creating a hole in their formation, and his only goal was Lu Heng. Furthermore, the soldiers who survived fell into the horse pit traps, triggering a hidden arrow trap that pierced all of them. Only the members of the Toad Village were aware of these traps outside the Toad Village, so Qin Man took the safe path while the other paths were filled with traps. The distance of 400 steps between the Toad Village has now become the longest path of their lives. Chang Dalai announced that he had a magical spell and yelled from the sky. Gao, who was just an audience, stated that Chang Dalai was summoning thunder again. In the hiding spot in the Toad Village, Linger then beat the drum again, while Shenji and Sen Yun released sacks from above. The sacks suddenly exploded, creating a red fog and splattering the soldiers with dust that made them run and cough. While White Wolf and Gao observed it, White Wolf asked what it was, and Gao replied that it was a red chili bomb. Despite the chaos, the soldiers continue to charge toward the village. Chang Dalai calls Xiao Yu to join him in battle, while Qin Man engages in a one-on-one battle with General Lu Heng. He swings his spear at Lu Heng, but Lu Heng immediately blocks it. Qin Man then attacks Lu Heng again, causing Lu Heng to drop down from his horse. A soldier starts yelling that General Lu Heng has been killed. After Lu Heng falls off the horse, his men think he is dead, and their will to fight is shattered. Chang Dalai eagerly declares his intent to kill Lu Heng, while General Lu Heng challenges them to come at him. Chang Dalai strikes him with his weapon, and General Lu Heng manages to block the attack. However, the force of Chang Dalai's strike pushes General Lu Heng back. General Lu Heng, with a frustrated face, calls for his soldiers to back him up, but Chang Dalai taunts him, saying that he doesn't have any soldiers left. This statement leaves General Lu Heng stunned and speechless. In his thoughts, General Lu Heng feels humiliated by the fact that his team of elite soldiers was defeated by several people, and they had to retreat. He contemplates the dire situation he finds himself in and realizes that it might be a case of kill or be killed for him. Despite this, he fights until the end. Before he can act, Xiao Yu delivers a strike that causes General Lu Heng to fall again. Chang Dalai then addresses General Lu Heng, mocking him for underestimating the difficulty of invading the Toad Village. He taunts General Lu Heng's claims of power and superiority, stating that he likes to smash those who are stronger than him and kick their faces, sending them flying away. Chang Dalai taunts him to stop playing in the mud. He then points his axe at General Lu Heng's face while calling him a derogatory term and stating that he will spare his life this time. He instructs him to go back and deliver a message to Zhu Ba Chuan. Chang Dalai declares that Zhu Ban Chuan is free to choose any road he wants, but if he intends to cross Toad Village, he will have to face Chang Dalai. General Lu Heng questions Chang Dalai's lack of fear regarding the potential revenge from Black Rock City. Chang Dalai boldly responds by challenging them to come. Inside the Toad Village, Xing Zai and Wanner were observing the unfolding events. Xing Zai expressed his surprise at how Chang Dalai was able to defeat hundreds of elite troops with only 6 people. Wanner replied that General Lu Heng had underestimated his enemy and fallen into the traps of the Toad Village, leading to his downfall. Xing Zai recalled a sentence from a poem written by Chang Dalai and asked Wanner if she remembered it. Wanner mentioned that the sentence consisted of only 9 words. Xingzai speculated that if the poem were to spread throughout the empire, many talented writers might stop writing, expressing uncertainty about what would happen if the entire poem were to be written. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, Kinman, and Chang Dalai were shown smiling, and Chang Dalai smiled and raised his fist in celebration of their victory. On that day, all the bandits of King New Mountain witnessed Chang Dalai's men pulling carts filled with silver and jewelry back to their village. They pulled 10 carts, which were brought inside the village, leaving everyone in awe, and no one from other villages dared to rob them. It was a battle that showcased the strength of Toad Village. In the midst of this, San Yuan informed Chang Dalai that there were 10 carts of gifts, the exact contents of which were unknown, along with several horses. Chang Dalai instructed San Yuan to bring everything back to the village and also sent someone to bury the head of the village master in their village, to which San Yuan confirmed. At this point, Chang Dalai called upon the system, and it promptly responded. The system congratulated Chang Dalai for completing 10 robberies swiftly and remarked that the spoils obtained during these robberies would influence the system's growth. The system then proceeded to review the various items acquired, ranging from copper coins and a rabbit to sticks of wood and a button. It noted that Chang Dalai had also shown kindness by giving bags of grain and helping someone find their way out of the mountain, causing the system to question him if he was robbing or doing charity. However, the highlight came during the 10th robbery when Chang Dalai's men managed to secure 10 carts filled with gifts. The system snapped her fingers as the system notified that 10 robberies were completed and trigger conditions were reached. She stated that the new stage is the commander summoning stage, causing Chang Dalai to react, but got cut in by the system revealing that he could summon a commander when he accumulated 10,000 fear points. As Chang Dalai returned to reality, he pondered the usefulness of this new feature, realizing that he currently possessed 3,000 fear points and needed an additional 7,000 to reach the required total. The important question in his mind is how he could get the remaining fear points. As the sun sets, Chang Dalai contemplated conducting an experiment. He then called out to Shenji and playfully spanked his back, startling him. Shenji was irritated and questioned Chang Dalai's actions, to which Chang Dalai replied that it was merely a joke. Little did they know, this small interaction resulted in Chang Dalai gaining 1 fear point. Following this, San Yuan informed Chang Dalai that he had completed the inventory check. He revealed that 3 carts contained animal skins, 2 carts held bronze utensils, 2 carts carried exotic herbs, and 3 carts were filled with expensive fabric. Additionally, they had acquired some horses and weapons. However, San Yuan expressed concern about the shortage of food, especially with winter approaching. Chang Dalai suggested exchanging the acquired items for food, and San Yuan agreed, acknowledging the lack of alternatives. Chang Dalai mentioned that there was another option, but the strength of Toad Village is diminishing, making it difficult to find someone to exchange those gifts. San Yuan proposed the idea of conducting business with Miss Su's family. Chang Dalai expressed doubts as they were still awaiting the ransom promised by Su Ying's family, and there had been no resolution to their problems yet. They speculated that there might be trouble on Su Ying's side, and Chang Dalai decided that he would personally investigate the situation when he found the time. Chang Dalai pondered the absence of news about Su Ying and questioned the value of chili in Yuzhou City, contemplating whether Su Ying's stepmother had caused any trouble for her. The next day, Chang Dalai went to Xingzai's room and called his name but quickly realized that both Xingzai and Wanner had run away. He found a letter on the table and read its contents, which stated that Xingzai wrote a farewell letter to Chang Dalai, hoping that they would meet again someday. Chang Dalai had always desired a sword, envisioning himself holding one while standing by a river in a white robe, just like a cultivator, but he couldn't get a sword for some reason. In this era, swords held more value in rituals rather than practical combat. The technological advancements in forging had led to the creation of more powerful weapons than swords could be forged. So nowadays, whenever generals head to battle, they mostly choose long spears, bronze axes, or long swords. Most of the big heroes of the time also wielded large weapons. It doesn't matter if their weapon is sharp or not if it's heavy enough to hit several people at once. Swords, expensive and requiring meticulous maintenance, were considered a luxury item primarily used by scholars, famous individuals, and nobles in this era. In Chang Dalai's thoughts, he pondered Xingzai's social class, trying to determine which category Xingzai belonged to. On the official road from King New Mountain to Jingzhou City, Wanner called Xingzai to wait for her. She then questioned why he had left the sword for Chang Dalai. Xingzai smiled and replied that it was just a sword, and he had simply given it to him. Wanner, however, emphasized the significance of the sword, pointing out that it was a royal sword. Xingzai responded with a smile. In the Toad Village, where San Yuan informed Chang Dalai that there was someone standing outside the village who wished to meet him, Chang Dalai instructed San Yuan to lead the way. When they arrived at the watchtower, Chang Dalai was curious about the visitor and asked if San Yuan knew anything about him. San Yuan revealed that the man outside was named Lai Jia and he was the boss of the Wolf Gang, a local gang in Black Rock City consisting of 100 to 200 members. San Yuan expressed surprise since he had no direct contact with the Wolf Gang before, wondering why Lai Jia had come. Chang Dalai speculated that Zuban Chuan might have sent him to negotiate for birthday gifts. San Yuan could not believe it, pointing out that they had previously robbed them, questioning their cooperation with them, given their status as mountain bandits. Meanwhile, Lai Jia thought that they were discussing something among themselves. Chang Dalai reasoned that Lai Jia might not want to engage in a fight, as he didn't have much time for them. Chang Dalai stated that Lai Jia usurped his position as the new lord of Black Rock City and subdued rebel forces. With the approaching birthday party of the Yuzhu city lord, Chang Dalai asserted that it's best for Lai Jia to quickly redeem the gifts. San Yuan agreed with Chang Dalai's statement. However, Chang Dalai pondered why Lai Jia remained outside the village when they posed no threat to him. San Yuan shared a story about Lai Jia's pride, mentioning how once Han Huju wanted to see him, but Lai Jia remained silent for 2 hours until Han Huju spoke first. Chang Dalai, with his big smile, confessed his own pride and appreciation for proud people. When San Yuan asked Chang Dalai if he should come down to offer Lai Jia an invitation inside, Chang Dalai refused, suggesting that Lai Jia should wait while he took a nap, noting that it was a fine day. Meanwhile, Lai Jia, still standing outside the village, was experiencing the heat and wondered why the backward people preferred to hide in the mountains, while the Wolf Gang conducted business in the city with nobles and dignitaries, considering themselves civilized compared to the mere bandits. A minute later, Lai Jia thought that Chang Dalai had become rude after defeating Lu Heng. Lai Jia cursed as he wondered why nobody had opened the door for him yet. He speculated whether the villagers were preparing a grand welcoming ceremony for him, considering their behavior impolite. He also wondered if he should mention to those lunatics some tales about the city to broaden their horizons. Lai Jia also mentioned that the city lord was currently angry, and the consequences could be serious, as they needed to hand over the birthday gifts. In return, the city lord would provide them with some money. As he stood outside, Lai Jia noticed mosquitoes and flies, causing an itchy feeling. 3 hours later, Lai Jia had been waiting outside the village, feeling frustrated and overwhelmed by the heat of the sun. He cursed silently and sweated too much. Finally, to get their attention, Lai Jia shouted, introducing himself as he wanted to see them. San Yuan, noticing Lai Jia's call out, asked Chang Dalai if he should invite Lai Jia inside. After Chang Dalai woke up from his afternoon nap and was in high spirits, he thought that Lai Jia would get a heat stroke and suggested letting Lai Jia in to discuss the price Zuban Chuan was willing to offer. San Yuan opened the gates, and Lai Jia was glad that the gate was finally opened. He greeted San Yuan, as they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and felt relief as he finally got saved. Inside the Toad Village, where Lai Jia and San Yuan were in the room, Lai Jia was surprised that San Yuan had left Black Rock City and was now working as a bandit. San Yuan clarified that he was no longer a housekeeper but the manager of the Toad Village. Lai Jia expressed his disappointment that he couldn't meet Chang Dalai. San Yuan explained that Chang Dalai was busy but offered to discuss any matters with Lai Jia on his behalf. Lai Jia then revealed that Zuban Chuan was willing to redeem the birthday gifts for 20,000 coins and that he would serve as the guarantor. He considered it a great kindness from Zuban Chuan. San Yuan acknowledged Zuban Chuan's high regard for them but disagreed with the amount, stating it wasn't the correct value for the gifts. Lai Jia reminded San Yuan that they had robbed the gifts from Lu Heng, implying they didn't belong to them. San Yuan retorted, highlighting their status as mountain bandits and claiming that what they robbed belonged to them. Lai Jia reacted with surprise and accused San Yuan of shamelessness. At that moment, Chang Dalai appeared from the doorsteps, wearing a black hooded cape and radiating a terrifying aura, adding an air of tension. Chang Dalai, with his intimidating presence, decided to take charge of the conversation. He made a bold statement, declaring that they wanted 100,000 coins for the gifts, and asked if Lai Jia agreed or not. Surprised by the amount, Lai Jia yelled in disbelief. In his thoughts, Lai Jia remarked on the terrifying tone of Chang Dalai's voice. Chang Dalai expressed his dislike for bargaining and implied that he wouldn't mind if Lai Jia refused to pay. He then walked out while dragging the body of Shenji, who cried out for help, adding tension to the situation. Thinking about the rumor he had heard about Chang Dalai's alleged cannibalistic habits, Lai Jia felt a sense of unease. In response, Lai Jia quickly agreed to Chang Dalai's demand. San Yuan confirmed the agreement, stating that Lai Jia needed to bring 100,000 ransom money, and in return, Toad Village would return the birthday gifts. However, Lai Jia expressed concern about arranging such a large sum of money at the same time. San Yuan reassured him, suggesting that he could pay in installments. Lai Jia was unfamiliar with the idea of installments, and San Yuan explained that instead of cash, Lai Jia could use salt, cloth, and grain as payment. He only needed to make a 30% down payment. Additionally, the village would charge a 20% interest on all carts passing through King New Mountain until the full cash amount of 100,000 was paid off. San Yun proposed signing a contract and then offering a duplicate agreement. After Lai Jia signs it, he can take it to Zhu Baochuan for his signature and seal. Once the down payment is made, Lai Jia will be able to take the birthday gifts with him. Lai Jia clarified if they could take back all the gifts once they made the 30% down payment of 30,000 coins. San Yun confirmed that Lai Jia was correct. Lai Jia then asked San Yun about the delivery of the money. San Yun assured him there was no need to hurry and suggested something. Inside another room, Shenji asked when they could go out. Chang Dalai responded, suggesting they wait until San Yun finished deceiving the leader of the wolf gang. Chang Dalai mentioned his upcoming trip to Yuzhu City and instructed Shenji to accompany him. Shenji made a playful remark, asking if Chang Dalai missed his wife since he was still young. Chang Dalai explained that there were two reasons why he was going to Yuzhu. One reason was his desire to see Su Ying, and the other reason was that he hadn't been to a city in a long time. On a calm sunny day in Flying Tiger Village, where Gao was fishing, he happily caught some fish, then proceeded to put them in his pot and let them dry so they would last for a while. Suddenly, Lauer interrupted his peaceful moment by shouting his name, which made Gao startle. As a result, the pot of fish that Gao was holding slipped into the water. Lauer, who was running towards Gao, informed him that the Toad Village had posted a notice again. While Gao was devastated, he just looked at the pot drowning. Gao turned his back to Lauer and looked frustrated, jokingly choking Lauer. Lauer was struggling as he begged for him to stop because he was already choking. Afterwards, Gao set Lauer free. Lauer, who was now lying on the ground, Gao then asked him what had been written on the notice. Lauer informed Gao that the notice stated they should take chili and plant it. It was also written that 1 kilogram of chili could be exchanged for 1 kilogram of grain, implying a yield per acre of more than 1,000. Lauer questioned if the information in the notice was reliable. Gao ridiculed the idea, stating that no one would be foolish enough to believe such nonsense. However, Lauer responded, claiming that even the little white wolf from Pearl Blossom Village and the bald head bandits had taken some seeds. Lauer added that he also had some seeds for half an acre and requested Gao to provide him with a place to plant the seeds. But Gao insisted that it was nonsense and stated that they were going to plant a crop of beans for the year. He told Lauer that there was no available free space for him. However, Lauer persisted and asked Gao once again to give him a piece of land. He proposed that he would try to grow chili there, and they could both check if the rumors were true. Gao eventually agreed and gave Lauer the free space in front of the hall where he could plant. 3 days later, in the Toad Village, San Yun called Chang Dalai, informing him that someone from Black Rock City had sent a person to deliver the down payment of the ransom. Chang Dalai instructed San Yun to make an inventory of 10,000 copper coins, salt, iron, and grain. Chang Dalai expressed his gratitude to General Lu Heng for his patronage, while General Lu Heng reluctantly bowed in response to Chang Dalai's politeness. The handover process went smoothly. After that, Lu Heng took the gifts directly to Yuzhu City, which showed the anxiety level of Zhu Baochuan. On a sunny morning, Chang Dalai dressed in fine clothes, carried a waist knife, and prepared a thin horse. Then he went to the city along with Zhu Shenji. Meanwhile, in the Su family, two individuals were talking. A person was discussing a man named Huang Yuanwao, who was 48 years old and had lost his wife last year without a son or daughter. The person suggested that if she married Su Ying to him, she would be his first wife. The other person expressed concern about Su Ying's age, noting that she was only 17 years old. However, the person dismissed the matter of Su Ying's age, highlighting that her fiancé's family had been ruined and she had been violated by the bandits. The person believed that it was good enough that Huang wanted to marry her. Zhaoyi, the maidservant of Su Ying, stood just outside the room, listening to their conversation. Her expression was sad, while the two individuals inside were simply laughing. In another place in the Su family, Su Ying was feeding the birds when suddenly, Zhaoyi hurriedly ran towards her, calling out for her attention. Zhaoyi informed Su Ying about the old lady's plan to marry her off to an old man with a white beard surnamed Huang. Su Ying calmly confirmed that she had heard about it. Zhaoyi showed frustration and questioned Su Ying about her decision to marry someone as old as her own grandfather. Su Ying sighed and calmly explained that it was still good enough for her to get married after everything that had happened. Furthermore, she emphasized that she would still be the first wife. However, Zhaoyi expressed concern and questioned if Su Ying's heart would truly be happy, causing Su Ying to fall silent for a moment before she confirmed that she was. At the gate of Yuzhu City, a group of villagers read the poster stating that Chang Dalai was a bandit who had been born in a toad village in King New Mountain and his nickname was Toad King. The villagers described Chang Dalai's physical appearance, mentioning his square mouth, wide face, and black beard under his jaw. They also highlighted his cruel and murderous nature, mentioning that a reward of 100 coins would be given to whoever arrested him. Meanwhile, Chang Dalai reacted nonchalantly upon hearing that his bounty had increased. Shenji remarked that the wanted poster didn't resemble Chang Dalai, questioning how they would be able to catch him. Chang Dalai smirked and made the decision to get inside the town. As they were going inside, the guards noticed Chang Dalai's demeanor and stopped him, commenting that he looked suspicious. Shenji quickly intervened, claiming that Chang Dalai intended to have a good time in the city and hoped they could accommodate him. Shenji handed a gold coin to the guards. The guards then asked their names and where they came from. Chang Dalai hesitated briefly, then introduced himself as Oba from a village near King Niu Mountain. He further stated that Shenji, whom he named Aoi and introduced as his uncle. Chang Dalai stated that they were visiting friends in the city. The guards found the surname Oba strange, but they let them enter anyway. One of the guards advised them that since they were from King Niu Mountain, they should be aware that bandits from there caused trouble for them from time to time. That's why they had to be on alert at all times. Inside the city, Chang Dalai commented on the prosperity of Yuju City, while Shenji suggested finding a place to eat first. At Four Ocean Building, where Chang Dalai and Shenji ate, Chang Dalai called Xiao who was the owner. Chang Dalai requested Xiao to bring him half a caddy of wine and 2 cattas of beef. However, Xiao politely replied, stating that they did not have beef. Furthermore, Xiao mentioned the presence of a liquor shop but questioned what Chang Dalai meant by wine. Shenji intervened and took charge, instructing Xiao to take care of the preparations. He asked to arrange a bedroom for them first. Furthermore, he mentioned that their horses were tied outside and instructed to move them to the backyard and ensure they were well fed. He also requested 2 pots of huangjiu, half a caddy of mutton, half a caddy of pork, and a fish soup to be brought. Finally, Shenji urged Xiao to complete these tasks quickly. Xiao accepted the requests and assured Shenji, addressing him as Sir, that they only needed a short time to wait. After some time, the food was served, and Xiao wished them an enjoyable stay, reassuring them that they could call him anytime if they needed something. Shenji handed him gold coins. However, he had a question for Xiao for a moment, asking about the other dishes they had served. Xiao responded politely and provided them with a list of the dishes they served, though none of the dishes were particularly noteworthy. Shenji, deep in thought, observed that although Xiao had introduced more than 10 dishes, the culinary techniques involved were limited to steaming and boiling. Barbecue was absent, and even frying was a rarity. It became obvious to Shenji that the primary objective behind these cooking methods was to save the use of oil and salt. Meanwhile, Chang Dalai thought about the limited items on the menu and recognized a potential business opportunity. He thought about trying different types of food, such as Manchu hot pot, street food, and even beach food. In the midst of thinking, Xiao seized the moment and mentioned that they had found a new kind of food item, but it was rare. However, the only problem was that customers were not buying it. Xiao then asked them if they would like to try it. Curiosity was piqued, and Shenji smiled and asked about the ingredients. Xiao responded, asking them if they had heard about chili. However, Chang Dalai expressed his uncertainty and lied that he had never heard of it. Xiao responded, clarifying that he didn't intend to play down their knowledge. But the truth was that even though they hadn't seen the food before, the taste was extremely fascinating. He mentioned that the Lord of Loi City, who, after eating it, had requested half a kilo of chili. But, unfortunately, their store had only 10 kilos in total. Chang Dalai smiled and asked politely about the source of the precious food item, to which Xiao credited his wife for purchasing it from an overseas traveling merchant, praising his wife for obtaining such a precious treasure. He bet that the food was the only one of its kind in the empire. Xiao then offered to prepare a dish infused with its unique flavors, but Chang Dalai declined, reassuring Xiao and mentioning that he had been on fire lately. He instructed him to bring the rest of the food first and assured him that he would catch up later. Xiao accepted the instruction and stated that he needed to rush now. After Xiao left, Shenji engaged in speculation about the restaurant, believing it to be connected to the Sehai business. However, he firmly believed that the wife of the Sehai business was definitely not Su Ying. Shenji suspected that the chili had been taken away by Su Ying. He wondered why it was being claimed that someone else had brought it. Chang Dalai asked Shenji why he hadn't brought others with him when he came to the city, but instead chose him. Shenji boastfully replied that it was only natural because of his cleverness and ability to provide advice on any issue. Chang Dalai was annoyed by Shenji's overconfidence. However, he reminded him that their purpose in the city was not to eat, drink, or play but for their missions. He couldn't help but worry as he pondered over Shenji's behavior. Chang Dalai reminded Shenji of the tasks, emphasizing the importance of assessing the situation of the Su family, who owed them a ransom. Additionally, they needed to explore the possibility of acquiring slaves to bring a few people back to their base. Chang Dalai asked Shenji's opinion on which mission he could undertake. Without hesitation, Shenji chose the more challenging task of spying on the Su family. Chang Dalai got pissed, cursed Shenji as he instructed him to go to the streets in the afternoon to observe where slave trading took place. Once he confirmed the number of slaves, he was to return immediately to their stronghold to get the money. Shenji, however, added a personal request, mentioning his intention to buy 2 flower clothes for Linger in the city. Chang Dalai granted Shenji's request and poured small chunks of silver into Shenji's hands. Chang Dalai declared that the accounts would be settled when the matter was done. He instructed Shenji to wait for him in the inn. After Shenji received the silver coins, he expressed his lack of understanding of the situation and mentioned that he might not return tonight. He reassured Chang Dalai not to worry. Chang Dalai just remained silent in response to Shenji's statement. After Shenji left, Chang Dalai called out to the waiter, who approached him and politely asked how he could assist him. Chang Dalai hesitated to say it and couldn't think of a word for a moment before the waiter concluded that Chang Dalai's behavior indicated he was looking for a brothel. In a state of shock, Chang Dalai shushed the waiter as he became flustered and asked about the best brothel in Laoai City. In response, the waiter proudly recommended the Huiyan building. Later that moment, in the Huiyan building, Chang Dalai thought that he had finally entered the second city, feeling a sense of excitement and determination not to waste the good time in life. Inside the brothel, a woman approached Chang Dalai and commented on his elegance and smoothness, which warmed her heart. Chang Dalai's face was delighted by the ambience, and he noticed the pleasant fragrance in the air. He realized that it was indeed a good place for fun with a lot of people, but before he could continue his words, Chang Dalai's face became serious as he noticed a familiar figure. He swiftly looked back and slowly approached the man. He placed his hands on Shenji's shoulders, calling him. When Shenji turned his back, he was shocked by the unexpected encounter with Chang Dalai. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward after they saw each other in such a place. Chang Dalai's face became flustered and he struggled to find the right words as he was caught off guard. As he was about to continue, Shenji interrupted him, who immediately admitted himself as a sinner and shouldn't have been present in that place right then. Chang Dalai took the chance when Shenji started to blame himself. He then expressed his disappointment and anger as he had trusted Shenji so much to go to such a place. He accused Shenji of using the village's money. Shenji's face turned miserable as he tried to explain that he had only passed by to have a look. However, Chang Dalai cut his explanation short and lied to him, stating that he had been following Shenji and found it hard to believe his excuse. Shenji again admitted that he was wrong and pleaded not to be told by Ling and he promised to leave as soon as possible. But Chang Dalai sternly replied that he was not unkind either. Chang Dalai delightedly expressed his suggestion that since they were already there, they would just take their time and look at them carefully, trying to examine how ugly they were. As the courtesans started performing instruments and dancing, while others were serving the men, a person started asking if they had heard about a courtesan being ordered again. He continued by saying that the person had made a fortune and been promoted, and also written an excellent poem, and the group of people then started laughing at it. In that era of information lag, rumors were the most important channel of communication. Shenji asked Chang Dalai if he wanted to call an escort with some wine. Chang Dalai calmly replied to him to get lost. A person asked if anyone had seen the notice posted at the city gate. Shenji and Chang Dalai were just listening to their conversation. A response came from another person, urging the man to cut the crap. That there was no one who didn't know about the Toad King, Lu Heng, renowned for his formidable character, and no one dared to make a move in front of him. A person hiccuped uncontrollably as he spoke, mentioning the reward of 150 taels for anyone who could bring the Toad King's head, stating that someone would never have to worry about food and drinks in his life. The courtesan then added to the discussion, saying that she had heard that the Toad King was 22 feet tall and carried a 300 catty axe. A man chimed in, arrogantly silencing them, as he stated that he had heard that the Toad King had learned magic from an immortal and knew 5 different thunder methods. He claimed that the Toad King possessed a 1,000-mile vision and a magnanimous hearing capacity, adding that he could hear people talking from miles away. While Chang Dalai became anxious after hearing the conversation. The other man with a silly smile observed their lively conversation and asked if anyone had seen the Toad King. One of the men asked Zhu if he had seen the Toad King. A man introduced as Zhu spoke, filled with enthusiasm, and shared his encounter that day when he was passing through the Toad Ridge. Suddenly, he heard a loud cry that caught his attention. To his astonishment, a man came down from the sky, and that man claimed himself as the Toad King. Zhu claimed that he had struggled for 30 rounds of fighting against him and he was unfortunate that he got distracted and lost in one move. The courtesans interjected, laughing, and expressed disbelief, comparing him with Liu Heng, who couldn't do anything against the Toad King, and questioning him if he was better than Liu Heng. The other courtesans defended Mr. Zhu's claim that the swordsmanship of Master Zhu's family was excellent, expressing their trust in his skills. Zhu became defensive, stating that he had lacked in his skills last time and had been defeated by the Toad King. He grew serious and vowed that he would wipe out the Toad King for Loi City with his swords in his hands for the justice he believed in. After Zhu made his statement, he heard a chuckle from behind. Zhu turned to Shenji, anger showing on his face, and asked why he had been laughing at him and if he hadn't believed what Zhu had said. Shenji's laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by a puzzled expression, triggered by Zhu's reaction and an unexpected hiccup. He just remained silent. Chang Dalai slightly elbowed Shenji, which made Shenji taken aback by it. Chang Dalai awkwardly smiled at Zhu, making it clear that not only Shenji believed in it but also he didn't believe in Zhu. He questioned Zhu if he had really met the Toad King. Zhu confidently confirmed that he had really met the Toad King and asked who they were for doubting him. Chang Dalai mannerly introduced himself as Oba, stating that people from Jianghu called him the Gentle Hatchet. The crowd of men started to mention Oba with curiosity. Chang Dalai pondered that he had felt awkward when the bunch of roughnecks called him by that name. When Zhu suddenly spoke, laughing, and stated that whoever Chang Dalai was, his interest was only for the lady, and asked Chang Dalai if he had also been attracted to the lady's name. Chang Dalai irritatedly replied that he had been interested with a questioning tone, asking what had been wrong with that. The crowd stared to tease Chang Dalai in the vicinity, commenting that he had seemed interested in seeing the lady as well. Some of them remarked on his appearance, suggesting he had been poor, and questioning where he had come from. Chang Dalai reacted with a sharp gaze toward them but didn't say anything in response. From the public gossip, Chang Dalai gradually inquired about the lady. Her surname had been Liu, her full name Liu Zhaihong. The Liu family had also been a big family in Loi City. She had been worthy of the name of the chief courtesan. Her father had worked in the army and had been responsible for protecting the harbor from the pirates, but it hadn't been easy to suppress the pirates all the time. Later, it had been found that he had made secret deals with pirates. In a range, the city master was beheaded by her father and she was enslaved. Liu Zhai, the prime daughter of the Liu family, was sold as an official slave. Chang Dalai went to the place with the intention of buying slaves. Describing Liu Zhai's situation further, Miss Liu would turn 28 years old that year. Although she had been reduced to a courtesan and had gone from an aristocrat to a fourth-class pariah, it was not that no one wished to see her. First of all, you needed a large sum of copper coins as the entry fee. Then, you had to write an interesting poem to amuse her. Only by doing this could you have a chance to enter Liu Zhai's boudoir. There was a curtain covering her. As for how to get Liu Zhai to step out of the curtain, one would offer her a glass of wine and say a few words. If one was successful in making Miss Liu happy, she would say that she was tired and would ask for one to come back the next day. After repeating this 3 to 4 times, it was up to fate whether one could finally see each other. Finally, if one wanted to go to bed together, one would have to come up with a lot of money. Even so, there was a steady stream of people who wanted to spend money on it. Moving on, Zhu asked the maidservant of Liu Zhai if the Miss Courtesan was available that day, while Chang Dalai asked a courtesan to bring him some ink. The courtesan agreed and addressed him as a young master. After a while, Shenji approached and questioned Chang Dalai about what he was doing, while the man keeping an eye on Chang Dalai commented that he was dreaming of meeting the lady. While Chang Dalai was making a poem, he heard a man from a distance complaining about something he had just read. The man cursed and claimed that the literary work was so bad that even children could do better. Chang Dalai just glanced and chose to ignore him. After Chang Dalai finished his writing, he asked for the maidservant as he placed the letter together with the small chunks of silver. Some men discussed the lady's potential choice for the day, noting that Zhu had been present for more than 10 days and questioning how much money he had spent. Another group of men mentioned that they had heard Zhu asking an expert to write a poem. But the lady was also known to be a poet herself. After a long period of anticipation, the men were excited as they anticipated the results, some eagerly discussing the imminent outcome. Suddenly, a maidservant came out from the room and bowed in a respectful manner and called Mr. Yu, who was Chang Dalai, informing him that the lady had invited him. This news surprised the group of men, leaving some stuttering and others in disbelief, their faces growing weary from the news. Chang Dalai smiled and playfully spanked Zhu's back and gestured a peace sign to him, while Zhu's face frowned as he was jealous. Zhu then talked about having been present for over 10 days in a row and mentioned a positive interaction he had with the lady yesterday. A man speculated that Chang Dalai's success might be attributed to the poem he had written. Zhu was confused and asked what poetry they were referring to, while the other men sympathized with him and told Zhu to stop shaking. Curious about their reaction, Zhu asked what had happened. The men noticed a piece of paper on his back and realized it was an image of a toad frog. the man exclaimed, stumbling over his words, that the image represented the Toad King. Some men expressed surprise and fear, asking themselves if the Toad King was there. Other men remarked that his warnings had been ignored, referring to his earlier discussions about the Toad King's abilities, such as 1,000-mile vision and listening. Zhu, with a gloomy face, read the note in the image, which stated it had been eye-catching and pleasing to the ears. As soon as Chang Dalai entered the room, he heard Liu Zhai reciting a poem and asked Chang Dalai if it was written by Mr. Wu. Chang Dalai politely requested her to address him by his name, emphasizing his easygoing nature, to which Liu Zhai called out his name, and Chang Dalai responded with a warm, friendly smile. As Chang Dalai waited and kept his silence in the room, he thought to himself that he should have taken a closer look at Liu, thinking how beautiful a 16-year-old girl was before she grew up. Liu Zhai gently reminded Chang Dalai that it was getting late, but he was lost in his thoughts. He thought that it wasn't early to enjoy bedtime and thought Liu Zhai's poetic lines might have meant she wanted to get out of there. Chang Dalai thought that it was a waste of money to be evicted like this. Liu Zhai asked Chang Dalai what he was going to do, and Chang Dalai slowly approached her curtain bed. As Chang Dalai was close enough to be able to open the curtain, Liu Zhai pleaded with Chang Dalai to behave himself as she noticed that the shadow of Chang Dalai was very close to the curtain. However, Chang Dalai ignored Liu Zhai's plea and still opened the curtain. Liu Zhai screamed in shock when Chang Dalai grabbed the curtain and looked at her. He wondered if the rumors had been exaggerated. He called Liu Zhai little lowly and she looked pretty good, but he needed to ask about her family first. Chang Dalai told her not to be afraid and that he wouldn't hurt her and urged her not to scream. But Liu Zhai found him creepy and pleaded with him to stay away and not touch her. Amidst her screams, a man who had been hiding in the room prepared to attack Chang Dalai. While Chang Dalai tried to calm the situation down by saying that there was no need for screaming and that he was a gentleman, a man suddenly jumped behind Chang Dalai. A loud force fell from Liu Zhai's bed, and the man pounded Chang Dalai on the bed with a knife pointing at his neck and sat on him so he couldn't move. The man asked Liu Zhai if he should kill Chang Dalai. Liu Zhai pleaded with him not to kill him. Chang Dalai just smirked and sarcastically stated that there was already a man in her room. With a stern expression etched across his face, the man introduced as Meng Ziyun threatened Chang Dalai, questioning the point of talking when he was going to die. Liu Zhai, who simply looked at them, remained silent. Ziyun suddenly yelled, "Die," as he went to stab Chen Dalai's head, but then Chen Dalai shouted, claiming that he could save Liu's family. Liu Zhai ordered Ziyun to stop, just in time when the tip of the knife touched Chang Dalai's neck. But Ziyun expressed his concern, stating that Chang Dalai knew that he was hiding there and couldn't let the news spread out. Liu Zhai pleaded with Ziyun to listen to Chang Dalai first before making any rash decisions. A few moments later, the tea was served on the table, and Liu Zhai was doubtful and demanded to know who Chang Dalai was and how he planned to save her family. Chang Dalai calmly replied with another question, asking about Ziyun's presence and questioning whether he could be trusted. Ziyun annoyingly began to speak, but before he could say anything, Liu Zhai interjected, explaining that Ziyun was the adopted son by her father and he treated her as his sister. She emphasized her trust in him and the protection he had provided, stating that she had been surviving these days and that he was the person she trusted the most. However, Chang Dalai, with his frowning face and suspicious thoughts, realized that during the daytime, there was a reward for another person besides him, and concluded that Ziyun was Meng Ziyun, adopted by Liu's father to learn martial arts and serve in the army. After the tragic incident that befell the Liu family, Ziyun too suffered a demotion to the status of a slave. It became apparent that after escaping from prison, he came directly out to find Liu Zhai. He suspected Ziyun's intentions and was afraid he was trying to turn his own sister into a woman he could love since he was already 25 years old and yet dreamed of a little girl. Chang Dalai insulted Ziyun as a shameless person. Liu Zhai, eager for answers, demanded to know Chang Dalai's identity. Chang Dalai responded with a seemingly unusual claim, stating that he was the Toad King from the Toad village of King New Mountains. Ziyun reacted, labeling him a mountain bandit he hated. Liu Zhai questioned, specifically asking if he was Chang Dalai. Ziyun aggressively warned him not to speak nonsense, as the Toad King could defeat Liu Heng in a single move, asked Chang Dalai how Liu Heng had been as useless as him, and threatened to behead him if he continued to lie. In an unexpected twist, Chang Dalai playfully smiled and took back what he had said, knowing he couldn't fool them. He admitted to being a mere commoner from Toad Ridge, revealing his surname as U and his names as Oba and Vader. When he mentioned the name Vader, it triggered a reaction from Ziyun, who realized a connection to his father. Chang Dalai smirked and confirmed, playfully responding to Ziyun's thoughts as he was his good son. In the midst of the unfolding events, Chang Dalai expressed his admiration for General Liu for his leadership. Although they had never met him, they had admired him for a long time. They had heard that General Liu had been falsely accused and had come to such an end. After hearing about the incident, their leader was very angry. Liu Zhai was glad that Chang Dalai, despite being a mountain bandit, knew that her father had been wrongly accused. She believed that justice prevailed in Chang Dalai's heart. Chang Dalai revealed that their leader, referred to as the Big Boss, had emphasized the importance of not letting any harm befall the descendants of General Liu. Consequently, Chang Dalai had been specifically sent to the city to gather information about the situation. He expressed his willingness to save the lives of the Liu family. Curious about Chang Dalai's plans, Liu Zhai asked him what he intended to do. Chang Dalai responded by stating that now he had gathered all the necessary information, he would return to the stronghold to gather the money. He planned to use the money to redeem other people and subsequently rescue Miss Liu. Liu was stunned for a moment before she could speak up, as she was surprised by the Toad King's kindness. Her voice was filled with hope and a mixture of determination. She cried as she mentioned that if Chang Dalai could save the lives of her family, she struggled to find the right words as she stuttered down and stopped talking. Chang Dalai was flustered in thoughts, taken aback by Liu Zhai's words. He wondered if she was willing to commit her body. Liu Zhai continued to speak and said that she would become the slave of Chang Dalai and would serve him forever in the next life. Chang Dalai's mind raced, trying to make sense of what Liu Zhai had just said. The thought of being born and living again in the next life terrified him. The group of courtesans gossiped about the rumors that were going around about the Toad King being nearby. Other courtesans expressed disbelief, and not all the courtesans were convinced. Some expressed skepticism of the claim, and some questioned if it was an old man. As the rumors continued to circulate, the group of men discussed Chang Dalai, wondering how long he had been inside. Some men questioned if he had succeeded in his first attempt, while Zhu just looked at Shenji, who seemed to be enjoying his drink. A maidservant then approached Shenji and interrupted his moment. She informed Shenji that the lady had called him for a meeting. Shenji's face was surprised when he learned that the lady had called him, and his face brightened up by the news. He commented that he hadn't expected Chang Dalai to be caring and how it was rare for someone to share their fruits of labor. Meanwhile, the group of men watched Shenji enter the room with jealousy. Zhu entertained the thought of making a joke about the lady having a fetish for 3 people. Later, when Shenji entered the room, he was greeted by the sword of Zai Yun, which made him frightened. He asked Chang Dalai what was going on. Chang Dalai, with crossed arms, responded by introducing Meng Ziyun as an underling of General Liu, and stated that Ziyun didn't trust him. So, he instructed Shenji to take Meng Ziyun to the stronghold and bring back money to rescue people. However, Shenji asked about Chang Dalai's own plans, and Chang Dalai replied that he had some other business in the city. He told Shenji that he knew how to contact him. Chang Dalai opened the window of Liu Zhai and told Liu Zhai that when she was rescued, she must keep her promise to become a slave. He then swiftly jumped through the window. In the middle of the night, at the Su family residence, Chang Dalai observed the grandeur of the Su family and thought to himself that it appeared too big. He pondered why a family with abundant land and few people would create so much trouble. With so many rooms in the mansion, he wondered how he would find the boudoir of Su Ying. Suddenly, 2 ladies walked by and talked about something that made Chang Dalai stop thinking. The lady began to talk, mocking someone and remarking that someone considered herself the young miss of the family. The other lady chimed in, telling that the old man of the family was critically ill, and now his wife held the final say in the family. Another lady expressed her disdain, stating that if Su Ying dared to act like a young miss in front of her again, she would show her ferocity. While Chang Dalai was hiding behind a large rock, he overheard the conversation between the ladies. He concluded that the 2 ladies must have just come from Su Ying's room. In another place, Su Ying sat amidst a swarm of fireflies on her front deck, tears streaming down her face, when she suddenly caught sight of a man perched atop the wall. Startled, she became nervous and questioned the presence of the man. Chang Dalai slipped from the top of the wall and accidentally fell aloud to the ground. Su Ying was surprised and still remained silent, observing him from the ground. Chang Dalai greeted her with a casual yo, while Su Ying's reaction was horror. She wondered why Chang Dalai was still moving. Due to this, it gave 88 fear points from the Chang Dalai mission. Su Ying, still unaware of Chang Dalai's identity due to the late hour, warned him not to come closer and slid back slightly, while Chang Dalai stood up and tapped off the dust from his garment. Chang Dalai, with a big smile, greeted Su Ying first, commented on the long night, and expressed surprise that he wasn't the only one unable to sleep, as Su Ying was also awake. Su Ying finally recognized him and thought whether he was still suffering from the shock. Both were silent for a moment when Chang Dalai presented a gift to Su Ying, saying it was for her and asked if she would like it. Su Ying then smelled it and said that it was a woman's odor, asking him if Chang Dalai somehow met a woman. Chang Dalai started to sweat and didn't know what to say, but he found a reason that he had bought it, especially for her, and the seller was a little girl. Su Ying was suspicious and responded, accusing Chang Dalai of being a liar. Chang Dalai explained that it was a cologne and he had bought it for her, insisting that it was the most expensive and the best. Su Ying responded that she had never worn perfume, which made Chang Dalai curious why she wouldn't. Su Ying exclaimed that she was a naturally charming beauty. Su Ying then shifted the topic and asked Chang Dalai why he was there, to which he responded with a lighthearted remark about how he had been saying his goodbyes to her from King New Mountains and how her beautiful shadow had captured his heart, causing him to lose his will to eat or sleep. He even added that he would never forget her face, even in the slightest moment. However, Su Ying, in contrast, blushed and told Chang Dalai that he wasn't serious. Chang Dalai insisted that he was serious this time and had come specifically to see how she was doing. He even noticed that Su Ying had lost some weight and asked if she had been on a diet. Su Ying gave him a gaze and blushed after she took a glimpse. She did not respond and remained silent. Su Ying was robbed in her wedding dress. Later, the Han family was destroyed. Many people blamed Su Ying for the destruction of the Han family, saying that she was responsible for the misfortune of the Han family. Su Ying was regarded as a bad omen. The Su family wanted to evict her from the house. Even the family servants considered her disastrous. Chang Dalai asked Su Ying about her father's concern if he also didn't care. Su Ying explained that her father was bedridden due to a serious illness and was unaware of what was happening. Chang Dalai remarked on how feudal customs often resulted in killing people. A while ago, when the Ying family was insulting her, a lady referred to her as a scourge and a shame to the Su family, suggesting that she should take her own life. Another lady commented on Su Ying's marriage to Counselor Huang, implying that even her servants wouldn't want her. Su Ying, in response, expressed her sadness silently. In the next set, Chang Dalai extended his hand towards Su Ying's hair, gently caressing it, telling her not to be afraid, while expressing his discontent towards those surrounding her and assuring her that he was there for her. He promised to protect her, but Su Ying got flustered by Chang Dalai's words and asked how he could help, to which Chang Dalai replied that she was his wife and he could not allow others to bully her as he stood up. Chang Dalai slowly walked towards the wall and told her to stay where she was and that he would solve all her problems, instructing her to wait for his message as he prepared to leave. Su Ying stopped Chang Dalai just as he was about to leave, prompting him to look back and question what it was that she wanted. It was then that she requested him to take something with him. With a smile on her face, she handed over the cage containing a pigeon to Chang Dalai. However, Chang Dalai politely declined, stuttering slightly as he explained that he had already eaten dinner, and expressed that he didn't particularly like roasted pigeons. Su Ying was upset as she explained that she wanted him to have it for communication purposes. Chang Dalai said something that Su Ying couldn't hear when he suddenly jumped to the other side of the wall, and carried the pigeon with him, while Su Ying watched him before he disappeared from sight. The following afternoon, Shenji arrived at the meeting place and rushed towards Chang Dalai, informing him that their men were on their way. Chang Dalai asked who else was there. Xiao Yu suddenly spoke, calling Chang Dalai a big boss, while on the other hand, Zai Yun confirmed if Chang Dalai was Chang Dalai. Chang Dalai smirked and affirmed his identity and asked if there was a problem. Zai Yun gritted his teeth and accused Chang Dalai of cheating him, prompting a sudden attack on Chang Dalai, who was unfazed by the upcoming attack. However, Xiao Yu intervened by blocking Zai Yun's fist attack with his palm, causing Zai Yun to be pushed back. Zai Yun lashed out at Xiao Yu, angrily calling him a little mountain bandit and questioning how he could have dared to attack him. As Zai Yun was about to unleash his swords to attack Xiao Yu, Chang Dalai demanded him to stop, declaring that it was enough. Chang Dalai irritably told Zai Yun that if he wanted to fight, he could have it anytime. But he emphasized the importance of rescuing people rather than fighting, causing Zai Yun to leave with no response. Chang Dalai shifted to their plans, asking Shenji if he had brought the money. Shenji responded, stating they had 1,000 pieces drawn by a carriage. Chang Dalai inquired if the amount was sufficient or if they needed more. Shenji clarified, stating that it was enough since a large sum was only necessary for adult slaves. He added that women and children only required a few bucks. The reason behind this decision was to secure the redemption of Liu Zhai and ensure a smooth transaction. Chang Dalai decided to redeem the Liu family in the afternoon and instructed them to return that night. He asked about the preparations on the road. Shenji replied that he had made a deal with the city guard who would favor them and get rid of the people. Chang Dalai assigned tasks, stating that he, Shenji, and Kinman would go to gather other people, while Xiao Yu and Zai Yun would rescue Liu Zhai. Zai Yun stared at Chang Dalai, deeply contemplating Chang Dalai's leadership, finding it strange that others obeyed him despite his drunken appearance. As they left the room, Chang Dalai stated that they would meet outside the city. After a couple of hours, the sun set in the place outside Yuzhou City where 6 carriages filled with people had been saved from becoming slaves. The rescued people discussed how Toad Village had saved them, and some wondered if they would become mountain bandits. One person opposed the idea, mentioning that their master had been against bandits, and others stated that it would bring shame to their ancestors. Some expressed their refusal to live as mountain bandits, preferring death over such a life. In a place outside of Yuzhou City, Chang Dalai was getting annoyed listening and suddenly ordered them to shut up. He told them that they were free to die if they didn't want to be bandits. He exclaimed that there were many ways to die and that anyone who didn't know how to use a knife better jump from a cliff or hang themselves on a tree. In an irritated tone, he firmly expressed that it wasn't the time to show loyalty to the country or superiority over others. If they wanted to die, they should help themselves. After a while, Shenji reported to Chang Dalai that Xiao Yu and others had been gone for so long, and if it continued, they wouldn't be able to get out of the gate. Zai Yun suddenly approached them hastily. Chang Dalai then asked Zai Yun about the situation, looking at Xiao Yu and Liu Zhai. Zai Yun informed everyone that the Huang family had organized a family dinner. Liu Zhai had received an invitation, but before they could reach her, Liu Zhai was suddenly taken away. He also mentioned that Xiao Yu had requested him to report the news, and he went ahead alone. Shenji told Chang Dalai that Xiao Yu was in the city and asked if he had a plan for what they would do. He added that if they went back to the city, it would be difficult for them to come out again. Shenji suggested that he knew a secret road that would lead outside the city. He had learned about it when it was mentioned by his master. Kinman then revealed that he had already anticipated this situation for a long time. He had even brought Chang Dalai's axe. As Chang Dalai unwrapped his axe, he smirked and decided to lead Kinman and Zai Yun. He raised his axe toward the city and dictated to follow him back to the city, stating that it was time to rob. On the night at the Huang family's residence, Xiao Yu was hiding on the wall when others arrived at the place. Xiao Yu noticed Chang Dalai and asked why he was there. Chang Dalai inquired about what was happening inside. Xiao Yu informed him that Liu Zhai was there and it was Counselor Huang's birthday party, with many important people who had arrived as guests. There were around 70 to 80 families, and more than a dozen people were from the special guard yard. Chang Dalai told them to move and bring the horse along as they needed to look at the trail first. Meanwhile, at the banquet where the event had started, the courtesans began their performance, while a person commented on Counselor Huang's influence, mentioning that it wasn't easy to see the chief courtesan. Another person expressed gratitude to Mr. Huang for providing the opportunity that day. While Liu Zhai was showing elegance in her dance, Counselor Huang drew attention to Liu Zhai's dancing, describing it as having a unique taste, and invited the guests to drink and enjoy. An old man remarked that Huey Yanlu's best item was naturally different from other cheap ones, and a pair of jade feet couldn't be valued in money. Counselor Huang responded by offering the woman to Mr. Wang, if that was his desire, suggesting that he could let the woman share a bed with him that night. Mr. Wang declined the offer, stating that he didn't dare as he was a gentleman and wouldn't seize someone else's opportunity for intimacy. However, Mr. Wang expressed a desire to invite Liu Zhai to his house for a banquet in a few days. Later, in another part of the Huang mansion, Liu Zhai walked into her room and took off her shoe, exclaiming that she was feeling tired. A maidservant told her to rest there and promised to send someone to take her back once the party was over. Liu Zhai calmly looked at the servant without any response. When the maidservant left, suddenly someone opened the door to her room. Liu Zhai asked who it was, and a drunken man appeared. He called Liu Zhai babe and complimented her beauty, which revealed that the man was the eldest son of Counselor Huang. Liu, frightened, stuttered as she asked him what he was doing there. The eldest son creepily laughed while he slowly approached her. He then grabbed her hand forcefully and told her that it was obvious that he wanted to have intimacy with her, to which Liu Zhai let out a fearful scream. Liu Zhai managed to break free from his grip and ran away, but the eldest son followed closely behind, calling her in a creepy way as a little beauty. Despite her attempts to escape, Liu Zhai felt the soreness of her ankle and tripped and fell to the floor. A loud thud happened, and the eldest son was able to catch up to her. He grinned a creepy smile while holding Liu Zhai back and started to creepily whisper to her, letting her know that he had guards all over the place, making it impossible for her to escape. Meanwhile, outside the room, Chang Dalai and the others started throwing torches into the Huang residence, causing chaos among the people. The officers shouted in alarm, calling out for their master. People started to panic and run for their lives. A man recognized the vicinity and told the people that they should run because that was the Toad King. Quickly entered the house and broke through the city. Chang Dalai and the others rampaged through the gates. Some people who were caught on their way ducked down with fear, trying to protect themselves. Kinman and Xiao Yu swung their spears to create space and make way. While the system kept beeping, the fear points of Chang Dalai increased rapidly. The officers felt fear, and some officers even shouted in terror while others called for Shiro's help. As the fear points kept increasing, the officers were knocked down and called out the name of Shiro. Suddenly, Shiro came and assured everyone that there was no need to panic. Counselor Huang and one of the officers were surprised when Shiro appeared. Shiro then told Counselor Huang not to be afraid and declared that he would not let the mountain bandits cause any more chaos. However, just as Shiro was about to launch an attack at Kinman, Kinman swiftly countered with a faster swing of his own, striking Shiro forcefully. Kinman told him to get out of his way and sent him flying. Shiro's soul left his body as he got thrown. The officers panicked and shouted that Shiro was dead. Kinman and Xiao Yu swung their spears to create a way, while the people felt fear and ran away from them. Back in Liu Zhai's room, where she was scared and screamed, she was forcibly undressed by the eldest son of Counselor Huang. When the eldest son irritably asked what all the noise outside was, he stated that he didn't want to be disturbed and told them to work properly. On the other hand, Liu Zhai, struggling to find her words, managed to stammer out that someone would come to save her. The eldest son slapped Liu Zhai's face and grabbed her hair, telling her that no one could save her as all of his men were outside. Liu Zhai was in pain but still insisted that someone would come and kill him, but the eldest son did not believe her that none was coming to save her. But Liu Zhai remained stubborn, insisting that someone would definitely come to save her. In response, the eldest son forcefully squished her face, gripping her hair tightly while staring intensely into her eyes and menacingly declaring that after he would have fun, he would see who would come to save her. Suddenly, Chang Dalai's horse burst through the window, causing both Liu Zhai and the eldest son to startle. Chang Dalai swiftly charged his horse toward the eldest son while showing his dominance. The eldest son tried to plead for mercy, but it was too late as his blood splattered and reached Liu Zhai's face. Liu Zhai watched in shock as the eldest son of Huang was killed. She looked at Chang Dalai and called him her big bro. Chang Dalai reassured Liu Zhai that she didn't need to worry and told her to go out and wait for him. Liu Zhai's face brightened up from crying, knowing she was safe. She handed her trust without saying a word. After a minute had passed, Counselor Huang was cowering in fear, hiding inside a large stock pot. The tension was palpable as he could hear someone approaching him. Suddenly, Chang Dalai discovered his hiding place and confronted him. Chang Dalai, with a cold and determined voice, called out Counselor Huang's name while carrying his axe. Counselor Huang, trembling with fear, pleaded for his life, offering anything in exchange for sparing his life. However, Chang Dalai's anger and resentment did not let him go, especially since Counselor Huang had even tried to marry Chang Dalai's future wife. Without hesitation, Chang Dalai swung his axe forcefully toward the stock pot, causing a devastating blow and shattering it into fragments. Chang Dalai exclaimed, telling him to go to hell. In the aftermath of this merciless act, the system beeped lastly, indicating that Chang Dalai's mission was complete and he had reached 10,000 fear points. The system's voice echoed, suggesting that Chang Dalai could now access the shopping system. After that, Chang Dalai broke the door, set fire to the whole town, and left, causing people to call for the fire to be put out. Chang Dalai and his group rushed out from Yuzhou City. Liu Zhai expressed some concern to Chang Dalai, who assured her that she didn't need to worry about anything because he was the leader of the Toad Village. Liu Zhai brought up the fact that Chang Dalai had been seen by everyone, but he brushed it off and complimented her, saying that she was nice and smart, which made her smile. Liu Zhai expressed gratitude to Chang Dalai for saving her, acknowledging that without his intervention, the consequences would have been disastrous. She reiterated her gratefulness for this favor. Chang Dalai accepted her sincerity, mentioning that she was serious and he knew Liu Zhai was famous for keeping her word. Ziyan interjected, stating that if she was frightened, they should have gotten off the horse and rested before leaving. Liu Zhai responded, assuring Ziyan not to worry about her, and insisted that they follow Chang Dalai's guidance to head to the Toad Village as soon as possible. Ziyan expressed concern about Chang Dalai being an outsider and believed that they should not burden him with their matter as it would ruin their reputation. Liu Zhai countered by asserting that Chang Dalai was not an outsider. But if Ziyan thought about her reputation, she assured him that he didn't need to follow her. She added that Chang Dalai seemed to despise her for being weak. Chang Dalai spoke, stating that regardless of his occupation as a mountain bandit, he assured her that she shouldn't worry about anything. She responded, asking why she would look down on Chang Dalai. Ziyan, who had been silently listening to their conversation, displayed frustration and started contemplating Liu Zhai being assaulted by the counselor's son. He thought about how Chang Dalai had come to her rescue and concluded that Liu Zhai couldn't help but develop feelings of love towards Chang Dalai. Jealousy was written all over his face as Ziyan pondered that he had watched Liu Zhai grow up and saw her getting more beautiful day by day. The foster father mentioned that he would betroth Liu Zhai. He worried about how he could watch Liu Zhai being deceived by Chang Dalai and felt the need to get her out of there as soon as possible. Upon reaching Qin New Mountain, Liu Zhai expressed that now that they were outside, she suggested to Chang Dalai that he no longer address her as Miss Everyday, but rather called her directly by her name or, if comfortable, used the nickname Lei, which was how close acquaintances referred to her. Zai Yun intervened and asked how much further their destination was. Chang Dalai did not say a word but instead proceeded to process his thoughts as they continued their journey. As they reached the Toad Village, where Ling Drum, the Tengu, and the people gathered together, the people from Liu's family wondered why Chang Dalai had come there for. An elderly member of the Liu family expressed deep concern about betraying his family's loyalty and righteousness for generations by how he had become a thief and questioned how he would face his ancestors in the afterlife. Another person responded, suggesting that they should rest for a few days and wait for the women and children to recover, while a few others planned to take measures against the bandits soon. One person called Chang Dalai a Yuan boy, stating that he could rest assured that in these few days, they would keep the bandits' hideout safe and he didn't need to do everything by himself, just let them take control. Other people refused to become bandits, declaring that they would not follow him in this life. Kid Spokes, calling his father, expressed that he was scared. San Yuan called Chang Dalai, but before he could finish what he was saying, Chang Dalai, deep in his thoughts, contemplated the fact that Mr. Liu had managed to recruit over 90 people from the Liu family, stating that their Toad village had increased from 6 persons to 96. However, Chang Dalai needed to make these people loyal to the village and complete system tasks. He realized that he needed to develop the system, which would require more than 6 people. He also noted that he hadn't received the system's new rewards list, recognizing that these people were completely disloyal to him. In order to address this, Chang Dalai contemplated the need to somehow appease and make them loyal to the Toad village. He considered those people stupid and needed to get used to them. Chang Dalai ordered Kinman to kick Liu's family members out. Kinman, without hesitation, agreed and leaped from the platform to face the Liu family. The man stated confidently, asserting to Kinman that he lacked the qualification to mess with him. But he vowed to teach Kinman a lesson. Recalling their storied past, the man mentioned their past, stating that they had been on the seas, where they had spent decades, making the pirates tremble with fear. He expressed that Kingman might not have heard about them in the mountains and asserted that they thought Kinman was trying to mess with them. As the conversation carried on, other men chimed in, saying that they had been responsible for suppressing bandits in King New Mountain at first. They emphasized that there were currently no bandits to be found in the area. With a sudden burst of energy, Kinman initiated the confrontation by leaping toward the 2 men, landing a forceful punch to their stomachs. Kinman taunted them and exclaimed to bring it on. Kinman easily defeated them with his fist and taunted them by saying, "Have a taste of my fist." The people of Liu's family looked terrified while Zai Yun commented on Kinman's strength, comparing it to the previous one with a spear, which was Xiao Yu. Kinman continued to stand confidently while he defeated Liu's family members lying on the ground. The elder man from the Liu family, introduced as Liu Muyun, just watched in disbelief without saying a word. Chang Dalai spoke and said that he was still standing there and questioned whether they thought the legend of the Toad King was fake. Liu Zhai approached Chang Dalai and suggested that they leave. Chang Dalai, without hesitation, agreed. In the afternoon of the same day, the Liu family was driven out of the Toad village. Chang Dalai murmured that he was not as benevolent as simply handing them over to the Toad village. Angry, Zhu Shenji lamented that the people they had rescued were shameless and ungrateful for asking them to take over their village. Chang Dalai then mumbled that since they live for their honor, they must also be prepared to die for that honor. He then told Kinman to remove all the traps nearby because he didn't want to hurt them, and he also told Lin Xiaoyu to go follow them so that other bandits wouldn't hurt them. Chang Dalai then informed them that the Liu family was branded with slave marks on their bodies, so they can't enter the city and that they have nowhere else to return to. He then ordered Huang Sanyuan to relay his message to the people that their village began to recruit people and that those who wanted to join must meet certain standards and should be willing to abide by the rules. After some time, the slaves were resting in the forest beyond the mountain. When a child told his mother that he was hungry, she told him that he should sleep as he wouldn't be hungry when he fell asleep. A man groaned and was asked by his companions why he was crying like a kid. He answered that his legs were hurting. He then wondered why they had to go through it. Everyone then smelled something good that came from the fortress. A man believed that if they were on the Toad village side, they would have been given a full meal. Another man informed them that they were at the bandits' nest and if they stayed for some time and ate some of their rice, which they got through robbing innocents, they would never be able to forget the guilt. Another voice said that for their child, they couldn't endure it. Liu Mayan then thought that his people were confused, and that some people preferred honor while others preferred banditry, claiming that it is no surprise that they are only servants of the Liu family. A man mumbled that he had a good meal yesterday. and another man stated that the things called chili were only eaten by nobles in the city. Liu Mian then believed that his people were in disarray, and even if they went up the mountain, they would be used by the bandits. He then thought that they had no place left for them to return to and wondered how they could get out of their situation. Huang Senyuan arrived and informed them that tomorrow morning they would start recruiting people, and those who were interested could go to the village for assessment. Liu Mian wondered if it was also one of the Toad Village plans. Meng Xian then informed Liu Mian that he had a plan but was unsure whether it would work. Liu Mian told him to speak up. He then explained his plan. Some of their people were very hungry, and if they placed them in front of the gate, he believed that Chang Dalai would let them in. He went on to say that as soon as Chang Dalai opened the door, they could send in some old and weak individuals and keep the strong ones for themselves so they could negotiate with Chang Dalai later. Liu Mian then told Meng Xian that people with lofty ideals were benevolent and that they should not harm those benevolent individuals. Meanwhile, an injured man was asking the Toad Village to open its door as he wanted to join them and become a bandit. Other servants wondered how the injured man could meet their ancestors in the afterlife after becoming a bandit. The injured man then told the Toad Village that he was a lowly servant of the Liu family, and that the Liu family had been destroyed, and that he had become a slave and just wanted to live. The man then thought that they were once invited to the village politely and were offered living quarters and clean clothes, but they chose to refuse for the sake of their honor. He then added that they now wanted to kneel on the ground and knock on the door tirelessly, hoping that it would open. The man felt humiliated, as if bowing and crying would not be enough to get them to open the door, and that he would have to give up his dignity and honor as a human being. After a while, Chang Dalai realized he respected the Liu family, but he didn't realize they understood human language, which is why he had to go to such lengths. He then believed that begging for food was worse than begging for life. Morning came, and the village door opened, which shocked the group of people. They asked to be taken in, as they wanted to join the Toad Village. Chang Dalai instructed everyone to line up, as the Toad Village recruitment test had begun. Huang Senyuan then informed them that in order for them to join the Toad Village, they must go through an interview and meet their conditions. A man yelled that he wanted to join the Toad Village. Huang Senyuan asked the man for his name, to which the man answered that his name was Sun Ju. He then asked Sun Ju what his job was before, and Sun Ju answered that he used to cook for his master. Huang Senyuan noticed Sun Ju's injuries. Sun Ju responded that his leg was smashed by a heavy boulder and that he had enough strength to pull his weight. Huang Senyuan then told him that it was difficult for him to decide. Desperate, Sun Ju told Huang Senyuan that he could handle the hard labor and that his leg would not interfere with his work. Huang Senyuan then asked Chang Dalai for his opinion. Chang Dalai responded by allowing Sun Ju to join for the time being, with his level positioned in the C class. Sun Ju thanked Chang Dalai and inquired about the third class. Chang Dalai assured Sun Ju that he would learn about it in the future and told him to see someone to tend to his injuries first, and reminded him that if he didn't perform well, he would be kicked out. Lin Xiaoyu informed Chang Dalai that Lu Heng brought a small group of people over from Loi City. Chang Dalai then inquired about Lu Heng's whereabouts because he wanted to meet them. Chang Dalai called Lu Heng and asked why he had returned when he was about to give the king a birthday present. Lu Heng responded that he was back after finishing his work. Chang Dalai then asked him if his situation was not going well. Annoyed, Lu Heng told him that his job went well. In fact, Lu Heng's trip to Yuzhu City was not smooth, it was terrible. Yuzhu King Yang Longting was the actual ruler of the land, and Zhu Banquan urgently needed Yang Longting's support after his usurpation of the throne. However, there was one thing Zhu Banquan didn't know. 10 years ago, the Rong clan invaded, and Han Hu defended the lonely city, buying time for the reinforcements from the rear. And the person who led the reinforcement army at that time was the current Yuzhu king, Yang Longting. Han Hu and Yang Longting joined the army at the same time, fighting in small skirmishes for 3 years, and they were considered brothers. Yang Longting didn't know that Han Hu was dead until Lu Heng sent him gifts. He learned of his death only after that. Yang Longting accepted the birthday gift, but he killed Lu Heng's messenger. He let him go only so that he could inform Zhu Banquan. Meanwhile, Yang Longting sent troops to attack Haishicheng and spilled Zhu Banquan's blood near Han Hu's grave. As a matter of course, Lu Heng didn't tell Chang Dalai about his predicament, as he was suffering from a bigger misfortune. Lu Heng inquired of Chang Dalai why there were so many people in the mountain. Chang Dalai then informed Lu Heng that their Toad village was hiring and offered them favorable treatment, social security, and housing funds in exchange. He then asked if Lu Heng wanted to join them. Confused, Lu Heng assumed that he was Chang Dalai's enemy. It's not that he didn't want to kill him, but he couldn't turn him into a bandit. Chang Dalai sighed and told Lu Heng that anyone who wanted to pass through the Toad village must pay toll fees. Upset, Lu Heng asked Chang Dalai to be a little kind to them. Chang Dalai then told him that if they wanted to pass, they had to pay. He had a contract signed by City Master Zhu and asked Liu Heng not to make it a big deal. Liu Heng was becoming more annoyed and told Chang Dalai that they didn't have any money. Chang Dalai then informed him that money wasn't the issue and that he knew Liu Heng had a lot of money. He would take his money and their Toad Village would provide him with an escort service. Liu Heng then reasoned that if the Toad Village provided them with an escort, other bandits would think twice before attacking them. They couldn't provoke the Toad Village again because they were dangerous. He then realized that he didn't have enough money. Chang Dalai then told him that if they didn't have any money, they could just leave 2 people in exchange. Liu Heng then thought that small mistakes lead to bigger misfortunes in the future. He took out a jade from his pocket and asked Chang Dalai if it would be enough for their toll fee. He promised that it would ensure his men returned home safely. Chang Dalai smiled and told Liu Heng that he would arrange for him to cross over the mountain safely. Liu Heng bowed and thanked Chang Dalai for his help, saying that they would meet again sometime. He then thought that the next time they met, they would be enemies. After some time, Huang Sanyuan informed Chang Dalai that more than 50 people had joined the Toad Village at the time, but there were now only 30 people left. Chang Dalai then ordered Huang Sanyuan to close the stall. Meanwhile, one of the people told his companions that, in his opinion, Chang Dalai was still righteous. Another one mumbled that the Toad Village never treated them badly, even redeeming them from slavery and providing food and lodging. The other retorted that it was because they refused Chang Dalai's generosity. Liu Mian was listening to his companions and called them out. The next day, Liu Jihan called for Chang Dalai and asked if he could go down the mountain and talk to Liu Mian and the others, as they were very grateful to him. Chang Dalai responded that he also wanted to talk to Liu Mian. However, he was busy at the moment and couldn't waste another day. Liu Jihan felt dejected and walked out. Chang Dalai believed that Liu Mian wanted him to lower his head so he could be satisfied. He then reasoned that he was afraid that at that time, Liu Mian would have to come up by himself. In the evening, Liu Jihan came back and told Chang Dalai that the Liu family would like to dedicate her to him and that they only hoped, in return, he would be kind to the Liu family and take them in. Chang Dalai inquired as to what she meant by dedicating. Dedicated means that as long as Chang Dalai agrees, he could have ownership of Liu Jihan. And it doesn't mean that Liu Jihan would be Chang Dalai's wife or a concubine, but only an object to be used. Chang Dalai would fully possess Liu Jihan's body and mind, and he could order her to do any kind of thing he wanted, whether it was warming his bed or even selling her to someone else. Chang Dalai then wondered if the Liu family was out of options. That's why they were forced to exchange Liu Jihan for their safety. He thought that as long as he made a good relationship with them, the Liu family would not cause much trouble in order to save the face of the young lady. He then claimed that people always make rushed decisions when they're in panic, and that even though Liu Jihan was reduced to a slave, he shouldn't take advantage of the situation right at the time she was just being used as a bargaining chip. He believed that if he refused them, she would be in a worse situation inside the Liu family. Chang Dalai stood up and patted Liu Jihan's head and told her that he would take in the Liu family. The Liu family had come under the protection of the Toad Village, and they were coming up the mountain in an endless stream. Meng Zian told Liu Mian that they were now going up the mountain and that it was getting late, and he had not properly rested for some days. Liu Mian agreed and told him that they would now start moving. After some time, Liu Mian and Meng Zian arrived at the gate of the Toad Village, which they then noticed by Chang Dalai. Liu Mian made a stance, took off his headband, and yelled to their ancestors that he would now be coming to join them. He then bashed his head against the ground, which made Meng Zian and the others' jaws drop open wide. Chang Dalai then believed that there are such people in the world who would gladly die for their honor. He then asked Liu Mian's lifeless body why he had to play the hero. The scholars must not be unyielding and should take responsibility for their people, not just die at their own will. The Liu family couldn't believe that Liu Mian had killed himself. Chang Dalai believed that with Liu Mian's death, hatred had taken root in their hearts, and that one day it would become a deadly poison. He then pondered how he could remove their hatred. Chang Dalai instilled fear in the people. He believed that fear points could also be obtained in that manner. Huang Xinyuan asked for Chang Dalai's orders. Confused, Chang Dalai didn't know what to say in that situation. He then instructed Huang Xinyuan to bury Liu Mian's body, take the Liu family to their homes, and asked him to go to sleep. After some time, Chang Dalai had just come out of the shower and noticed Liu Jihang in his room. He then asked her what she was doing in his room, which caused him to gain fear points. Stuttering, Liu Jihang told him that she had prepared warm water for him and had been waiting for him to wash up. Chang Dalai retorted that Liu Jihang might have misunderstood his intentions and told her to go back to her room. Still insistent, Liu Jihang asked Chang Dalai if he didn't need company for the night. Chang Dalai sighed and told her that he didn't need anyone. Liu Jihang asked him if he didn't like her body. Blushing, Chang Dalai then reasoned that Liu Jihang was still young, although the marriage age for that era was 14 years old. He believed that he needed Liu Jihang to leave or else he couldn't control himself. He then grabbed Liu Zhihong and thought that if she didn't leave he would leave instead. Liu Zhihong cried and told Chang Dalai that if he doesn't own her she doesn't have anything left to live for. Chang Dalai then retorted and told Liu Zhihong that she might have misunderstood something about them. Liu Zhihong took a huge needle and asked Chang Dalai if he didn't like her because she was in a brothel and she drank and danced with others. She then pointed the huge needle in her throat and mumbled that she deserved to die. Chang Dalai then explained that she misunderstood something and that he doesn't dislike her, she was simply too young, and asked her to put down the needle. Liu Zhihong pouted and told Chang Dalai that she was not young. She went on to say that she knew that Chang Dalai was an upright person and would never do anything bad to her. However, if he walked out of the room that night, others would think that he despised her. She then informed him that she had saved him when she was a slave. Chang Dalai then thought that what Liu Zhihong said was not totally wrong, and people at that time would believe in superstitions, which could cause problems for her. He then believed that it would work. Both Chang Dalai and Liu Zhihong lay in bed together. He then told Liu Zhihong that they were going to talk about it first and asked her not to come over secretly as he wouldn't tolerate it. Liu Zhihong called for Chang Dalai. He then asked if she was still not asleep. Liu Zhihong responded that she had never done anything to serve people. She then asked if he wanted her help with something. Chang Dalai mused that there was one thing she should pay attention to, drinking more milk in the future. She retorted that there were no cattle in the village. Chang Dalai then told her to eat more papaya, to which Liu Zhihong had no idea what a papaya was. He then told her to do more chest exercises, of which she had no idea. Chang Dalai then told her to sleep. After a while, Chang Dalai kept overthinking and wondered where he was, believing that it was the palace of the system. The system appeared, and she informed Chang Dalai that it had been a long time since she had seen him. Chang Dalai was curious about what the system was holding. The system told Chang Dalai not to mind minor things. She then informed Chang Dalai that now he could upgrade the village to level 2 to access more options, as he had reached 10,000 fear points. Chang Dalai couldn't believe it and responded that he had just recently made the Liu family join the Toad village, and there were a total of 98 people in the village, while a total of 100 was required to upgrade it to level 2. A system notification popped up, to which Chang Dalai read that if he had less than 100 population, he couldn't access the feature. He then asked the system why everything was so difficult to make. The system responded that the requirements for primary structures were simple, while complex structures required higher levels. Chang Dalai was upset and told the system that she hadn't mentioned it before, believing that maybe she didn't even know about it. The system giggled and asked Chang Dalai to give her a few minutes, and she would help him activate the banner skills in advance. The magic card then activated. She then informed Chang Dalai that the recruiting skill cooldown was extremely long and changed with his village reputation. A flag with an image of a toad appeared, and the recruitment was opened for grade C. The next day, a person informed Chang Dalai that 2 people had come to join them and were waiting near the gate. Chang Dalai greeted the 2 strangers and told them that joining his toad village was a great honor for both of them, and that he was naturally honored too. Liao Jia and Liao Yi both greeted Chang Dalai. Chang Dalai then thought that there were 2 heroes in one system window and that their skills were good enough. He then believed that it could be because his recruiting skill level was too low and wondered if he could recruit more powerful heroes if the banner skills increased. Chang Dalai assigned Huang Senyuan to sign Liao Jia and Liao Yi, informing them that they would be part of their family starting that day. A notification from the system appeared, stating that Chang Dalai's mission was complete and he had now gained 1 prize draw, and asked if he wanted to draw it. He then mumbled that the village level comes first and asked the system to call the system spirit. The system spirit appeared and informed Chang Dalai that the world channel building was complete. She then told him that he could now call a hero which was not available in that world from the channel, but it would cost him 10,000 fear points for once. Chang Dalai pondered how long it would take to accumulate 10,000 fear points. The system assured Chang Dalai that if his reputation improves, the speed of collecting points would also increase. World channel development completed, the reality rewrite logic chain repair, and the paradox of space and time have been corrected, and the barrier stability open channels started connecting. The system then told Chang Dalai that the stars from different space and time would cross the world and come to his side. She then snapped her fingers, breaking the chain. The system then told him to lead them and create his own legend during tough times. A system notification appeared, stating that the world channel development had been completed, and the village had been upgraded to a secondary village. It cost him 10,000 fear points in 1 call, and he got 1 random hero. Another system notification stated that the village upgrade was completed and all the village skills were upgraded. The system upgraded Toad Village to level 3, and the owner's level increased by 1. With each Toad Village improvement, the owner would be rewarded with 1 random skill. The system then asked Chang Dalai if he wanted to draw the lottery as she had just finished. Chang Dalai then opened his profile and noticed his eloquent skill, which piqued his curiosity. He also wondered if his speaking ability increased his capacity to debate or deceive. He then mumbled that the first scenario was similar to Prime Minister Zhuge, who started speaking before the battle and stated that he had never seen such a brave man. At that moment, Wang Sidu burped. Throughout the battle, Prime Minister Zhuge continued talking incessantly, while Wang Sidu surrendered even before the fight began. Chang Dalai asked the system if it was that kind of skill. The system responded that it depended on how he would use it, and asked if it wasn't a great skill. Chang Dalai mumbled that he wanted to summon a hero, but the 10,000 fear points were equivalent to all the development costs. He then set his thoughts aside and told the system to draw the lottery. The system excitedly summoned the gacha machine. Meanwhile, below the Toad Village, Xiao Dai thought that Su Ying was also contemplating something, and she was taking all those actions because of Chang Dalai. Now that something had happened, she asked Xiao Dai to find Chang Dalai. Despite the destruction of the Huang family, Su Ying also faced immense hatred but believed that it was not her fault. Xiao Dai added that their master had also expelled Su Ying from the house, providing her only with a restaurant business for support. She sighed and reasoned that Su Ying, being a princess, had to disguise herself in women's clothing and wear a black veil when going outside. She further explained that the restaurant business was extremely poor and couldn't support her at all. Additionally, there were usually troublemakers in the restaurant who tried to sabotage their business. Xiao Dai believed that Chang Dalai was at fault and wondered if he could actually help Su Ying, as she herself had requested to find him. Meanwhile, the system powered up and hit the gacha machine, causing a golden ball to appear. Chang Dalai became curious about the golden ball. The system then mumbled that she had done a great job. Chang Dalai took the golden ball, which produced a massive fire, and a weapon appeared in his hand. A system notification popped up, congratulating Chang Dalai on acquiring the Ghostface axe. The system then informed him that the Ghostface axe weighs 108 kilograms and was made by the legendary smith Magiakun, with an additional passion skill. Chang Dalai tried to lift the axe, which caused him to drop to the ground as it was so heavy. He then thought that the axe should be a huge improvement over his previous one. However, he couldn't lift his new axe. He then believed that he had to find a way to increase his strength and that, for the time being, he could only leave it. The only thing he could do was scare people with it. After spending some time in the Toad Village, Liu Zhihong asked Chang Dalai if he was hungry and whether he wanted her to cook something for him. Chang Dalai responded that he was not hungry at the moment and asked her about the women's gymnastics he had taught her. Liu Zhihong informed him that she had been practicing a lot. Chang Dalai then asked her to show him how much she had practiced, to which she agreed. She then grabbed her coat, turned around, and asked Chang Dalai about its use. Chang Dalai informed her that it was for her to stay healthy, never laze around during workouts, and that there are people in the world who are less privileged than her but work harder than her. He then advised her to eat well in the future and mentioned that the most important thing for her at her age was development. Blushing, Liu Zhihong told him that she would work hard. The door opened, and a person appeared. Xiao Dai asked what they were doing. The Liu family and Su family were friends with each other, and the young misses from both families were already very close friends. Chang Dalai realized that it was Xiao Dai and wondered why she was there. Doubtful, Xiao Dai asked Chang Dalai why Liu Zhihong was present. Xiao Dai then stared menacingly and noticed that there were 2 futons on the bed. Liu Zhihong poured tea for Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai then informed Chang Dalai that Su Ying was thinking about him and commented that he looked happy. Chang Dalai smiled, mumbling that Su Ying also missed him, and asked Xiao Dai how she was. Xiao Dai felt depressed and informed Chang Dalai that Su Ying was in a difficult situation at the moment and that he could see it for himself. She then handed him a paper. Chang Dalai told Xiao Dai that he would send someone to Luo City to pick her up. Annoyed, Xiao Dai asked Chang Dalai if he considered Su Ying just another beautiful girl, and stated that she would never join a bandit like him. She went on to say that the last time he attacked the Huang family, the whole city was searching for him and that he couldn't enter the city at all. Chang Dalai sighed, and then the system told him that the 3rd stage of the young Mrs. mission had been activated, stating that he should help Su Ying run a restaurant and become the #1 richest person in Loi City. Chang Dalai then asked Liu Zhihong to call Huang Senyuan, Liao Jian, and Liao Yi, to which Liu Zhihong obliged. Chang Dalai smirked, which prompted Xiao Dai to question him. He then walked closer to Xiao Dai, who asked him what he was doing. He leaned closer and called her name. Terrified, Xiao Dai suspected that the reason Liu Zhihong was sent away was to take advantage of her, prompting her to believe that Chang Dalai had finally revealed his true face. Chang Dalai handed silver to Xiao Dai and told her to use it to buy herself new clothes, asking her not to tell Su Ying about his situation. Xiao Dai sighed in relief. Huang Senyuan arrived with the others and wondered what was going on. Chang Dalai asked him how much cash their village had at the time. Huang Senyuan answered that there were 122 taels of silver. Chang Dalai asked him to bring 100 taels and give it to Xiao Dai. Xiao Dai thought it was too much. He then assured Xiao Dai to take the silver and asked her to go to the warehouse with Huang Senyuan to get it, mentioning that there was silk and satin inside that she could choose and give to Su Ying. Xiao Dai agreed. Chang Dalai then called Liao Jia and Liao Yi and asked them if there was a bounty on their heads. Liao Jia responded that they didn't get the chance to commit crimes. Liao Yi joined in and assured Chang Dalai that the next time they got the opportunity, they would do 1 or 2 earth-shattering cases. Concerned, Chang Dalai asked the system if the 2 brothers were right in the head. He then proceeded to tell them that he would assign them to protect someone from Loi City, someone who would be his future wife. They then told Chang Dalai not to worry, as they would not let any harm befall his future wife. Annoyed, Chang Dalai asked them what they would do if someone bullied their future sister-in-law. The Liao brothers didn't answer, and Chang Dalai told them to squeeze their blood dry. Liao Jia asked him if killing them wouldn't be enough. Time passed, and Chang Dalai requested Liu Zhihong to prepare a pen and ink and started writing his business experiences that he remembered from his previous life. Xiao Dai would deliver them to Su Ying. As he couldn't write in his current world, he asked Liu Zhihong to write it for him. Xiao Dai took the gifts and rushed back, with Chang Dalai personally escorting her until the gates of Loi City were in sight. Meanwhile, store owners in Loi City were attempting to sell their products. Su Ying was writing her income and expenditure and thought that although her store was in a good location, there was a lot of competition with Sihelu restaurant. A man thought that Su Ying covered her face with a veil even when she was doing business against him. Lai Dadu, the Sihelu restaurant owner, then thought that Su Sihai was seriously ill and would not live for a long time, and as long as Su Ying could be driven out of Loi City, the Su family would be given the name of Lai starting then. He then smirked and claimed that Su Ying was the daughter after all and wondered how long she could live there. A group of men entered Su Ying's restaurant and inquired about her decision to sell her restaurant. Su Ying responded that she had already told them that she would never sell her restaurant to them. The man retorted that he recommended she not be so stubborn and that it was a men's world, not something a weak girl like her could handle alone. Su Ying then told them to get out as they would be closing soon. The other man declined, saying they came to drink and that she didn't have any reason for saying such things to customers like them. Su Ying clenched her brush as she couldn't do anything. She then asked her servant to pour some wine for their customers. The servant poured wine into the customers' cups and apologized for making them wait. The man threw the cup and couldn't believe that a lowly servant served him wine when he wanted Su Ying to pour him a drink. Su Ying was watching what happened. The man then told Su Ying that he had heard she had a pretty face behind her veil, and that he would be going to see what's behind her veil at that time. His other companion stated that Su Ying had been violated by bandits and was still pretending to be a virgin. Liao Jia and Liao Yi arrived and took a jar and bashed it on the man's head, which spooked the other two. They then walked closer to the man and ran with a knife in their hands. When they caught them, they threw them out of Su Ying's restaurant. Liao Jia then told them that if they ever came back, it would not just end with him breaking their legs and arms, while Liao Yi told them to get out. Su Ying looked concerned about the occurrences. Liao Jia then apologized to Su Ying for coming late. Xiao Dai arrived and asked Su Ying if she was alright. Su Ying inquired of Xiao Dai why she had brought Liao Jia and Liao Yi. Xiao Dai then told her that Liao Jia and Liao Yi were the people that Chang Dalai had sent, and also gave them 100 taels of silver and some goods. Liao Jia then informed her that Chang Dalai ordered them to protect her, and if she had any task, they would complete it. Su Ying then told them that it was not convenient for them to talk there. She ordered Liao Jia and Liao Yi to move the goods first, and they would talk after that. She then asked Xiao Dai if there were any problems during her trip. Xiao Dai responded that she didn't have any trouble, and that she encountered some bandits along the way. However, once she mentioned that she came to seek help from the Toad village, they didn't dare to touch her. Su Ying was relieved that Xiao Dai was alright. Xiao Dai also informed Su Ying that Chang Dalai wrote a letter for her. Su Ying realized that it was a woman's handwriting. Xiao Dai then told her that she had a very sharp intuition. Su Ying inquired of Xiao Dai about what transpired during her journey. Surprisingly, Xiao Dai believed Chang Dalai. However, she did not know what actually happened as she only saw 2 beds in the room. And it would not be a big problem even if Su Ying really knew that Liu Zhihan was a slave to Chang Dalai. However, Chang Dalai was so close to Su Ying, and it could cause a problem later. Su Ying sighed as she couldn't believe Chang Dalai. Moments had passed as Su Ying read Chang Dalai's letter. Xiao Dai told Su Ying that with the silver Chang Dalai sent, the restaurant could be renovated. She also mentioned that the chilies he sent were very popular. Su Ying wondered what Hudy fish was. After some time, in the mainland, Lin Sheiyu guided the Liu family in training. They were teaching nothing more than running, punching, and running again. They wore uniform clothing and performed boring and repetitive training. They had to shout some meaningless words during their training, the meanings of which they didn't even know. 7 days later, the Liu family began to show signs of change and became more well-mannered. Liu Zhihong called Sun Jiu as Chang Dalai was looking for him. He responded that he would be there in a minute. He wondered why Chang Dalai always sought him out to talk about things he had never heard before, such as kung pao chicken, fish flavor goat, hot pot, and other dishes. He claimed that it was going to be a serious discussion when Chang Dalai looked for him again. Sun Jiu arrived at Chang Dalai's office and asked if he was looking for him. Chang Dalai then asked him if he had ever heard of bread. Sun Jiu stated that he had never heard of bread before. Chang Dalai then explained that its shape was like a square of sorts, but it could also be round. It was made by fermenting flour, adding salt, and then baking it. He showed a drawing of a piece of bread, and Sun Jiu thought it looked like cake. Chang Dalai told him that it was not cake and that it was much bigger and softer than a cake. Sun Jiu guessed if it was a steamed cake, to which Chang Dalai responded that it was bigger than a steamed cake. Sun Jiu then admitted that Chang Dalai was more knowledgeable than him, as he had never heard of bread. Chang Dalai told Sun Jiu that he must first make the oven and add fermented wheat flour into it. He then explained further how to make bread. Chang Dalai mumbled that the key to making bread was an oven and that they would need to make one first. A few moments later, they went to the kitchen. Chang Dalai then told them that they couldn't make bread like they made steamed cake. Chang Dalai struggled to remember the contents of the recipe used for making bread and that the method of making bread was not that simple, and making bread in the oven requires a little skill. Sometimes the bread is burnt, and other times it is undercooked. After several failures, the first batch of properly cooked bread was made. Chang Dalai then told Liu Zhihong to try the bread with some ground honey. Liu Zhihong took a bite and stated that it was good and that Chang Dalai must also try it. Chang Dalai then told them that they should study next how to make the bottom of the pot. At some point on that day, the entire Toad village tried the new type of food called bread. The unique taste was very popular with everyone, especially with children. Meanwhile, in Loi City, Su Ying asked the man if it really was impossible to hire people and that salary wasn't the problem. A man responded that at the time, salary was no longer a matter of concern, and even if he took money from her, he couldn't hire people and that no one wanted to work in her restaurant. He went on to say that his mother was very old and he was ill, and he didn't think that he could serve her again in the future. Su Ying was curious if the shop manager wanted to leave and if there was any problem. She had enough money to solve it. The shop manager told Su Ying that he regretted leaving her, so he didn't want any money. Su Ying insisted that he was also a family member of the Su family and that if he wanted to go, she would not hold him any longer. She then told him to come to her office to receive his salary. The shop manager asked Su Ying not to force him as he wanted to leave. Su Ying then couldn't do anything. Lai Dadu observed from his window what was happening between Su Ying and her shop manager. The shop manager then bid farewell to Su Ying. Su Ying then realized that she had been forced out of the Su family's house and was given a rundown restaurant. She believed that they must be there to cause some trouble again, as they never gave up. Xiao Dai asked Su Ying if she wanted her to go to the market and try to find new workers. Su Ying then told Xiao Dai that there was no need for her to go, as no one would agree to work for them. Xiao Dai was wondering and asked Su Ying what they should do. Sun Jiu arrived and asked if she was Su Ying. Su Ying agreed and asked Sun Jiu who he was. Sun Jiu then told his companion to come out, as they had already arrived. He then introduced himself to Su Ying. Embarrassed, Su Ying told him to stop calling her sister-in-law in the future. Sun Jiu responded that if she needed anything, she shouldn't hesitate to ask them. Su Ying covered her face in embarrassment. Meanwhile, at the Sihalu restaurant, Lai Dadu wondered where Su Ying got the money to renovate and reopen her restaurant that day. He then believed that Su Ying must be good at using underhanded methods to obtain money from rich people and claimed that it would not affect his business. He then instructed his waiter to go to the restaurants across the street and inquire if they could lend them chairs since their restaurant had many customers. The waiter responded that he didn't think they would let them borrow their chairs. Lai Dadu laughed and told the waiter that it didn't matter if they agreed or not. He informed them that they didn't need their chairs as they had no customers. He then greeted the Honorable Zhang and invited him inside his restaurant, as he had been waiting for him since morning. Honorable Zhang told Lai Dadu that he wanted a private room and to serve all of his special dishes for his friends, as they had all come from different cities. One of Zhang's companions mumbled that he had heard that the dishes at Lai Dadu's restaurant were all unique. He personally came to check if it was true or just a rumor. Lai Dadu then informed them that he had prepared a room for them on the second floor and asked them to proceed, as he would prepare their order. He then informed Honorable Zhang that the chili they used in their dishes was their specialty made in Loi City, and that they only used fresh ingredients. One of Lai Dadu's servants informed him that there was a problem. Lai Dadu asked him what was wrong. The servant informed him that their chili was out of stock, to which Lai Dadu was shocked and wondered how it happened. The servant told him that their customers mostly came to their restaurant for their special dishes. Upset, Lai Dadu then thought Su Ying was arrogant and definitely had an idea about it. He then informed Mr. Zhang that their chili stock had run out and asked him if he wanted to change his order. Mr. Zhang told him not to worry, as he understood that chili was expensive and he was the only one who sold dishes made with chili. He reassured Lai Dadu that he didn't need to worry and that he would pay him as much as he wanted. Lai Dadu then told Mr. Zhang that he was not trying to increase the price and was telling him the truth that they had run out of stock of chilies. Upset, Mr. Zhang believed that Lai Dadu's restaurant was doing great business. He then smelled something and wondered what the fragrance was. He then told Lai Dadu that it smelled of chilies and wondered if he was trying to fool him. Lai Dadu was confused and told Mr. Zhang that the smell wasn't coming from their restaurant. He then wondered where the source of the odor was. Xiao Dai was yelling that Hudi Fishing was open, and new customers could enjoy a 20% discount, and there were also snacks to eat. Mr. Zhang told his companions that they should go to Su Ying's restaurant and check it out. Anxious, Lai Dadu asked Mr. Zhang not to leave as he would serve him and his friends vinegar-flavored fish, which was their signature dish. He then asked his other customers not to leave. Xiao Dai was all cheerful as she saw a huge wave of customers. She then noticed Lai Dadu mumbling something about telling his customers to leave and how they wished they had eaten at his restaurant instead. Xiao Dai then asked Lai Dadu if she could borrow some of their chairs as they had a lot of customers at the time and they didn't have enough seats for everybody. Enraged, Lai Dadu told Xiao Dai that he would never let them lend any chairs. Xiao Dai responded that if he didn't want to lend them chairs, he could have just declined, as there was no need to shout, and realized that he didn't have any customers that day. Lai Dadu was caught off guard by what Xiao Dai said. Meanwhile, at the Toad Village, Chang Dalai asked Liao Jia if the situation over Loi City was okay and if she ever missed him. Liao Jia then told him that Su Ying wrote him a letter and ordered him to deliver it to him personally. Chang Dalai then asked Liu Jihan to read Su Ying's letter to him. The letter that Su Ying sent had only 4 to 6 lines, and in the letter, Su Ying did her best to express her gratitude towards Chang Dalai. She was very grateful for the recipes and other things he sent. She also mentioned that she was happy to hear that he had a lovely girl with him and hoped he would have a good relationship for 100 years. If one day she could meet Liu Jihan again, she would personally congratulate her. Chang Dalai then mumbled that the words in Su Ying's letter clearly conveyed killing intentions and raised questions about women. He then asked for a pen and ink to write a response letter himself. Liu Jihan asked Chang Dalai if he didn't need her to write the letter at the moment. Chang Dalai told her that she could do it next time. He then let the messenger pigeon fly and thanked Liao Jia for his hard work. He asked Liao Jia to go back and bring Su Ying's reply to him. If there was a problem in Loi City, he should let him know. Liao Jia obliged and asked Chang Dalai why he didn't let him deliver the letter to Su Ying. Chang Dalai was speechless in response to Liao Jia's question. After some time, the messenger pigeon flew into the city and arrived at Su Ying's window. Su Ying caught the bird and took the letter it had. She wanted to know what Chang Dalai's justification was. Her eyes grew wide open after reading the contents of Chang Dalai's letter. Su Ying was perplexed, wondering what he was doing and why the carrier pigeon was there to contact her in case of an emergency, and she couldn't believe he had only sent her 3 words. She then wondered what Chang Dalai was doing and whether he wanted her to say yes. Xiao Dai arrived and told her that Chang Dalai had sent her another letter. Xiao Dai was curious about what Chang Dalai had written in his letter, to which Su Ying replied that she didn't know because she hadn't seen it yet. Su Ying's head was full of confusion as Chang Dalai's letter had only 1 word in it. Another pigeon carrier arrived carrying a message asking if Su Ying had already taken a shower. She then mumbled that it seemed that Xiao Dai had to go personally and bring carrier pigeons to raise over the Toad Village. Meanwhile, people in front of Su Ying's restaurant were debating why there were so many people crammed together and wondering if there was free money there. One person in the crowd said that if they didn't know it yet, Hai Dai Lao opened the day before and was crowded with people, and if they didn't come earlier, there would be no more seats. Su Ying's customers were very cheerful. Sun Ju then told one of Su Ying's employees to remember not to rush and to be polite to their customers, as the hot pot she was holding was hot and she had to take her time slowly. Xiao Dai rushed to serve the customers, which resulted in her tripping. Anxious, Sun Ju yelled that he had just advised them to be careful. Meanwhile, Lai Dadu consulted his little sister that things in his restaurant were bad and that Su Ying's business was booming across the street. Lai Dadu's sister then mumbled that Su Ying's shabby restaurant had been abandoned for a long time. She then reasoned that business suddenly came when it got into Su Ying's hands and wondered if she was the reincarnation of Tao Zhugong. Lai Dadu then informed her that if she wanted to eat at Su Ying's restaurant, she had to line up long in advance. However, people would still rather queue up than come to their building to eat. She then thought that Lai Dadu was a rip-off and impossible to get rid of. Lai Dadu asked his little sister to think of a solution because if it continued, their Si Hai Long would be the first to close. She then told Lai Dadu that he was useless for not being able to make the business in their restaurant boom. Moreover, he couldn't even mess up other people's business. She then asked him to find Du Mao. Since it was easier to raise the devil than to control him, Lai Dadu, who was perspiring, suggested that his younger sister call Du Mao. He also questioned whether they genuinely desired to get involved with him. She retorted that professionals handle professional affairs and Du Mao only wanted money, which they would give him. Later that day, Lai Dadu stood up in front of a huge gate. Sweating heavily, he knocked on the gate and someone opened it from behind. A man with a threatening demeanor asked what his business was. Lai told him that he was looking for Du Mao. He was then told to come inside. The man called Du Man as they were moving through the yard to inform him that his friend from Yuzhou would be arriving in 2 days and that he had been asked to take care of him. A voice asked what line of work it was. Another voice said that on the sea, he robbed a batch of goods and intended to stay there out of sight. He mentioned having a lot of stuff. A crowd of onlookers gathered around Lai Dadu as he walked, and Du Mao, a man with red hair, was sitting beneath the tree. Lai Dadu then showed his offering and told Du Mao that it was a reward for a little help. Gold came pouring out of Lai Dadu's gift, which made Du Mao's man smile. Du Mao stared at Lai Dadu and ordered one of his men to get it done for them. Ba then happily agreed and told Du Mao to watch him. After some time, Du Mao's men arrived at Su Ying's restaurant and murmured that her business was pretty good, saying that they would go inside to check it out. One of Ba's companions asked him if their food was as good as the rumors suggested. Ba then informed them that they had traveled all over the world and had already tasted dragon liver and phoenix marrow. He wondered what they had not yet tried. He then informed them that they were not in a hurry and would first taste their food before proceeding with their work. Ba's men asked him to excuse them as they ate first. Ba then asked their servers to serve them more meat. A huge number of plates were piled up, and Ba informed his men that they had plenty of food and now they were going to start their business there. He then threw a rat onto their food and exclaimed that it was no wonder the soup tasted great, as it was boiled with rat meat. People turned to look at them. Liao Jia then told Ba that his trick was old, as they seemed to have poor eyesight, claiming that he had eaten rats after finishing their food. Ba retorted that his eyesight had not been good since he was a kid and that he had already eaten half of the mouse. Liao Yi responded that the rat in the pot was clearly untouched. Ba then took the rat out and stated that they would have to accept it as half-finished if he said so, and asked if they would challenge him. Liao Ji and Liao Yi then labeled them as rascals. A voice then commanded them to close the doors and draw their weapons. A large group of people stood up and armed themselves. Sweating, Ba and his companion bowed, acknowledging that they could beat them if they wished, as they had misspoken, and even mentioned that they wouldn't need to bury them if they died from the beating, as it would be their own fault. He went on to say that if they couldn't beat them to death, they must compensate for every punch and kick by giving them silver. His companion pleaded not to be hit. Liao Jia then asked Su Ying what they should do to Ba and his men. Su Ying responded that they couldn't afford to beat someone and that they had just opened their store without the intention to harm the guests. Ba and his companion quickly ran and told them that within 3 days, they should close their restaurant and leave Loi City if they didn't want anything to happen. Xiao Dai and Liao Yi was left speechless. A man then told them that they were going to see who dared to come into their restaurant. Meanwhile, Lai Dadu's employee told him that the manure vehicle was blocking Su Ying's restaurant, and it turned out it was blocking theirs too, resulting in no business. He then told him that when they go bankrupt and leave, they would no longer have to worry about not having any business, and that he didn't need to be afraid of it. However, a few days later, the culprits who were blocking the door with the manure vehicle were caught. The culprits were beaten, to which Xiao Dai told Su Ying that great thieves hang out with the little ones and that they were going to confront them. Meanwhile, at the Toad Village, Liao Jia reported to Chang Dalai that Du Mao was crazy enough to tell them to close the store, and if it wasn't closed within 3 days, he would bring people to destroy their building. He continued by saying that while he and his brother Liao Yi were not afraid of Du Mao, they were only concerned that Chang Dalai's business would not succeed, and that they just held their breath in their hearts, waiting for his decision. Zhu Shenji then informed Chang Dalai that he may not know who Du Mao was. He was no ordinary person. Chang Dalai then asked what he meant. Zhu Shenji proceeded to inform him that Du Mao once got drunk and beat a fierce tiger to death with his bare fists, and he also had a dozen villains in the city. When they had nothing else to do, they would train together in martial arts. Chang Dalai then humorously responded, no wonder he was called Du Mao if he beat a fierce tiger to death with his bare fists. Zhu Shenji then told him that some people had joined Du Mao over time, and everyone was recruited. Therefore, he had a high reputation in the business world, and people nicknamed him the Lazy Bug. And in Loi Town, not even the government would dare to touch him, and many people were proud to befriend Du Mao. As long as they managed to build a relationship with him, the mountain bandits wouldn't rob them. Liu Zhai was having a cup of wine, which she thought smelled nice. Chang Dalai then asked him if he couldn't move Du Mao's heart, given that he was so powerful. Zhu Shenji then assured Chang Dalai that he didn't need to worry and that the matter was quite simple if he were to be asked. Liu Jian took a sip of the wine. He then told Chang Dalai that Gao Fei Hu and Du Mao had a great relationship and that the two called each other brothers. Every time Gao Fei Hu enters the town, he is received by Du Mao, and they just need to trust Gao Fei Hu's reputation to meet Du Mao, things could be solved. Chang Dalai then ordered him to go to Gao Feihu's fortress and ask him for help. Liu Zhihan got drunk after a sip of the wine, causing her to fall asleep. Chang Dalai then pondered why Liu Zhihan had been sneaking sips of freshly brewed wine. Later on that day, at the tiger village, Zhu Shenji arrived and asked Gao Feihu for help, as he was in a rough situation because of Du Mao. Gao Feihu responded that Chang Dalai had robbed Lu Heng to bring honor to Qin Niu Mountain, and helping Zhu Shenji would be a way to return the favor. He then informed him that his second brother would go with them. The next day, at the gate of Loi City, Qin Man then asked Gao Feihu's brother if there was any problem with his relationship with Du Mao. The second person in charge responded that he didn't even need to come in person, as passing him a message would be enough for them to get it done. He then asked one of Du Mao's men to tell his boss that Gao Fei Bao was visiting. Du Mao's men then told them to wait, as Du Mao was resting. One of Du Mao's men then noticed Gao Fei Bao and asked why he came and if he wanted to drink flower wine. Another man said that he should be careful of them, as they would judge his head to be worth 120 silver at the time. Gao Fei Bao then told them not to talk nonsense and asked where Du Mao was, as he had something to ask him. He was then informed by Du Mao's men that Du Mao was drunk and taking a nap inside and asked him to wait for a while. They then noticed Zhu Shenji and Qin Man and asked them about their origin and if they were new in the Feihu village, as they didn't look familiar. Gao Feihu then told them that they were friends from the Toad village and introduced Zhu Shenji. A man then became familiar with Zhu Shenji's name, who had a nickname, Jade-Faced Scholar, and it was said that he was behind the masterful plans for Toad Village's recent hard battles. Another man said that Zhu Shenji's name sounded extraordinary and wondered if he was real or fake. One of Du Mao's men then asked Gao Fei Bao what his thoughts were on how many villages they would be able to beat, and if the Toad village was so capable. Zhu Shenji mused that it was not easy for him to say. The man then told him what he was worried about and that he could say it with courage if it was hard for him to tell them. Zhu Shenji then threateningly told them that his only concern was that there were too few of them, as they didn't have enough to kill. Du Mao's men were left speechless. Later on, Zhu Shenji was introduced to Du Mao. Du Mao stood up, and Qin Man then told him that their village had asked him to visit and build friendship with him. He then offered him a Buddha statue, to which Du Mao said that he didn't pray to Buddha and didn't even burn incense. He wondered why Chang Dalai sent him a Buddha statue. Du Mao then told Qin Man to take it back, as he had no shortage of friends. He went on to say that dogs had different paths to follow than tigers and that he was not on the same path as the Toad village. Gao Fei Bao then asked Du Mao that at the moment, it was for Gao Feihu's honor. Zhu Shenji stopped the upset Gao Fei Bao and responded to Du Mao's mockery, saying that although dogs have a different path to follow than tigers, mountains and rivers are crossed, and sometimes it's inevitable for them to meet again. He then mocked Du Mao, saying that they would see who's the dog and tiger when the time arrives. Du Mao then told them not to leave empty-handed after visiting and grabbed a huge metal object, throwing it towards Zhu Shenji's group. Qin Man noticed and turned around to catch the metal as he was pushed back by its force. Gao Fei Bao asked Du Mao what he was doing. Zhu Shenji then told Du Mao that they had a long way to go, and it was not convenient for them to bring heavy things. He then asked Qin Man to return the metal. Qin Man threw the metal back, which was caught by Du Mao easily. Du Mao then wished them a good trip. After a while, Gao Fei Bao then told them that Du Mao was too crazy, having so much pride in being almighty on his own. He then complimented Zhu Shenji, saying that even if it's not noticeable, he does have decent skills, to which Zhu Shenji responded that he was too humble. Zhu Shenji then asked Qin Man what was troubling him. Qin Man retorted that he had been careless in causing his arm injury. They then arrived at the Toad village, and Chang Dalai inquired Qin Man about how good Du Mao was in a fight. Qin Man responded that Du Mao was not weaker than him and that it was indeed true that he had the ability to fight tigers. Zhu Shenji then informed Chang Dalai that at the time, thanks to Qin Man's skills, they had escaped. He went on to say that Du Mao also had no respect for them, as he didn't take them seriously. He said that Chang Dalai was a dog, and he was a tiger, and tigers wouldn't be friends with dogs. Huang Xinyuan also told Chang Dalai that it was never too late for him to take revenge, but at the moment, it was not the time to deal with Du Mao. He expressed his opinion to hold back for now and wait for an opportunity to get rid of Du Mao. Annoyed, Chang Dalai responded that they didn't look like gentlemen, and if Du Mao was annoying, they would beat him. Then, he thought that they were being overly friendly and wouldn't tolerate what Du Mao had done. Huang Xinyuan was concerned and told Chang Dalai that they couldn't fight with their current strength unless he had an idea. Chang Dalai then told them to get ready as he would personally go into town. Later, Gao Fei Bao complained to Gao Feihu about how Du Mao would have treated them with respect if they had visited him, instead of being treated like trash. He continued by saying that Du Mao no longer regarded them as friends and was different from before. Gao Feihu told him to shut up as he was mumbling like a coward. One of Gao Feihu's lackeys told him that Du Mao was disrespectful because of Toad Village, as its reputation wasn't small. Gao Fei, who asked Gao Fei Bao for their opinion on Toad Village. Gao Fei Bao believed that with Chang Dalai's temper, they would end up in a fight. Gao Fei, who smiled and wondered what Chang Dalai would use to fight Du Mao, as they already had an idea of how skillful Du Mao was. The man suggested to Gao Fei Hu that it might be a good idea to take advantage of the situation and use Du Mao to bring down Toad Village. And if Toad Village lost, they would know how to act in the future. At Toad Village, Qin Man questioned Chang Dalai about whether or not he really wanted to go with him to Loi City. Chang Dalai responded that he had already met with Du Mao and that it was not convenient for him to show his face again. Tin Man informed him that his wanted posters were still hanging at the town gate. In response, Chang Dalai said that he chose people with no bounties and a certain amount of fighting prowess, and that they also needed to think of a way to infiltrate Loi City covertly. He got an idea and asked Qin Man to find some carpenters. Moments passed, and Chang Dalai's lackeys were speechless. Someone yelled that their Toad Village would face grief as it was not an option. Chang Dalai asked Zhu Shenji what was wrong with his plan to break the feudal superstition. Zhu Linger and Liu Jihan called Chang Dalai out of concern. After some time, a carriage arrived in front of the gate of Loi City. They were stopped by the guards and asked what they were doing there. The man said that his grandfather died outside and they had brought his body back to have his bones buried. One of the guards shot back, stating that the bandits were acting rebelliously at the time and doubted that they were not actual bandits trying to sneak into Loi City. He asked them to open the coffin as he wanted to check its contents. Huang Xinyuan offered the guards some bribe money, telling them that the coffin cannot be opened as it would bother the dead. The guards accepted and decided to let them in, as they didn't want to disturb the dead, for which Huang Xinyuan thanked them. Moments later, they arrived at Su Ying's front door and ordered them to carry the coffin inside and never let anyone see it. Xiao Dai noticed and asked the men to leave. The coffin shook, and a hand appeared, making Su Ying and Xiao Dai hug each other in fear. Chang Dalai threw the coffin cover aside and stood up, wiping his clothes as he was sticky from being inside the coffin. He stepped out of the coffin and greeted Su Ying, as they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Su Ying, bewildered, asked Chang Dalai for the reason for his visit. Chang Dalai responded that if she had a problem, he wouldn't dare not to come, even if it is the most dangerous place. Su Ying informed him that living people who sleep inside coffins meet with misfortune. Chang Dalai ignored Su Ying and ordered his men not to put the coffin in Su Ying's courtyard, as it brings misfortune. He also asked them to bring the wine he had prepared, to which his men obliged. Blushing, Su Ying had a thought that she wanted to ask him about Liu Jihan and the note. However, she didn't know what to say in front of him and wondered what was wrong with her. Her eyes grew wide open as she felt flattered. She informed Chang Dalai that ever since they blocked her restaurant with a manure vehicle, she couldn't do a thing about it, even after several arrests. They just kept the door closed, and that it was no big deal to her, and she just let them be for a few days. When the time comes, they'll settle old debts and new ones together. Su Ying went on to say that with the few people he brought, she believed that they were no match for Du Mao, and she asked him if he could beat him. Chang Dalai reassured Su Ying and told her not to worry, as he already had a good plan. Still flattered, Su Ying turned around and ignored him. Confused, Chang Dalai wondered what was wrong with her. At Du Mao's residence, they were having a party. Du Mao chugged a jar of alcohol, which amazed his men with his capacity for drinking liquor. The other man informed the group that when Du Mao drinks one bowl of wine, his strength increases, and with 2 bowls of wine, his strength doubles. He added that when Du Mao is drunk, he reaches his full power. He further mentioned that if there were no good wine to cheer him up, it wouldn't have been as enjoyable when he fought the tiger in the past. A merchant came by and yelled that he had wine for sale. Du Mao wondered and asked Ba to see who was disturbing their fun. Ba stood up and agreed to Du Mao's order. He went outside and noticed a merchant selling a bowl of wine. The merchant was receiving complaints from his customers that his wine was expensive. Huang Xinyuan told them that they were being unreasonable, as they had agreed beforehand that a bowl of wine would cost them 100, and those who couldn't drink 10 bowls in a row wouldn't have to pay. He pointed out that the customers obviously couldn't have done it and were trying to back out of their payment. An angry man told him that he didn't even pay when he ate at a restaurant in the city and asked him what was wrong with drinking 1 bowl of wine from him. Huang Xinyuan asked them to be reasonable and pay for their drinks. The enraged man threatened him, saying that if he kept talking, he would beat him to death. Ba grabbed the angry man by his collar and told him that if he was an honorable man, he must admit when he had done something wrong and asked him to drink 10 bowls of wine. If he couldn't, he should pay for it. The angry man asked who Ba was and told him to drink 10 bowls himself if he had the capability. If he couldn't finish, he's a wimp. Enraged, Ba asked Huang Xinyuan to give him a bowl of wine. Huang Xinyuan poured him a bowl and told Ba to consider the bowl as his gift of thanks. Ba asked him if he meant that he couldn't afford his wine and that he could even pay for 10 bowls. Ba drank Huang Xinyuan's wine, which made his eyes widen, and he thought that it was strong. Huang Xinyuan told him that if he couldn't drink, he should not force himself as his wine was pretty strong. The man laughed and told Ba that he wimped out. Ba responded that he didn't wimp out and that the man was the one who wasn't capable of drinking it. He told Huang Senyuan that he'd take him to a place where someone is able to drink 10 bowls of wine and pointed towards Du Mao's residence, doubting if he dared to go with him. Huang Senyuan told him that he only had a small business. Ba told him that they were going to pay him every single penny and that he didn't need to be afraid. Huang Senyuan asked Ba if he could let his people accompany him as he was afraid to go inside. Ba responded that he'd show him what a real man looked like. They got inside Du Mao's residence. Du Mao told Ba that it would be enough if he got rid of them and asked him why he captured them. Ba told Du Mao that Huang Senyuan was a wine seller and that his wine cost 100 per bowl. If he could drink 10 bowls in a row, he wouldn't have to pay. Du Mao responded that he was interested and asked how good the wine was that made people overconfident. One of Du Mao's men told Ba that he had been drinking and that he couldn't handle the wine. Ba responded that he came across a good wine and wanted Du Mao to try, as he couldn't get drunk from Huang Senyuan's wine. The men told him to stop bragging as they knew his drinking capacity. The other man mumbled that he wanted to try Huang Senyuan's wine. He chugged the whole bowl and mumbled that his wine was nothing and asked Ba if the wine could stun him. Ba laughed and mocked the man, informing him that he only drank 3 bowls in a row. The man was fuming and stated that he just ate too much and was stuffed with food. He asked for another bowl. As the man chugged his second bowl of wine, Du Mao's men were cheering him on. The man couldn't finish the second bowl and fell asleep on the ground. He was made a laughingstock by his companions. Huang Senyuan continued to pour a bowl of wine as Du Mao's men came to chug it. They couldn't believe that his wine was so strong. A bowl dropped, breaking it. The man puked and mumbled that Huang Senyuan's wine was really strong. Du Mao's men were falling one by one, and they couldn't handle anymore, so they asked Du Mao to experience the wine. Huang Senyuan told them that they were just a small business and asked to be spared. Du Mao asked him if he thought they couldn't afford to pay him and also asked him to fill a bowl for him. He said that if Du Mao shoveled a little, he would pay with his head. Huang Senyuan filled a bowl and told Du Mao to take it easy as his wine is pretty strong. As Du Mao was chugging the bowl of wine, Ba told Huang Senyuan that Du Mao won't fall over from dizziness even after 1,000 bowls and that when he fought the tiger in the past, he wouldn't believe that he would feel dizzy with only his wine. Du Mao's eyes grew wide as he felt how strong the wine was. Du Mao exhaled and mumbled that the wine was great. Ba ordered Huang Senyuan to fill another bowl for Du Mao as he was just beginning to feel something. Du Mao scolded Ba as Huang Senyuan didn't know anything. He asked Huang Senyuan to fill another bowl for him, to which he obliged. Du Mao chugged his second bowl of wine. As he was drinking, Ba was cheering for him. After he drank all of the wine, he coughed, which made Huang Senyuan advise him that if he couldn't drink anymore, he didn't have to pay, as he felt bad for asking him. Du Mao insisted on filling him another bowl of wine. Huang Senyuan thought that Du Mao was really a warrior when he thought of Chang Dalai. One bowl could already make him lie on the floor. After a few bowls of wine, Huang Senyuan offered Du Mao another bowl and asked him if he still wanted to drink. Fuming, Du Mao mumbled to fill the bowl up. Huang Senyuan advised him that he should stop if he doesn't want to burn incense and doesn't respect Buddha, as drinking too much wine increases his risk of death. Du Mao's eyes widened as he realized that the man was not a nobody as he dropped the bowl. Huang Senyuan ordered his men to attack. Chang Dalai and the rest of the Toad village appeared. He announced that they are doing business and no one who messes with them could leave. His companions were ordered to tie up Du Mao's men and attack him. Du Mao shouted and slapped one of Chang Dalai's lackeys and proceeded to attack the rest. Lin Xiaoyu leaped and attacked the drunk Du Mao. Du Mao grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's spear and punched him, creating a distance between them. Lin Xiaoyu's whole body trembled after Du Mao's attack, as he was staring at Du Mao defeating his companions. Du Mao grumbled that he was having a good time at the moment. Concerned, Huang Senyuan called for Chang Dalai. Chang Dalai claimed that Du Mao was a drunken tiger. Ba told them that Du Mao was able to capture and kill a tiger and asked them to untie him, as Du Mao would probably listen to him and wouldn't kill them. Chang Dalai and Huang Senyuan smashed a jar on Ba's head, causing him to fall asleep. Chang Dalai assured Huang Senyuan not to panic as he would take care of Du Mao. Huang Senyuan believed that Chang Dalai was indeed a hero, as he would fight Du Mao empty-handed and not take advantage of weapons. Du Mao realized that the one approaching him was Chang Dalai and mocked him to come closer so he could punch him in the face. Chang Dalai clapped, creating a noise that bewildered Du Mao. Huang Senyuan and the others were also puzzled by what was happening. Du Mao was still in a trance from hearing Chang Dalai's clap sound, which made him fall asleep. Du Mao gritted his teeth and charged towards Chang Dalai, screaming. He punched him, but to his luck, Chang Dalai dodged. Du Mao threw another punch but was still unlucky. Chang Dalai countered and punched Du Mao in the face, making him fall to the ground. Huang Senyuan and the others' jaws dropped as they couldn't believe that Chang Dalai could also fight. They cheered that Chang Dalai was so powerful, he beat Du Mao in one move. Time passed after the fight, and Du Mao was asleep in a dark room. He woke up and wondered where he was. Du Mao asked who the people outside were and threatened to kill them if he got out. Chang Dalai asked him if he was out of his mind from drinking wine. Du Mao realized that it was Chang Dalai. Chang Dalai mocked him, telling him that it was a pleasure to meet him. Annoyed, Du Mao challenged Chang Dalai if he had the guts. Chang Dalai responded that he was a leader and not trying to play the hero, and that he thought their fight was good. Du Mao was enraged by Chang Dalai's mockery and told him that he had been careless last time, and if Chang Dalai wanted to kill him, he wouldn't resist. Chang Dalai told him that he wouldn't kill him if they had a conversation about recruiting. He asked Du Mao if he would like to join the Toad Village. Du Mao zipped his mouth, and seconds later he laughed, which also made Chang Dalai laugh, mumbling that his laugh was ugly. He told Chang Dalai that he had once been a person with ideals. After a wave of long speeches, Du Mao told Chang Dalai that he wanted him to join the Toad Village if he had the guts to face him head-on. Anxious, Chang Dalai thought that Du Mao was not easy to fool and believed that his eloquent skills were useless against him. He believed that the matter of recruiting him would be discussed in the long run. Meanwhile, people were talking about what happened to Du Mao. People were gossiping that they saw Chang Dalai hit Du Mao's head with a palm strike, leaving him half dead. Su Ying thought that after eliminating Du Mao, the Toad Village's influence would expand through the Fallen Leaves city. Du Mao's evil gang could no longer rely on him. A man mumbled that Du Mao had been a bully for years and felt relieved that someone cleaned him up while pouring tea into his cup. He added that Chang Dalai's action against Du Mao proved that he was more terrifying than him. The man he was drinking with responded that he wished all the gangs fighting each other were dead, and that life had been difficult for the rest of the world. The other companion stated that Su Ying had always covered her face with a black veil, and wondered how she looked under the veil, claiming that Su Ying's face must also look good given how good her body was. The man reprimanded his companion, telling him that if he didn't want to live anymore, he didn't have to say what he said, and questioned him if he knew who was the one running Su Ying's restaurant. The man asked who it was, to which his companion answered secretly that it was Chang Dalai, which they couldn't believe. The system praised Chang Dalai, stating that he did a great job arranging the people in the streets and alleys of tea houses and restaurants and spreading the news about him, and that he was now famous at the time. Meanwhile, at the Sialu restaurant, someone was gossiping that they had to earn money without resting from morning to night. Lai Dadu told his little sister that they didn't have any customers. The little sister asked why he didn't learn from Su Ying and send someone to steal their recipes if Su Ying was so good at business. Lai Dadu replied that everything was easy to copy from them. However, Hu Dailao's business was built on chili peppers, and they didn't have any idea where to find some peppers. The little sister questioned him on where Su Ying got their chili stuff. She believed that it didn't matter if Sahelu's business was good or bad, as long as they got rid of Su Ying and took away their family's property, there would be money for them in the end. She claimed that Su Ying looked like she wanted to take root at the moment. She ordered Lai Dadu to greet their guests as they were coming. Lai Dadu greeted the guest at the entrance and asked Mr. Zhang why he hadn't been visiting their restaurant for a long time, and also wondered what he would like to eat at the moment, and that he would tell the kitchen to serve him some fish stew with bamboo shoots, which was their specialty. Mr. Zhang responded that they didn't come to eat, as they had already reserved a table in the restaurant across the street since there was a queue at the time, and there was no place for them to sit. So he came to their store to rest. Lai Dadu was speechless at what he heard. Mr. Zhang asked Lai Dadu if he minded him sitting at his store with his friend. Lai Dadu stuttered while telling Mr. Zhang that he didn't mind, as he could sit for as long as he liked. Meanwhile, at Su Ying's house, Xiao Dai informed Su Ying that their customers had mentioned having some big business for her. Mr. Zhang introduced his friend from Qingzhou and mentioned that they wanted to buy a batch of chili peppers from her. Su Ying informed them that their chilies came from someone else's hands and that she also needed to ask them. She promised to contact them when she had news. An envelope was given to the man and he was instructed not to make any mistakes, as it was an important matter. Mr. Zhang and his friend were willing to pay a high price. After a while at the Toad Village prison, Du Mao was resting in a haystack when he heard footsteps approaching. Du Mao asked for some wine and threatened that if they were even a moment late, he would blow their heads off. The man questioned him if he was really Du Mao. Gao Fei Bao told Du Mao that he would go back and talk to Gao Fei Hu. He suggested that Gao Fei Hu ask Chang Dalai to release Du Mao and advise Du Mao to drink less in the future. Enraged, Du Mao yelled if Gao Fei Bao was insulting him. Gao Fei Bao asked Chang Dalai how he did it. Chang Dalai responded by telling him to read more books and newspapers, drink less cold water, and take more cold baths. He ordered Liu Jihan to bring him a basin of water. Moments later, he washed his face, thinking that he should always wash his hands and face, burn incense, and take a bath, as being diligent could change fate. Liu Jihan told Chang Dalai that she was going to sleep as she felt sleepy. Chang Dalai called the system, asking it to summon the general. The system appeared and informed Chang Dalai that he currently had a fear level of 20,000. It asked him if the summoning should be done. Chang Dalai asked the system to draw. The system informed Chang Dalai that he was using the beginner ordering platform and that each summon would cost him 10,000 fear points, and he would immediately receive a summon from bad quality to excellent quality. The system went on to say that if he summoned 11 times in a row, every 100,000 fear points, he would inevitably obtain one of excellent quality. Chang Dalai believed that the system was telling him to summon 10 times in a row, as summoning only once was too risky, and that the system was pretty tricky like an unscrupulous game dealer. He reasoned that if he drew immediately, the probability of obtaining ordinary quality was high, and it could also be straight to bad quality, thus adding 2 little brats to his village. He concluded that it was too hard for him to save 20,000 fear points, and it would actually be quite torturous if he held back from the draw. Chang Dalai told the system to draw, to which the system summoned the summoning general. The system raised her hand, and the summoning general appeared, stating that there were many heroes in the world who were competing in the rise and fall. Chang Dalai laughed at the summoning with special effects. Suddenly, a man appeared to whom the system congratulated Chang Dalai on getting a bad brewer. The man's name was Zhang, and he was an unpopular and bad winemaker. Upset, Chang Dalai thought that despite the brewer's usefulness, his rank was bad and claimed that it was not good at all. He wondered if Zhang would be the one in his favor or would be a burden to him, and that he still had 10,000 fear points left, believing that he could try again. He clicked and mumbled that he was going to try one more time. A star burst, and another man appeared, after which again the system congratulated Chang Dalai on getting a normal military general. Guan Yu, the man whom Chang Dalai got, was an unpopular, normal military general. Chang Dalai, still disappointed, mumbled that he was, in fact, correct, and that after lowering expectations, happiness was much higher. After some time, Chang Dalai sat on a rock, eating bread. He thought that his men hadn't arrived yet and wondered why they were taking so long. Zhang and the others arrived at the front of the Toad village, which Chang Dalai noticed. Chang Dalai wondered why there were 3 of them, as it was supposedly just 2. Guan Yu asked him if they were in the Toad village. The other companion of Zhang and Guan Yu was named Liu Bei and sighed. Chang Dalai thought the arrival of the 2 was unsurprising, but he wondered how Liu Bei got there. He believed that it might be the recruitment skill of the village banner that had been activated. He tried to remember the 3 men's names and realized that they were the 3 sword brothers Liu, Guan, and Zhang, and that their quality was really degrading for the heroes. Liu Bei greeted Chang Dalai and told him that they came in admiration and hoped to join his Toad village. Chang Dalai introduced himself as the Toad village master and asked them who they were. Liu Bei introduced Guan Yu as his second brother and Zhang Fei as his third brother and informed Chang Dalai that they had been together since childhood in the Peach Garden. Chang Dalai reasoned that when they stood together, they looked alike. The system informed him that they were the sworn brotherhood in the peach orchard and that they met in the peach orchard for the common idea of life and death. Chang Dalai wondered if the 3 men didn't have any relationship with the legendary 3, as they had such names and attributes. He asked them where they were from. Guan Yu answered that they lived in Fanyang County. Chang Dalai realized something and asked them if they knew a person named Zhang Fei with the middle name Ida. The 3 men were puzzled by Chang Dalai's question. Chang Dalai asked them why they wanted to stay in his Toad village. Guan Yu answered that the government was looking for them because they had killed the village landlord, who was evil, and that they had heard about Chang Dalai's reputation, so they came to join him. Chang Dalai smirked and thought that he knew they had killed someone, and the legend had it that Guan Yu Chang had killed the evil landlord and switched to selling green beans. He proceeded to ask them which one of them had killed the man. Guan Yu pointed at Liu Bei, to which he responded that it was not worth it. Shocked, Chang Dalai yelled in his mind that it was Liu Bei who had killed the man. Zhang Fei joined in and told Chang Dalai that he suddenly remembered that the person Zhang Zidai he mentioned was his great-great-grandfather. Curious, Chang Dalai asked him to tell him more. The 3 men couldn't remember the names of their ancestors, and it took them a while to recount the story of their ancestors. According to Liu Bei, his ancestor was a very idealistic person who had vowed to become brothers with the ancestors of Guan and Zhang in the Peach Garden. As they took possession of the 3 weapons, the Mandarin Duck Sword, the Green Dragon Crescent Moon Blade, and the Zhang 8 Snake Lance, they were determined to sweep the world of rebellion and support the Han Dynasty. However, things didn't go very smoothly as they were defeated while attacking the Yellow Turban Thieves, and later, during the 19 Nations Mixed War, they defected to whoever had more influence. In the end, Liu Da'er wandered through the chaos of the world for most of his lifetime, achieving nothing, and the 3 returned to Fanyang County when he was 60 years old to settle down. The young men were full of ambition, dreaming of breaking into the world with swords. But when they returned, they were already old and filled with the experience of change in their eyes. And every day, Zhang Ida opened the door to sell pork, Guan Yun Chang pushed a cart in front of his door to sell mung beans, and after half an hour, Liu Da'er, who sells straw sandals, came. And after sunset, the 3 would get together and drink day after day. Every day when Liu Da'er was drunk, he would always argue that he was the uncle of Han. If heaven could help the lonely one, how many people in the world would be worthy of being king, and some other topics. The village children often made fun of him as they often saw an old man with white hair and a beard shouting something. Liu Dar would raise his cup to the heavens as he was drinking. Later on, he died at the age of 72. Guanyan Chang and Zhang Yida also died one after another, and the descendants of the three continued to settle in Fangyang County. Who could have imagined that if he had been given a stage, the old man with white hair, half crazed and half mad, mocked by urchins, would have been the mighty Emperor Liu Bei of Han. And in their generation, Zhang Fei had learned to make wine, and Guan Yu inherited the legacy of his ancestor and liked to read military books. Liu Bei, however, learned the art of medicine from a man named Hua. Future generations of children and grandchildren were always sworn brothers in the Peach Garden. The descendants of the Liu family would always be the eldest. Chang Dalai wondered if those three could be like the legendary Liu Guanzhang in the future. Chang Dalai sighed and told them that they couldn't help the flood of the turbulent world. As he was walking away, he told them that in the future they would stay in the Toad Village and would call each other buddies, as there was no need for them to be formal. He turned around and asked them another question if they knew a man named Zhu Ji. The three were still confused by his question. However, they were interrupted as a letter arrived from Su Ying. Chang Dalai read the contents of the letter and thought that business was picking up since there was someone interested in his peppers. He realized that there were 30,000 pounds of peppers in Toad Village and some outsourced pepper seedlings. He concluded that it was the perfect time to harvest. He asked Liu Jian to write a letter for him as his own words were too clumsy. Chang Dalai mumbled that the price could be determined by Su Yin, as she didn't need to worry about the supply since they could provide as much as the customers wanted to buy. He went on to say that they also needed to draft a notice to begin buying peppers at £1 for a pound of origin. After Chang Dalai asked Liu Jihan to write a letter, Liu Bei was talking to a man concerned about his disease in Toad Village. Anxiously, the man asked Liu Bei if his disease was serious. Liu Bei responded that life and death are decreed by fate and that the man didn't need to worry about it. He explained that it wasn't worth it to be concerned about whether it was serious or not. Upset, the man told Liu Bei that he must find a solution for his disease. Liu Bei informed him that his disease was just a cold. The man asked if it was a bad cold. Liu Bei reassured him that it was just a normal cold, leaving the man speechless. The man turned back and mumbled that he still felt bad even though it was just a minor illness. Liu Bei called for the next person. Chang Dalai thought that Liu Bei was an extreme pessimist and worried that it would affect their army if they continued in that manner. Moments later, Chang Dalai confronted Liu Bei and asked if he would mind if he didn't let him work as a doctor in his village. Liu Bei responded that sooner or later, all those who had a life would die, and whether to see a doctor or not was still the same. He wondered why people even competed for fame and fortune when, in less than 100 years, all people would be mere bones in abandoned graves. Chang Dalai couldn't believe what Liu Bei said and thought that the fight for fame and fortune was still quite interesting. He believed that Liu Bei's communication skills were really strong. He also believed that in the future, he should have less contact with Liu Bei in order not to compromise his own young hero's ambitions. Chang Dalai asked Liu Bei if he could help him handle his difficult matter at the time. Liu Bei responded that Chang Dalai's life belonged to him since they joined the village, and that Chang Dalai could tell him anything. Chang Dalai told Liu Bei to follow him as there was one person he would like to ally with, and he needed Liu Bei's help to convince him. They arrived at Du Mao's prison. Du Mao noticed that someone was approaching as he heard some clattering. He asked Liu Bei if he had bought some wine again, which made Liu Bei sigh and mumble not worth it to Du Mao with a gloomy look. Du Mao was sweating as Liu Bei's look triggered a tingling inside him. Liu Bei sat down and told Du Mao to come near him as they were going to talk. Du Mao shook his head and told Liu Bei to get out as there was no one who wanted to talk to him. Meanwhile, on the front step outside the Toad Village, White Wolf noticed that a crowd was gathering in front of a poster. A man mumbled that a kilo of peppers was traded for a kilo of grain and inquired of his friend how many peppers he had planted in his village, to which his buddy replied, "Not a single one." Another man muttered that when someone finished planting, the yield of an acre of peppers would be more than 10 times that of grain. Another man asked him if he thought the poster was telling the truth. The man sighed and responded that it would be nice if it were true and reasoned that there were no such good things. He noticed White Wolf and inquired if her village had planted a lot of peppers, as he had heard. Another man told her that they were going to be rich, and one joined in, saying that they had nothing to worry about in the incoming winter as it would be comfortable for them without worrying about food supply. Annoyed, White Wolf pointed a knife at the man's neck and told him to shut up, and if he kept yapping, she would cut his head off. She walked towards the Toad Village gate and thought that if Chang Dalai dared to lie to her, she would have him prepared for his death. At the Toad Village, Zhu Linger was cooking, which made White Wolf think that the smell of peppers was quite strong. Zhu Shenji noticed White Wolf and asked her if she was off work, as they hadn't seen each other for a long time. White Wolf told him to call Chang Dalai as she wanted to settle up with him. Zhu Shenji believed that she might have wanted something romantic, as a woman looking for a man to settle a score was rare. He claimed that Chang Dalai was fast at such things and didn't even leave an opportunity for him. Zhu Shenji informed White Wolf that Chang Dalai was in the back. Chang Dalai greeted White Wolf and asked her if she had eaten. White Wolf asked him if he had forgotten what he had promised her. Liu Jihan was spooked as Zhu Shenji thought that Chang Dalai and White Wolf really had to spill some tea. Anxious, Chang Dalai asked her what it was. White Wolf assumed that the pepper field yielded 2,000 to 3,000 pounds, and the grain yielded only a few hundred pounds, believing that people would think they were insanely poor. She yelled at Chang Dalai if he had forgotten about his promise after the seeds that he gave her in the past. Chang Dalai blushed and told her that she had to be clear as the reputation of the two villages would be tarnished if word got out. White Wolf scratched her head and informed them that she was just talking about peppers. Chang Dalai replied that she scared him for a moment. He asked White Wolf how many peppers she collected in her village, to which she answered 2,000 pounds. Chang Dalai sighed as the amount was quite little. He told her to send it to him in accordance with the previously agreed upon 1 pound of pepper and a pound of grain, wheat, or soy. She got to pick out something. He asked her to dry roast the pepper before shipping it to him. Chang Dalai ordered them to hurry up and be ready as first come, first serve. White Wolf looked down, blushing, and reasoned that she didn't expect that Chang Dalai would be so negotiable and that she couldn't do anything about him currently. Chang Dalai turned to look at her, wondering why she hadn't left yet. He believed that White Wolf didn't want to go, as she wanted to talk more to him since it was only logical for women to be attracted to him, as the Toad village was now considered to be rich and powerful. Chang Dalai tried inviting White Wolf into his room as he composed another poem. White Wolf turned back and ran away, which left Chang Dalai speechless. He scratched his head, mumbled, and reasoned that she might not be into poems and should talk about something else next time. Meanwhile, the men outside the Toad village asked White Wolf if Chang Dalai had admitted and assured her not to worry about it as it was not a big deal. Another man asked what Chang Dalai had said. She ran, ignoring all the men, and thought that there would be no more hunger in her village in the upcoming winter. The men murmured that the old generations had said that no money falls from the sky. That was why you should learn from your mistakes so that you don't make more of them. The other man said that it was so sad, while the other said White Wolf ran so fast. After a few days, a few more villages that planted peppers came to accuse Chang Dalai. They climbed the mountain in anger, came down the mountain in dismay, and upon their return, they began to roast peppers. She had negotiated a price with the merchant and bought a bucket of peppers for a bucket of wheat. And now they wait and see how much of the stored bell pepper seedling can be harvested. Meanwhile, at the prison, Liu Bei was still working on Du Mao's mind. And according to Liu Bei, it was quite effective. Du Mao sobbed in his prison cell and mumbled that he wanted to die. A few days later, the construction of the new medical center was completed. And with Su Ying's help, they had provided themselves with enough herbs. The system notified Chang Dalai that he was rewarded 1 medical book after the completion of the construction of the medical center. The Kainjin formula, created by the King of Medicine, could be used by healers with an excellent rank. Chang Dalai read the book and thought it was a hidden quest at the right time, as a gift for Liu Bei. And that Liu, Guan, and Zhang's hidden attitude was on the level of legendary characters and had to be focused on during training. He wondered if the descendant of Emperor Zhao Lai of Han had to be trained as a doctor. On the other part of the mountain, red smoke was covering the entire mountain, which Gao Fei Hu was overlooking. Gao Fei Bao came running towards him and asked Gao Fei Hu if he had heard about something. Gao Fei Bao replied that he had already heard and had no idea the Toad village would do something crazy. Gao Fei Bao asked him if he thought that it was true. Gao Fei Hu contemplated that he couldn't believe that 1 hectare of pepper yields 10 times as much as other crops, wondering if it was real or not. Gao Fei Bao informed him that they had several pounds of peppers and asked Gao Fei Hu if he should look at them, saying that if it was true, they didn't have to do anything. But if it was fake, he would teach the Toad village a lesson. Gao Fei Hu ordered Gao Fei Bao to go if he wanted to, as he would give up hope when he arrived, and scolded him that he had already told him not to plant. However, he wouldn't listen. Moments later, at the entrance of the Toad village, a carriage was fast approaching. The people realized that it was Gao Fei Hu and wondered if the Tiger village had also planted peppers. A man asked Gao Fei Bao what he was doing, as he remembered that it was he who had told them not to plant peppers and claimed that he secretly took seeds to plant. Gao Fei Bao retorted that he only wanted to expose the Toad village lies and that he was transporting peppers to them at the time, and that if they didn't give grains, he wanted to see what excuse they would come up with. A man joined in their conversation and praised Gao Fei Bao for his smart move. Gao Fei Bao invited the people to climb the mountain together to hear Chang Dalai's explanation, to which the crowd happily agreed. Wang Xinyuan noticed the approaching crowd and asked Chang Dalai if they were about to start a fight, and if they needed to call for backup. Chang Dalai assured him not to panic. Gao Fei Bao got down from his horse and told Huang Senyuan that they were visiting to exchange grain, and that what he said must be counted. Huang Senyuan checked the bag of peppers Gao Fei Bao bought and told him that he forgot to fry the peppers. Gao Fei Bao pointed at Huang Senyuan and asked him if he wanted him to fry the peppers at the moment. Chang Dalai told Huang Senyuan not to let Gao Fei Bao's trip go for nothing, and that it's not much work for them to fry the peppers themselves, to which Huang Senyuan agreed. Huang Senyuan ordered their men to unload the goods that Gao Fei Bao bought and give him some grain. Gao Fei Bao was taken aback by what Huang Senyuan was saying. Huang Senyuan informed him that they had agreed to give him the grain and asked if he had any concerns, to which Gao Fei Bao responded that he had none. The men unloaded a few sacks of peppers and loaded grains onto Gao Fei Bao's cart. The crowd's mouths were wide open as they couldn't believe it. One man accused Gao Fei Bao of being the one who told them not to plant peppers before and claimed that the tiger village was deceitful. Gao Fei Bao asked the man if he didn't listen to what Chang Dalai said, that they were only giving their village the grain because they were being honored. Gao Fei Bao also mentioned that they planted a few peppers, claiming that it was far better to satisfy them with a few £100 than to give everyone else grains. Moments later, another cart arrived, which made Chang Dalai notice the arrival of White Wolf and her gang, bringing with them tons of peppers. A voice announced White Wolf's arrival and ordered their men to help them unload their peppers in exchange for grain. The enraged crowd lambasted Gao Fei Hu, asking him if the Xinghua rides were also honored by the Toad village, as they also planted less pepper. White Wolf's subordinates admired Chang Dalai, stating that he was handsome. Chang Dalai was proud and told the girls that he had kept it for so long. He was surrounded by a lot of women who consistently complimented his appearance, asking him why he wasn't visiting their village, as many people wanted to see his face. Chang Dalai giggled as he flirted with White Wolf's subordinates. White Wolf told her companions to go away as she had something to discuss with him. She asked Chang Dalai if she could leave the grain with him first, as she would come back later when she needed it. Puzzled by the sudden question, Chang Dalai asked her if she couldn't get it herself. White Wolf responded that she was afraid she couldn't defend the food in their village. Chang Dalai thought about the sudden requests and eventually agreed, stating that she could take away a part of it for the time being, and that he would mark the others, so if she needed it, she would only need to pick the marked ones. White Wolf agreed to Chang Dalai's suggestion. After Gao Fei Bao's appointment at the Toad village, he returned to Tiger village and reported to Gao Fei Hu to take a look at what he had bought. Gao Fei Hu asked him what there was to see, as there was no interest in pulling back the old things, and that he would talk to Chang Dalai about his mistake some other time. Gao Fei Bao stabbed the sack he had bought, and grains poured out of it. Shocked, Gao Fei Hu couldn't believe that Chang Dalai had really exchanged. Gao Fei Bao told his brother that an adequate amount of grain was sufficient because they did not profit at the expense of others, and asked him if it looked fake. He went on to inform that Xinghua Ridge exchanged at least 1,000 pounds of grain, and luckily he bought some seeds to plant back peppers, or they wouldn't have taken advantage of their situation. Gao Fei Hu never expected that it would be real. An enraged voice shouted at the entrance of their village, calling for Gao Fei Bao. Still yelling, the two brothers were left speechless. Gao Fei Hu yelled back, asking them if they didn't want to live, as they dared to run wild in his village. Gao Fei Bao stopped his enraged brother, asking him to calm down, as it was difficult for them to go against the anger of the people. The people outside were still complaining and yelling towards them. When night fell, the Gao brothers were sitting and discussing how annoying those guys were. Gao Fei Hu complained to his brother about why the people were swearing at them and why it was their fault if they hadn't planted any peppers. Gao Fei Bao told him that he thought the whole thing wasn't reliable, so he told the people not to plant. However, at that time, they didn't listen to him either, and following him was the right decision. Gao Fei Bao retorted that it should have been him who was the one to be scolded and wondered why he was dragged into the situation. A few days later, Chang Dalai and the merchant from Qingzhou exchanged under the Toad Ridge. It resulted in a 10-to-1 exchange, where 1 pound of pepper was exchanged for 10 pounds of grain. And on that day, it was not known how many villages sent people to spy on the Toad village. The spies reported seeing car after car loaded with grain going up the mountain to the Toad village. There were even rumors that the stock of Toad village was 500,000 pounds of grain at present. As time flew by, Su Ying wrote Chang Dalai a letter telling him that the restaurant had become more regular, with customers every day, and they were already planning to open more restaurant chains. Chang Dalai thought that Su Ying's restaurant was developing so fast and wondered if it was due to the strength of a merchant's daughter. The system notified Chang Dalai that the Rob the Village Lady mission was complete and that he was rewarded with 1 draw time, as insufficient conditions were unable to activate mission level 4, and asked him if he wanted to draw. Chang Dalai told the system that he would draw. The system summoned the lottery machine and mumbled to be more conscious this time around. The machine congratulated Chang Dalai on obtaining 1 secret book of swordsmanship. The Infinity Blade, the blade martial arts Lai Yao Chen once created for the Northwest Army's Great Blade Force, through which the Northwest Army became world famous in the Battle of Zai Feng Ku. At the front gate of Toad Village, people were gathering, telling the baffled Huang Senyuan that they were there to help them plant peppers. The people were desperately trying to win the good side of Toad Village. Huang Senyuan informed them that winter was coming and that they had to wait until next spring to plant. The people told Huang Senyuan not to forget them next year, and one of them stated that he would be the first in line and come to them as soon as spring starts. A dry leaf fell down where Chang Dalai and Liu Zhihan were seated. When Chang Dalai was about to catch it, he exclaimed that winter was coming. Liu Zhihan shivered in the cold. Chang Dalai asked her if she was cold, to which she agreed. He told Liu Zhihan that he had to write to Su Ying to help him buy a pile of winter clothing for Toad Village and asked Liu Zhihan what color she liked. Liu Zhihan answered that any color was fine for her. At the same time, in Du Mao's cell, Chang Dalai asked Du Mao what was wrong, and if he wasn't resting well, he would have someone send him a bed and quilt. Shivering, Du Mao questioned Chang Dalai on how long he planned to torture him. Chang Dalai responded that it wasn't their principle to torture prisoners. They treated them well, offering good wine, meat, and someone to chat with. Du Mao fell into despair as Liu Bei's face popped into his mind with what Chang Dalai had said. Chang Dalai thought that Liu Bei was able to even invite Yu Liang in the past. Even if Du Mao had only 1/10 of the power, with time, Liu Bei would be able to move his heart. Liu Bei arrived and called Chang Dalai. Chang Dalai stood up and congratulated Liu Bei for his hard work. Du Mao noticed Liu Bei, which made his face pale. He was shocked and yelled at him never to come over. At the training ground, Chang Dalai and Guan Yu sat together. Chang Dalai questioned Guan Yu and his brother, who never practiced martial arts. Guan Yu explained their elder brother's belief that martial arts are one-on-one combat, and thus not worth learning, or they should learn how to fight against a whole legion. Chang Dalai thought to himself, indicating that Guan Yu was bragging, as he was just at an ordinary level. Despite this, he suggested that Guan Yu consider learning some self-defense. Guan Yu hesitated, citing a lack of available teachers. Chang Dalai handed a book to Guan Yu, suggesting he see if it suited him. Guan Yu opened the book and briefly glanced at its contents. Chang Dalai asked if he could read it and offered assistance. Guan Yu expressed a partial understanding of the book, mentioning that it contained foot combat sword techniques but was not suitable for horse combat, which left him feeling disappointed. He closed the book with a slam and smirked, curiously asking Chang Dalai about the source of the sword manual. Chang Dalai cryptically responded, asking Guan Yu if he knew the origin of his own martial arts skills. Guan Yu replied that he had heard rumors of gods teaching Chang Dalai in his dreams. Chang Dalai proudly confirmed this, stating that the gods had bestowed upon him 8,864 ways of the sacred axe, making him unbeatable whether on horseback or on foot. He wore a satisfied expression while speaking. Guan Yu expressed his opinion, addressing Chang Dalai and stating that although there are more powerful martial arts techniques available, the sword technique is fine to be passed down. He personally finds it too easy. Chang Dalai remained silent, skeptical of Guan Yu's claim. In his thoughts, he couldn't comprehend how Guan Yu had effortlessly grasped the essence of swordsmanship just by a cursory look at the book. He knows Guan Yu is a genius, but he shouldn't be so freaky at the same time and also put himself down that he can't read, which makes him upset. This realization left him hollow. Chang Dalai walks away while instructing Guan Yu to familiarize himself with it first, as he envisions Guan Yu eventually training other villagers and passing on the Infinity Blade skill to them. Guan Yu remarks that he no longer needs to familiarize himself with it, questioning if there is a more powerful sword technique that is more difficult. As Chang Dalai walked away from the area, he couldn't understand why he had suddenly lost the desire to continue conversing with Guan Yu. After he made his way through Toad Village Gate, Sun Ju stopped him, expressing uncertainty about whether to share something or not. Chang Dalai humbly suggested not saying it, but Sun Ju felt he should tell him anyway. As Sun Ju relayed the information, Chang Dalai seriously listened to it. After a minute, he acknowledged the information and instructed Sun Ju to continue with his work. He smiled at Sun Ju, appreciating his openness. Before Sun Ju walked away, he reminded Chang Dalai to be cautious. As the midnight hour approached, Zai Yun walked toward Elder Liu Muyun's grave, overcome with grief. He mournfully addressed Elder Liu, expressing how the Liu family had lost their dignity, and had even resorted to thievery, an act they seemed proud of. The anger and frustration on Zai Yun's face were evident as he spoke. He continued, mentioning that it wasn't just the Liu family, but even Liu Zhai who had become part of these evil thieves. In the quiet of the night, Zai Yun poured out his hatred, recounting the sufferings and injustices that had befallen their people, addressing them one by one to the grave of Elder Mu Yun. Zai questioned how Chang Dalai had brought about the death of Elder Liu, expressing his disbelief. He then scoffed at the comfortable lives the perpetrators led, well-fed and well-clothed, with no worries about personal safety. He also stated how there were such stupid people. Zai declared that their revenge and hatred no longer mattered, calling them a bunch of bastards. He bitterly claimed that everything should have been his, if not for the misfortune that had befallen the Liu family. He envisioned a life where he would marry Liu Jai, inherit his foster father's official position, and become the head of the Liu family. His face darkened with anger and determination fueled by his intense hatred. In a fit of rage, Zai unleashed his swords, slashing uncontrollably at the grave of Elder Liu. He chanted, "Mine," in an outraged voice, his anger consuming him. The intensity of his fury led him to declare his intention to destroy the village. He muttered Liu Jai's name, contemplating her face. As he continued slashing, his swords eventually broke, leaving him gasping for breath and momentarily ceasing his onslaught. In the midst of exhaustion, someone spoke disdainfully, commenting on the situation. A man expressed his amusement, clicking his tongue and remarking that it was a good show. Zai, who had been deeply engrossed in his own rage and grief, was startled by the sudden voice. His expression shifted to one of fear and shock as he looked up at the man who had spoken. A group of mysterious men wearing hoods stood together. The hooded figure taunted Zai with a mocking tone, questioning his ability to vent his anger only on lifeless beings that no longer breathe. After the mysterious man taunted him, Zai face became fierce as he looked at them. Intriguingly, one of them showed him an object, acknowledging Zai skill and added, "If Zai is desperate." He paused for a moment before continuing his words. The man tossed the object off the cliff to Zai and continued speaking, informing Zai that he could find the Northern Barbarian Division by heading far north, as he had a place for him. Expressing doubt, one of the mysterious men questioned the man, calling him the young prince. He voiced his concerns about helping Zai, labeling him as a jinx and raising concerns about the potential for their trip to leak out. The man they referred to as the young prince reassured them that no matter how much Zai struggled, it would be of little use to him. He then commanded them to proceed with their journey into town. Underneath the cliff, Zai gazed upon the fallen object with a reluctant expression. Despite his shaking hands, he picked it up, reaffirming the location mentioned by the mysterious man, the Northern Barbarian Division. In a solemn moment, Zai declared his intention to quit the clan while looking at a nearby grave tomb. Under the cover of midnight in the Toad Village, Zai made his way to the storage room where the food stock was kept. He walked slowly inside and tried to set fire to it, driven by a sense of nervousness. Thoughts raced through his mind, urging him to burn it all completely. Trembling, he attempted to ignite the fire while grinning. A sudden voice interrupted him as Chang Dalai interjected, sarcastically asking Zai if there was a shortage of fire. Zai felt a sudden surge of fear as he quickly turned around and saw Chang Dalai and the villagers standing behind him. Chang Dalai taunted him, asking if Zai wanted him to lend him a fire. Chang Dalai instructed Xiao Yu to protect Liu Jai, while Guan Yu was tasked with taking some men to guard the gate, preventing Zai from escaping. Amidst the tension, Liu Jai anxiously called out Zai name. Zai's frustration reached its peak as he caused a commotion, unsheathing his swords. With a swift jump, he lunged toward Chang Dalai and shouted Chang Dalai's name. But Chang Dalai unsheathed his swords and commented that the wages of sin are death before blocking Zai's attack. Zai was surprised and taken aback by Chang Dalai's improved skills. He couldn't help but reminisce about their previous encounter when he effortlessly kicked Chang Dalai away with one foot. Zai questioned how Chang Dalai had improved so much in such a short time. Undeterred, Zai continued his assault, launching a series of attacks against Chang Dalai. However, Chang Dalai skillfully parried each strike with his exceptional defense. In an unexpected turn of events, Chang Dalai slid back due to the force of Zai's attack but quickly regained his footing. Kinman sensed an opportunity and intervened in the fight. He suggested that Chang Dalai shouldn't have to do it and offered to kill Zai himself. He then swung his spear towards Zai. Unable to block or evade the strike, Zai was sent flying, coughing up blood upon impact. While lying in a pile of sacks, he vowed that if he didn't die that day, he would seek revenge and kill them in the future. Zai's thoughts raced through his mind. He couldn't afford to die there, not now. With a surge of determination, he grabbed a sack of flour and threw it at Kinman. Zai's internal echo stated that he couldn't die there. Momentarily blinding Kinman, the other villagers coughed due to the flour. Taking advantage of the chaos, he dashed out of the storage room, leaving the villagers clamoring to stop him. Someone suggested taking out the torches, while another villager chased after Zai, their resentment towards him evident. Food meant everything to the folk, as many people were constantly on the move just for some food. But Meng Zai wanted to burn the granary today, which would drive everyone to their death. Between the flickering of the torches, even the Liu family hated him to the bone at that moment. In the prison of the Toad Village, Du Mao wondered about the commotion outside, questioning the noise filtering through the walls. At night, amidst the disarray of Toad Village, the search for Zai-yun was underway. Alone, Zai-yun carefully concealed himself in a secluded spot. He saw a guard looking for him. The guard spotted him and tried to defend himself while Zai-yun was going to attack him. Suddenly, a scream elicited reached inside the Toad Village and through the ears of Kinman and Chang Dalai. Upon hearing the sound, Kinman's instincts kicked in. Calling Chang Dalai, he exclaimed urgently, pointing in the direction of the prison. Realization struck Chang Dalai, his expression morphing into one of surprise. The word prison echoed in his mind, filling him with a sense of dread. Chang Dalai acted swiftly, urgently calling out to the people. He urged them to move quickly and prevent Zai-yun from releasing the monster. His plea echoed through the village, filled with a sense of urgency. Meanwhile, Zai-yun picked up the keys that belonged to the guard. Purposefully, he began making his way towards the prison, his steps echoing. At the prison, Gu Mao's curiosity was piqued by Zai-yun's presence. He asked what had brought him there and if his intention was to kill him, his voice laced with intrigue and skepticism. Zai-yun's response proposed a deal to Gu Mao, stating that he would grant him freedom in exchange for saving his life in return. Beyond the confines of the prison, the villagers gathered, clutching torches that illuminated the darkness. Their gazes were fixed on the entrance, anticipation filling the air. The prison guard recounted his harrowing encounter, describing how he had been caught off guard by a swift strike from a large blade, rendering him unconscious on the floor. In his dazed state, he witnessed Zai-yun hastily enter the prison and lock the door behind him. Chang Dalai stood in silence, his thoughts churning. The prison guard then turned his attention to Chang Dalai, addressing him as the village master. He expressed his belief that martial arts should be virtuous and speak of respect, and not fight an internecine battle. Suddenly, the front locked door of the prison was kicked open by Gu Mao, Chang Dalai, Kinman, and the village guards, causing surprise among everyone present. Gu Mao, full of determination, proclaimed his freedom after forcefully breaking down the door. He looked at Chang Dalai with a smirk on his face, declaring his intention to kill him. Chang Dalai reacted swiftly, ordering his comrades to spread out and urging them not to die in vain. Kinman was recognized by Gu Mao, who effortlessly destroyed the prison door with a single hand. He declared that their previous fight didn't last long enough, so they would have another round this time. Gu Mao and Kinman confronted each other face to face, with Kinman responding to Gu Mao as he wished. Kinman then swung his spear toward Gu Mao, who used the door as a shield to block the attack. Both Kinman and Gu Mao slid back from the impact. But Kinman quickly launched another attack, which Gu Mao skillfully evaded. During their exchange of skillful attacks, Gu Mao leaped and aimed a strike at Kinman, who expertly blocked and evaded it. Gu Mao appeared to be enjoying himself, wearing a smile as he gracefully dodged Kinman's moves. In the midst of their fight, Chang Dalai issued a command to Kinman, instructing him to retreat from the fight. At the same time, he ordered the archers to divide themselves into groups of 10, preparing for the attack. The groups of archers unleashed a volley of arrows, surrounding Gu Mao with a barrage of arrows. He used the door to protect himself. As Chang Dalai's voice echoed, he directed the archers, instructing the first team to stand by while signaling the second team to release their arrows. Despite being targeted by a barrage of arrows, Gu Mao managed to evade most of them but sustained a grazing hit on his cheek. He quickly instructed Zai-yun to follow him. As Gu Mao and Zai-yun fled, using the door as a makeshift shield, the villagers pursued them relentlessly, encouraging one another to corner Gu Mao and Zai-yun near the cliff, effectively cutting off their escape down the mountain. They also moved to block the outside entrance, attempting to cut off their path. Despite being struck in the leg by an arrow, Gu Mao persisted, carrying Zai-yun towards the cliff. Under the shimmering moonlight, Gu Mao and Zai-yun arrived at the edge of the cliff, only to find themselves cornered by Chang Dalai's group. Chang Dalai spoke first, addressing Chief Du and suggesting that there was no way out. He proposed that Chief Du should join his village, where they could enjoy feasting on meat and drinking large bowls of wine together, promising it would be enjoyable. Filled with anger, Gu Mao rejected the proposal, declaring that he wouldn't fall for such tricks. Even if he became a ghost, he would hunt Chang Dalai down. Chang Dalai sighed and scratched his head, frustrated by the turn of events. He then commanded Liu Bei to assist in persuading Gu Mao, to which Liu Bei responded with a sigh. After the exchange of words, Chang Dalai gives an order to Liu Bei, instructing him to convince Gu Mao. Liu Bei, wearing a bored expression, questions the worthiness of the task at hand. Gu Mao, upon seeing Liu Bei, is shocked and filled with terror. In his thoughts, Gu Mao wonders if Chang Dalai's influence extends this far, expressing his frustration. With a bored look, Liu Bei menacingly tells Gu Mao to behave and suggests that he should return so they can have a discussion. Gu Mao's thoughts reveal his resistance and desire to never see Liu Bei again, leaving him flabbergasted and sweating profusely. Gu Mao tightly grasps Zai-yun, who, worn out from the pain, urges him as they were about to run away. Without hesitation, they both leap off the cliff, leaving Zai Yun stunned and filled with fear as Zai Yun's voices blend in with screams during the fall. A villager expresses his concern, warning that the cliff they were falling from was hundreds of meters high, fearing that the fall from such a high cliff would result in their bodies turning to mush. Liu Bei, puzzled by the situation, voices his confusion as he wonders internally about the sudden turn of events, realizing that he hasn't even had a chance to speak yet. While Chang Dalai states that falling off the cliff may not necessarily lead to death and could even trigger a rare event or something, Kinman proposes sending a squad to go down and investigate. But Chang Dalai dismisses the idea, deeming it unnecessary. He asserts that broken rebels shouldn't be pursued. He believes that if Gu Mao and Zai Yun survive, it must be fate, and they will take care of them should they meet again. Amidst the conversation, snow unexpectedly begins to fall from the sky at night. Chang Dalai remarks that the first snowfall of the year has arrived earlier than usual. After the chaotic event that night, the villagers came together to support one another. Some struggled to pull themselves up from the snow, while others hurried to remove the snow. In the midst of their efforts, someone remarked on the collapse of the old house, confirming the concerns held by certain villagers regarding its structural stability. In some parts of Toad Village, Chang Dalai and Liu Zhai walk on the deck. Liu Zhai remarks on the beauty of the snow this year. Chang Dalai responds optimistically, stating that next year will be a good one. Suddenly, while Shenji pours tea into his cup, he questions Chang Dalai's optimism, pointing out that there has been no rain for half a year, leading to potential crop failures and drought. He advises Chang Dalai to refrain from talking if he doesn't have a clue, as it could lead to trouble if outsiders hear him. Chang Dalai, seemingly unfazed, questions the lack of rain for most of the year and wonders if it's like this every year. Shenji continues, emphasizing the severity of the current year, highlighting the fact that there have been barely 2 days of rain during the rainy season. He believes that it's as if the gods are intentionally starving the people. He adds that now, just as the seeds have been sown in the field, a heavy snowfall has covered the land, causing the plants that have not yet emerged from the ground to freeze to death. Chang Dalai sees an opportunity in the snow to travel to Black Rock City and gain fear points. He contemplates converting their carriage into a sled, reducing the load on the horse and increasing their speed. And he considers that if they were to encounter the grim people of Black Rock City, it would be easier for them to escape. Chang Dalai instructs Liu Zhai to fetch San Yuan as they have a big announcement to make. Soon after, the group now begins their journey, and Chang Dalai converses with the group as they embark on their adventure. He remarks about the poetic beauty of the road from King New Mountain to Black Rock City, which is flooded with night light in the snow field, and both poetry and emotions are boundless. The man passes through the roads in the village ahead, and the road seems as long as the night. Zhang Fei is taken aback by Chang Dalai's poetic abilities, expressing surprise. Chang Dalai, in a playful manner, admits to his skills and laughs about it. Chang Dalai recounts his past studies in a sage book, reflecting on his desire to contribute to the country and its people. He expresses regret that circumstances have led him, a scholar, to become a mountain bandit. He ponders aloud if he and Zhang Fei are in the same boat. Zhang Fei's revelation about his literary interests left Chang Dalai somewhat surprised. He couldn't help but think to himself how unexpected it was for someone like Zhang Fei, who didn't seem to get hung up on looks, to have a literary side. Despite Zhang Fei's vulgar exterior, Chang Dalai found the situation somewhat comical, and couldn't hide his disbelief. Zhang Fei praised Chang Dalai's poem, clearly flustered by its beauty. As the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over them, the system suddenly announced a mission involving robbing wealthy families. It informed them that the objective was to successfully complete 2 out of the 10 planned robberies. The system expressed excitement and joy, addressing Chang Dalai as a righteous figure and emphasizing the importance of his role as a mountain bandit. The system announced that there were wealthy and cruel families in the city and suggested taking the initiative to teach them a lesson. As Chang Dalai was preoccupied with his mission book, he pondered the account of how he had gotten the upper hand over the Huang family, recalling how he had successfully captured Liu Zhai and also apprehended Du Mao. He vividly remembered how cunningly he had tied up Du Mao and brought him to the mountain. With a sense of confidence, Chang Dalai concluded that the task would not be difficult. However, an unsettling feeling of impending doom caused doubt to arise regarding whether the operation would go wrong and if everything would go according to plan. Seeking information, Chang Dalai turned to Kinman and asked about their proximity to Black Rock City. Kinman informed him that they were an hour away and suggested a nearby Buddhist temple outside Black Rock City where they could stay later. Preparing for their arrival, Chang Dalai suggested resting for a day when they arrived and then venturing in at dawn to get an overview. Upon arriving at the abandoned Buddhist temple, their plans were disrupted as Xiao Yu spotted a fire inside. He quickly informed Chang Dalai that someone else had taken their place first. Curious about the current occupants of the deserted temple, Qin Man wondered what they were doing there in such weather. Chang Dalai suggested to Qin Man that they should go inside first and investigate the people in the temple. Deciding to investigate further, Chang Dalai and Qin Man approached the ruined Buddhist temple cautiously. Upon opening the door, Chang Dalai discovered a burning campfire, causing him to tighten his grip on his weapon. Chang Dalai's voice echoed within the temple as he mentioned that they were also staying there and asked about the destination of the people in the temple. He also requested them to reveal themselves and settle the matter peacefully. In a moment of silence, the person inside, who was hiding, recognized Chang Dalai and called his name. Chang Dalai's expression transformed into a poker face upon recognizing the person as Gao Fei Bao, the vice master of Flying Tiger. After a brief moment, Chang Dalai praised Gao Fei Bao for his dedication and hard work despite the cold weather. Gao Fei Bao laughed and reciprocated the admiration, pointing out that Chang Dalai shared the same commitment despite the cold weather by not enjoying the luxury in the village. Chang Dalai smiled as he shared the purpose of training his men, emphasizing that his intention was not to get rich. He playfully asked Gao Fei Bao about his own intentions and humorously said that they might not have any food in their village as he giggled. Gao Fei Bao irritably dismissed the notion, claiming that Tiger Village had never been poor as they were too leisurely and only went out for activities. Suddenly, a member of Gao Fei Bao's group interrupted their conversation, informing him about someone outside. Gao Fei Bao's expression turned panicked and frustrated as he questioned why everyone was in such a hurry. He advised them to put out the fire. Chang Dalai stopped Gao Fei Bao and peered outside. He advised Gao Fei Bao not to be hasty, suspecting that the newcomers might be their acquaintances. After that moment, Chang Dalai welcomed White Wolf inside and stated that there were no outsiders present. The newcomer turned out to be White Wolf, who expressed surprise to Chang Dalai and Gao Fei Bao at their dedication to work. Moving forward, as they cooked meat over the fire, Qin Man offered wine to Chang Dalai to warm him up. Chang Dalai suggested that their men should also have some wine to combat the cold. Gao Fei Bao, who seemed so curious about Chang Dalai's meal, asked what he was eating. Chang Dalai replied that he had baked bread and smoked bacon, stating that one had to suffer a bit while traveling. Chang Dalai then turned his attention to White Wolf, asking her what she was eating. Gao Fei Bao silently stared at White Wolf, making her feel uncomfortable. As Gao Fei Bao cooked steamed soup in the fire camp, he poured the soup into a bowl. Chang Dalai recognized the soup as sorghum flour paste. He expressed curiosity, commenting on whether Gao Fei Bao and his people only ate such food. He speculated that their diet aimed to be healthy and plant-based, supplemented with fiber. Gao Fei Bao forced a laugh in response, while the people behind him seemed offended. Chang Dalai invited Gao Fei Bao to join them for food and drinks, surprising Gao Fei Bao and his followers. Gao Fei Bao declined, stating that they were all full, although his people couldn't help but drool over the food, indicating their true desire to accept the offer. Chang Dalai remarked that there was no need to be polite since they were all friends, emphasizing that politeness would make them seem like strangers. Gao Fei Bao awkwardly mimicked Chang Dalai's words, thinking to himself that if Chang Dalai asked again, he would eagerly indulge in the food and drinks. Chang Dalai then decided that they would eat everything themselves. Gao Fei Bao and his people were taken aback by Chang Dalai's comment. One member of Gao Fei Bao's group remarked that Chang Dalai had even invited them, but Gao Fei Bao had refused. Another member expressed disappointment at not having eaten meat for a few months. The people showed jealousy and sadness, and Gao Fei Bao wore a puzzled expression as he looked at their reactions. Gao Fei Bao tried to remedy the situation and told them that they just didn't bring good stuff. He then suggested they share the soybean cookies he had in his bag with their group. Meanwhile, Chang Dalai burped loudly. He then called Shenji, instructing him to feed the horses and thanking him for his effort, to which Shenji agreed. Seconds later, as Shenji looked through the sack of food, members of Gao Fei Bao's group engaged in conversation while checking one of the sacks. They expressed surprise at Bao's baking skills and asked if he could bake his own pastries. Bao quickly dismissed their comments, stating that his old mom had packed the pastries before they left. Meanwhile, another member eagerly requested to be given one of the pastries. Gao Fei Bao then turned to Shenji and asked what they fed to their horses. Shenji replied that they only had some dried cookies, lamenting that it wasn't the same as being at home and expressing sympathy for the animals. The shocked expressions on Gao Fei Bao's face and his people's disbelief were evident upon hearing that they were eating the same food as the horses. A moment of silence enveloped the atmosphere. The next day, the three groups sent their own people to the city to explore the situation. In a flash, Chang Dalai, Xiao Bailang, and Gao Fei Bao, the three of them, were left behind in the temple. While Chang Dalai focused on cooking meat over the campfire, Gao Fei Bao enjoyed the warmth emanating from the flames. It was then that White Wolf suggested an idea. She was playful and mischievous. She expressed her desire to play some games. Intrigued by the suggestion, Gao Fei Bao eagerly agreed. However, as Chang Dalai chewed on bread, he questioned the amusement of the game and whether they even had enough money to bet. With a seductive smile, White Wolf leaned closer to Chang Dalai, her voice laced with flirtatiousness. She suggested that since there was no money to pay for the loss, she could offer to pay with her life. Chang Dalai, while chewing, looked up, his face turning slightly red, intrigued by her proposition. Chang Dalai suggested playing a few rounds, his happiness evident in his response. He mentioned that if White Wolf won, he would also pay her with his own life. Gao Feibao, feeling slightly neglected, chimed in and reminded them not to pretend he didn't exist. Eventually, after Gao Feibao's protest, the three settled on using wine as their bet. Whichever one of them won would enjoy the drinks. As the play unfolded, it became apparent that White Wolf had become quite intoxicated, her drool evident on her mouth. Time passed, and Chang Dalai shook the wine container, lost in thought. He wondered to himself if he had been losing every round and if the two, Gao Feibao and White Wolf, weren't working together to get themselves to drink. Just then, Shenji, a member of their group, interrupted, announcing their return. Chang Dalai warmly welcomed him and invited him to join them for a drink to warm up. Shenji proceeded to share the results of their exploration of the city, presenting a topographical map of Black Rock City. Impressed, Chang Dalai looked at the map and complimented Shenji's work, mentioning that he didn't know Shenji could draw. However, Shenji humbly replied that he didn't draw it. Curious, Chang Dalai turned his attention to Xiao Yu and asked if he drew it, remarking on Xiao Yu's hidden talents in both literature and martial arts, expressing his surprise. Xiao Yu humbly replied, stating that he found it more challenging to handle a pen than a gun, implying that he wasn't the one behind the map's creation. Chang Dalai pondered, trying to identify the map's creator, and then Zhang Fei stepped forward, revealing himself as the artist. He admitted that he was the one who had drawn the map. Zhang Fei shared a bit of his personal history, mentioning his late father's aspirations for him to participate in the imperial examinations in Beijing, during which the world became increasingly chaotic. He scratched his head, displaying a sense of contentment. Chang Dalai gestured with a thumbs up, expressing his admiration for Zhang Fei. His thoughts drifted, realizing that the path ahead was almost set and the goals were also set. He simply awaited the right moment for momentum to build up as he smiled. A few more days passed, and the people sent by the Toad Village were often busy until late at night. Gao Feibao approached Chang Dalai and asked him about their target and if he could provide a hint. Chang Dalai, sensing Gao Feibao's curiosity, responded in a secretive manner, indicating that he should mind his own business and refrain from prying into their secrets. Suddenly, a member of Gao Feibao rushed in, urgently addressing Gao Feibao to look at the poster. The person then spread the paper to their hideout, and as Gao Feibao and White Wolf read its contents, shock spread across Gao Feibao's face. Chang Dalai told Gao Feibao, emphasizing that his men hardly posted them overnight. He questioned why Gao Feibao brought them back. White Wolf interjected with concern, asking Chang Dalai if he planned to rob the entire city. Chang Dalai clarified that the situation wasn't as exaggerated as Gao Feibao thought. He explained that he was being cautious and his objective this time wasn't focused on money. Intrigued, Gao Feibao asked for clarification, wondering what Chang Dalai was really aiming for. Chang Dalai simply replied that he wanted fame. After that moment in Black Rock City, in a bustling restaurant, two men engaged in a conversation that seemed to carry a sense of intrigue as they read the poster. These two mysterious men were the barbarians previously encountered by Zai Yun. The man whom they called the young prince asked about the origin of the Toad King. The other man responded, sharing his findings and stating that the Toad King and his followers were mountain bandits from King New Mountain. He revealed their reputation for defeating 1,000 elite soldiers from Black Rock City, causing Zhu Ban Chuan's forces to suffer defeat. The young prince calmly stated that the Black Rock City soldiers are considered elite soldiers, but he thought that those mountain bandits were interesting. He suggested that they should meet these mountain bandits if the opportunity arises. Amidst their conversation, Chang Dalai, who had been listening, interjected with a voice of skepticism. He addressed them as outsiders, urging them to refrain from speaking without knowing the facts and warned them not to speak nonsense when they knew nothing. The man was about to react in anger, but he was stopped by the intervention of the young prince. The young prince, with curiosity, wondered why Chang Dalai was speaking for the mountain bandits. Chang Dalai, with a hint of pride, responded that he had no intention of talking much, but he couldn't simply ignore their slanders. He then explained that the Toad King was renowned for his kind-heartedness as well as his remarkable looks and elegance. Furthermore, it was widely recognized within a 100-mile radius that the Toad King was called a hero, as the saying goes. The young prince expressed his confusion, stating that what he had heard differed from Chang Dalai's account. Chang Dalai responded, acknowledging that rumors are prevalent and it's natural for people to hear both false and true information. Intrigued, the young prince remarked on the genuineness of Chang Dalai's words and inquired whether he had personally met the Toad King. Chang Dalai responded with surprise to the young prince's statement and remarked that calling him a hero without having seen him in person may be in vain. Expressing his desire to meet the Toad King in the future, he then stood up from his seat and left a tip on the table. Chang Dalai responded that there might indeed be a chance. As the young prince and his man left the restaurant, Chang Dalai and Shenji remained behind. Shenji, filled with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion, pondered aloud about where the person came from. He wondered if those people had powerful backing. Chang Dalai's expression grew solemn as he suspected that the Ring clan might be among those with high status. Outside the restaurant, Shenji couldn't contain his curiosity and asked Chang Dalai how he knew about them. Chang Dalai jokingly responded to Shenji's question, explaining that he possessed divine skills passed down to him by the gods, enabling him to tell certain things. He also made a request to Shenji, asking him to address him as young master while in the city. In the evening at Jia's residence in Black Rock City, a group of people gathered. One of them made a comment, remarking that on Jia's son's wedding day, even with just 1 or 2 pieces of silver, they could already immerse themselves in joy and witness a memorable ceremony. Shenji couldn't resist commenting about Jia's family having a big mouth. He questioned if there was once a famous official in their family. Liu Bai chimed in, acknowledging the truth in Shenji's statement. He noted that one member of the Jia family had indeed worked as a small official in the city. Liu Bai emphasized the current chaotic state of the world and highlighted that in the past, if the family displayed certain words on their door, it would have had the power to bring destruction upon the whole family. Chang Dalai, eager to join the event, suggested that they enter the venue. He expressed his belief that Qin Man was probably already inside. Shenji, aware of the bounty on Qin Man's head, voiced his concerns about the risk of him being recognized. Chang Dalai reassured him, stating that after being out of the spotlight for over half a year, there was no need for Qin Man to be afraid anymore. As they entered Jia's residence, the party was in full lantern lights. People were seated, and Chang Dalai's group found their table. Shenji ate a slice of meat, causing Chang Dalai to calmly scold him for his eating manners. He urged Shenji to calm down, reminding him that they had eaten similar meals countless times before. Chang Dalai expressed his embarrassment at how Shenji chewed, while also chewing food in his own mouth. Shenji retorted, dismissing Chang Dalai's comment. He pointed out that Chang Dalai's hands were just as quick as his own, and he questioned why he couldn't enjoy a hot meal for once, considering how many days he had eaten cold food. Liu Bai, observing their argument, intervened and jokingly claimed ownership of the leg of lamb. At another table, some men curiously asked about their names, sensing they were foreigners. Chang Dalai, with his mouth full of food and a piece of meat in his hand, responded in a disrespectful manner, asserting that it was none of their business. The group of men fell silent as they looked at Chang Dalai's eating manners. Suddenly, the room erupted with excitement as the bride and groom made their grand entrance. Escorted by their families, the couple approached the center of attention. The bride's face was veiled in a vibrant red fabric, adding to the air of mystery. Chang Dalai couldn't help but wonder aloud if the bride was beautiful or not, his eyes fixed on the couple. In an unexpected turn of events, a man suddenly screamed, interrupting the celebration. He yelled at them to slow down and declared that he wouldn't allow the bride to marry him. All eyes turned toward the man, startled by his outburst. The bride, with a mix of surprise and apprehension, uttered his name, Zai Kai. Someone in the crowd asked who he was, and a man recognized him, dictating his name as Luo Zai Kai. He explained that he was a close friend of the groom and even held a marriage certificate with the bride. However, the Luo family went downhill, and the Jia family took advantage of the situation and forced the woman into this marriage. Another person chimed in, expressing disbelief, wondering if such a thing could actually happen. Meanwhile, Chang Dalai and his group listened attentively, absorbing the unfolding drama. Zai Kai, seizing the moment, stepped forward with determination. He mentioned that he had a marriage certificate, called the bride's name Zulan, and declared that she couldn't marry the groom. The wedding is about getting married according to all the traditional rules, and other lengthy rituals are indispensable. If the marriage certificate is correct, then the marriage won't be possible today. Jia Wu, the groom, seething with anger, commanded the housekeeper to remove Zai Kai from his sight. Zai Kai, facing the wrath of the crowd, struggled to break free from their clutches, enduring punches and kicks as he refused to give up. The people crowded around him, mentioning that they should get him out of there and pushing him away. Someone smashed his face to the ground, causing him to be battered and bruised. Zai Kai lay on the ground, but he gathered his strength to shout at Jia Wu, expressing his deep betrayal. He accused Jia Wu of being a deceitful scoundrel, pretending to be his friend while forcing Mrs. Lan into the marriage. Zai Kai lamented that he had treated someone as cruel and unscrupulous as Jia Wu like a friend. Inside her veil, Zhu Lan, the bride, uttered Zai Kai's name again and was taken aback and began to cry. Jia Wu, fueled by anger at Zhu Lan's tears, shouted at her, demanding to know why she was crying. Further infuriated, Jia Wu ordered his people to attack Zai Kai, urging them to beat him mercilessly and dispose of his body in the mass grave outside the city. The onlookers watched as Zai Kai was subjected to a barrage of punches and kicks, while someone snatched the marriage certificate from him. Zai Kai cursed as he struggled to crawl towards the person who had taken the certificate. Zai Kai realized the dire consequences. His thoughts raced as he recognized the hopelessness of his situation. He only thought about the marriage certificate but felt the weight of despair settling in. In a menacing tone, Jia Wu taunted Zai Kai, questioning his worthiness to compete with him. Wielding a wooden stick, he blamed Zai Kai for his inability to keep a woman by his side and challenged his audacity for causing trouble in their place. Jia Wu swung the stick forcefully, striking Zai Kai's head and sending him flying. Zai Kai landed on the ground, barely conscious, and caught a glimpse of Zhu Lan rushing towards him, screaming his name. He also caught a glimpse of the man's mentioning of burning the marriage certificate among the gathered people. Some murmured with disdain, while others agreed to the act, clutching the certificate in their hands. Zai Kai, observing his surroundings, caught glimpses of the faces present as he lay supine, his gaze shifting upwards. With a mixture of resignation and sorrow, he thought of Zhu Lan. Struggling to articulate his words, he sought her forgiveness, acknowledging his failure. In the midst of this dramatic moment, he saw a glimpse of Chang Dalai waking him as he was about to close his eyes. On the other hand, Chang Dalai noticed Zai Kai's fading consciousness and made attempts to rouse him, calling out to him repeatedly. Chang Dalai examined the bruised and battered body of Zai Kai and posed a probing question to him, asking if he believed in justice. After Chang Dalai questioned Zai Kai, who couldn't seem to answer, Chang Dalai stood with a smile before forcefully knocking over the tables. He addressed the Jia family, stating that the Toad village was conducting its business and they were only targeting the Jia family, advising the others to leave if they wished not to be involved. In the background, Liu Bai muttered that he was not full yet. Suddenly, the crowd exclaimed in fear, shouting about mountain bandits. Amidst the panic of the people, some scrambled to flee the place, while Jia Wu and his companions confronted the bandits. Jia Wu questioned them as to where they came from, wondering how these petty bandits dared to cause trouble for their family. Meanwhile, Chang Dalai, Shenji, and Liu Bai found themselves surrounded by Jia's people. Jia Wu commanded his followers to beat them, while Shenji expressed concern to Chang Dalai about the larger number of people they faced. Chang Dalai, with a loud voice, shouted Qin Man's name and ordered him to take down their people. At another table, Qin Man, Xiao Yu, and Zhang Fei heard Chang Dalai's command. Qin Man responded with aggression, attacking the Jia people who were trying to stop them. Jia people were thrown aside by his onslaught. Jia Wu, commanding his people, urgently ordered them to stop Qin Man. As the Jia people contemplated how to subdue him, fear evident on their faces, Qin Man swiftly grabbed the head of one of Jia Wu's people. Qin Man intensely and rashly goes to Jia Wu, who points his weapon at Qin Man. In Jia Wu's thoughts, he acknowledged Qin Man's remarkable speed just before Qin Man forcefully slammed his head to the ground, making him unconscious. As someone intervenes and yelled stop, Old Man Zhu showed up and called out Chang Dalai, addressing him as Master Cheng, seeking his attention. Old Man Zhu, filled with desperation, pleaded with Chang Dalai, stating that they had no grudge against him and asking for mercy for his son's life. He promised to fulfill any of Chang Dalai's desires, assuring him that he would definitely be satisfied. In response, Chang Dalai questioned Old Man Zhu's claim of no hatred, reminding him that he had asked for a share of their family's money, but he didn't do it. He then accused him of forcefully marrying a girl. Chang Dalai further questioned, mentioning that he was unable to let a woman stay with him due to his own inability. He asked if Old Man Zhu would agree if someone tried to steal his daughter-in-law today. Terrified and helpless, Old Man Zhu offered to give the girl to Chang Dalai if it pleased him but begged for his son's life. Chang Dalai clicked his tongue dismissively, contemplating the situation. In his thoughts, Chang Dalai realized the potential stress he would face if Su Ying were to discover that he had brought another woman back to the village. He also admitted his lack of interest in women who were already taken. Noting the apprehensive expression on the boy's face, Chang Dalai realized that soon he would be gone and the girl would become the object of trouble once again. Chang Dalai then unveiled the veil covering the woman's face and complimented her beauty. He concluded that her desirability was the reason two men had fought over her. He then decided to take both her and the young men with them. He remarked that the wind was tight and tugging, urging his group to follow him while emphasizing the urgency of their escape. As they fled from Zhu's residence, Qin Man carried Jia Wu and Zhu Lan on his shoulders. Chang Dalai warned his group that the troops would soon catch up to them and instructed them to use the secret passage they had used to enter the city, to which the group of Chang Dalai acknowledged his command. The Empire guards pursued them, shouting for them not to escape. As the moon glimmered in their path, the group hurriedly fled outside the city, with Chang Dalai guiding them. When they reached the place where they had left the horses, Kinman questioned the whereabouts of their horses. Chang Dalai revealed that the horses were located in the sparsely populated evergreen forest in front of them. He paused briefly, scanning the surroundings, and to his shock, his words stumbled as he anxiously questioned the whereabouts of the horses. Somewhere outside of Black Rock City, Chang Dalai expressed his frustration upon realizing that their horses were missing and the sled had been pulled away. He angrily questioned who dared to rob him, vowing to spare no mercy if he discovered the culprit. In his irritation, he pounded his fist against the ground. Shenji suggested that perhaps someone passing by had taken the horses, but Chang Dalai promptly rejected the idea, stating that the place was well hidden. He sarcastically remarked that he had considered the possibility of theft when hiding the horse. Chang Dalai's face displayed a mix of frustration and concern, cursing under his breath as he sensed that he was being targeted for an attack. Amidst the darkness of the night, the Empire guards were drawing near as the night was filled with noise and commotion. Shenji inquired of Chang Dalai about their next course of action as their pursuers drew closer, noting that their conspicuousness with the two captives could pose a problem. Chang Dalai, despite his anger, made a strategic decision. He instructed Shenji to search for the White Wolf along with Kinman and to take the captives to her place. He commanded everyone else to follow him into town, indicating his intent to proceed with their plan even in his enraged state. After some time, in a hidden house in Black Rock City, it was almost morning when Shenji returned from the city to report to Chang Dalai. Shenji praised Chang Dalai's plan, explaining that they had searched almost all the apartments outside the city throughout the night and found nothing. He noted that they would never have guessed their whereabouts as they were back in town. Chang Dalai, however, expressed frustration, mentioning that they were now trapped within the city. He sarcastically commented that the situation was great. Shenji then informed him that additional guards had been stationed both inside and outside the city, and several openings in the city walls were also guarded. Shenji asked Chang Dalai who he thought stole their horses. He speculated whether Gao Fei Bao might be responsible for the theft. Chang Dalai considered it a possibility and expressed his determination. He stated that whoever the culprit might be, he would make sure to catch and eliminate them. He bit his thumb in frustration. Liu Bai commented that getting so angry over a few horses was unnecessary. In a fit of rage, Chang Dalai frantically questioned the whereabouts of his axe, realizing that it had also been stolen. Meanwhile, approximately 30 miles away from the city, a group of men had gathered around a campfire. Among them, one individual commented on the audacity of the mountain bandits who had dared to enter the city with such a small number of members and cause a commotion. They chuckled, knowing that the bandits had not expected their horses to be taken. The man wondered how much the bandit would hate them, which prompted laughter from the group. As they continued drinking and eating, another man remarked on the strength of the wine they were consuming, which was much stronger than their horse milk wine. Some commented that one of the wine containers was empty, expressing frustration. The man shifted their conversation towards the stolen axe, addressing the young prince, expressing his interest in the axe, and sharing his intentions to use it in the future. However, another man playfully interjected, engaging in a friendly argument with the man whom he called Ida. He pointed out that he had actually set his sights on the axe first. Ida then challenged the man named Kaihu, to which Kaihu responded in a challenging manner, ready to engage in a fight. As the two fought for the axe, the other members only watched and cheered during the fight, showing great enthusiasm for violence. Just then, the young prince interjected amidst the fight, drawing everyone's attention. He questioned them if they wanted the axe, commenting on the weight of the axe and emphasizing its formidable size of over 100 pounds. Ida and Kaihu fell silent, and their confrontation momentarily paused. With a gleam in his eyes, the young prince continued, deciding that the two spears would now belong to Ida and Kaihu, while he reserved the axe for himself, proclaiming it would be his weapon in the future. He then positioned himself in front of a tall tree, assuming a confident stance. With determination, he swung the axe forcefully, cleanly cutting the tree in half with its powerful blade slicing through the tree. The young prince clenched his teeth as he lifted the axe high above his head, admiring it. He then bestowed upon it a fitting name, Storm Tomahawk. A contented smile crept across his face, pleased with the name he had chosen. The young prince's name is Huerle, a prince of the northern barbarian tribe of the Ring. Despite his young age, he carried significant prestige within the tribe. The people of the tribe often praised him as a cold land wolf about to roar in all directions. Ida asked the young prince, which name is Hule, regarding their situation, to which Hule replied, not to rush. He described a world full of desirable things like flowers, wine, tea, weapons, silk, and delicate women that they could possess if they had the power to grab them. He pointed toward Black Rock City from the cliff where they stood. With fierce determination, Hule declared that the tribe's warriors were on their way and proposed that they first blend into the city. Once their people arrived, they would make a good raid on Black Rock City. In the chilling embrace of Black Rock City's night, Chang Dalai's group discussed the situation they were facing. One of them remarked about the cold weather, feeling the chill in the air. Shenji, expressing concern, questioned Chang Dalai about the current tense situation, seeking assurance that they would not encounter any danger on their journey. Chang Dalai was determined to carry out their mission despite the tense situation. He mentioned that there were many wrongdoers waiting for them to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. He specifically mentioned the Wang family and asked Shenji to share what he had heard about them. Shenji provided details about the Wang family, a 60-year-old man who had recently bought a 14-year-old girl, which enraged Chang Dalai. He declared that this single message alone is enough to quarter the man. Liu Bai and Xiao Yu expressed their support for taking action. Chang Dalai instructed Shenji and Zhang Fei to remain outside and wait for them. After the job is done, they plan to split up and move on to the next house. Shenji raised concerns about the heightened alertness of the city garrison after their robbery, and questioned whether they should continue to rob. Chang Dalai, however, believed that causing more chaos would work in their favor and used the chaos to escape the town. After that moment, the group then covered their faces with fabric masks and proceeded toward the Wang family residence. Qin Man positioned himself on the wall fence, keeping watch over the inside of the Wang family's property. Chang Dalai called upon Qin Man for assistance, to which Qin Man responded without speaking. As they got inside the Wang residence, the group hid, and Liu Bai asked Chang Dalai where they should go. Chang Dalai directed them to find the old man's room, expressing his disdain for their actions and stating that they deserved to be punished. They whispered their plans while staying hidden behind the house. Meanwhile, inside the Wang residence, a man and a woman whose name was Mrs. San were engaged in a flirtatious conversation while lying in bed together. The man offered Mrs. San some leftover wine, and she responded seductively by urging him to put out the lights to avoid being seen. The man, seemingly unconcerned about being caught, mentioned that the old man in the house was currently engaging in intimate activities with a young girl. He seemed unfazed by others witnessing their intimate activities, stating that he wouldn't be afraid of them. Mrs. Sin expressed her attraction to the man's masculine side, like a bandit, further fueling their flirtation. The man boasted about his bravery, claiming that he would even kill a few bandits given the chance. However, their intimate moment was abruptly interrupted when Chang Dalai's group broke into the room, shouting and startling the man and Mrs. Sam. Chang Dalai confronted the man and Mrs. Sam, commanding them to stay still. He declared their presence, referring to themselves as the Toad Village. The man and Mrs. Sam screamed in fear upon seeing Chang Dalai and his group. However, Chang Dalai's group momentarily paused and became visibly distracted by Mrs. San's physical attributes, their faces turning red with a mix of embarrassment and desire. Xiao Yu, still slightly flustered, managed to mumble his words in a question. He asked Chang Dalai if the girl present was the 14-year-old they were looking for. Chang Dalai, attempting to regain composure, cleared his throat and reminded everyone about maintaining decorum. He faked a cough to divert attention from the awkward moment. Recovering from the distraction, Chang Dalai approached the man and pointed his sword at him, demanding to know who they were. The man, pleading for his life, identified himself as Wang Papa, stating that Wang Yuanwei was his father. Suspecting deception, Chang Dalai angrily accused the man of daring to take advantage of him, questioning why he had the same habit. He pressed the sword closer to Wang Papa's neck, displaying his disbelief. In a fearful tone, Wang Papa reaffirmed his identity and claimed to genuinely be Wang Papa, the son of Wang Yuanwei. Chang Dalai then turned his attention to Mrs. San, questioning her Wang Papa's name is real and asking her who she was. Mrs. San revealed that she was Wang Yuanwei's third wife, further complicating the situation and adding to Chang Dalai's confusion. He pondered the messiness of this large family. Chang Dalai's group gathered together for a brief discussion, leaving the two individuals behind. Xiao Yu, addressing Chang Dalai, acknowledged the mistake of breaking into the wrong room. He expressed uncertainty about their next course of action. Chang Dalai replied, determined to maintain control of the situation, and made a decisive command. He ordered his group to tie up the individuals who were not restrained. Holding their ropes and knives menacingly, they approached Wang Papa and Mrs. San. Xiao Yu, displaying a stern and unwavering demeanor, warned them to stand still and emphasized that his knife would not negotiate. Wang Papa, filled with fear and desperation, pleaded for his life, hoping to sway Chang Dalai's group's decision. After that moment, the silence of the night was broken by the sudden chaos that erupted in the Wang residency as Chang Dalai screamed that they were there. He accused the Wang family of committing numerous evil deeds, bullying and dominating the people, and expressed their belief that the Wang family deserved punishment. In a furious act, they set fire to the house before swiftly departing. Chang Dalai rallied the group, urging them to leave. Inside the Wang family, panic ensued as one of their houses burned. The desperate voice cried out for help. Meanwhile, Chang Dalai's group fled from Wang's residence, while the Wang family members attempted to extinguish the flames. Some armed themselves, searching for the culprits, while others watched in shock and fear. The people noticed Wang Papa and Mrs. San unconscious and inside a bag. They exclaimed in surprise at the discovery of the young master and the third wife. Approaching the bag, they discovered drawings on the faces of the unconscious nobles. A piece of lumber behind them carried a message saying, "Rob the rich to feed the poor," while another piece of lumber indicated, "Enforce justice on behalf of heaven." Soon after, the Zhu, Lu, Chen, Jiang, and Huang families each faced attacks and fires in their residences, plunging the Black Rock City into widespread chaos. Someone remarked that Chang Dalai had caused significant trouble among the 7 wealthy families of Black Rock. Another person added that Chang Dalai and their group always vanished after leaving a toad stain mark. A concerned individual interrupted, urging others to fetch water and stop talking. As Chang Dalai and his group fled the area, Qin Man carried Shenji. Chang Dalai carefully assessed the situation, taking into account the state of panic that had engulfed the city and the pursuit by the city guards. He concluded that it was time to escape. Meanwhile, the system beeped, indicating that Chang Dalai's fear points had reached a staggering 41,135. The system recognized the completion of Chang Dalai's task and offered a reward of 1 lottery draw. The system prompted Chang Dalai, stating that the lottery would result in a top-grade weapon, general, secret book, or prop. It asked if Chang Dalai wanted to draw now. Chang Dalai declined, suggesting they discuss it after leaving town. After Chang Dalai instigated a chaotic event in Black Rock City at night, he caused a lot of chaos in the city and wanted to take advantage of it to escape, but his plan failed. The 6 of them were big targets. No one could get past the guards without being noticed. They could already be tracked through their footprints. Instead of trying to escape, it seemed safer for them to remain within the city. As the crowd looked at the wanted images, including Hule, he appeared delighted by the sight of their images and sported a smug expression. Somewhere in Black Rock City, as the sun was setting, Shenji, who had just returned to their hideout, informed Chang Dalai that he had brought back food. Additionally, Shenji shared that while on the street, he had met an acquaintance who offered to hide them in his house for a few days. Chang Dalai recognized the acquaintance and mentioned his name, Luo Zaikai. He asked Shenji if they could trust him. Shenji assured Chang Dalai, explaining that aside from Zaikai, only an elderly mother resided in his home. Shenji expressed his confidence that Luo Zaikai would not betray them, especially considering that he seemed to be the one pursuing Zhu Lan. Zaikai approached Chang Dalai and expressed that he had stood up for him the other day. He assured Chang Dalai that he would never betray him, emphasizing that he was willing to guarantee it with his life. Considering the information and assurances, Chang Dalai made a decision. He decided that they would temporarily hide in the Luo family home and wait for things to cool down. Afterward, they planned to find a way to escape the town. After that happened, at night, inside the Luo family's residence, Chang Dalai slept and experienced a vivid and unsettling dream. Startled by the intense imagery, he abruptly woke up, his body drenched in sweat. He exclaimed that something was wrong. Sensing a disturbance, Qin Man hurried into Chang Dalai's room and asked him what happened. Still feeling uncomfortable and out of breath, Chang Dalai expressed uncertainty and responded to Qin Man that he wasn't sure while clutching his head. Qin Man pressed further, inquiring how Chang Dalai knew that something was wrong. However, Chang Dalai remained silent, lost in deep thought. In his thoughts, Chang Dalai contemplated the overwhelming surge of fear points and concluded that it was definitely not good. Eventually, he spoke up, suggesting to Qin Man that he should rest while Chang Dalai took over the night watch. After some time had passed, in the early morning at the Luo family residence, Zaikai, filled with anger and determination, screamed at the rooms where Chang Dalai was staying, threatening to fight him to the end. Chang Dalai, puzzled by Zaikai's behavior, questioned what he was doing. Qin Man, unsure of the situation, wondered if Zaikai had been acting this way since he went out earlier that morning. Continuing his outburst, Zaikai accused Chang Dalai and his group of being unscrupulous mountain bandits, vowing to report them to the guards and take them to court. Chang Dalai, yawning, instructed Qin Man to restrain Zaikai. Qin Man clenched his fist before delivering a blow to Zaikai, causing him to scream in pain. After a moment, they tied Zaikai up and made him kneel before them. In an attempt to understand the situation, Chang Dalai calmly addressed Zaikai, urging him to speak slowly and without rushing. Zaikai expressed his outrage, stating that if he is afraid of death, then he'll study the books of the sages in vain. He then accused Chang Dalai of being responsible for the destruction of the entire Jia family and questioned whether Chang Dalai truly cared about his own life. Chang Dalai casually remarked on Zaikai's scholarly nature before reacting to the news about the Jia family. He questioned whether he heard correctly, asking if the Jia family had indeed been wiped out. Zai Kai conveyed his dismay, emphasizing that Chang Dalai seemed unaware of the gravity of his actions. He then passionately explained that the previous night, the entire Liu family, consisting of 37 people, had been killed, regardless of whether they were old or weak, with no survivors and corpses all over the ground. He mentioned the presence of a toad painted on the wall in blood, implying that they were scared to take responsibility for what they had done. Shenji interrupted and called out to Chang Dalai, but overwhelmed with emotion, Zai Kai continued speaking. Zai Kai mentioned his fiancée, expressing concern that she had been caught by Chang Dalai and that he had had no news about her since then. He feared that she might have met the same fate as others and been killed by Chang Dalai as well. Chang Dalai questioned the meaning behind Zai Kai's statement, asserting that she was clearly the daughter-in-law of the Jia family. He pointed out that they hadn't gone out all night yesterday. He irritably smiled at Zai Kai, expressing his surprise that Zai Kai hadn't noticed at all. Seeking clarification, Qin Man asked if they were being impersonated, which startled and frightened Zai Kai. He began questioning them, reminding them of their supposed blessings from the gods. He dumbly asked if Chang Dalai could use the 5 thunder spells if he possessed psychic abilities and if they had the magic of the gods. In a fit of anger and embarrassment, Chang Dalai responded that Zai Kai shouldn't talk nonsense. He quickly turned his back on Zai Kai and faced Qin Man and Shenji. Shenji expressed annoyance towards Zai Kai, while Chang Dalai instructed Shenji to ignore Zai Kai and suggested entering the house to discuss the situation further. After several hours had passed, Chang Dalai's group gathered for a meeting to discuss the situation at hand. Chang Dalai, adopting a serious expression, summarized their discussions and stated his thoughts. Xiao Yu questioned who might be impersonating them and asked who they thought it could be. Qin Man stated that it might be Gao Fei Bao who was a possible suspect. However, Shenji dismissed this possibility, explaining that mountain bandits typically rob to earn their living and avoid unnecessary killings of people, and they would never do anything that would break people's spirits. Qin Man wondered who else it could be. Zhang Fei intervened and suggested the existence of a third force in town that they didn't know about. Liu Bei agreed, pointing out that a whole family had been destroyed overnight without any signs or noise. He emphasized that the unknown group seemed to possess a more professional technique than theirs, indicating that those certain groups were likely savage people. Chang Dalai remained determined, stating that no matter who they were, if they were unable to escape the city, the other group definitely couldn't get out of the city either. He declared that those who dared to use his name for evil purposes should be prepared to pay the price and expressed his intent to find and kill them. In a certain location within Black Rock City, rumors were spreading like wildfire about Chang Dalai. Someone said that they had heard that Chang Dalai was terrifying and rumored to have committed countless crimes. It was said that he had slaughtered his mother when he was only 8 years old and his father at the age of 9. They also mentioned that Chang Dalai ate human flesh, and it was rumored that he indulged in consuming 3 pounds of flesh and 3 pounds of blood at every meal. Inside a nearby restaurant, 2 people were still gossiping about Chang Dalai. One person stated that Chang Dalai is the kind of person who comes every 1,000 years as a great evil, and the future will apparently be very cruel. However, at another table, Chang Dalai disguised himself and observed the conversation unfolding before him. The individual expressed their belief that one day, someone would defeat Chang Dalai and he would be fed to the dogs, while Chang Dalai would be killed by a blade with force, making the mountain bandits. He vowed to get drunk and swore that he would never return until he was dead. While Chang Dalai at the other table was just listening to them silently. In the bustling streets of Black Rock City, a crowd of people stood, their attention captured by an unfolding spectacle. Among the onlookers were Shenji and Zhang Fei, caught up in the commotion. People pointed towards a building, sharing their observations. Someone said to look at the building and mentioned that the Missy from the Huang family had used her own money to pay the army, while others noticed the toad symbol marking their presence. Whispers circulated among the crowd, with some individuals mentioning that those residing in the building were marked by the toad symbol. Concerns arose that the Huang family might be the next target for extermination. People felt pity for them as they might feel scared and panicked. In the midst of the commotion, a woman from the Huang family let out a desperate cry, seeking a warrior who could cut off Chang Dalai. She expressed her willingness to offer her own body as a reward. Meanwhile, a group of women from the Jade Spring House announced that whoever could take Chang Dalai's life would be rewarded with a free ride. Shenji couldn't resist the temptation and mischievously suggested kidnapping Chang Dalai to claim the rewards. Suddenly, a group of hooded figures stormed through the city gates, riding on horses. Panic erupted as someone screamed, stating that they should run, and great chaos ensued at the North City Gate caused by the strangers who had broken through. The group of strangers, which was the barbarians, fearlessly fought their way through the gates, swiftly dispatching any guards in their path. Citizens in the city described the gruesome events, with someone stating that they instantly came over and killed people. They added that they cut the heads in half with just one axe stroke. However, an individual speculated that those were the mountain bandits from the Toad village. They remarked on the bandits' reputation for toughness and noted that they wouldn't dare to mess with them. Meanwhile, Chang Dalai and Liu Bei hid behind a nearby wall. Chang Dalai's anger grew, and he indicated that he had found the group that was using their name, and that those groups were responsible for the massacre of the Jia family. As Chang Dalai looked at them, he irritably said that the man was holding his axe. At that moment, General Liu Heng and his soldiers were seen preparing to confront the group, receiving expressions of support from the citizens. One woman approached General Liu Heng, urging him to return triumphantly while she would wait for him. Meanwhile, another woman approached General Liu Heng and expressed her unwavering belief in his heroism, stating that she knew he could never be wrong. In a separate message, another woman conveyed her well wishes to Mr. Zhu, urging her to take care of their journey. The man riding on the donkey happily sent a message to a woman in the crowd, promising that when he returned from killing bandits, he would propose marriage to her. He blurted out his words with excitement. Another man expressed his determination, assuring Zhaju that she need not worry. He confidently declared that today he would kill Chang Dalai, emphasizing his words by making a hand gesture. While in hiding, Chang Dalai couldn't help but express his disdain for the citizens who were riding donkeys, cows, and mules, questioning their intentions and wondering if they were going to war or what. A person in the crowd explained that the city's organized township warriors were all generous and righteous men. Another person added that their goal was to do justice and eliminate the threats. Amidst all the events, the system beep interrupted with an alert, informing Chang Dalai that his fear points were approaching 1 million and congratulating him. She added that when the fear points reach 1 million, Chang Dalai would be able to randomly redeem one item of top quality. Liu Bei noticed that people were leaving. He asked Chang Dalai for guidance on their next course of action. Chang Dalai made a decisive decision. He suggested heading to the Little White Wolf to borrow horses and retrieve his axe. Almost thousands of people from the city followed the group of barbarians, thinking that it was the Toad village. Not far away, the barbarians stopped and waited for the soldiers and people who were chasing them. Their faces were ready to engage in violence and chaos. Kai Hu addressed Hule, the young prince, and asked about the arrival of their people. Hule responded, stating that according to the estimated time, their people should be arriving that day and suggested engaging in play with them outside the city. Hule then raised his axe in excitement and suggested that they let the people get closer and show some of their power, to which Kai Hu raised his arrow weapon, confirming Hule's plan. Kai Hu advanced forward and prepared to unleash his arrow towards the group of General Liu Heng. In his thoughts, he calculated the distance, counting 3 miles, 2 miles, 300 paces, and 200 paces. Then he released his arrow toward General Liu Heng's group. With a swift and precise shot, Kai Hu struck down one of the soldiers, causing terror and fear among the volunteer citizens. Taking advantage of the moment, Kai Hu and the other barbarians launched a barrage of arrow attacks, causing harm to the soldiers, most of whom were hit by the arrows. General Liu Heng, who had halted and contemplated in his mind, thought that Kai Hu was just a few hundred paces away. With a bow in his hand while on horseback, he could take a man's life with a single arrow. He couldn't help but compliment the riding skills of these individuals, acknowledging that they were truly terrifying. General Liu Heng then ordered his soldiers to get down and control their horses. Intrigued by the situation, General Liu Heng felt frustrated. He began to think that it didn't seem like the bandits were led by Chang Dalai, but rather resembled the notorious Ring clan. The barbarian group continued their assault, engaging in fierce combat with the soldiers and the pursuing crowd. Hule urged the warriors of the northern barbarians to play against the soldiers. Confident and daring, Kai Hu expressed to Hule that he should do it. He then called out the group of soldiers, encouraging those who didn't want to live to step forward to pick up their death. General Liu Heng, determined to face the threat, shouted, questioning who would step up to fight Kai Hu. One of the soldiers volunteered, assuring them that he would defeat Kai Hu and bring an end to his menace within 3 rounds. A soldier expressed anticipation, contemplating whether Master Zhang, the soldier who volunteered, could successfully defeat the villain and eliminate him for the sake of the people. Another soldier responded, affirming that today they would witness the true extent of Master Zhang's power. As Soldier Zhang charged toward Kai Hu, a fierce battle ensued. The two combatants clashed their spears, with Soldier Zhang managing to block every strike. However, Kai Hu's agility allowed him to avoid Soldier Zhang's attacks. In a moment of vulnerability, as Soldier Zhang turned his back, Kai Hu swiftly pierced him from behind, leaving the onlooking soldiers in shock and terror. Kai Hu proudly raised his spear, dripping with blood. He called out challengingly to anyone else who dared to face him. In the midst of the intense battle, the savage warrior fought 3 times in a row and won each fight before withdrawing. Hu Lei himself stepped up, and he was even more powerful, wielding an iron axe so strong that several men died in quick succession under his horse. General Lu Heng's gaze remained fixed on the weapon that had captured his attention. The axe, seemingly familiar, hinted at Chang Dalai's ownership. However, the presence of an unfamiliar man holding it raised suspicions in the general's mind. He doubted that Chang Dalai, the evil thief, had colluded with the barbarian clan. He questioned how Chang Dalai's axe could be in the hands of others. General Lu Heng also thought that there were other tribes who called the person a young prince. He then mentioned that the young prince of the rings was also called the Cold Earth Wolf. Hu Lei, with a grin on his face, confirmed that it was indeed him. When it comes to horse fighting, the rings are unrivaled in horsemanship. 30 years ago, the mighty barbarians came. They killed people like cutting grass and laid cities in ruins. A vast empire, with 20 cantons and 108 cities, but no one could stop these barbarians. After this battle, the soldiers of the empire suffered from Ragnar phobia and shuddered at the world's clan of Ring. There is even a saying that if the rings number more than 10,000, they cannot be beaten. Whatever the saying is, it's better to meet than to hear rumors. The young prince of the rings personally went to the battlefield and killed 11 people in a row. The generous and passionate soldiers were already trembling and quivering, and no one dared to step forward any further. General Lu Heng then called out, stating that he would fight Hu Lei. Hu Lei acknowledged the challenge and readied himself for combat. As the battle commenced, the two clashed in a series of fierce exchanges. Despite General Lu Heng's efforts to block Hu Lei's attacks, one forceful strike inflicted a wound on his hand and sent him flying from his horse. Pain and frustration filled General Lu Heng's thoughts. He cursed as he couldn't withstand even one round, and continued to indicate that the gang of villains was strong. Meanwhile, Hu Lei, displaying a menacing aura, raised his axe, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. General Lu Heng, with a mix of determination and fear on his face, thought that the axe would kill him for good. As General Lu Heng seemed to have no escape from his situation, suddenly a group led by Chang Dalai appeared and rushed toward them. Just as General Lu Heng was about to be struck by the axe, it stopped in midair before his face. Hu Lei's thoughts were interrupted by the realization that someone in the area knew his name. Ida sarcastically commented on the approaching group led by Chang Dalai, stating that they might want to offer their horses once again. Both Ida and Kaihu chuckled at his sarcasm. Filled with determination and anger, Chang Dalai screamed for Kin Man to kill Hu Lei. Kin Man approached, seemingly ready for the fight, and Hu Lei responded with a prepared statement. Hu Lei struck his axe effortlessly, destroying Kin Man's makeshift weapon with his own axe. Kin Man, who showed frustration, pondered in his thoughts, cursing the terrible quality of makeshift weapons. In the midst of the fight, General Lu Heng shouted to Kin Man, throwing his weapon for him to use. Kin Man, fueled by annoyance, retrieved the weapon thrown by General Lu Heng and prepared for another attack on Hu Lei. Confidently, Hu Lei announced that he would show him what he could do with his storm tomahawk, while Kin Man responded with a defiant yell. As they rushed toward each other, Hu Lei tried to get Kin Man's attention, while Kin Man responded that Hu Lei should go to hell. They engaged in an intense fight, exchanging blows with their weapons and their horses colliding into each other. The soldiers who watched the fight marveled at the terrifying power of Hu Lei's storm tomahawk. Chang Dalai, who grew angrier after hearing their comments, exclaimed that the axe was his own. Observing from a distance, Xiao Yu commented on Hu Lei's riding skills, noting that he was a good rider. Chang Dalai realized that in terms of strength, they were both equal, but in terms of riding skills, Kin Man was inferior to Hu Lei. He added that if the fight continued, Kin Man would not win. Chang Dalai commanded Kin Man to retreat. Hu Lei chuckled at Kin Man's speed in running away. Hu Lei boasted with a smirk, sarcastically remarking that he had not yet been defeated since he acquired the axe. He stated this while bragging and smirking. Zhang Fei, angered by what Hu Lei said, retorted that Hu Lei should not be so arrogant. Zhang Fei proposed challenging Hu Lei to a competition, showcasing only his knife and preparing to attack him. But Chang Dalai intervened and stopped him from moving, urging Zhang Fei to remain calm. He acknowledged Zhang Fei's potential to defeat Hu Lei in 10 years but emphasized that the current moment was not the time for it. Shenji looks up for guidance from Chang Dalai on what to do next. After a moment of silence, Chang Dalai confidently declared that he would personally fight Hu Lei. Outside of Black Rock City, Shenji urged Chang Dalai to be cautious. Chang Dalai, with an air of confidence, stated that he still had some unused trick up his sleeve. He slowly approached Hu Lei and threatened him, asking if he could endure it. In response to Chang Dalai's claim, Hu Lei was doubtful and stopped his scamming. He arrogantly questioned Chang Dalai's capabilities while maintaining a smile. This prompted anger in Chang Dalai, who fiercely challenged Hu Lei and asked if he was able to withstand it. Taken aback by Chang Dalai's intense demeanor, Hu Lei questioned Chang Dalai about what he wanted to do. The horse's reaction was one of shock as well. Chang Dalai, with a serious expression and unwavering determination, continued to press Hu Lei, repeating his question about whether he would be able to endure what was about to come. Growing increasingly enraged, Chang Dalai screamed at Hu-lei, demanding to know what he was capable of. With a deliberate tone, Chang Dalai revealed that he possessed only one trick, emphasizing the significance of this move. He called it draw as he attempted to activate his rewards in the system. In his thoughts during the fight, Chang Dalai expressed his reliance on the system, hoping it would provide him with a top-level warrior to team up with Kin Man, ensuring Hu-lei's certain death. Meanwhile, in the system, it showed up with the machine pleading with the system for gentleness before forcefully smashing it. After the smash, the machine managed to get him the legendary martial arts book. The system congratulated Chang Dalai for obtaining the legendary book of martial arts, San Mao's spear from the famous General Zhang Yida. In reality, Chang Dalai's face displayed a mix of disbelief, shock, and speechlessness, as his request had not been fulfilled as he had expected. An awkward silence hung in the air, causing the atmosphere to become tense. Hu-lei, looking confused, questioned Chang Dalai's actions, while even Chang Dalai's horse appeared shaken. Sweating and attempting to lighten the mood, Chang Dalai smiled awkwardly and remained silent for a moment before he spoke. He claimed that he was trying to create a cheerful atmosphere again. He excused his actions, acknowledging how tense the situation had been just moments ago. Hu-lei, full of anger, retorted that he didn't believe Chang Dalai for a second. Chang Dalai, still feeling the awkwardness of the moment, commanded his group to run, while Hu-lei, outraged, shouted that he would kill them and began chasing after them. Kin Man asked Chang Dalai, who volunteered to hold off Hu-lei, insisting that Chang Dalai and others should go ahead. Chang Dalai dismissed Kin Man's suggestion, declaring that their revenge would be sought on another day. Kaihu, leading the barbarian group, ordered his warriors to follow the prince and mercilessly slaughter the people. As panic ensued, the volunteers hurriedly fled back to the cities. While running, the system fear points beeped from hundreds to thousands. As the people rushed back to their city, the barbarians caught up with them. They unleashed violence and mercilessly slaughtered those who got in their way, including innocent lives and horses. Once an entire army starts to break apart, everyone will be just a drop in the bucket. The army breaks apart like a collapsing mountain. A disintegrating army is worth less than a dog. In Chang Dalai's thoughts, he acknowledged the ferocity of the rings. He gritted his teeth as he looked back, wondering why Hu-lei was relentlessly chasing him to death, to which Hu-lei just gave him a death stare. Chang Dalai, while glancing at Hu-lei's expression, humorously commented on how Hu-lei looked as if he were about to eat someone. He wondered why Hu-lei harbored such intense hatred towards him and jokingly questioned if he had single-handedly wiped out Hu-lei's entire family. Chang Dalai's horse, sensing the tension, also cast a nervous glance behind them. The story delves into the barbarian clan known as the Rings. It explains that the Rings live in a remote place and are often referred to as barbarians, savages, Rings, and so on. When there was no war on the imperial border, the garrison and the Rings insulted each other every day. The most important thing was that the Rings couldn't surpass them in their stupid sayings, so they usually caught the one who cursed the most and then beat them to death. Amidst the chase, Chang Dalai, who is scared, yelled to his horse to run while he contemplated his own regrets and shortcomings. He lamented not having taken the time to improve his fighting skills back then, wishing he could have fought with Hu-lei for 300 rounds and that there would be no reason for him to be ashamed today. He acknowledged that his victory over Du Mao in the past was largely due to luck. In his thoughts, Chang Dalai wished he could be stronger, repeatedly emphasizing the desire for increased strength. He expressed frustration at the current situation, feeling ashamed of being chased like a dog, panting and exhausted, with his tongue out. The humiliation weighed heavily on his mind. As the barbarians relentlessly chased other people, fear points continued to rise, indicating the escalating danger. The groups of barbarians relentlessly slew people on their way. Due to this, the fear points reached 831,553 points. Chang Dalai clung to a glimmer of hope, believing there is still a chance for him to succeed. He longed for a top-grade warrior to join forces with Kin Man, envisioning how they could defeat Hu-lei on the spot. Chang Dalai gazed back at Hu-lei with a fierce expression, causing Hu-lei to momentarily feel fear and speechlessness. Hu-lei questioned Chang Dalai's audacity to display his intent to kill, but quickly dismissed it, and his anger reaffirmed his determination to kill Chang Dalai. Hu-lei's thoughts told him to kill Chang Dalai while chasing him. Kin Man offered to stop Hu-lei while telling Chang Dalai to go first, but Hu-lei fiercely attacked him, shouting for him to get lost, as he was still lost in his thoughts, still thinking about the idea of killing Chang Dalai. Kin Man valiantly defended himself from the strike and told Hu-lei to go to hell, but Kin Man's horse ultimately got knocked out by Hu-lei's strikes. Hu-lei decided not to kill Kin Man and continued his pursuit of Chang Dalai, leaving Kin Man behind, commenting that he had gotten in his way. Chang Dalai desperately pushed himself, determined to reach the 1 million fear points. He gritted his lips, causing blood to drip from his mouth, with a sense of urgency coursing through him. The chase continued, with Hu-lei growing increasingly enraged. Finally, as Hu-lei closed in on Chang Dalai, His horse got hit and caused him to be thrown off. The blood splattered everywhere as the fear points climbed to reach the 1 million mark. In the midst of the intense pursuit, Chang Dalai then managed to draw his request to the system. The system received his request, then read lines that stated that the heartbeats of the people of the world would bring the light of the stars, and countless emotions across the platform would collide to create a person who would shake the world. The hero from the story would be reborn and was about to cross time and space before the system continued her words. Chang Dalai intervened, shocked as he was overwhelmed by the chaos. He urgently asked the system to skip the lines, fearing for his life. As the system congratulated him on obtaining the top military general, Chang Dalai questioned the name mentioned, hilariously suggesting various names, mentioning the names of Long Kai, Gong Sun Long, Lai Yun Long, and lastly, he questionably thought that it could be Cheng Long and asked who Long was and who he was. Chang Dalai got frustrated and accused the system of intentionally messing with him. With no knowledge of the character or how they would appear, Chang Dalai realized he had no way out. Despite his doubts, he stood up from his fall, gritted his teeth, and prepared to face Hu Lei, wondering whether he was destined to die under his own axe. After all the requests Chang Dalai had received, Chang Dalai bravely stood up to the approaching horse of Hu Lei and waited for his attack. However, Chang Dalai's thoughts raced as he made eye contact with his own horse, which was now ridden by Hu Lei, and begged for its assistance. Hoping for a timely intervention, Chang Dalai reflected on the moments when he had treated his horse poorly, despite their few months of being together. In that critical moment, he pleaded silently, yearning for his horse to come to his rescue and save his life. Suddenly, Chang Dalai's horse remembered their shared experiences, causing it to rear up and throw Hu Lei off its back. Surprised by the turn of events, Hu Lei looked on in disbelief as Chang Dalai quickly reached the horses. Enraged, Hu Lei demanded Ida's horse, but Chang Dalai had already freed himself and was now on horseback, looking at his surroundings. As Chang Dalai rushed to escape to the place, he saw a man on the bridge. The man then asked Chang Dalai to address him as the brave man. Before Chang Dalai passed him, the man quickly asked Chang Dalai if he had ever seen a handsome gentleman with marvelous eyebrows and a graceful posture. Chang Dalai got curious, so he stopped after he had passed the man and looked back. The man just gave Chang Dalai an innocent smile. When he looked back at the man casually talked to Hu Lei, addressing him as brave man as well. But Hu Lei arrogantly told the man to leave. Chang Dalai, who had been standing behind the man, quickly rushed out to the place. However, the man was just silently looking at Hu Lei, who then passed him. Chang Dalai returned after a turn just to playfully respond to the man, revealing himself to be the handsome gentleman with picturesque eyebrows and a graceful posture that the man had been looking for. The man looked at him directly and gave a mischievous smirk and a wink, which amused Chang Dalai, who was trying not to show his annoyance and instead offered an encouraging look. Realizing that the man was not the one he had sought, Chang Dalai awkwardly doubted and asked the man if he was not the handsome gentleman with picturesque eyebrows and a graceful posture, but the man just laughed without saying a word. Chang Dalai jokingly suggested the name Zhao Yun, but the man shook his head, denying the name. Chang Dalai asked for the man's identity, and he calmly replied that he had a mediocre name that Chang Dalai probably had not heard of even if he had told him. The man introduced himself as Zhao Zilong from Chang Mountain. Chang Dalai reacted with surprise, commenting humorously on the mediocrity of the name. As Chang Dalai processed the introduction, members of the Toad group approached to rescue him, reassuring him that they were there to save him. Meanwhile, Zilong observed the situation. Chang Dalai asked if there was someone among his group that Zilong knew, continuing their conversation while trying to evade Hu Lei, who was getting closer. Zilong confirmed that he knew someone in the group. Hu Lei suddenly swung his axe at Chang Dalai and yelled that he would kill him. Chang Dalai struggled to evade the attack and tried to avoid being hit, but Zilong skillfully managed to dodge the attack with a small movement. Chang Dalai was surprised by Zilong's swift movements. Also, the horse cried in fear after avoiding the attack. Hu Lei, who was enraged, irritably questioned where Zilong came from, and he should get out of his way. He then swung his axe at Zilong, who just avoided it swiftly. After that, Zilong took off his covers, revealing himself. He sarcastically indicated that Hu Lei was the one in his way. In anger at Zilong's words, Hu Lei continued his assault. He rushed to attack Zilong, again screaming as he attacked Zilong, telling him to go to hell, while Chang Dalai called out to Zilong, ordering him to kill Hu Lei. However, Zilong remained silent, but Liu Bei chimed in, urging Zilong to kill Hu Lei. Zilong then reacted and revealed his spear, covered by a fabric, and confidently stated that he would cut off Hu Lei's head while displaying a smirk on his face. The system then displayed, introducing Zhao Zilong as a new character, a debutant top-grade warrior at the age of 15, known for his skill with the White Bird Pilgrim's spear. On the other hand, the rings had already routed Black Rock City's volunteer soldiers, scattering them in all directions. Kai-Hu realized that Hulei had been surrounded by the mountain bandits, and he quickly instructed Ida to send some men to retrieve their troops. He then rallied the rest of the soldiers to go and support the prince. In the midst of the battle, on Hulei's side, chaos was raging. Sai Long, recognizing the weight and power of Hulei's axe, knew he couldn't fight him recklessly. While in a one-on-one battle with Hulei, Sai Long strategized in his thoughts, realizing that the only way to counter the relentless cavalry gallop of the rings was to make the best use of their advantages and bypass the disadvantages, and that way to knock Hulei off his horse before he could launch his attacks. A fire glowed in Sai Long's weapon, and with a swift and intense move, Sai Long leaped toward Hulei, engaging him in a fierce fight. In a display of skill and agility, Sai Long blocked Hulei's attacks and managed to strike him multiple times in rapid succession. Sai Long mockingly commented on Hulei's slashes entirely without any literary style. Hulei's face turned grim. Sai Long commented disdainfully on Hulei's type of attack, likening it to a beast. Sai Long unleashed a powerful attack known as the White Birth Pilgrim's Spear Wind Gust, enveloping himself in a blazing inferno and emanating intense power. He remarked that despite Hulei's wild beast, they were nothing compared to a hunter. Sai Long considered Hulei's efforts to be a futile waste of power and added a smirk after he said it. Sai Long's movement was so fast that it surprised Hulei. Hulei thought that Sai Long was very fast. In a decisive moment, Sai Long swiftly approached Hulei and struck him. Hulei gritted his teeth as he tried to avoid the attack, but a hideous blow from Sai Long caused him to fall off his horse with blood splattered. By now, Hulei's group had arrived and saw what had happened and were shouting Hulei's name, calling him the young prince. The barbarians rushed towards the battle, but Kinman and the others blocked their way. Kinman then commanded Xiao Yu that they would stop them. In their clash, Sai Long struck Hulei's shoulder, causing him to grit his teeth in pain and staggered from the impact. This was followed by a blast unleashed by Sai Long. Sai Long let out a sigh of relief, feeling triumphant, as he confidently declared that the person who had tried to block his way had been knocked aside. He expressed his intention to continue his search for a certain person. Chang Dalai, who was standing behind him, reacted with disbelief, while even his horse seemed taken aback by Sai Long's words. Sai Long gazed at Chang Dalai, displaying a hint of rudeness in him. He informed Chang Dalai that he was not one of his underlings and that he had only intervened because of a request from Little Bai, who was Liu Bei. Chang Dalai found himself lost in thought, realizing that top-grade characters like Sai Long wouldn't listen to one without reason, and added that it was probably the same as Kin Man. He suspected that there must be a hidden task that had to be completed. However, his musings were interrupted when Sai Long commented that Liu Bei and the others must be over there and wondered if they had gotten into a fight with a few people. Sai Long then abruptly turned his attention back to Chang Dalai, rudely asking him to borrow his horse for a while. He added that the ring guy, referring to Hulei, had not yet been defeated and might seek revenge on Chang Dalai. Sai Long warned Chang Dalai that the rings were unrivaled in horse combat, suggesting Chang Dalai not give Hulei the opportunity to mount his horse. Since Sai Long had wounded Hulei's right arm and intended to take away the horse, he advised Chang Dalai to help himself. Meanwhile, the dust and smoke swarmed Hulei's surroundings. He struggled to get back up from the impact of Sai Long's attack. He showed an outraged expression as he gritted his teeth and blood stained his mouth as he tried to regain his footing amidst the intense battle. In the confrontation on the bridge, Chang Dalai and Hulei stood ready to engage in combat. Meanwhile, Sai Long, who had ridden away with Chang Dalai's horse, said something to Chang Dalai, wishing him good luck. Chang Dalai took a deep breath in the chilling air as he prepared to unleash his swords against Hulei's menacing axe. Hulei, who held his weapon firmly. Chang Dalai swiftly lunged toward Hulei, launching an attack. In response, Hulei shouted a threat for Chang Dalai to die. Hulei aimed to strike Chang Dalai down with his axe. However, Chang Dalai managed to narrowly evade being hit. After Hulei's attack was avoided, Hulei swiftly launched another attack, leaping towards him. Chang Dalai repeatedly said to himself that he shouldn't retreat, and at that moment, he blocked Hulei's attack. As Chang Dalai fought, his thoughts raced, determined not to display any signs of cowardice in the face and shouldn't show his back to the beast. The intensity of the fight grew as they exchanged attacks, with Chang Dalai maintaining a relentless offense. The two of them continued to block and counter each other's attacks, with the intensity of their heated combat increasing. Hulei couldn't help but wonder why Chang Dalai consistently wore that menacing look on his face. In response to his frustration, Hulei taunted Chang Dalai, labeling him a dog bandit. Hulei then swung his axe, but Chang Dalai swiftly ducked, avoiding the attack. In a moment of opportunity, Chang Dalai landed a strike, causing Hulei to cry out in pain as his hands were cut by Chang Dalai's swords. Bleeding profusely, Hulei fell onto the ground while Chang Dalai pointed his sword at him. Hulei weakly called Chang Dalai a bandit, struggling to sit up and gritting his teeth. Chang Dalai firmly spoke up and questioned if he didn't know that stealing meant chopping off hands, and proceeded to insult Hulei, calling him a horse thief. In the distance, Hulei's barbarian groups witnessed everything, and one shouted Hulei's name. But before anyone could react, Zai Long charged on his horse, swiftly slicing through Kai Hu, to which Kai Hu puked some blood himself. Hulei, feeling helpless, cried out Kai Hu's name as he could do nothing but watch from a distance as Kai Hu was taken away. Seizing the opportunity, Hulei let out his frustration towards Chang Dalai, and then threatened him to die as he was about to launch an attack. Chang Dalai, unmoved, calmly struck a final blow, causing Hulei's blood to drip onto Chang Dalai's sword, while Hulei unconsciously still called him a bandit. Standing over him, Chang Dalai questioned Hulei if he believed in justice, and asked Hulei if he had never heard of a particular legend even though he had been in town for a long time. Hulei looked at Chang Dalai with a frustrated expression, offering no response. Chang Dalai continued to speak, emphasizing the importance of righteous people and the ultimate defeat of violent evil by even stronger acts of kindness. He expressed his belief that when the day of judgment arrived, the wicked would have nowhere to hide, and those who deserved to live would live, while there would be no place for evil to hide. Chang Dalai questioned him back if he believed in justice, to which Hulei responded with a cough only. Chang Dalai then told him to look at the sky while pointing his sword to the sky. He asked him how high it was. He then proceeded to look to the earth while pointing his sword down, asking how white the snow on the earth was. He then concealed his sword in its sheath. Chang Dalai directed his gaze towards the axe, while Hulei interjected, referring to it as his own axe and mentioning its name, the Storm Tomahawk. Chang Dalai raised the axe high above, reminding Hulei that it had been his weapon, cursing him for claiming ownership. With anger in his eyes, Chang Dalai swung the axe down upon Hulei, blood splattering in every direction even towards his face and clothes. Amidst the carnage, Chang Dalai declared the sky's height, the whiteness of the snow, and the ownership of the axe as undeniable truths that should never be questioned. After a long day of fighting the barbarians, General Liu Heng surveyed the surroundings. He felt a sense of fear as he realized that Hulei, the young prince of the northern barbarians, had died there at the hands of a group of mountain bandits. General Liu Heng's gaze fell upon Chang Dalai, whose body was covered in blood. They locked eyes, and General Liu Heng took a nervous gulp rising in his throat. Chang Dalai addressed General Liu Heng, commanding him that the head of the horse thief, which was Hulei, would be given to him. Tin Man interjected, thanking him for the weapon and returning it to General Liu Heng as he threw the weapon to him. Chang Dalai then announced to their group that they were ready to depart. As they traveled back home, Chang Dalai suddenly realized that the military strategist was missing. Tin Man informed him that the strategist was hiding after providing the horses and was likely behind a tree stump in front of them, while General Liu Heng just watched them move on from a distance without intervening. After a couple of hours, they reached Shenji's location, where Chang Dalai asked Zai Long if he had been searching for Liu Bei and his brothers. Zai Long confirmed, and Chang Dalai further asked about how they had met in the first place. Zai Long responded that it was a long story, but according to Zhao Zai Long's own account, he explained that his surname was Zhao, and his first name was Zai Long and not Zhao Yun. He was born in Chang Mountain in Jending country and had fled to Zhuo country because of the plague, and his parents had entrusted him to Zhang Fei's family before they died. Although he was ostracized by the locals in Zhuo country, he became close to Liu Guanzhang's three brothers because he grew up in the Zhang family, especially due to Liu Bei's admiration. Later, he was accepted as a student by a martial artist named Tong for 5 years. 5 years later, he returned to Zhuo country after learning the art but learned that the three had joined a mountain bandit group after committing a murder. He then followed them until here. After Zai Long's narration, he expressed his intention stating that since Liu Bei had settled in the Toad village, he would be joining too and seeking advice from the others in the future. Chang Dalai welcomed this with pleasure. Qin Man expressed gratitude to Zai Long for saving them, acknowledging that without his help, they could not have cleaned them up. Zai Long confidently stated that courage surpassed the fear of life and death. Xiao Yu praised Zai Long's skills, tapped his shoulder, and stated that he had not expected Zai Long to be such a good fighter at such a young age, and asked him how he had done it. Zai Long responded that if Xiao Yu's heart was not afraid, he could achieve almost anything. Zhang Fei admired Zai Long's bravery, remarking that he would dare to face even 1,000 troops, that he dared to break through. Zai Long replied with confidence that the spear was like a thunderclap that shone through the liver and intestines. Chang Dalai observed Zai Long, finding his words to be both strange and familiar at the same time. He blocked Zai Long's path momentarily, silently contemplating his thoughts. Zai Long apologized and mentioned that Chang Dalai had been in his way, causing Chang Dalai to change his expression and think that Zai Long thought highly of himself. Eventually, Chang Dalai shifted the topic and asked about Xiao Yu's weapon, but Xiao Yu dismissed it. Chang Dalai should not worry about it as it had been just an ordinary weapon, and he could just get a new one. Chang Dalai's mind wandered as he reflected on the events of the battle. He couldn't help but notice that the rings had only been dozens of riders, yet they had managed to instill fear in hundreds of people in the area. Chang Dalai contemplated the possibility of a larger invasion by the rings, similar to what had occurred 30 years ago. He questioned whether the Empire would be able to resist the Ring's cavalry. Recalling his discussions with Xing Zai, Chang Dalai remembered the ongoing problem faced by the Wu soldiers for years. Some advocated the formation of infantry quadrangles and the use of heavily armored soldiers to repel the Ring's cavalry attack. Others advocated defending the city. Although the rings could gallop well, it had still not been easy to attack the city. There had also been those who suggested focusing more on improving cavalry skills, but the Empire had lacked quality horses and skilled horsemen. In the end, Chang Dalai concluded that maybe there had been a better way. Just like the battle that day, the rings had not been that invincible. After contemplating, Chang Dalai remembered something and presented it to Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei had been surprised and asked Chang Dalai where he had gotten it. Zhang Fei then recognized the book as a lost heritage of his family. Chang Dalai responded with a questioning tone, asking Zhang Fei if he had never heard of the gods who had bestowed their skills upon him. Meanwhile, outside in Black Rock City, the volunteered soldiers informed General Lu Heng that they had retrieved the last dead body of the barbarians. General Lu Heng ordered his troops to leave. However, their departure was interrupted by the approaching noise from behind. The sounds grew louder as Ida and the other barbarians launched an attack on their position. Panic and fear swept through the soldiers as they witnessed the arrival of the ringers. They screamed in terror as they mentioned the ringers. Some soldiers called for a retreat, but before they could escape, they found themselves surrounded by the barbarians. The barbarians slaughtered all the soldiers on their way, and despite their efforts, the soldiers from Black Rock City were overwhelmed. It was revealed that the grim outcome was that more than 100 members of the rings brutally slaughtered the volunteers from Black Rock City, and Hu Lei's body was recaptured. During the chaos, General Lu Heng managed to flee back to Black Rock City with only 30 riders. In the King New Mountain, White Wolf confronted Gao Fei Bao, questioning his intentions. Gao Fei Bao, not one to mince words, retorted by asking why White Wolf bothered asking when she already knew the answers. He declared to leave the stuff, and they would spare White Wolf's life. The two parties were engaged in a confrontation as Gao Fei Bao and his accomplices had successfully trapped the Apricot Blossom's bandit. Tempers flared as White Wolf started to wield her swords and criticized Gao Fei Bao for his lack of consideration despite being in the same line of business. Gao Fei Bao fired back a question on the morality of anyone involved in mountain banditry, and expressed his reluctance. To make things worse, Gao Fei Bao asked if she was forcing him to kill someone that day, visibly irritated. White Wolf replied that he had done the worst already. Gao Fei Bao irritably indicated that White Wolf shouldn't accuse him of being cruel to her. The tension was momentarily interrupted when Chang Dalai interjected and questioned the ongoing commotion. Gao Fei Bao, frustrated by the interruption, irritably told them that Tiger Village was doing business there. Before he finished his words, his threats were stopped as he realized that it was Chang Dalai. Suddenly, Gao Fei Bao, shifting the topic, expressed his surprise at Chang Dalai's presence there. Chang Dalai, scratching his face nonchalantly, explained his need to return home. In an unexpected turn of events, White Wolf sought assistance from Chang Dalai, leaving Gao Fei Bao and his group bewildered by this sudden alliance. Chang Dalai, however, reminded Gao Fei Bao of the potential consequences and rule-breaking associated with a rushed decision, speaking it with a blank expression. Gao Fei Bao, feeling caught off guard, could only awkwardly stare at Chang Dalai. He then defiantly declared that there would be no more robbery. After a moment of silence, White Wolf expressed her gratitude to Chang Dalai for his intervention and promised to repay his kindness some other time. Chang Dalai stated to give her body, but before he finished, he then attempted to change the subject and asked how White Wolf ended up being robbed by Gao Fei Bao. White Wolf, with a coy expression, hesitated to continue her explanation. Gao Fei Bao, who was growing increasingly suspicious, angrily expressed his ignorance of how she managed to rob the son of the Jia family and acquire a significant sum of money. He showed his frustration and highlighted the daily struggle, talking about the time when they only ate vegetables within the city and struggled to find targets. He emphasized that they were constantly blocked and chased by soldiers. His frustration was evident as he clenched his teeth while speaking. Additionally, he mentioned that they could barely get out of the city. However, his irritation escalated when White Wolf started to boast, leading him to question Chang Dalai about the misfortune of robbery due to White Wolf. Meanwhile, back when they were in the Black Rock City, White Wolf cunningly used her mesmerizing charm to rob them. She asked Gao Fei Bao about the amount of money he had made, leading other members of the Apricot Blossom Bandit group to comment on the valuable items they could acquire. Returning to the present, Chang Dalai criticized White Wolf for making irresponsible and sarcastic remarks and noted that Gao Fei Bao was already unhappy. White Wolf responded by laughing uncontrollably, appearing somewhat bashful. Gao Fei Bao dismissed Chang Dalai's attempt to appear righteous. He accused him of pretending to be a good person. He then questioned Chang Dalai about their results this time. Chang Dalai confidently responded that they had made a full profit. Gao Fei Bao scoffed as he expressed skepticism and implied that Chang Dalai was exaggerating their success. Meanwhile, in the Toad village, San Yuan stood in the watchtower as he observed the situation, when suddenly an arrow struck the tower, startling him. He then screamed out to the intruders. San Yuan, who was feeling irritated, addressed Gao and expressed his frustration at resorting to violence instead of having a discussion. Standing beside San Yuan was Guan Yu. Gao calmly replied, urging manager Huang to understand that they were all trying to make a living and requesting him to open the door, promising not to harm anyone. San Yuan proposed waiting for Chang Dalai to return before continuing the discussion. Gao, who was lost in his thoughts, dismissed the suggestion, knowing that if Chang Dalai were present, then he would not be able to take down the Toad village. Meanwhile, all the villages from King New Mountain, including the Tiger Village, the Wild Boar Forest, the Bald Slope, the Dog Head Ridge, the Double Bear, and the Apricot Ridge, attempted to attack the Toad village. San Yuan, realizing the gravity of the situation, became scared at the thought of all the mountain bandits converging on their village. Gao warned San Yuan that he only had 10 seconds to open the door and surrender, or they would engage in a fight against them. As Gao started to count down, San Yuan turned to Guan Yu and expressed his fear while seeking some advice. Guan Yu, seemingly unimpressed by the bandits, likened them to dogs and cats as he displayed his confidence in facing them. San Yuan mentioned to Guan Yu that Gao Fei, who was the word king on his forehead, who rode the black horse. Gao Yu responded, seeing Gao as a marker selling his head. Gao was just silently watching over them in the distance. San Yuan questioned and sensed the same familiar feeling while looking at Guan Yu while Gao continued to count down. He suspiciously asked Guan Yu about his skills and urged him to show them. He suggested that Guan Yu should reveal his true abilities rather than trying to maintain a professional facade while Gao's counting reached number 7. Amidst the chaos outside the Toad village, Chang Dalai, Gao Fei Bao, and White Wolf were having a conversation. Chang Dalai could not resist criticizing White Wolf while highlighting the irony of a mountain bandit nearly falling victim to a robbery themselves. He sarcastically questioned the situation and wondered aloud if it was not humiliating for White Wolf to go to the Black City to steal, only to have their horse stolen in return. When Chang Dalai and his group arrived in front of their village, he witnessed the presence of bandits, questioning why they were there and what they were doing. Suddenly, the fear points abruptly increased to hundreds. Gao wondered why Chang Dalai came back at a particular time. Confused by the fear points he received and by the bandits' reactions, Chang Dalai wondered why they were scared when he had not done anything yet. San Yuan, who was at the watchtower, alerted Chang Dalai that the bandits' intention was to rob their village. As the bandits launched an attack, Chang Dalai ordered Qin Man and Sai Long to take action. They aimed their weapons at Gao Fei Bao and White Wolf. Sai Long then pointed his spear at Gao Fei Bao, who sternly instructed him to behave, while Qin Man did the same to White Wolf. White Wolf was startled by the sudden attack and started to call out Chang Dalai, emphasizing that they were all on the same side. Chang Dalai dismissed her remark, accusing Apricot Ridge of attempting to rob his village. He questioned Gao's motives, as they had always been on good terms. Gao pleaded with Chang Dalai not to blame him and reiterated that they had all been trying to make a living. However, Chang Dalai did not buy his explanation, asking if they had robbed his village simply for their own living. In a no-nonsense manner, Chang Dalai made it clear that his friend's life was in his hands. He demanded them to leave the village if they wanted him to live and suggested that he would pretend as if nothing had happened. If they chose to disagree, Chang Dalai threatened to stab their friend with a spear and tell him that they could fight along with it as well, asserting that he had no reason to fear them. At the outskirts of Toad village, Gao's mind raced with worry as he wondered how his brother Gao Fei Bao had ended up in the hands of Chang Dalai. Ran stated to Gao that no gentleman had a petty mind, and no true man was without venom. Things had reached a point where they could only be ruthless to their hearts. In response, Gao frustratedly rejected the idea of ruthless action, emphasizing that it had been his brother. While Gao Fei Bao, who had just heard what Ran said, irritably cursed him and threatened Ran to be punished when he got back. However, Ran remained impassive, blankly looking at Gao Fei Bao. Sensing Gao's hesitation, Chang Dalai interjected and offered to help him out. Raising his finger, he made an announcement to everyone present, announcing that whoever could bring him Gao's head should come forward. Zhang Fei, filled with pride, boasted about his ability to take the head of a general from a massive army of 10,000 people as if he had reached into his own pocket. Growing irritated by Zhang Fei's arrogance, Chang Dalai attempted to calm him down. Meanwhile, Sai Long stepped forward. He stated that he would take Gao's head. With precise movements, he easily cleared his path as the bandits fled through the air. Before Gao could move, Zilong had already cut him, using his formidable combat abilities. Qiran, witnessing Zilong's skills, experienced astonishment, unable to comprehend the existence of such a skilled warrior in the world. Overwhelmed by fear for his brother's safety, Gao Fei Bao shouted to Gao as Big Bro. Gao, though injured, mustered the strength to assure Gao Fei Bao that he was okay. He expressed gratitude to Chang Dalai for sparing his life and urged him to proceed up the mountain. With the bandits now clearing the way, Chang Dalai began his journey up to the Toad village. Gao called out to Chang Dalai, while Gao Fei Bao, wearing a sorrowful expression, called to his big bro. White Wolf pleaded with Chang Dalai, calling him a little boy, soft or softer. While Gao desperately pleaded for Chang Dalai to release Gao Fei Bao to go, Chang Dalai responded, assuring Gao that Gao Fei Bao would stay with him for a few days but promising to return him one day. Filled with anger, Gao directed his frustration towards Chang Dalai, casting accusatory glances at him. Chang Dalai calmly questioned Gao, suggesting that he could come to his mountain as a guest. Gao grew frustrated and expressed his stance. He mentioned that if Chang Dalai wanted to keep Gao Fei Bao, then he would let him stay in the Toad village for a few days. But he warned Chang Dalai that if anything happened to Gao Fei Bao, he would not hesitate to fight it out. Chang Dalai glanced to look at Gao behind him. He stated that even though Gao would fight, it didn't guarantee that Gao would win. Inside the Toad village, now enveloped in the night's darkness after the earlier events, Liu Zhai approached Chang Dalai, suggesting he soak his feet in hot water before taking a bath, while Chang Dalai sat, engrossed in reading a large piece of paper. Chang Dalai muttered to himself, stating that the world isn't meaningless, his eyes fixed on the big paper. Curious, he turned to Liu Zhai and asked why she believed that the bandits were ganging up on them, as he always thought that he was a good person. Liu Zhai's retort implied that the reason for resorting to robbery was the lack of earning a living, she said while pressing the towel. Chang Dalai, upon reflecting on her remark, disappointedly questioned that they were robbed just because they couldn't earn a living. He emphasized the unfairness of their actions as a reason. Chang Dalai just sighed and gently dismissed Liu Zhai, saying there was no need to serve him to that extent while patting her head. In a compassionate gesture, Chang Dalai instructed Liu Zhai to bring another pot of hot water so that they could soak their feet together. He advised her to take a shower and rest early due to the cold weather outside, while he took the towel from her hand. Liu Zhai obediently followed his instructions. A few minutes later, with Liu Zhai's feet warmed in the hot water, she sat beside Chang Dalai, her face displaying satisfaction. While her feet soaked in the hot water, Liu Zhai shyly expressed her comfort. She stumbled upon her words while calling Chang Dalai that she felt a bit cold. In response, Chang Dalai suggested that she could lean over a bit, but before he could finish his sentence, Liu Zhai promptly leaned over. Her face turned completely red, displaying her delighted face. In an area of King New Mountain, Chang Dalai followed Qin Man on his journey, and they both hiked up the mountain. Chang Dalai asked Qin Man about what he should do. Qin Man looked back at Chang Dalai and advised him to avoid causing any trouble. Chang Dalai fell silent. Qin Man continued, cautioning Chang Dalai to be careful and not disturb the bears in their den. He expressed that it was enough to catch some deer and rabbits. Chang Dalai asked if they were easy to catch, to which Qin Man responded that it was not easy at all. As they walked through the mountain, they stumbled upon a hole in the ground. Chang Dalai asked Qin Man to examine it closely, curious about the animal responsible for digging it. Qin Man calmly replied that it had been dug by a person. Chang Dalai expressed his surprise, questioning why someone would dig and asking if they were not afraid of freezing their hands. Qin Man explained that despite the appearance of snow covering the mountain, many plants continued to grow underneath the snow that could fill the stomach. He mentioned that he used to dig for food in the past but no longer needed to do so. Chang Dalai asked if they were searching for ginseng, to which Qin Man clarified they were looking for grassroots. As they continued their journey, Chang Dalai and Qin Man encountered a homeless kid and a mother. Chang Dalai questioned them, asking if they were the ones who dug the holes. He asked them where the village they came from. Moved by their situation, Qin Man offered the homeless individuals a loaf of bread. The kid eagerly received it and bit it. She then showed it to her mother, and they split the bread in half, embracing each other. Chang Dalai and Qin Man proceeded with their exploration, leaving behind their footprints in the area. Chang Dalai glanced back towards the homeless individuals, who expressed silent gratitude without uttering a word. The young child began to eat the bread. Chang Dalai's expression hardened, his determination growing stronger. After that moment, in the prison of Toad Village, White Wolf and Gao Fei Bao engaged in a lively game of dice. White Wolf eagerly called for bigger numbers, while Gao Fei Bao preferred smaller ones. With excitement, White Wolf celebrated her victory. She stated that she always chose the bigger numbers. Gao Fei Bao, with a smirk on his face, acknowledged the outcome. His gaze momentarily fixated on White Wolf's chest, while another person beside Gao Fei Bao stated that they needed to remain resilient. Undeterred, White Wolf demanded another round of the game. However, their game was interrupted when Chang Dalai unexpectedly appeared in the prison, commenting on their lively game and expressing if he could join them. But he shifted the topic by announcing that he had good news for them. He decided to release some of them first and emphasized that the rest would remain locked up based on their behavior. He inquired which one of them wanted to be the first to leave. Gao Fei Bao and his people began discussing the situation. But Gao Fei Bao erupted in anger, stating that he should not pretend to be nice and that he wouldn't give in to him. He expressed his determination to stay, willing to face any consequences together. One of Gao Fei Bao's men commented on his speed in expressing their sentiment, feeling that they would have said the same. Another man criticized the unfairness of Gao Fei Bao's actions. Chang Dalai contemplated the sudden change in Gao Fei Bao's attitude, his face reflecting confusion. Chang Dalai insisted that he had to go that day, urging them to discuss among themselves who would leave. Gao Fei Bao jokingly wrapped his arms around Lai and threatened him. But Lai was visibly frightened, citing his 80-year-old mother and his 8-year-old child. He begged that he be allowed to stay for 2 more days. Another man reassured Lai that in the future he would honor his mother, raise his child, and take care of his wife. However, his words were abruptly cut off. White Wolf silently looked at them from her cell, contemplating whether she should also make a decision. Suddenly, the prison door opened, and Liu Bei entered with a food cart, announcing that dinner was ready. Chang Dalai commented on the coldness, and one of the prisoners requested the door to be closed. Liu Bei warned them that they wouldn't receive food if they continued to talk. They held conflicting thoughts about leaving the place, as they would not go out, not in that life, while looking at the magnificent food prepared for them. Some were firm about staying, thinking that they hadn't harvested in agriculture, and that prison was their only chance for a relatively normal life. On the other hand, Gao Fei Bao expressed a different perspective. He felt that being in prison felt like being at home, and that the feeling inside the prison was even better than what he felt at home. Also, I admired the talented and pleasant conversations of people there, and I particularly enjoyed the delicious food provided by the prison. White Wolf, in particular, had a happy expression on her face as she savored the thought of the tasty meals. Chang Dalai and Liu Bei left the prison, and Chang Dalai asked Liu Bei about the group of people they couldn't drive away. He wondered if they could receive psychological care. Liu Bei remained silent for a moment before inviting Chang Dalai to follow him. They arrived at the highest point of the Toad Mountain range, known as Toad's Mouth, located at the back of Toad Village, from where they could see King New Mountain in full size. Liu Bei invited Chang Dalai to see the view. He remarked that the mountain was like ice, the forests were like snow, the magic of the sky and the earth, nothing more than this, and expressed his appreciation for the majestic sight that was not perceived by ordinary mortals. Chang Dalai acknowledged Liu Bei's appreciation of the mountains and river, to which Liu Bei asked what he meant. Liu Bei then revealed that he just wanted to show Chang Dalai that only the Toad Village in King New Mountain had smoke from kitchen chimneys. Chang Dalai responded, they were, to which Liu Bei confirmed with a sigh, out of food. Chang Dalai questioned the severity of the situation, wondering if it couldn't be that serious. Liu Bei's response left no room for doubt, it was indeed that serious. Upon hearing from Zai Long, they discovered the devastating reality of a 1,000-mile drought in Yuzhou. It was revealed that the agricultural situation was grim, with a mere 8 buckets of harvest in autumn despite sowing 60 kilos of seeds during spring. Due to the severe drought in Yuzhou, landlords mercilessly evicted tenants who couldn't meet the harvest requirements. Desperate measures were taken, including sacrificing boys and girls in hopes of bringing rain. However, just as winter arrived, a heavy snowfall occurred, freezing the plant seeds in the ground instantly. The northern barbarian grasslands were sandy, and cattle and sheep were starving to death, which is why Hulei brought people to Black Rock City to fight for land. Additionally, the people didn't have enough food to eat, and the wilderness was full of dead bodies of the starved. People ate from their children and cooked from their bones. Liu Bei observed the dire situation on King Mu Mountain, noting the scarcity of food. He expressed concern that if the situation persisted, desperate people would likely risk coming to them. He foresaw a gathering of 5,000 hungry men who might have posed a threat to Toad Village, and that the Toad Village might not have been able to hold them back. Liu Bei advised Chang Dalai to start planning early. Liu Bei saw the dire situation as a potential opportunity. He suggested that in the face of human lives being undervalued, they could seize this moment to recruit troops, acquire horses, and sweep the other mountain villages of King New Mountain. By doing so, they could strengthen and unite the King New Mountain. However, Chang Dalai fell into silence, his gaze fixed on the cliff. Just a couple of seconds passed, and Chang Dalai noticed a man down below and questioned Liu Bei about what the guy was doing down there. Liu Bei calmly responded that the guy was burying the dead. Chang Dalai wondered why the guy had to do it secretly. Liu Bei responded, suggesting that if the burial were not done secretly, someone might have dug up the bodies and eaten them. He smirked mischievously and glanced at Chang Dalai. After hearing it, Chang Dalai felt nauseous, almost leading him to vomit. Liu Bei continued, expressing concern that if the situation persisted, more people would die. He mentioned that if Chang Dalai could not stand it, he proposed the possibility of distributing their village's food, but expressed concerns about their village's survival during winter. He then posed a question to Chang Dalai, asking him to choose between the two options, while glancing at Chang Dalai, waiting for his response. Chang Dalai responded, stating that the second option didn't seem beneficial to him. Liu Bei argued that there could still be some benefits, such as winning people's hearts or finding inner peace in his own heart. Chang Dalai fell silent and grew serious in contemplation. Suddenly, the system emerged and announced a new mission to Chang Dalai. The system cheerfully addressed him as a brave boy and presented two tasks. The first task was to recruit troops and begin the path to world domination by sweeping King New Mountain. The second task was to help the people around him as a righteous boy, do what he could to help them through a difficult time. In the tranquil afternoon of Toad Village, Chang Dalai and Liu Zhai sat together. Liu Zhai observed Chang Dalai with concern, noting his lack of appetite. Chang Dalai responded that he didn't have an appetite. Suddenly, he mentioned his plans for a trip to Fallen Leaf City, instructing Liu Zhai to prepare his horse. Surprised by the sudden decision, Liu Zhai asked if Chang Dalai didn't want to rest for a few days after he got back. Chang Dalai replied that he had something important to do and he would be back that night. But Liu Zhai pondered the significance of his mission, her discontent evident in her pouting expression. She called Chang Dalai and hurriedly handed him a handkerchief, stating that she had embroidered it herself. Once she handed him the handkerchief, she urged Chang Dalai to come back soon. After Chang Dalai accepted the handkerchief without a word, he continued on his way. As the sun dipped below, he journeyed through the path that led to Fallen Leaf City. Hours later, he arrived at the renowned restaurant owned by Su Ying. Just then, Sun Jiu approached him with a warm smile, addressing him as the village master. Curious about Su Ying's whereabouts, Chang Dalai inquired, prompting Sun Jiu to reveal that she was in the lobby. Sun Jiu added that there were some people looking for her. Intrigued, Chang Dalai asked Sun Jiu about the type of people they were. Sun Jiu responded that they were someone from the Su family. Inside the restaurant, a man named Su Milan, Su Ying's eldest uncle, confronted Su Ying about exposing her indecent behavior in public. He added that the face of Su's family was dishonored by her. Su Ying defiantly stated that she had been kicked out of the Su family and was no longer its member, crossing her arms in solidarity with Xiao Yi, who stood beside her. Malin asserted that the restaurant originally belonged to the Su family and demanded that Su Ying return it since she no longer considered herself a part of the family. Xiao Yi angrily retorted, accusing Malin of being unreasonable, that he had left the restaurant to Su Ying, and now he wanted to reclaim it only after seeing the restaurant doing well. Another man interjected, belittling Xiao Yi, stating that she had no right to speak and insinuating that her attitude mirrored her master's. Malin then stated that if either Su Ying returned to the restaurant and her life and death had nothing more to do with the Su family, or she went home with him and no longer disgraced the Su family. Just as tensions escalated, Chang Dalai intervened, speaking up and asking what was going on there. Malin responded disdainfully, questioning the person's identity and mocking the lack of decency among those present. Chang Dalai remained determined, demanding to know what was wrong. All eyes turned to Chang Dalai, including Su Ying. Another person who was present, caught off guard by Chang Dalai's presence, could not finish his thought and wore a worried expression, while Malin still asked who Chang Dalai was. Chang Dalai, with a serious demeanor, challenged the troublemakers, asserting his authority on his own turf and ordered them to leave, while glaring at them intensely. Recognizing Chang Dalai's identity, one of the men expressed fear, realizing that they were dealing with Chang Dalai himself. Malin, filled with frustration, directed his anger toward Chang Dalai, grinding his teeth in irritation. Suddenly, members of the Su family hurriedly exited the restaurant, urging Malin to leave swiftly. One of them warned Malin about the danger of tangling with Chang Dalai. As the Su family exited behind Chang Dalai expressed cheerfulness to Su Ying, remarking that it had been a long time since they last met. Su Ying, upon seeing Chang Dalai, blushed, feeling a mix of curiosity and intrigue. In a surprising move, Su Ying snatched the embroidery handkerchief from Chang Dalai's shirt. Shocked, Chang Dalai stumbled in his response, stating that he had intended to give it to her, but she had found it instead, complimenting her intelligence. Su Ying remained silent, her gaze fixed on the handkerchief. Xiao Yi, displaying her irritation, referred to Chang Dalai as a playboy. Chang Dalai, pretending innocence, chose to remain silent, leaving the atmosphere charged with unspoken tension. After a minute of silence, Su Ying, with Xiao Yi still resting on her shoulder, inquired about Chang Dalai's purpose for being there. Chang Dalai replied that he had come to buy grain from her. Su Ying expressed surprise, questioning why he would concern himself with such minor matters. Chang Dalai explained that witnessing people die every day in front of his eyes, he stated that it didn't matter much if Su Ying didn't see it, but he couldn't pretend that he didn't see it. Su Ying responded, letting him know that Fallen Leaf City didn't have the grain he wanted. Chang Dalai interrupted, seeking clarification about the absence of grains. Nevertheless, Su Ying continued speaking while pouring water into a teacup, mentioning that the whole Yuzhou province was experiencing no food and that food prices were skyrocketing. Even though Chang Dalai was rich, he couldn't afford it. Chang Dalai casually suggested robbing the grain, while Su Ying dismissed the idea, questioning the feasibility of stealing 1 or 200,000 pounds of grain. Chang Dalai acknowledged that it was unrealistic. Su Ying chuckled in response. He then questioned if it was truly impossible, to which Su Ying explained that while there were methods, only a normal person wouldn't be able to do it. Chang Dalai humorously remarked that he was a completely unusual person, except for his somewhat handsome appearance. Su Ying responded with a silent gaze. Su Ying suggested that Chang Dalai's village could trade peppers for food. She explained that Fallen Leaf City was small in the context of Yuzhou, which itself was a small province in the empire. The eastern part of the empire was poor, while the west and the south were wealthy, and the north was rife with thieves. Su Ying suggested that if Chang Dalai wanted to exchange food, he would need to travel to the south where he could obtain it from Yangzhou. As Su Ying marked the names of Yangzhou on the table, she explained that Yangzhou consistently had a bountiful harvest, providing enough food to sustain the entire country. Throughout history, it had always been the breadbasket of the world. Chang Dalai inquired how far Yangzhou was, and Su Ying mentioned that by traveling through Jiazhou, Yanzhou, and Yuzhou, she foresaw that he would arrive in 3 to 5 months. Chang Dalai expressed concern, noting that by the time he returned, most people would already be dead. Su Ying maintained a normal expression as she listened to him. Su Ying then suggested an alternative. She explained that since Fallen Leaf City was located by the sea, Chang Dalai could take the water route, which would only take about 5 days with favorable winds. A complete round trip would likely take around half a month. Chang Dalai reacted with surprise, repeating 15 days. Su Ying warned him about the potential dangers of the sea route, including turbulent waters, fast-changing conditions, pirates, bandits, and powerful locals. She explained that one disaster could mean no turning back. Many people had taken this route before, but they narrowly escaped by a hair's breadth. Accepting that it was his only viable option, Chang Dalai wrinkled his nose in resignation. He stated that it was the only thing left to do. He declared that it was settled, and requested that Su Ying prepare a big boat for him, expressing his desire to leave tonight. While standing up from his seat, he indicated his readiness to depart. Sun Ju, surprised by Chang Dalai's sudden departure, asked if he didn't want to stay a while. Chang Dalai replied that it was time for his departure and that he couldn't afford to rest now. In Flying Tiger Village, a person voiced their hunger and another person inquired if there was any food left. He then asked if the Toad Village had tens of thousands of pounds of grains. The person lamented their starvation and expressed a desire to live in Toad Village. Unmindful to them, Gao, a bystander in the distance, overheard their conversation. Qiran approached Gao with an idea. Gao, addressing Qiran as a military strategist, repeatedly asked Qiran if he had an idea and questioned if he had a way to acquire food. Qiran proposed sending a few of his men to sneak into Toad Village under the cover of darkness. Gao questioned if they were planning to steal food, to which Qiran replied that stealing would be difficult. Instead, he proposed setting fire to the granary of the Toad Village, vowing that if they were to die, they would die with them, and they would no longer let them go wild. He spoke with determination. Gao, looking at Qiran's distressed expression, remarked that Qiran was cruel. Qiran countered, stating that a gentleman did not possess a petty mind, and a true man was not without venom. He questioned why everyone should starve while the Toad Village survived. Gao expressed his disapproval of burning someone else's granaries, calling it an immoral act that could lead to the extinction of Qiran's family line. Suddenly, someone from the village interrupted their conversation with good news. He urged everyone to quickly go to the Toad Village, as they had an important announcement to make. Qiran wondered what Chang Dalai was up to, while Gao determinedly declared his intention to go and witness the situation for himself, stating that if Chang Dalai caused trouble again, they would burn his granary. After the announcement, people from Q New Mountain gathered outside Toad Village, and Gao's name was mentioned, stating that Gao was there. Gao inquired about the intentions of the Toad Village. A person responded, stating that they had just arrived and were unaware of the current situation, but guessing that the Toad Village had come up with some bad ideas again, while murmurs of people behind circulated. Someone suggested joining forces with him to take down Toad Village. Just then, someone announced that the Toad Village gate had opened. White Wolf appeared and addressed Gao Fei Bao, reminding him that he owed her a few meals. Gao Fei Bao responded confidently, indicating that it would be easy to handle, while Liu Bei irritably urged them to leave, mentioning that they had nearly eaten the village dry. Gao's worried expression met his brother, and he asked Gao Fei Bao if Chang Dalai hadn't done anything to him. However, Gao Fei Bao reassured him that everything was fine and even remarked that he had gained weight, joking about Gao's weight loss. Gao was taken aback, realizing that his worries had been unnecessary, considering the abundance of food in the Toad village. Later, Chang Dalai emerged and addressed the crowd, catching Gao's suspicion. Gao angrily questioned Chang Dalai's motives, wondering why he had done that. Chang Dalai announced that they had good news for them. He happily announced that they would begin distributing oatmeal on that day. The crowd fell silent for a moment before erupting into noisy questioning, expressing doubts about Chang Dalai's earlier statements. Someone questioned if they had heard correctly. Doubt lingered as they wondered if Chang Dalai was trying to deceive them or if he had been simply bored. Gao confronted Chang Dalai, demanding an explanation for his actions. Chang Dalai expressed a frown and a sigh, stating that he had done it because he considered himself a good person. Attempting to restore calm, Chang Dalai announced that the porridge wasn't free. He looked for volunteers to join him on a mission, offering food and lodging. He emphasized that villages with skilled fighters should not keep them hidden and welcomed volunteers. Chang Dalai asked them if they knew what the word voluntariness was, to which everyone responded with silence. He then singled out Gao Fei Bao, cautioning him about leaving after benefiting from his village. Gao Fei Bao tried to explain but was cut off by Chang Dalai as he continued to call out to White Wolf, causing her to wonder. He also chose the other individuals from the crowd and called the bald head, instructing them to pack their bags, bring weapons, and gather there the following day. Lastly, Chang Dalai chose Zhao Zilong, Zhang Fei, Zhu Shenjai, and a group of Liu family elite sailors from Toad Village to accompany him. The rest of the people kept watch in the village to survey the situation. Early the next morning, Liu Zhai pleaded with Chang Dalai to allow her to accompany him. Chang Dalai, gently patting her head, reassured her that this time they were going to work, not play, but promised that she could join him next time. Liu Zhai blushed at his reassurance. Liu Zhai insisted that she could contribute as well, sharing that her family members were all sailors, and she knew how to swim. She offered to take care of Chang Dalai during the journey. Chang Dalai just looked at Liu Zhai and then proceeded to lift her onto the horse in front of him. Liu Zhai, filled with surprise, let out a delighted smile as she settled herself in front of the horse. Chang Dalai advised her to hold on tight, and then he gave the command to depart. Liu Zhai's slight melancholy immediately faded away. As they traveled from King New Mountain, the groups had now already arrived on the ship. Among the crowd, people diligently carried provisions on board. Xiao Yi walked on the ship deck with a burdened expression, carefully lifting a heavy baggage onto the ship. Coincidentally, she crossed paths with Chang Dalai, who observed his people. Chang Dalai then noticed Xiao Yi behind him. He greeted Xiao Yi with enthusiasm, asking about Su Ying. Xiao Yi responded irritably that Su Ying was unwell due to the wind and cold. Chang Dalai expressed concern, seeking reassurance about the severity of Su Ying's condition. Xiao Yi casually dismissed his concerns, mentioning that Su Ying just couldn't come to see him off. In response, Chang Dalai remained optimistic, urging Xiao Yi to convey his well wishes and promising to visit Su Ying upon his return. He advised Xiao Yi to hurry back and take care of Su Ying. Xiao Yi's tone remained indifferent as she relayed Su Ying's request for her to follow Chang Dalai on board and take care of him. Chang Dalai, pleased by the attention, playfully remarked on his newfound popularity lately. Xiao Yi chose to remain silent, averting her gaze, indicating her lack of interest in his comment. Xiao Yi expressed her confusion regarding Su Ying's intentions, questioning what Su Ying was thinking, and sighed with disbelief. Later on, a person announced to raise the sail, while another stated, "Let's go." As the ship departed from the deck, the system observed them from above, and suddenly a beep came from the system. Chang Dalai received a message stating that he had accepted a task to help the bandits in the King New Mountains survive the winter. However, on the first day of departure, all the mountain bandits were wiped out. They were seen lying on the ground, with one person expressing that he couldn't do it anymore. Chang Dalai, overwhelmed with concern and self-blame, remarked that he knew those mountain bandits had nothing to eat on the mountain, so he took them to Yangzhou to find food. But the grim reality struck Chang Dalai further as he didn't know the bandits were all seasick. Helplessly, he lamented his lack of foresight, noting their very wild behavior on the ground. While on board, they immediately panicked. The members felt discomfort. A bald man grunted and groaned before collapsing in nausea, while White Wolf struggled with dizziness, gazing out towards the ocean. Gao Fei Bao expressed grim feelings as if he had enough and threw his vomit into the ocean. Amidst the situation, Chang Dalai remained silent, closing his eyes as exhaustion and frustration settled in. As the night wore on, Chang Dalai's thoughts turned to finding solace in rest. However, upon opening the door to his quarters, he was taken aback by the sight of Su Ying, who was dressed in revealing clothing, rummaging through her belongings. Perplexed by the situation, Chang Dalai questioned his own view, wondering if he had gotten seasick and caused hallucinations. Breaking the silence, Su Ying called out to him, breaking Chang Dalai's imagination with a simple "hey." After a while, inside Chang Dalai's room, he cleared his throat as he smiled, his face still bearing the red mark from the slap. He questioned Su Ying about her sickness and asked about her presence there. Su Ying pouted in response, stating that she had decided to accompany him because he couldn't handle business on his own. Chang Dalai, in a cute and innocent manner, expressed his concern, mentioning that he hadn't seen her all day. He wondered when she had boarded the ship. Su Ying glanced at Chang Dalai and revealed that she had disguised herself as a boy and boarded the ship early in the morning, which was why he hadn't noticed her. Speaking of Yangzhu's wealth and many messy rules, Su Ying emphasized that wearing old clothes would lead to being looked down upon by others and just not wanting to do business with him. She handed Chang Dalai new clothes, stating that he needed to wear them when he arrived. Curiosity piqued, Chang Dalai touched the fabric of the clothes and inquired if she had embroidered them. Su Ying maintained silence, avoiding eye contact. Chang Dalai admired embroidered clothes, realizing the incredible amount of time and effort that must have been put into creating them with thousands of needles and threads. Meanwhile, Lu Zhai happily approached Chang Dalai's room, calling out to him in excitement, but she fell silent when she saw Su Ying. Su Ying and Chang Dalai both turned their attention toward her. Su Ying greeted Liu Zhai warmly, acknowledging their long time apart and asking about her well-being. But Liu Zhai responded with a snobby attitude, stating that she was now Chang Dalai's servant and couldn't be addressed as Miss. Su Ying maintained a friendly smile, asserting that they knew each other when they were young. She also expressed gratitude to Liu Zhai for taking care of Chang Dalai. However, Liu Zhai sternly reminded Su Ying that she was now Chang Dalai's servant, and serving him was appropriate, but hearing gratitude from Su Ying's mouth was inappropriate. Chang Dalai observed the tense interaction between the two ladies, feeling surprised and realizing that there could be superficial friendships even in ancient times. With 100,000 guan in Chang Dalai's pocket, he traveled by wind to Yangzhou. The ship adapted to the wind adapted to the ship. And along the way, the wind and waves were calm, so they arrived in Yangzhou 5 days later without incident. Gao Fei Bao commented with a smile, noting that in Yuzhou, Chang Dalai also wore such an outfit. Chang Dalai responded, emphasizing to Gao Fei Bao that they were noble people from the north. He suggested showing vision and elegance. He remarked against looking like country bumpkins who would bring shame upon themselves in the city. However, Gao Fei Bao wondered about their ability to possess vision and elegance and asked if they didn't have any. Undeterred, Chang Dalai advised him to pretend. At the bustling Yangzhou dock, amidst the lively atmosphere, an old man complimented Lu on his hard work and inquired about his well-being. But Lu brushed off the old man's concern and aggressively demanded money from him, accusing him of not paying for the month. He insisted on knowing how much money the old man had earned that day and forcefully wanted to get it. The old man defended himself, explaining that he had already made the payment yesterday. He questioned why Lu was demanding money again. However, the other man joined in, dismissing the old man's statement and wearing a wicked smirk as he insisted on the money being handed over. When the old person explained that he didn't have a single penny with him, Lu and his companions ignored his words and forcibly dragged him away. Lu responded with annoyance, calling him a poor bastard and telling him to leave and not get in his way. Meanwhile, Chang Dalai reminded his group to address him as a prince once they left the ship, emphasizing that they were noble people from the north and needed to shed their banditry habits from the mountains and adapt to the civilized and polite atmosphere of Yangzhou. Noticing Chang Dalai and his group heading down from their ship, they were confronted by Lu and questioned upon their arrival. He asked if it was their first time in Yangzhou and if they were familiar with the rules of the city. He then introduced his gang, the Cow Gang, and emphasized that those who entered their territory for business must adhere to their rules. Su Ying enlightened Chang Dalai's group about the influence of the Cow Gang, which came from the canal, and there was always such a group of people gathering at the docks around the world to prey on them. Additionally, they used knives and sticks to conquer their territory and fought another gang, and suspected that Lu was in charge of that dock, arriving freighters, middlemen who did business, hardworking workers, and carried sacks. She clarified that even beggars had to give a portion of their earnings to the Cow Gang. Shenji acknowledged the presence of the Cow Gang, referring to them as buddies. He began apologizing for any trouble they had taken on, but before he could continue his speech, Lu aggressively interrupted him. He sarcastically questioned Shenji, asking who their buddies were and where it came from. Shenji just silently looked at him with a blank face. Lu declared that the Cow Gang always took 1/10 of the goods as their share. He further stated that the Cow Gang had the decision to decide who could sell their goods and who couldn't. Shenji expressed surprise at the concept of decimation, questioning whether it meant that 10% of their goods would belong to the Cow gang. However, Chang Dalai interrupted and fiercely questioned what would happen if he refused to follow these rules. Lu justified the rules by claiming that people and goods could not be allowed to get off the boat without following the rules. He expressed suspicions that there might be something hidden underneath their boat, such as mountain bandits or pirates. Lu further asserted, with a grin on his face, that the Cow gang provided protection and stability. Chang Dalai responded confidently, brushing off the rules as a mere desire for money. He claimed that he could easily provide enough food and drinks for a lifetime with just a few dates from his fingertips. With a smirk on his face, Chang Dalai invited Lu to take a closer look, promising to show him a treasure. Lu commented on Chang Dalai's appearance, noting that he was dressed like an overnight millionaire. But he expressed surprise that Chang Dalai seemed to be familiar with how things were going there. With a smile on his face, Lu stated that he didn't care if Chang Dalai knew the rules and asked him what he had with him. Chang Dalai invited Lu to take a closer look with a smile on his face. In a surprising turn of events, Chang Dalai unsheathed his swords and swiftly attacked Lu, slashing him in an instant on his throat. Lu fell to the ground, shocking both his gang members and Chang Dalai's group. Gao Feibao, White Wolf, and Shenji were taken aback by Chang Dalai's unexpected act of violence. Gao Feibao couldn't comprehend his actions despite his earlier emphasis on civility, politeness, and courteousness. Shenji reflected on Chang Dalai's past as a mountain bandit in Toad Village and realized that he had never been like that. Chang Dalai confidently announced his arrival, proclaiming himself Prince Appa and declared his authority to set the rules for the area. He responded to Lu's comment about his attire, expressing his indignation and revealing that the robe he wore was embroidered by his wife. Su Ying, curious about Chang Dalai's wife, questioned him. Suddenly, the shocking news of Lu Zai's murder spread quickly among the people on the dock. People asked who died, and others responded that it was Lu Zai from the Cow gang who was killed. Some expressed disbelief that someone would dare to kill him in the Cow gang's territory, while others rejoiced, feeling that Lu Zai deserved it and should have died long ago. As chaos ensued, the remaining members of the Cow gang arrived at the dock and encircled Chang Dalai's group. Liu Zhai, who stood behind Chang Dalai, trembled with fear, but Chang Dalai reassured her not to be afraid. One of the Cow gang members confronted Chang Dalai, questioning where he came from and criticizing his act of killing someone before even leaving the ship, deeming it savage. In response, Chang Dalai defiantly challenged the Cow gang member, demanding to know who he was. The Cow gang member, Lai Jiaming, introduced himself as Lu's deputy and stated that he was there by order of Master Sun to settle things there. Chang Dalai, unimpressed, belittled Lai Jiaming by asking if he was qualified to talk to him and expressed disdain about the place where there was no one who understood the rules in Yangzhou. Lai Jiaming frustratedly called him in anger. Tensions escalated as Lai Jiaming called for revenge on Master Lu, prompting Gao Feibao to show that he was ready, while Zhang Fei asked Zai Long if he would do it that time. While the other member by Chang Dalai, who were on the ship, prepared their arrows, ready to engage in battle. However, Chang Dalai, now professing his recent belief in Buddhism, remarked that they didn't want to cause more deadly karma. Liu Zhai displayed a happy face while Chang Dalai patted her. Lai Jiaming contemplated the fierceness of Chang Dalai's group, realizing they had killed without hesitation, and reluctantly decided to let them pass. Chang Dalai insulted Lai Jiaming before demanding to be directed to the best inn in Thousand Boat City, causing Lai Jiaming to feel frustrated, thinking that Chang Dalai had a big mouth and wondering where Chang Dalai came from. However, Lai Jiaming directly responded that it was in Yuyang Tower, asking Chang Dalai why he had asked. Chang Dalai calmly replied to Lai Jiaming that he would rest in Yuyang Tower that day and instructed Lai Jiaming to have their leader come to him that night. Though enraged, Lai Jiaming recognized the dress and mannerisms of Chang Dalai that matched with nobles from the north, and the battle-hardened soldiers accompanying Chang Dalai. He reluctantly allowed them to pass, but one of the gang members expressed disdain about Master Lu's death. Chang Dalai then announced to his group that they would disembark. However, Lai Jiaming halted Chang Dalai for a moment and expressed that Chang Dalai had killed someone from their Cow gang, and someone would speak to him about it. He then inquired about Chang Dalai's name. Chang Dalai introduced himself as Appa U Fade, leaving Lai Jiaming to recite his name. One of Lai Jiaming's members asked him what they should do and frustratedly questioned whether they should just let Chang Dalai go like that. Lai Jiaming instructed his members to report the encounter to Master Sun and expressed a determination not to let Chang Dalai's group off the hook. Most Lu soldiers stayed on the ship to guard it, and the people who left the ship went to the Yuyang Tower to settle down. Everyone was split up to find traders who could negotiate with them for grain, Chang Dalai, Zhang Fei, and Cai Long were walking. Chang Dalai showed interest in Yangzhou, stating it had been a flourishing place for thousands of years and the dream of many talented poets. He compared the flowing water under a small bridge to the beauty of a woman. As they strolled, Chang Dalai expressed his knowledge that Thousand Boat City was not the wealthiest city in Yangzhou. He pondered about the capital of the Yangzhou prefecture. Engaging in conversation, Cai Long remarked that the place was renowned not only for its rich literary culture, but also for being a hub for rare and high-quality weapons, known to be difficult to find elsewhere in the world. Intrigued, Chang Dalai called upon his system to provide information about Yangzhou City. The system shared that Yangzhou had indeed been a hub of talent, listing various skilled individuals, including those with excellent manners, renowned painters, skilled tailors, exceptional matchmakers, talented woodcutters, and proficient fortune tellers. Reflecting on the system's information, Chang Dalai realized that the number of extraordinary talents seemed rare among the millions of ordinary people. Meanwhile, Cai Long's attention was captured by something they spotted as they walked, prompting him to express curiosity with a questioning look on his face. While Chang Dalai was still thinking about the situation, the village now had 4 people with legendary potential. He felt hopeful about the future, believing that things were heading in a good direction. Amidst his musings, a person suddenly announced that it was Wu Tianjai's 50th birthday, the owner of the Golden Dragon Security Company. In celebration, the company organized a 10-day event known as the Golden Ring. The purpose of this event was to enhance the reputation of the Yang Golden Security Company, and to host a party where individuals from the business world were invited. He further announced that regardless of the outcome of the performances during the event, there would be a reward of 1 or 2 fees for all participants who appeared on stage. The announcer informed the crowd that surviving 10 rounds against the Ring Guardian would grant them entry as a guest in the Golden Dragon Security Company. Furthermore, the victorious challenger would be rewarded with 200 taels of snowflake silver. A person in the crowd remarked that the ring keeper was their chief security guard, Luo Yinshan, and wondered who could possibly defeat him. In the intense battle inside the ring, Luo Yinshan, as mentioned by the person in the crowd, delivered a powerful punch to his opponent's face. He then forcefully grabbed the man's wrist and applied such pressure that the man's hands were broken, causing him to vomit blood and lose consciousness. Amidst the battle inside the ring, another person remarked that Luo Yinshan was renowned as the Iron Claw Eagle. With his iron whip, he had dominated the business world for many years without ever losing a bodyguard. Upon hearing this, someone suggested bringing him down and using the promised reward money to treat his injuries. Yinshan, who had just won the battle, addressed the crowd, emphasizing the dangers of the ring and inviting those with real talent to challenge him, thereby forging friendships through martial arts. With determination, he warned those without skills to avoid making fools of themselves and risking death with his iron claw. Seizing the moment, Chang Dalai instructed Cai Long to cripple one of Yinshan's arms, which Cai Long accepted with a smirk. Zhang Fei, laughing hysterically, showed a determined expression and suddenly ran into the ring area to fight Yinshan, surprising Chang Dalai, who called Zhang Fei in horror. Yinshan sternly questioned Zhang Fei's intentions, criticizing his reckless behavior and emphasizing that the ring was meant to be a martial arts event, not a platform for causing harm to others. Zhang Fei dismissed Yinshan's concerns and expressed his eagerness to engage in the fight. He confidently proclaimed that he would assume the role of Yinshan's teacher and demonstrate the true essence of martial arts. Yinshan challenged Zhang Fei to choose between fighting with fists and kicks or using weapons. He pointed to the weapons available nearby, specifically mentioning the iron lasso he had chosen as his weapon. Zhang Fei grabbed a spear from the weapon area and charged toward Yinshan, launching a rapid attack. However, Yinshan reacted quickly, using his iron lasso to block Zhang Fei's assault. As the battle ensued, Yinshan, impressed by Zhang Fei's fierce spear technique, gritted his teeth as he jumped sideways to dodge the spear. Zhang Fei's attack left an impact on the battle ring ground, causing a hole. Zhang Fei followed up with another swing, leaving Yinshan unable to position himself properly as he tried to evade the attack. Yinshan, struggling to avoid Zhang Fei's relentless attacks, thought that the first 2 moves had such a powerful name and questioned what the name of the third movement was, as he gritted his teeth even harder, leaving him focused solely on defending himself against Zhang Fei. Chang Dalai observed the intense battle in the battle ring and expressed his admiration for Zhang Fei's skills, noting how he had pushed his opponent to the limit. Chang Dalai observed Zhang Fei's astonishing growth and couldn't help but be amazed. Despite the little time he had to learn the 3-handed spears technique, Zhang Fei had managed to level up so fast. When Zhang Fei was about to attack, Yinshin found an opening and delivered a strike to Zhang Fei. Zai Long commented on Yinshin, stating that he had forced Zhang Fei to take less than 3 steps, noting that Zhang Fei's spear could no longer be used. Yinshin managed to grab hold of Zhang Fei's spear, leaving Zhang Fei unable to use his moves effectively. Zhang Fei realized the disadvantage he was in. Meanwhile, Yinshin, revealing a sinister grin, took out a hidden knife from his iron lasso and aimed to stab Zhang Fei. However, before Yinshin could deliver the fatal blow, Zai Long intervened. With a swift and powerful technique, Zai Long jumped into the battle ring, separating Yinshin and Zhang Fei and creating a cloud of dust. Zai Long then confidently spoke, telling Zhang Fei that he could watch the battle and assuring him that he would handle Yinshin while smirking. Upon witnessing Zai Long, the crowd, especially the girls, were captivated by his charm. They cheered for him, expressing their admiration and finding him incredibly handsome. Somewhere in Yangzhou City, the battle between Zai Long and Yinshin took place. Now, Zai Long was the one who faced Yinshin in an intense confrontation. Yinshin was surprised by Zai Long's appearance and questioned where he had come from. He compared Zai Long to Zhang Fei, noting their similar abilities. Despite Zai Long's youth, Yinshin spared his life but told him to leave the battle ring. The crowd cheered in response. Zai Long confronted Yinshin, his face filled with seriousness, and asked if he intended to take Zhang Fei's life. Yinshin dismissed Zai Long's concern, stating that Zhang Fei was just a delusional person without any real ability. He declared his intention to teach Zhang Fei a lesson and even threatened to take one of his eyes to make him realize his limits. Refusing to back down, Zai Long declared that he would make only one move. If Yinshin could withstand the attack and survive, Zai Long would spare his life. Suddenly, Zai Long showed immense power to Yinshin, while the crowd of girls erupted in cheers for Zai Long. Amidst the cheering, Zhang Fei urged Zai Long not to spare Yinshin and teach him a lesson. Zai Long unleashed his intense power, enveloping himself in flames, and questioned Yinshin if he could stand it. The system popped out and expressed astonishment at Zai Long's intense power skills. Chang Dalai, on the other hand, contemplated the significance of legendary martial arts and wondered about the high combat power bonus they possessed. In the battle ring, Zai Long jumped and attacked Yinshin in the air with the flames surrounding him. Yinshin covered himself with his iron lasso and pleaded desperately, unable to withstand the blinding lights emitted by Zai Long. However, Zai Long unleashed a powerful attack that engulfed Yinshin. After the attack, the battle ring was covered in smoke, and Yinshin was suffering from injuries and made an effort to get up. The girls in the crowd erupted in celebration, throwing pouches of money in the air and forming heart shapes with their eyes. Meanwhile, Zai Long, leaving the battle arena with his prize, informed Chang Dalai that he had completed the task. He then expressed surprise at the number of girls approaching him. They bombarded him with questions and invitations, expressing their admiration and interest. Some asked about his age and marital status, while others offered him tea or invited him to their homes. The girls cheered and were thrilled at the sight of Zai Long. Overwhelmed by the attention, Zai Long blushed and tried to push the girls away, refusing their advances. Chang Dalai attempted to calm the situation, reminding everyone that Zai Long was still a child and that they shouldn't be like that. He acted as Zai Long's agent and urged the girls to calm down. He humorously stated that Zai Long was tired and in need of rest. However, all the effort he made was not effective. Chang Dalai then cut the bag and threw the prize money in the air, and gold coins rained down from above, causing the people in the area to be surprised. As everyone scrambled to grab their share, Zai Long, taking advantage of the chaos, managed to escape the crowd. Chang Dalai, relieved, suggested that they withdraw. Exhausted, Zai Long agreed with a pouty expression. Chang Dalai expressed his surprise at Zai Long's potential to become an idol. Just then, a woman in the chaos spotted Zai Long. As they continued walking, the sun began to set, casting a warm glow over the city. Zai Long, curious about the concept of an idol, questioned Chang Dalai about it. Chang Dalai struggled to find an explanation and mentioned that people like himself could be considered idols. After a while, they arrived at Yuyang Tower. Chang Dalai entered the hotel, and a man approached him, informing him about a treasure debate conference. If he was a guest of the hotel, he could attend. He politely explained that it was an opportunity for networking and exchanging information with businessmen from the north and the south. If Chang Dalai had an interest, he could look at it at night. Chang Dalai considered the treasure debate conference, mentioning that if he had the time, he would watch it. However, he was busy in the evening, depending on the available time he would have. He then instructed the man to inform all the servants to stay out and only deliver food each day. The man responded affirmatively but questioned the ability of the clumsy hands and feet to handle the needs of the distinguished guests. Even the scouts who were sent away today gradually returned. Liu Zhai and the little white wolf shopped all day long, but they only bought some brushes and powder from Yangzhou. While Shenji and Gao Fei Bao walked around, they went to the pub to drink wine. Chang Dalai sighed as he touched his forehead, feeling a headache coming on as he thought about his group that didn't do their job. Chang Dalai informed the group that they wouldn't be going out to scout for information the next day. He suggested that they gather information from the merchants in the Yuyang Tower, as it would be a convenient place for inquiries. He emphasized the need to acquire grain quickly and leave because they did not have much time left. Later, in Chang Dalai's room with Liu Zhai, they discussed the treasure debate conference. Liu Zhai explained that it was organized by a wealthy businessman who had invited people to gather, drink tea, and discuss. There were traders from the West who sold exotic females, clothes, and novelties. Chang Dalai expressed his interest and responded that it was worth visiting. Liu Zhai shifted the topic and suggested that Chang Dalai should wash his face and take some rest, considering he must have been exhausted from the trip. She mentioned that she had fetched some warm water for him. Before she could finish her sentence, the room door opened, and Su Ying entered with another pot of warm water. Su Ying expressed surprise, and Chang Dalai innocently smiled at her and questioned why she had brought water. Su Ying sarcastically remarked that she wanted to drink the water. Liu Zhai, joining in the sarcasm, mentioned Su Ying's large stomach volume in a playful tone. Su Ying asked if she had come at a bad time, and Liu Zhai reassured her, saying it had been a while since they had done anything together. The atmosphere in the room grew awkward, but Chang Dalai managed to maintain a smile. Su Ying felt awkward, while Liu Zhai found relief from the warmth of the hot water. At the Yuyang Tower, a gathering of literati was taking place, but it was nothing more than a few literati meetings to talk about the tea ceremony, calligraphy and painting, poetry, singing, and amusing themselves sexually. One person suggested using winter as the theme at this time of the year. Then suddenly, a man's voice interrupted the moment as he expressed his feelings for Miss Wan through a lovely poem he had made. Miss Wan seemed to be amused and told the man, whose name was Prince Tang, that he was a talented poet. They began to exchange compliments with each other as Prince Tang said that the poetry of the world could not compare with Miss Wan's beauty. They started to become flirtier with each other as Prince Tang suddenly laid Miss Wan on her back and asked about how her lipstick color would taste on her lips. As they were about to engage in the deed, sudden footsteps were heard outside, and Prince Tang was surprised to find out that there were two men watching them. Zhang Fei then introduced themselves as they were also guests in the house. They had heard about the gathering, so they decided to pay a visit and write poetry with their friend. Prince Tang was confused about where these two people came from. He first thought that they might have heard the sound of the song on the second floor, which is why they wanted to go upstairs to peep at the girl playing the song. As Prince Tang was trying to draw conclusions, he also reckoned that the wine had been drunk, the song they had listened to was also finished, and the mood had also fizzled out. He decided to try to find some fun with the two people. Prince Tang then asked them if they knew how to write a poem. Gao Fei Bao then replied that they had little knowledge about it. Miss Wan then joined the conversation and suggested that they should be served with pen and ink to admire the masterpiece of the two. Prince Tang agreed with the idea and set them up. He even volunteered to sharpen the ink for both of them so he could admire their literary skills for once. He added that if it was a poem or a lyric, if Miss Wan sang it, then it would certainly be a sensation in the city tomorrow. Zhang Fei and Gao Fei Bao seemed to be doomed as they thought the people around them were underestimating them. They were determined and promised themselves to write a poem that would shock the people around them and would hit them hard in the face. They seemed to be confident as they had read so many books in their spare time, and that day, they would apply the knowledge even if their minds went completely blank. Zhang Fei suddenly stood up and announced that they had been careless and had disturbed their pleasure. He started to sprint outside as he asked for everyone's forgiveness, thinking they had been rude to them. Prince Tang told Zhang Fei to stop running and asked if he really wanted to leave already. He then told him that they must have been bandits. Zhang Fei replied that he and Gao Fei Bao were too uneducated to do that. He then added that he was sure their prince could write it when he arrived. Prince Tang was doubtful of Zhang Fei's answer and asked if he really called his prince and if he was not going to run away. As Zhang Fei was about to address Prince Tang's doubtfulness, he was kicked out and told to go alone. They wouldn't believe that savages from the north could write poems. Zhang Fei was outside when he called his prince, Chang Dalai, to come quickly as something bad had happened. Chang Dalai then asked what it was all about, and Zhang Fei told him that the people inside wouldn't let them leave. Meanwhile, at the gathering, Prince Tang was with Gao Fei Bao and told him that if Zhang Fei ran away, he himself would take him to the judge. Prince Tang reminded him what he was capable of, as one message from him to the head of the city could lead him to death. Jiang Fei came back with Chang Dalai, who asked everyone if this was the gathering of literati. He expressed his interest and said he would spare today to show what he was capable of. Prince Tang greeted him to sharpen the ink, thinking Chang Dalai was just all big mouth. As Chang Dalai grabbed the ink, Prince Tang then asked if he would write or not, as it took some time for Chang Dalai to start. Prince Tang started to mock him and compared him to his men who could not think of anything. But in Chang Dalai's thoughts, he was just trying to decide which poem he should copy. His options were a Tang poem, a Song poem, or a Yuan poem. He had too much in his stash. Chang Dalai started writing down, and Prince Tang tried to distract him and asked if his handwriting had not been taught by a teacher, to which Chang Dalai totally agreed. Prince Tang could not believe what he had just seen as Chang Dalai created a masterpiece. Looking at the Great Wall and beyond, there was nothing left but a vast expanse, up and down a great river, the loss of the monstrous. Prince Tang was debating in his mind, telling himself that it was only when he felt the mountains in his chest that he would be able to feel the mountains in his poems. The mountain was danced by silver snakes, the plain was walked by wax elephants, confronting heaven in stature. Prince Tang was surprised by what he had just witnessed. He became curious about Chang Dalai's heart as he wrote such wonderful poetry. It felt like a great mountain lay on it. Everyone in the building was in awe as they witnessed Chang Dalai's work. On a sunny day, look at the enchanting red dress. The rivers and mountains were so beautiful, and they attracted numerous heroes to climb on them. Chang Dalai then halted his work as he realized that the next part couldn't be written by him. The following were the Qin Emperor, the Han Emperor, the Tang Emperor, and the Song Emperor. There was no such thing as a Tang Emperor or a Song Emperor in this world. Chang Dalai also mentioned the further generation of talent. He copied the wrong works and felt embarrassed. Chang Dalai decided to copy another poem that could not be copied and edit it out so that it would be less embarrassing to rewrite. Prince Tang was wondering why Chang Dalai stopped writing. But instead of asking him, he just outright told him that that was enough. Chang Dalai then looked at Prince Tang and asked what he meant when he said that was enough. Prince Tang clarified that the upper part was enough to shock the whole Jiangnan, and the whole piece would also shock the world, so it was better to stop. Chang Dalai then asked Prince Tang if they were now clear to leave, to which Prince Tang totally agreed. Prince Tang expressed his admiration for Chang Dalai's work as they were about to leave. As they left, Prince Tang was a bit surprised when he no longer saw the poem. Prince Tang was furious as one of the people who had gathered had hidden the poem Chang Dalai made. At night, outside Yuyang Tower, Jiaming announced the arrival of Cao Gang with their master son. The caretaker asked Jiaming about the reason behind the change in their relationship with the Trog Gang despite their consistent monthly contributions meeting the requirements. Jiaming rudely told the caretaker to mind his own business and leave. Besides, Jiaming's master son, whose name is Delong, had arrived. Delong then asked if this was the place where Chang Dalai lived, to which Jiaming confirmed that Chang Dalai had indeed stayed in one of the rooms. Delong expressed his desire to see which young man had the audacity to make bold statements. After Cao Gang got inside, Delong confronted Chang Dalai, who had calmly sipped tea. Delong mentioned to Chang Dalai that he had heard someone wanted to change the rules for the pier. He then suspected that Chang Dalai was the one with a big mouth. Chang Dalai confidently confirmed and referred to Delong as an old geezer. Frustrated, Delong insulted Chang Dalai, saying he had little brains but plenty of courage. Jiaming confidently expressed his eagerness to chop up Chang Dalai first, while Chang Dalai lamented the lack of rules and discipline within the Cao Gang, remarking on anyone's ability to interfere. At the same time, a group of uninvited guests arrived in front of the restaurant. A man questioned if the person was present, to which another person confirmed having seen them enter the place. Determined, the man declared that they should not be spared and decided to take action. Jiaming informed Delong that Hong Tianji from the Golden Dragon Security Company had arrived. Delong wondered why they were here since there had been no previous conflicts with them. He peered out the window, pondering if Chang Dalai had been sent by the Golden Dragon Security to discredit the Cao Gang. Delong couldn't help but suppress a laugh at the thought. Confident that the Cao Gang would remain unfazed, he finally decided to let them in. As they approached, Hong Tianji called out Delong's name. Tianji questioned if they intended to free Chang Dalai from his persecution, speaking with authority. Inshin, in an angry tone, informed his master that it was the kid with the spear who had wounded him, referring to Zai Long. Delong questioned what they meant, reminding Tianji that he was the one supposed to support the kid. Both groups were surprised, simultaneously saying how. They then turned their attention to Chang Dalai, who calmly sipped his tea. Chang Dalai questioned who would refill his glass, ignoring the tension in the room. Tianji asked Chang Dalai if he was the one who hurt Luo Yinshan. Chang Dalai remained silent as he poured his cup. Tianji expressed his desire to punish Chang Dalai by tying him to a flagpole and exposing him to the sun for 7 days. Dalong intervened, reminding Tianji that while Chang Dalai may have injured one of them, he had also killed a member of the Cow gang. Dalong stated that he couldn't let Chang Dalai die at the hands of others if he wanted to maintain the reputation of the Cow gang. He then turned to Lai Jiaming and asked him about the punishment according to the gang's rules for such people. Jiaming replied that 3 blade strokes would have killed him and his body would have been fed to the dogs. Chang Dalai, still sipping his tea, listened to their conversation. Tianji objected, insisting that Chang Dalai should be handed over to the Golden Dragon security, emphasizing their authority. Chang Dalai grew annoyed with their prolonged discussion, feeling frustrated and clenching his teeth in frustration. He then unsheathed his sword and challenged anyone to make a move, pointing his sword toward them confidently. Dalong was taken aback by Chang Dalai's actions, as he was at the end of his rope and got surprised when he looked closely at Chang Dalai's swords and asked for Chang Dalai's name. A collective look of confusion spread across the faces of both Dalong's gang and the group from Golden Dragon security. Chang Dalai responded with his last name, Wu. Dalong, sweating a bit, asked if his full name was Gaijeng. Chang Dalai, annoyed by their questions, asked if they still wanted to fight. Dalong quickly backed down, claiming he didn't dare. Tianji was confused by Dalong's sudden change in behavior. Dalong advised Tianji to leave, stating that the security issues related to Prince Wu were the Cow gang's responsibility. He emphasized his commitment to protecting the prince's safety. Tianji questioned Dalong about his statement, expressing confusion. Dalong urged Tianji to leave immediately, stating that he was doing it for Tianji's own good. Chang Dalai looked puzzled by the situation, while Zai Long expressed his irritation and asked if they still needed to fight. Dalong chivalrously stated that if his guess was correct that Chang Dalai's last name was not Wu. Chang Dalai remained silent, startled by the remark. Dalong smiled at his thought, convinced that his assumption about Chang Dalai's last name was correct. His expression changed, assuring Chang Dalai that he wouldn't expose his identity, and emphasizing that he was responsible for large and small businesses. Chang Dalai, puzzled by Dalong's mention of his identity, wondered if he had been discovered as a mountain hunter. As Dalong departed, Chang Dalai smiled at them, and Zai Long maintained a stoic expression. After the Cow gang and the Dragon security left the area, Zai Long questioned Chang Dalai about his hidden identity that they didn't know. Chang Dalai denied it, stating that he was also confused. He pondered over the identity of his swords and wondered who he should ask if there was something wrong with them. Meanwhile, Dalong and Tianji rode horses with their respective groups following behind as they headed home. Tianji asked Dalong about the significance of Chang Dalai to him and why he had protected him. Dalong replied that he was not protecting Chang Dalai, but rather protecting Tianji. Tianji expressed confusion and asked who he needed protection from. Dalong hinted that Chang Dalai was the person that they couldn't mess with, pointing out the significance of his sword as evidence. Tianji questioned the importance of the sword, suggesting that in the business world, it held little value unless Chang Dalai came from a wealthy family that used swords as decorative items. In contrast, Dalong mentioned that it was the common man's sword. Tianji repeated Dalong's statement about the swords, but his words were left unfinished as Dalong interrupted him, suggesting that mentioning it would be a sinful act against God, implying they didn't want to commit it. Shifting back to the 22nd year of Emperor Ming, iron was taken from Tianshan Mountain, and 14 swords were forged, a sword of the Son of Heaven carried by the Emperor of the Empire, and 12 swords of the vassals given to the 12 princes. There was a 6th prince who, since childhood, didn't want to study but preferred to associate with powerful merchants and porters. The Ming Emperor ignored his inflexibility and liked his frankness, so he had a sword made especially for him. The name of the sword is the Common Man's Sword. At Yuyang Tower, Chang Dalai stood alone on the terrace, his eyes fixed upon the glinting swords in his grasp. Lost in his thoughts, Chang Dalai recalled the sword left behind by Lai Xingzai. He commented on the sharpness and toughness, realizing that it could withstand the power of the ghost face axe. Chang Dalai also recognized its significant value, knowing that it could fetch a high price. A question sparked within him, wondering if these swords held an emblematic meaning or represented an aspect of Lai Xingzai's identity. Curious, Chang Dalai wondered about the sword's meaning and Lai Xingzai's true identity. With limited information and unable to ask the old man, He felt frustrated and eager to uncover the truth. Suddenly, Su Ying appeared behind Chang Dalai and asked him why he was still awake at such a late hour. She mentioned that she noticed a change in him since he had arrived in Yangzhou and wondered if something was on Chang Dalai's mind. Chang Dalai's response carried a touch of confusion as he asked if there was something on his face. Su Ying hesitated, her words stumbling slightly, implying that he appeared somewhat arrogant. Chang Dalai repeated her words, musing on them for a moment. Sighing, he acknowledged the limited time he had, aware of the urgency pressing upon him. On the terrace, as Chang Dalai and Su Ying viewed their surroundings, suddenly the caretaker in Yuyang Tower approached them. The caretaker informed Chang Dalai that there was something important he needed to share. He mentioned that a guest from the Koshi wished to visit Chang Dalai but was concerned about potentially causing any inconvenience. Instead, the guest asked the caretaker to relay a message to Chang Dalai. Chang Dalai thought to himself that the news of the earlier events must have spread, achieving his goal of making a name for himself, even though it was a bit confusing. He then asked about the identity of the visitor, and the caretaker explained that it was Zheng Xing, who had invited him to the treasure debate conference that night. Later, inside the Koshi compound, Chang Dalai was greeted warmly by Xing. Xing expressed surprise at his timely arrival, mentioning that they had been discussing Chang Dalai just before his appearance. Chang Dalai explained that he had intended to visit Liu the previous night but had been preoccupied with daily tasks. Xing then invited Chang Dalai inside, urging everyone to gather and announced that the treasure debate conference would be divided into 3 parts: food, beauty, and exotic treasures. He then requested the exhibition to begin. Meanwhile, Chang Dalai sat at his table, observing his surroundings as the event started. One person mentioned that he had carried 10 buckets of night pearls, resembling the appearance of their late father, and boldly recognized him as their godfather. A person then began discussing his famous cakes from the Wu family. Another person expressed interest and encouraged them to share more. However, there was a momentary interruption as another person called for the cake seller to be thrown out. But upon realizing that he had a wife named Pan, he decided to continue the conversation. Engaging with Chang Dalai, Zheng Xing, holding a cup of tea, playfully questioned why he wasn't eating the dishes, suggesting that perhaps the food didn't suit his taste. Chang Dalai responded by saying that he had already eaten something before and mentioned that Yangzhou was a small place. In terms of eating and living, it was still expandable. He expressed disappointment that Yangzhou couldn't even produce a dish that one could eat. Nonetheless, he stated that he didn't want to cause trouble and suggested putting the chili they brought in the kitchen so that the cooks could use it to prepare some dishes and send them over. Shortly after, some individuals arrived carrying dishes. Xing, while eating, questioned Chang Dalai about the ingredients Chang Dalai had added to the food. Chang Dalai proudly revealed that he had a special spice from his hometown called chili pepper, praising its ability to ward off the cold, give fragrance to the food, and enhance its taste. The aroma of the spice dishes captivated those present, with a man exclaiming at the fragrance while others expressed curiosity about chili pepper, something they had never heard of before. Some men invited Zheng to join them in trying it. Xing decided it would be impolite to decline the invitation. Xing coughed briefly, finding the food too spicy. However, he realized that spicy food could be traded for a good amount of money. Xing mentioned to Chang Dalai that he had heard about the load of peppers he brought. Chang Dalai confirmed it. Xing then proposed a deal, offering to buy the peppers for a price. Chang Dalai stated that he didn't want money but rather grain. Xing suggested a quantity of 300,000 pounds of rice to be delivered in 7 days. Chang Dalai expressed his impatience, and Xing suggested a shorter time frame of 5 days. Chang Dalai expressed that he would have liked to accept the deal, but he didn't have enough time and could only wait until the next day. Xing acknowledged this and remarked that it would be challenging to find someone who could provide 300,000 pounds of rice in a day. Chang Dalai agreed to wait a little longer and mentioned that if he couldn't find a deal tonight, he would visit Xing again. Xing then shifted the conversation and stated that he had shown the beauty segment of the treasure debate conference. He then called for someone to bring it up and revealed 2 pacifiers he had bought from a Persian dealer at a high price, emphasizing their potential value as virgins that could fetch a high price in the capital. Chang Dalai's thoughts wandered toward the notion of human trafficking, contemplating the presence of foreign women despite the empire's lack of contact with foreigners. He couldn't shake the suspicion that Zheng Xing was no ordinary Beijing businessman. Suddenly, Liu Zhai spoke and expressed her fascination with the smooth garment on the woman's legs. Chang Dalai, slightly taken aback, responded with a question, pondering when the stockings appeared in a historical context. Xing, noticing Chang Dalai's interest, offered to send Chang Dalai a batch of stockings if he liked them. Chang Dalai responded with feigned excitement, imagining Su Ying wearing them and letting out an embarrassed chuckle. Su Ying, catching his train of thought, playfully remarked on his contemplative expression. Continuing their conversation, Ying then offered foreign girls as well as the 300,000 pounds of rice, suggesting they could provide pleasure for a few days before the rice was delivered in 5 days. Su Ying maintained a blank expression as she looked at Chang Dalai, while Liu Zhai appeared despondent. Chang Dalai, feeling awkward, joined Ying in toasting and tried to divert the focus away from business matters, despite his embarrassed but secretly excited expression. Ying suggested that Chang Dalai could hug one woman on the left and cuddle with the other on the right to enjoy all the blessings, stating that a normal vulgar woman would be boring. Chang Dalai awkwardly laughed in response. Ying offered a drink to Chang Dalai and suggested they continue drinking. Amidst the drinking, Liu Zhai, who had been observing, suddenly displayed surprise. She clutched her chest, appearing worried. Su Ying, puzzled by Liu Zhai's actions, looked at her with concern. Liu Zhai's worried expression prompted her to call out to Chang Dalai. Liu Zhai called Chang Dalai, who responded to her, asking what was wrong. She then whispered something in his ear. Chang Dalai listened attentively as Liu Zhai conveyed her concerns. Ying noticed and asked if everything was all right. Chang Dalai reassured him, attributing Liu Zhai's discomfort to having eaten too much chili and experiencing some stomach upset. However, Liu Zhai's worried expression persisted, hinting at something deeper. Interrupting the conversation, a servant informed Ying of a person outside who wished to sell something. In Ying's mind, Chang Dalai quietly reassured Liu Zhai, telling her not to worry. Liu Zhai responded with just a murmur. Ying dismissed the servant's concerns, deeming them trivial. He expressed his frustration at the interruption, stating that it had ruined their fun for no reason. Chang Dalai intervened, suggesting that they let the man in to see if he had anything valuable to sell. Ying agreed to Chang Dalai's request and allowed the man to enter. The man entered, carrying a large stick. Chang Dalai asked the man what he wanted to sell, and Ying expressed his annoyance at encountering people in Yueyang Tower who claimed to be expert treasure hunters in the past. He revealed that his father had left behind a weapon. Chang Dalai asked about the kind of weapon it was and its name. The man explained that his father, a former bodyguard, had found the weapon in the north and called it a serpent-headed spear. Suddenly, the system interjected with amusement at the sight of the weapon. Still at the Koshi compound, Chang Dalai thought to himself how heavy the spear felt, and despite its age, it appeared to be an authentic piece. Curious about the price, Chang Dalai asked about the cost of the weapon. The man responded, asking for a mere 100 coins. Chang Dalai was taken aback, considering it surprisingly cheap. He glanced at the man before asking further. The man quickly lowered his price, stating that 10 silver coins would be enough for him. Chang Dalai was confused by the drastic reduction. The man pleaded, asking for any form of compensation so as not to leave empty-handed. Realizing that the man was unaware of the true value of the weapon and had initially quoted 100 coins for the price to test his luck, Chang Dalai decided to let him have the 10 coins if he was satisfied with only that. He then tossed the coins to the man, who eagerly accepted them with excitement. Chang Dalai then told him to keep the change. Ying congratulated Chang Dalai on acquiring the treasure and expressed curiosity about its specifics, hoping to expand their knowledge. Chang Dalai told him that it was only a mere toy, unworthy of mention, and suggested moving on. As the treasure debate conference continued, every now and then someone came up with a treasure. The pearls of the Southern Ocean, the gems of the Northern Mountains, the sunken wood of the Eastern Sea, the beauty of the Far West, but nothing that interested Chang Dalai. After the meeting, many traders came to him, but they only bought a few hundred pounds of peppers. However, these were not the people he had been waiting for. Afterward, they returned to their rooms, and Chang Dalai brought the weapon and presented it to Zhang Fei. As Zhang Fei swung the weapon above, Chang Dalai noted that the weapon's ability made a sound like a dragon. Zhang Fei expressed his gratitude to Chang Dalai, saying that the weapon was good to handle despite being a little old. He thanked Chang Dalai, referring to him as the village master. The next morning, Chang Dalai told Dalong to sit, but Dalong humbly refused, stating that as a prince, Chang Dalai deserved the honor of having him serve even while standing. Confused by Dalong's visit, Chang Dalai asked him why he had come. Dalong, using a cryptic gesture, questioned Chang Dalai if he had paused midway in the sentence as he hinted using hand gestures. Puzzled by the gesture, Chang Dalai mimicked the hand gesture, saying 666. Dalong smiled slightly, indicating that Chang Dalai had understood correctly. Dalong reassured Chang Dalai, referring to him as the sixth son, as an old servant who would never disclose his true identity. This made Chang Dalai suspicious, wondering if Dalong had somehow discovered that he was a mountain bandit. Chang Dalai made it clear to DeLong that it was enough for him to understand and emphasized not to tell it to anyone, to which DeLong readily agreed, showing respect by bowing. DeLong's emotions overwhelmed him, and he tearfully expressed how it had been 30 years since he had left the capital. He admitted that he hadn't expected the sixth son to have grown so much during that time. Chang Dalai was puzzled by DeLong's reference to him as the sixth son and questioned who the sixth son was. Avoiding the topic of the past, Chang Dalai urged DeLong not to dwell on it, describing life as stormy. DeLong, wiping his tears, acknowledged his emotional response. DeLong, on the other hand, openly acknowledged that he, the old servant, was overwhelmed with emotions while wiping away his tears with puffy eyes. DeLong's thoughts were filled with emotion as he reminisced about the past, feeling as if he had been transported back to that eventful autumn 30 years ago. 30 years ago, after the death of his parents, DeLong faced extreme hardships and starvation. Desperate to survive, he entered the government and became a eunuch, where he learned martial arts as a palace guard. Over time, his skills improved, and he eventually became a member of the emperor's personal guards. When Emperor Ming fled the capital due to the invasion of the Ring clan and military chaos, DeLong was separated while hunting through the rings and found himself in Yangzhou. Fearful of returning to the palace, he gained a firm foothold in Yangzhou, based on his fighting skills, coupled with the character of an aspiring wolf. He became a member of the Cow Gang, mentioning that he had been on a smooth path. After the Ring clan withdrew, DeLong didn't dare to return to the palace for fear of receiving the crime. However, he went back to watch the ceremony where the 14 swords were being forged. Apart from that, he never set foot in the capital again for 30 years. Despite having grown up in the palace, he has always considered himself a part of the royal family. DeLong thought for a moment about 30 years and let out a sigh. Shifting his focus back to Chang Dalai, DeLong acknowledged his knowledge of Chang Dalai's shipload of goods at the dock. He then expressed his interest in purchasing the entire shipload from Chang Dalai. However, Chang Dalai simply stated his requirement of receiving grain in exchange for the goods. DeLong swiftly inquired about the specific quantity of grain that Chang Dalai desired. Chang Dalai countered, stating he wanted 300,000 pounds of grain within a day. DeLong questioned whether that quantity would suffice. Chang Dalai was taken aback by the request for 300,000 pounds of grain within a single day. He pondered the feasibility of such a demand and couldn't help but wonder why DeLong had the audacity to make such a bold request, especially considering that even Jiang Xing couldn't fulfill it. Skeptical, Chang Dalai asked DeLong how much he could gather in a day. DeLong reassured him, expressing confidence that with the assistance of his Cow Gang, Chang Dalai would be satisfied with the quantity by the next day. Chang Dalai remained unconvinced and displayed an awkward expression. Before leaving the room, DeLong instructed Chang Dalai to meet him at the pier the next day. Chang Dalai remained silent, contemplating the situation. Following that moment, DeLong rode on a horse, urgently calling out to his group members, urging them to gather quickly and meet him at the pier. The sound of his voice reverberated like a bell, catching the attention of those dining in restaurants and going about their activities. Men glanced out of windows, one of them questioning what the old man was up to. Another man, intrigued by DeLong's urgency, urged others to hurry and join in. In the blacksmith's forge, a man entered and addressed Yinshin, who was working on forging a weapon, as Master Liu. He informed Yinshin about the message sent by the old man, referring to DeLong. Yinshin, already aware of the message, acknowledged the man's words and motioned for him to come along. Even among the street laborers, some men urged their colleagues to hurry. Meanwhile, in the red light district, a woman approached a man named King, expressing her desire for him to stay with her for a while. King, adjusting his clothes, politely declined her offer, stating that he had received a message from the old man. He assured the woman that once he had taken care of the matter, he would return to spend time with her, playfully referring to her as a sweet demon. Following DeLong's command, the members of the Cow Gang, including rowers, blacksmiths, street laborers, and individuals from the red light district, all gathered at the pier. As the sun began to set, they arrived one by one, coming from various places in Yangzhou. DeLong confirmed the arrival of the 10 tigers and 8 dogs, and his men raised the red flag and confirmed their arrival. A bald man asked DeLong about their tasks with a serious expression, while another man inquired about who they killed and how many. DeLong made it clear that he wanted rice, emphasizing the need for a substantial amount. DeLong showed a smirk on his face, referring to his followers as monkeys and instructing them to get to work. In response, all the men respectfully acknowledged the orders, bowing to DeLong in a show of obedience. The Cow Gang was a spider that had taken up residence in the Thousand Boat City. For 30 years, it had been spitting spider silk and weaving a great web. Today, the Cow Gang network was fully operational. The rice supplies in the city were swept away by the Cow Gang. The wharf was bought by the Cow Gang at a low price as long as the ship carrying grain had not yet docked. They sneaked into the official granary at night, and 4 or 5 people stole several carts of grain. Some large families in the Cow Gang talked to the 10 tigers and 8 dogs and finally gave out more or less food. But it wasn't until a day later, when this big web of the gang came to light, that people in the city knew that this big web was already so huge. The man had shown the whole city what he was capable of. The next morning, Chang Dalai, Su Ying, and Liu Zhai arrived at the pier, shocked by the view that unfolded before them. Su Ying expressed her confusion, asking what was happening. Liu Zhai remained silent, observing the situation with a surprised expression. Chang Dalai, equally perplexed, admitted that he didn't fully comprehend the events either. However, he speculated that perhaps the good people were not as bad as they initially seemed. In that moment, Chang Dalai felt a glimmer of hope for King New Mountain. At the pier in Yangzhou City, Dalong informed Chang Dalai that the grain he had requested was ready, totaling 5,000 pounds and divided into 2 deliveries. Dalong then extended an invitation for Chang Dalai to stay a few more days so that he could pay his respects. However, Chang Dalai declined, explaining that his wife and children at home were starving and couldn't afford to wait. He scratched his head awkwardly, expressing his dilemma. Dalong seemed surprised to learn about Chang Dalai's marital status and inquired further. Chang Dalai responded with an awkward laugh, while Su Ying and Liu Zhai blushed and looked down, feeling shy, to which Dalong agreed. Dalong revealed that he had initially prepared 10 maids, assuming Chang Dalai was traveling alone and could use their company, causing Chang Dalai's face to express excitement. However, since Chang Dalai already had maids with him, Dalong decided not to burden him further. He advised Chang Dalai, as a prince, to focus on poetry, meditation, and diligent rule rather than being seduced by beauty. Chang Dalai fell into silence, feeling a sense of sadness after Dalong's words. Later, they boarded the ship to return to their place. White Wolf happily leaned towards the ship, bidding farewell to Yangzhou. Gao Fei Bao expressed his enjoyment of the restaurant they had visited the previous night, and suggested going together next time. Shenji agreed with a smile as he wrapped his arms around Gao Fei Bao. As the ship set sail, people in the city waved and cheered for them. Among the crowd, a person called out for Chang Dalai to stay and begged him to remain with them. Others echoed the sentiment, pleading for Chang Dalai to stay and live among them. Chang Dalai asked Liu Zhai about the willow branches being thrown toward their ship, and she explained that it was a gesture from the people to ask them to stay. Prince Tang called out to Chang Dalai, requesting him to write a poem about the current event. Although Prince Hu couldn't remain with them, Prince Tang expressed his desire for a poem from him as a way to commemorate his presence. Chang Dalai, with a wry smile, was aware that it was time to pretend once again to assume his poetic persona. He closed his eyes and pondered over various poems, searching for the one that would be most fitting for the occasion without carrying any unintended implications. As he mentally reviewed different poems, he set aside several options, considering their connotations and appropriateness to the current time. Eventually, he settled on a poem fragment, even though he couldn't recall the first half of it. Chang Dalai realized he had no more time to ponder and decided to use this poem. With a smile on his face, he called for Liu Zhai to bring the wine, signaling the beginning of the poetic recitation. Raising his cup of wine, Chang Dalai addressed the crowd, starting to recite the poem. The paper was then, which was abandoned by the noble and virtuous people, and the knife and the pencil were of little use. Therefore these must not be preferred before wine. With a joyful expression, Chang Dalai then drank the wine, stating that it was all in the wine, while Liu Zhai stood behind him, sharing in his delight. The people continued to shout, urging Chang Dalai to stay. Some expressed their love and affection for him, calling out his name. Chang Dalai became fascinated, thinking he had many female fans. He couldn't help but feel flattered, thinking that he had acquired a sudden influx of female fans. The girls continued to shower him with attention, addressing him as Prince Zhao and Prince Zilong, their excitement evident in their voices. Confusion washed over Chang Dalai as he realized that these enthusiastic fans were actually calling out to Zilong, not him. He was ashamed at the misunderstanding and felt slightly embarrassed for assuming they were his fans. Realizing his mistake, Chang Dalai delightedly called out to Zilong, who was hiding in a corner, and asked him to come and take a look. However, Zilong remained hidden in the corner, wearing a blank expression. Zilong hesitated before calling Chang Dalai and explained that he had been locked in the restaurant for several days, unable to leave during that time. With seriousness, Zilong continued, stating that he already had someone in his heart and wouldn't make a second choice. Chang Dalai's expression turned curious yet blank, intrigued by Zilong's confession. couldn't help but want to know more about the person. Liu Zhai, joining in the conversation, playfully suggested that it could be a girl from their village, wondering which girl could have that luck. Her smile hinted at a hint of mischief. Zai Long frantically denied it. Chang Dalai, mischievously teasing Zai Long, speculated whether the person he had feelings for could be a girl from Apricot Hill. He playfully suggested that the White Wolf could assist in bringing them together. Liu Zhai jokingly mentioned Liu Bei, adding to the lighthearted atmosphere. Zai Long, feeling a bit embarrassed, revealed that the person he had feelings for was actually his senior female fellow student and pleaded with Chang Dalai not to interfere in his personal matters. As the ship sailed, DeLong watched them from a cliff in the distance. His men approached him, offering a coat due to the strong wind on the water, and suggested to him that they should go back. DeLong agreed to return. The man mentioned the boatload of goods and asked him what they should do with it while putting the coat around DeLong. He instructed his man to sell them if possible, but if not, to come up with a plan to dispose of them. DeLong contemplated the recent events and realized that while they had successfully executed a great show, it wasn't necessarily beneficial for the reputation and honor of the Cow Gang. He let out a sigh, anticipating that the days ahead would be difficult. Suddenly, an old man approached DeLong, expressing gratitude for his hard work. The old man mentioned that he had heard about DeLong's achievement of collecting 400,000 pounds of rice in one day to monopolize the pepper market. He acknowledged that it was quite a big deal, but before he could continue, DeLong interrupted him. DeLong questioned whether the old man had approached him just to mock him. The old man expressed admiration for DeLong's courage and requested to purchase some of his pepper. He mentioned having the silver ready for the transaction and awaited DeLong's confirmation for the sale. As other people gathered around DeLong, they expressed their desire to buy the chili pepper. A young man pleaded not to be left behind and insisted on having a share. A woman also joined in, expressing her interest in purchasing the pepper. Even the old man reiterated his request, stating his intention to buy some. DeLong, shocked by the overwhelming response, remained speechless, unable to respond to their requests. He cried as he asked Chang Dalai, addressing him as the sixth prince, to have mercy on him. One of DeLong's men alerted them to the strong wind, signaling that it was time to return. DeLong's gaze shifted towards their ship in the distance. Realizing his earlier doubts about Chang Dalai were unfounded, sincerely apologized to him. Meanwhile, at the Saidi tribe of the Rings, a man dressed in a hoodie sweater sat near a crackling fire, cooking meat for his meal. The sound of the fire crackling reached his ears as he prepared to eat. Suddenly, he sneezed, causing him to question whether someone was thinking of him or if he had simply caught a cold. It revealed that the man was none other than Lai Xingzai. As the sun set and cast its fading glow on the ship, Chang Dalai sat calmly at the mainmast, sipped his tea as Shenji approached him, expressed his concern about the strong headwind, and informed him that the ship would only be able to travel in a zigzag line. He further added that it would take approximately 10 days to return back. Addressing the information shared by Shenji, Chang Dalai remained composed and calmly responded, expressing his hope that nothing would go wrong. Shenji confidently reassured Chang Dalai, stating that with the support of the Cow Gang, there was no reason for anything to go wrong. He emphasized that pirates or river bandits were no match for the Cow Gang, indicating that Chang Dalai worried too much. Chang Dalai, however, responded sternly, telling Shenji to shut up. Hours later, under the moonlit night, a group of pirates gathered in the middle of the vast ocean. A pirate asked if the two-legged sheep had arrived, to which another pirate informed the second boss that they were locked in the cabin. Another pirate informed the second boss that the captives were locked in the cabin. The big boss instructed them that they should go to Peking to unload the goods there, as the great personalities there liked the goods. However, the pirate asked about the two fat sheep. Another pirate relayed the news from their big boss sent from Yangzhou, stating that the target ship would arrive soon, and the boss had already sent the sister-in-law there. The pirates discussed their plan to attack the ship once it entered their encirclement, intending to kill the people on board while leaving the ship intact. Another pirate reassured the second boss, mentioning that there were over 50 people on the ship, including a nobleman as their leader. They anticipated the nobleman's fear when faced with a sword. Confidently, the pirate asserted that nothing had ever gone wrong when Skull Island was involved. They urged everyone to get to work. Back on Chang Dalai's ship, Shenji approached him, bringing news of several survivors rescued from the water and claimed to have been attacked by pirates, seeking refuge on their ship. Doubtful, Chang Dalai decided to check them himself. As Chang Dalai and others looked at the survivors, a woman among the group pleaded for Chang Dalai, referring to him as a graceful man, and requested his help to save them. In response, Chang Dalai asked them about their situation, questioning why they had been on the sea. The woman explained that they had intended to return to their hometown with their master, but encountered pirates along the way. Tragically, their master and his wife were killed by the pirates, and only a few of them managed to escape. She humbly pleaded with Chang Dalai to show mercy and to save them. Chang Dalai sighed, acknowledging the dangers that existed at sea and the importance of helping one another in times of need. The woman expressed her gratitude to Chang Dalai. Eventually, she flirtatiously said that she would repay her benefactor even if she became a cow or horse in her next life, accompanied by a seductive expression and a touch to her chest. Chang Dalai, taken aback by her remark, questioned her choice of being a cow or horse, suggesting that she should give her life instead. Confused, the woman responded with, "What?" Suddenly, Chang Dalai unsheathed his sword, his face filled with frustration and the intention to kill. He slaughtered all the male survivors accompanying the women and caused the woman to be shocked by what had happened. The woman saw blood splattered everywhere. Shenji, puzzled, questioned Chang Dalai about what he was doing, but Chang Dalai ignored Shenji's question. Chang Dalai, with his sword in hand, menacingly threatened the woman, stating that he believed she knew what it took to go on living and questioning her moral character. Additionally, he mentioned that there was a saying in this world that death was better than life. Chang Dalai sternly demanded the woman to answer a question quickly and face her death with flattery. Chang Dalai's voice was stern as he posed his first question to the woman, demanding to know who she was and why she wanted to join his ship. Liu Jai stood silently behind him, casting her gaze downward. The woman's response was hesitant and filled with fear. She claimed not to know and explained that they were just a group of people in distress. Chang Dalai's voice carried a firmness that brooked no deception as he admonished the woman to stop pretending. He emphasized that in a situation where they had truly been invaded by pirates, the one with the most power would naturally assume control. Yet, these people seemed to follow her orders alone. With his sword pointed menacingly at her neck, the woman trembled under his investigation. He firmly stated that the ring appeared familiar to him, leading him to suspect that she was one of Zheng Xing's people. The woman's eyes widened. However, the woman stumbled over her words and attempted to hide her true identity. Chang Dalai's voice hardened as he confronted the woman's denial. He pointed out that the ring she wore was a precious heirloom of the Liu family, which should have been included in the city's treasury after their downfall. He demanded to know where she got it. With a fierce gaze and his sword still pressed against her neck, Chang Dalai suspected that Zheng Hexing might be involved in slave trading or piracy. The woman's fearful eyes met his intense stare and she attempted to respond but was unable to find the right words. Chang Dalai, driven by frustration and suspicion, swiftly slashed her shoulder, causing her to bleed. He continued to press and admonish the woman for her reluctance to answer. He warned her that if she failed to answer his questions promptly, she would not have a choice anymore. The woman cried out in pain and blood dripped from her hand. She mustered the courage to reveal the truth. She admitted that they were indeed members of Skull Island, under the command of Zheng Xing. Curious, he questioned the number of pirates lying in wait, seeking to gauge the magnitude of the potential ambush. The woman revealed that there were 200 men under the command of the second boss from their village. Liu Jai, who had been silently observing, asked if the downfall of the Liu family was connected to the woman. The woman recognized Liu Jai and exclaimed in shock, realizing that she was from the Liu family. Upon realizing Liu Jai's identity, the woman's demeanor changed dramatically. She cursed the Liu family and regretted not having killed them all before. Liu Jai, frightened by her outburst, backed away. The woman blamed Liu Jai, expressing her anger and frustration that they could have made a fortune if Liu Jai hadn't interfered and blocked their way. She gritted her teeth, directing her frustration towards Liu Jai. Continuing her rant, she blamed City Lord Fang Boshan for their current situation and expressed frustration that if he hadn't been concerned about others, they wouldn't be facing such consequences. She shouted in anger while Liu Jai kept her gaze lowered. The woman unleashed her anger, revealing that they had not wiped out the entire Liu family but had left Liu Jai as an orphan. With madness, the woman declared that those who stood in their way would always meet their demise, emphasizing her ruthless nature. She let out a piercing scream followed by a hysterical laugh, showcasing her twisted mindset. She confessed to having killed Liu Jai's father and sunk their fleet, expressing her dissatisfaction with the level of enjoyment they had derived from it. Furthermore, she mentioned how they had exterminated Liu Jai's entire family, except for a few remaining servants. In her delirium, she declared that it was now Liu Jai's turn to suffer, vowing that everyone on Skull Island would join in the slaughter, especially the women. Her words were filled with deranged intensity. In response, Chang Dalai swiftly ended her life, cutting short her disturbing and menacing words. Shenji expressed his admiration for Chang Dalai's intelligence, mentioning that the pirates had never expected Chang Dalai to recognize them. He admitted that they had disguised themselves well and that he had almost fallen for it, but Chang Dalai sarcastically questioned if he had truly been fooled. Shenji confidently stated that even if Chang Dalai hadn't uncovered their true identities, he would have still warned him. He expressed his belief that the pirates' acting skills were enough to fool him. Chang Dalai, feeling irritated by Shenji's annoyance, simply muttered to him to get lost. Shenji tried to comfort Chang Dalai by acknowledging that while he might have been slightly less attentive than he was, he still performed admirably. Chang Dalai, still puzzled, asked for clarification. He emphasized that given their current situation, even encountering people who didn't cause problems would be needed to kill them all. He then emphasized the importance of their ship, carrying 5,000 lives, and the need to avoid any risks. Raising his swords above, Chang Dalai rallied his companions, urging them to prepare for battle as the moon illuminated their path. In the distance, Chang Dalai and his crew spotted the approaching skull pirates. Meanwhile, the lifeless body of the woman they had interrogated earlier floated in the sea. On the pirate ship, the man observed Chang Dalai's ship. His thoughts raced with anticipation, stating that the target was in his sight. Thoughts raced through his mind as he planned to destroy the sails after they boarded the ship. The man introduced himself as Zhang Xinghan, as he recognized the strategic advantage of disabling the enemy's sails, likening a ship without sails to a defenseless girl in the hands of a robber's den, ready to be exploited. He eagerly awaited the opportunity to strike. However, before he could finish his thoughts, a fast and deadly arrow flew toward him. The sound of the approaching weapon startled him, and he managed to evade a second attack just in time. Arrows struck their mast, causing a loud bam in their ship and confusion among the pirates. Realizing the threat they faced, Xinghan shouted out orders to his crew, alerting them to the unexpected danger of the giant crossbow, and the realization that their information about Chang Dalai's ship had been false. He urged them to prepare for the impending confrontation with their enemy. Amidst the crashing waves, the birds darted through the onslaught of fast arrows from Chang Dalai's ship, targeting the skull pirates with intensity. Chang Dalai's authoritative voice sliced through the roaring wind as he issued clear commands to his crew. With a pointed gesture to the northwest, he directed their focus and signaled the direction of their coming attack. The arrows launched by Chang Dalai's group hit each of the pirates from the skull pirate ship. Zhang Xinghan swiftly ordered his crew to turn the rudder fully to the left, maneuvering their ship to evade the incoming arrows. With determination in his voice, he shouted, "Kill," as they charged toward Chang Dalai's ships. On Chang Dalai's ship, he asked Zai Long about how far he could shoot at sea. Zai Long, confident in his abilities, responded without hesitation, stating that he could shoot within 100 steps. Chang Dalai ordered Zai Long to provide cover from above with his bow and arrow, ensuring that for every one of their people who fell, one of the enemies would fall too. Zai Long acknowledged the command and got ready to launch his attack. Frustrated, he issued orders to Su Ying, Liu Zhai, and Xiao Yi to retreat to the cabin if they were unable to fight. He noticed Shenji holding a knife and instructed him to also retreat to the cabin. He raised his voice and expressed annoyance at Shenji's action. Chang Dalai gave the command to prepare the arrows. As the skull pirate's ship approached, one of Chang Dalai's men started beating a drum, signaling the attack. Arrows rained down from the ship, expertly aimed by Zai Long and his fellow archers. Many pirates died as they were struck down by a significant number of pirates manning the enemy boat. Xinghan commanded his men to fire a barrage of fire arrows at Chang Dalai's ship. Chang Dalai's crew swiftly raised their shields to defend against the fiery assault, protecting themselves from the blazing arrows. Chaos ensued as their ship caught fire from the flaming arrows striking the gaff sail. Chang Dalai swiftly commanded the crew to haul in the sails and stop the ship, allowing the pirates to get close. The two ships neared each other, and Xinghan urged his crew to board Chang Dalai's ship and urged his members to kill Chang Dalai's people. The battle unfolded with swords clashing, arrows flying, and the sound of metal meeting metal. The fight for survival intensified as the two crews engaged in a fierce and deadly struggle. Enraged, Chang Dalai commanded their people to draw their swords and urged his men to draw theirs as well, preparing for a fight to the death. The pirates managed to breach Chang Dalai's ship, stabbing two of his crew members. Some pirates on the boat threw a rope towards Chang Dalai's ship, successfully securing it above, and they began climbing up the rope to infiltrate Chang Dalai's ship. Fortunately, Chang Dalai's people quickly reacted, using their swords to stab and push back the invading pirates. With a display of strength and teamwork, they managed to fend off the attackers, sending them back into the sea. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Chang Dalai and Zhang Fei, unaware of each other, fought side by side, fiercely defending their ship. Amidst the flurry of sword strikes and parries, Chang Dalai called out, searching for Zhang Fei's presence. Upon hearing his name, Zhang Fei responded, confirming his presence and readiness to fight. Chang Dalai, seizing the moment, issued a strategic command to Zhang Fei, instructing him with Zai Long to board the pirate ship, kill the horses, and capture the leader before the others. Zhang Fei confirmed the order, briefly glancing back at Chang Dalai. After Chang Dalai ordered Zhang Fei, both Zai Long and Zhang Fei made their way toward the pirate ship. Zai Long urged Zhang Fei to cover him while Zhang Fei was overwhelmed by the fight and confirmed it. Meanwhile, Gao Fei Bao fought fiercely, taking down pirates left and right, and suddenly screamed his name. However, before he could finish his words, a pirate strike flew from behind, sending him flying as well. While White Wolf utilized her agile fighting skills, killing pirates surrounding her. One pirate who attacked her ordered his comrade to kill White Wolf. Undeterred, White Wolf responded by coming her way with kunai in her hands as she was ready to fight. However, their fight was momentarily interrupted by a sudden and powerful explosion, causing White Wolf and the others to pause and turn their attention to the source. Surprised, White Wolf looked up to see Zhang Fei and Zai Long clearing their path, causing all the pirates to fly as they attacked them. Then they jumped on the pirate ship. Zhang Fei announced his arrival, and a group of pirates surrounded them. Zhang Fei dared the pirate to fight with him to the death while showing a smile with determination. The pirates, taken aback by Zhang Fei's fierce appearance, taunted him as a gorilla-faced man and shouted for others to kill him. The pirates rushed, attempting to attack him, but Zhang Fei's combat skills kept them at bay, preventing anyone from getting close. He swiftly defeated the pirates, leaving them defeated on the ship's floor. Frustrated, Xinghan stared, asking Zhang Fei who he was. In response, Zhang Fei proudly announced his identity as the top general from the Toad village on the Toad Hill, his face beaming with confidence. Zhang Fei then questioned Xinghan about who he was. Xinghan responded with a hint of confusion, mentioning the Toad village, but quickly shifted his focus, stating that he would remember Zhang Fei. He proudly declared himself as Zhang Xinghan, the second leader of Skull Island, and swiftly launched an attack on Zhang Fei, wielding his two three-pronged spears. In the midst of their intense battle, Zhang Fei skillfully utilized his techniques against Xinghan. Observing the duel, Zai Long advised Zhang Fei to prevent Xinghan from getting any closer. As the fight continued, Zhang Fei successfully blocked Xinghan's attacks. With a powerful blocking move, Zhang Fei forcefully threw Xinghan away, remarking his combat skills catchphrase "catch the pigs." Zhang Fei launched an attack on Xinghan, shouting with intensity. In response, Xinghan couldn't help but think about the weird name Zhang Fei had yelled. However, just as Zhang Fei's attack was about to land, a massive and powerful explosion erupted, shaking the ship. Zhang Fei's formidable skill was known as Grounded Pierce. Without giving Xinghan a chance to catch his breath, Zhang Fei relentlessly continued his assault, utilizing his skill known as Catch the Pigs. Meanwhile, Zai Long silently observed the battle, his mind filled with contemplation. In the midst of their clash, Zhang Fei announced his final attack, confidently proclaiming his last strike of Catch the Pigs. Xinghan, growing frustrated, cursed Zhang Fei and told him if he was finished. However, Zhang Fei pressed on, not giving Xinghan any chance to retaliate. He used the technique Poke in Heaven instead of Catch the Pigs he had said a while ago. He executed a piercing attack that struck Xinghan with such force that blood spewed from his body, leaving him in a state of shock. Tears formed up in Xinghan's eyes as he struggled to comprehend why Zhang Fei's attack, which he said was Catch the Pigs, used a different attack instead. He gave Zai Long a thumbs up and smiled at him, stating that Xinghan was pretty hard to handle. Zai Long, however, asked Zhang Fei who had taught him those moves. Zhang Fei confidently revealed that Chang Dalai had taught him the move, emphasizing its effectiveness in targeting the heart and its usefulness. Zai Long looked unsure and didn't know how to respond. After a night of fighting, Toad Village lost 5 men, and the others were wounded more or less. Skull Island lost more than 50 people. The main ship was occupied by Zhang Fei, and the rest of the people could only take a small boat and flee in fear. As the sun rose, illuminating the aftermath of the battle, the group of Chang Dalai celebrated their hard-earned victory. Suddenly, the system updated, showing the achievement of completing the hidden mission related to the Liu family. The system chimed, praising their victory. Back on the Thousand Boat, Yuyang Tower, Zheng Xing was deeply engrossed in playing his instrument, absorbing the enchanting vibrations it emitted. Suddenly, his concentration was shattered as his man approached him. The man stuttered as he conveyed a piece of news from the sea. Xing, surprised by the sudden interruption, asked about the status of the second boss and if he had completed all the tasks that he had instructed. The man's response was filled with distress. He revealed that their mission had ended in failure, resulting in the death of over 50 members of their group, including the second boss. The shocking revelation caused Xing to break a string on his instrument. Unable to comprehend, he exclaimed his disbelief aloud. Seeking to make sense of the situation, Xing questioned how their 200 men could have lost to a group of only 50, led by a drunkard. He yelled at his man, demanding answers. Nervous, the man explained that the people who escaped back reported that the opponents from Toad Village, particularly Toad Hill, had fought unexpectedly hard against them. Xing's eyes filled with tears of disbelief as he listened to the man's words. Xing muttered to himself about Toad Village while furrowing his brow in deep thought. Back at the ocean, White Wolf informed Chang Dalai that the sails were being repaired and they would be ready to set sail in half an hour. She went on to share news about the capture of the enemy's main ship by Zai Long and Zhang Fei. They were in the process of transferring the captured goods, which included some gold and silver scraps. Notably, the main catch included foreign female slaves intended for delivery to influential figures in the capital. White Wolf then asked Chang Dalai about their plans for the group of female slaves. Chang Dalai deliberated on the matter, stating that they weren't sure if there were people from Skull Island among the captive slaves and noting that they didn't have time to save people. He proposed two choices, leaving them on the ship or killing them all. Expressing her objection, White Wolf, being a woman herself, couldn't fathom the thought of letting the girls die. However, Chang Dalai emphasized the significance of their mission, which involved carrying life-saving food for 5,000 people in King New Mountain, and if something happened, it would result in the loss of more than just a few lives. Overwhelmed by the weight of the situation, White Wolf found herself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Chang Dalai contemplated the actions of Skull Island, recognizing their cunning tactics as he considered the rescue of the group. He thought of the potential consequences, which might have been another ambush, and that would have led to their destruction if they hadn't taken care of those people. He recognized it as purely the trolley problem. Understanding the gravity of the situation, White Wolf proposed a compromise. She offered to watch over the captives and suggested not letting them out of the cabin, stating that if there were a problem, Chang Dalai could blame her for it. Reluctantly accepting her proposal, Chang Dalai agreed to assign additional guards and promised the captives their freedom once their journey was complete. White Wolf, relieved, expressed her agreement. After a couple of hours, one of Chang Dalai's men approached him with news of the ship's repair. Chang Dalai then commanded that they set sail. However, the return trip didn't go smoothly. On the way, they kept encountering alleged victims who had planned robberies on small boats. Halfway there, they found themselves in the middle of a storm, and although they eventually weathered it safely, they lost 2 days in vain. As they battled the storm, panic set in among the crew. Chang Dalai ordered the sails to be lowered. Shenji, panicking, expressed his fear, screaming that they were going to die, while Zhao sought help from Su Ying. After enduring the hardships, the way there took 5 days, and because of the headwind, the way back was longer. Finally, 20 days later, the ship docked at an abandoned dock outside Fallen Leaf City in the night. Having arrived at their destination, Chang Dalai instructed Zhang Fei and Gao Fei Bao to return to the village and call for someone to pick up the grain. As the night fell, Chang Dalai found solace by a bonfire, resting against a tree. Su Ying approached him, and as her footsteps made a sound, Chang Dalai became alert. Chang Dalai questioned her why she was outside in such chilly weather. Su Ying responded that she had come to keep him company. As Chang Dalai noticed Su Ying wearing stockings, he remarked that stockings looked good on Su Ying, but he recalled her previous reluctance to wear them. Su Ying responded by saying that it had been simply too cold and wearing stockings had helped to keep the cold out, while seductively brushing her hair. Feeling the chill in the air, Chang Dalai commented on the cold weather while both he and Su Ying sat near the bonfire, seeking warmth. Su Ying agreed as she also sat down to warm herself. Then, Su Ying turned her gaze towards Chang Dalai and remarked that he hadn't closed his eyes for a long time in those days. Chang Dalai expressed his concerns to Su Ying about the dire situation caused by the drought in Yuzhou, spanning thousands of kilometers. He emphasized the gravity of the food shortage, stating that if they were to leave the 2 big loads of food on the ship and someone discovered it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Explaining that his original plan had allowed for only 15 days, as the villages would have sufficed only for so long. However, the journey had taken a month to come back. Chang Dalai further described the worsening conditions as they moved further north from prosperous Yangzhou, with the fleeing victims already in Qingzhou. He mentioned how desperate some people had become, even resorting to trading their teenage daughters for a bucket of rice. Expressed his distress, stating that people were dying everywhere and he was uncertain about the current situation in the mountains and whether they could still hold out. Chang Dalai questioned how much longer it would last and how many people had to die. At that moment, Ying reached out and held Chang Dalai's hands, offering comfort to the tension he was feeling. Ying advised Chang Dalai to take a breath and reassured him that he had already done his job enough, and they couldn't help the whole world, stating that it was good to have a clear conscience. She reminded him to stop pushing himself too hard. Then, Ying smiled at him, asking if it was still cold. Chang Dalai hesitated but calmly remarked that her hands were actually colder. Feeling sad, she pouted in response. Chang Dalai gently suggested that she should go back, as he needed to concentrate. Ying reluctantly agreed. After a while, Chang Dalai's people alerted him to the arrival of someone. The sound of rushing horses filled the air. Gao, accompanied by a group of people, approached Chang Dalai. They screamed, calling Chang Dalai the village master, and bowed before him. Chang Dalai cautioned them not to attract unwanted attention and hungry wolves nearby. Gao expressed his gratitude towards Chang Dalai for his kindness and pledged that his life now belonged to Chang Dalai. Chang Dalai brushed off the gratitude for the moment and inquired about Gao's injuries, asking if something had happened in the village. Gao sighed heavily and decided to share the recent events with Chang Dalai. He revealed that 3 days ago, Ran had gathered a group of around 200 people to withdraw. However, before their departure, Ran attempted to take the remaining food supplies with him. Gao stated that he was a little hurt when he argued with Ran. Eventually, Ran realized the futility of his plan but took advantage of the chaos to set fire to the remaining grain before fleeing with a group of people. The granary had been burned, leaving the mountain with no food. He shared his fear that if Chang Dalai had not returned, the consequences would have been even more severe, gritting his teeth in frustration. Chang Dalai sighed in frustration, finding the behavior of these military strategists ungrateful, wondering if their excessive book knowledge had made them stupid. Then, Chang Dalai reassured Gao, urging him not to be saddened by the situation. He emphasized that the time to get even would come when the opportunity presented itself. Gao responded that he was too hungry to feel sad anymore and asked Chang Dalai how much food he had brought back. Chang Dalai, rubbing his head due to a headache, simply responded that he had brought 500,000 pounds. Gao, overwhelmed with disbelief, questioned whether Chang Dalai was joking or not. Irritable, Chang Dalai responded that he had no time to fool around, explaining that 2 ships had transported it. Overwhelmed by the news, Gao couldn't contain his excitement and screamed that Chang Dalai had indeed brought 1,000,000 pounds of grains. However, Chang Dalai cautioned against celebrating just yet, emphasizing the importance of safely transporting the food back to the mountain. With enthusiasm, Gao reassured Chang Dalai that he would personally carry the grain back to the mountain, even if it meant shouldering the load himself to ensure not a single grain would be dropped on the ground. After that moment, the bandits swiftly began unloading the grains from the ship, aware of the urgency to transport them back to the fortress before dawn. The urgency stemmed from the potential consequences if the news leaked. Thousands of people and hundreds of horses were on the way from King New Mountain, and yet they had to go back and forth at least twice. As long as you could breathe, you needed the wood to be made into sleds on the spot, when the horses could no longer pull it along. The old, the weak, the women, and the children, people, the horses, they all carried and pulled. But each person seemed to have inexhaustible power. They started immediately after taking the 100-pound bags. There was occasional laughter during the busy work. Even children had to carry a bag of grain and rice on their shoulders. In a line stretching several hundred meters, they formed a lifeline, a symbol of continuous hope as it slowly dawned. As the bandits made their way back to King New Mountain with the grains, they encountered a group of people waiting for them. One of the individuals, armed with a spear, questioned Mao about what they were carrying. Mao explained that it was the food brought back by Chang Dalai. He recognized the man who was Huzi and expressed surprise that he was still alive. Mao advised Huzi to seek forgiveness from Chang Dalai, noting that he was known for his soft-heartedness and thought that they would surely forgive him. Huzi, however, remained defiant, stating that he had left when the food supply was cut off, and now that there was food in the village, he questioned Mao how Chang Dalai would forgive him. He believed that taking 1 or 2 bags of grain wouldn't make a significant difference. He demanded that Mao give him the grain, Frustrated, Mao refused to give in, asserting that everyone needed to survive the winter, and he couldn't allow Huzi to take even a grain of rice. Growing desperate, Huzi argued that they would starve if they didn't receive the food. Threatening to take it by force, he prepared to attack. In a swift and decisive move, Chang Dalai, without hesitation, intervened, cutting down the individuals attempting to rob them. Huzi's companions grew nervous, calling out his name in alarm. Chang Dalai, firm and resolute, demanded action from his comrades. He ordered them to kill anyone who dared to rob them, showing no mercy. The bodies of 4 individuals lay on the ground as evidence of his swift actions. Aware of the urgency to proceed, Chang Dalai urged his group to move quickly, singling out Fei Bao and eliminating the remaining companions of Huzi, ensuring their safety. Fear points accumulated for Chang Dalai as the intense situation unfolded, causing a beep of fear points he achieved. Chang Dalai received 91,135 fear points as of now. Gao, displaying his loyalty, warned anyone else who dared to step forward that they would meet the same fate. After dozens of miles, they finally transported all the food back to the village within a day. The people marveled at the sight of the abundance of food. They expressed their joy, remarking that they had never seen so much grain in their lives. Chang Dalai called for everyone's attention and declared that no one was allowed to touch the grain anymore. As the bandits celebrated outside, cooking and enjoying themselves, the people ate heartily and found happiness in their newfound abundance. Even the women were delighted with their current circumstances. Chang Dalai stood apart, observing his people as they enjoyed their meal and the company of one another. Sipping on his drink, he found himself approached by the system spirit, which materialized behind him. Suddenly, the system appeared and called Chang Dalai, telling him that he seemed happy. While Chang Dalai turned his gaze towards the system spirit and invited the system to try their village cuisine, showing his hospitality. Curious about Chang Dalai's chosen path, the system questioned why he hadn't seized the opportunity to dominate King Nu Mountain, as it was the fastest way that cost the least. In response, Chang Dalai emphasized that there was always something to do. But for peace of mind, it was best not to dwell too much on the future. The system spirit burst into laughter, expressing delight at Chang Dalai's wise words. It congratulated him for successfully completing his mission and assured him that he would receive his reward. Chang Dalai received a level 3 construction blueprint for his village. As Chang Dalai examined the new construction drawing he had received, he thought to himself that, unlike the defensive drawings he had received previously, this one was a complete construction drawing. It included designs for various structures such as village walls, dwellings, a gathering hall, a beacon, a fortress bunker, an observation deck, a cavalry training ground, an infantry drill ground, and even a small schoolyard. The drawing provided detailed specifications for materials and indicated a population of 1,000 and 1,000 acres of good land. Chang Dalai, trying to comprehend the scale and requirements, wondered if he would need to purchase slaves once again to fulfill the population requirement. As he pondered the requirements for the construction, Gao and White Wolf approached him. They knelt before him in a gesture of respect. Chang Dalai looked at them with confusion, questioning what they were doing. White Wolf told him that several of them had discussed it, while Gao spoke up, expressing their admiration for Chang Dalai's righteousness and stating that their lives now belonged to him. He mentioned that the people of Mount King Nu would honor Chang Dalai from that point forward. Confused by their intentions, Chang Dalai questioned whether they had tried to join the Toad village. The system spirit reacted with excitement upon hearing the news. Chang Dalai suspected that the system might have interfered in some way, but the innocent smiling system denied his suspicion. In his thoughts, Chang Dalai acknowledged the challenges of leading the 5,000 mountain bandits, half of whom were old, weak women and children, with only around 2,000 capable of fighting. He realized that feeding 5,000 would not be an easy task, but with the village's upgrade and increased level, he would have the strength to face formidable opponents like Hulei again. He contemplated whether he should take a step forward and make a decision. Standing up from the kneeling bandits, Chang Dalai raised his cup in acknowledgement of everyone's words, mentioning what the most important thing was when doing business. He paused for a moment before speaking again. With determination, Chang Dalai emphasized the importance of righteousness, expressing his strong conviction on the matter. Chang Dalai declared that from that day forward, they were a united family, assuring them that no one would go hungry as long as he had food. The bandits joined in the celebration, enthusiastically cheering in agreement. As they gathered in the meeting room, a person cleared their throat and addressed the crowd, acknowledging their high regard for Chang Dalai. They announced that Chang Dalai reluctantly assumed the position of leader as the chief of King Nu Mountain. They vowed to follow Chang Dalai's command, willingly going west or east as instructed. A person emphasized that anyone who disobeyed Chang Dalai would also be disobeying him. Gao mentioned that they had many villages together and suggested asking their friend from the business world to give them a witness. Intrigued by the idea, Chang Dalai asked who the Greenwood heroes were outside of King New Mountain. Gao mentioned Chief Du from the Fallen Leaves City, but he's gone. Chang Dalai cut him off, stating that he had the one who got rid of him and continued to ask about the available options. Gao mentioned various individuals, including Zhu Gu and Zhu Shu, the solo travelers, the father and son from the Ma family involved in fishing, and the formidable Black Whirlwind from Fuhu Mountain. Chang Dalai questioned if the Black Whirlwind mentioned was Lai Kui, but Gao clarified that his last name is Sun. Seemingly content with their current situation, Chang Dalai made the decision not to invite any outside allies, so they just had to close their door and enjoy their little life there. Chang Dalai, shifting the topic, informed Gao that he wanted to discuss building a new village in a different location. Gao expressed his concern, questioning the need to tear down and rebuild, if that was really necessary, asking if their current situation was not doing well. White Wolf chimed in, suggesting that they could all move to the Toad Village instead, while another person beside her noted that the Toad Village was too small. Chang Dalai mentioned if everyone fought only for themselves, stating that one would only lead to loss, but together as a united force they could go far. He then instructed everyone to go back to make the preparations while he personally went to assess the terrain for the new village. He entrusted someone with taking care of something. In the following days, Chang Dalai, along with Lin Xiaoyu and Zhu Shenji, explored the entirety of King New Mountain. Shenji asked Chang Dalai what he was looking for, suggesting that Apricot Hill could be a good place. Chang Dalai explained the specific criteria for the new village location, emphasizing the need for water, defensibility, security, and convenient transportation. He also mentioned the importance of finding ample agricultural fields, highlighting that the existing villages did not meet these requirements. Shenji expressed concern about the snowy conditions on the mountain and suggested going back. However, Chang Dalai insisted on moving forward, stating that they were not going back but rather heading forward. As they reached the cliff, Shenji's eyes widened in awe, asking if that was the Bull's Horn Peak. As they continued their journey up the hill, Shenji remarked that it was not only the highest point in the range but also in the entire King New Mountains. Chang Dalai signaled to proceed to check it out. The entire King New Mountain resembled a reclining buffalo with its horns pointing east and its tail pointing west as a river slowly flowed past the bull. Observing the surroundings, Shenji noted that the wind blew from the east, providing a refreshing breeze. He mentioned that facing south towards the capital with all four hooves in the water, one could enjoy the pleasant wind and fresh air. Impressed by the scenic beauty of Mount King Nu, Shenji expressed his admiration. Xiaoyu, taken aback by Shenji's appreciation for the landscape, voiced his surprise and questioned Shenji's sense of a good landscape. In response, Shenji humbly mentioned that he had a bit of understanding. Chang Dalai proudly declared that they had found the perfect location for their new village. He pointed to a gourd-shaped valley with a wide plain in the middle and a river running through the mountains below, emphasizing that was where they were going. Observing the landscape, Shenji remarked that the wind came from the east and the clouds appeared to look calm, giving the impression that they needed to be stirred to move. He agreed that it was indeed a favorable place. However, Shenji raised a concern, stating that they couldn't build a village, which Chang Dalai questioned him about. Shenji then pointed out that due to a current drought, there had not been much water in the river. He voiced his anticipation that the water situation in the valley might change in the coming year, with the possibility of flooding during the melting of snow and rainfall. Chang Dalai acknowledged the concern but assured that it could be addressed by digging a deeper river ditch to allow excess water to drain away, forming a protective ditch outside the valley. They agreed to return and made the necessary preparations to complete the construction before spring. As they returned to the village, the group discussed the plan and construction was in full swing. First, they cut roads through the forest and created fire breaks. Then they threw fire into the valley, which burned for 10 days and 10 nights, turning the forest into ashes. The animals in the valley were frantically driven out by smoking fire. Everyone waited at the entrance of the valley and actually caught a tiger. It was the first time Chang Dalai had ever tasted tiger meat. Enjoying, Gao suggested that Chang Dalai should try the tiger tail, claiming it to be a great tonic. Chang Dalai reluctantly tasted it and agreed that it was not very tasty. In his thoughts, he found it awful and felt like he was going to vomit. Huang Sunyuan came in handy again at this time, serving as the chief commander. Under his command, buildings were erected one after another: a medical center, a granary, an arsenal, and housing. The materials needed were taken from houses of other villages, and when 5,000 people worked on it, the project progressed very quickly. The system seemed to have fallen asleep when construction of the village began for another new evolution. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has now passed. The construction of the village was stopped by a cold snap, and Chang Dalai's fear points were going up every day, and it exceeded 100,000 that day. Chang Dalai's thoughts urged to draw 10 times in a row with his accumulated 100,000 fear points, feeling that it would somehow complete his life. He checked his mission and muttered to summon a character. As he summoned characters, accompanied by multiple beeping sounds, he received a bad hunter, a normal ranger, another bad hunter, a normal farmer, and an excellent blacksmith. However, his face turned shocked and he felt a sense of disappointment as the last character revealed itself. In his thoughts, Chang Dalai stumbled upon the concept of the guaranteed minimum. He regretted his decision and found the situation ridiculous. Frustrated, Chang Dalai couldn't contain himself. He let out a loud scream at the cliff, ridiculing the situation, and catching the attention of Gao and Gao Fei Bao who were nearby. Gao, concerned, asked what was wrong with Chang Dalai. Gao Fei Bao, on the other hand, made a humorous comment, asking if Chang Dalai was constipated. On a peaceful day in the Toad village, a man approached Chang Dalai with news of a group of migrants who wanted to join their village. Chang Dalai listened attentively and inquired, asking if there was a blacksmith among them. If so, he asked them to bring the blacksmith to him. Inside Chang Dalai's room, he was immersed in reading numerous papers when another person approached him. Looking up, Chang Dalai acknowledged their presence. The person introduced herself as Zhu Yu, a blacksmith. She wondered what Chang Dalai could possibly want from a blacksmith like her. Chang Dalai's thoughts raced as he realized she was a rare hidden NPC. Curiosity was piqued. He mentioned that he knew her master, Blacksmith New from Magia Village. Zhu Yu expressed surprise, wanting to know more about her master. Chang Dalai explained that he hadn't heard from the blacksmith and said that he had her master forge a weapon. Just wanted to inquire about it. He placed his weapon on the table, stating that he got the haunted axe by chance. He expressed his belief that the blacksmith who could forge such a divine weapon must not be an ordinary person. Chang Dalai expressed his uncertainty about whether he would have the opportunity to meet the blacksmith in the future. Zhu Yu confirmed that the axe was indeed crafted by her master for the descendants of General Biokai but was lost after the owner was killed in an attack. She expressed her disbelief upon seeing the weapon. Intrigued, Chang Dalai asked if the axe possessed any unusual attributes. Zhu Yu explained that it combined special martial art techniques to unleash its true power. Otherwise, it was just a heavy piece of ordinary iron. Chang Dalai reflected on how Hu Lei, who had wielded the axe, couldn't match Sai Long's strength, and he himself was completely unable to use the skills of the axe. Changing the subject, Chang Dalai presented a sword to Zhu Yu and asked about its origin. Zhu Yu closely examined the weapon, noting that it was not an ordinary weapon. She measured its unique features and identified it as a remarkable weapon, mentioning the starburst steel handle, calcined blade made from Tian Mountain iron, and the intricately designed scabbard with a cloud pattern. She concluded that it was a truly good weapon. Curious, Chang Dalai asked Zhu Yu if she knew who the sword belonged to or what it represented. In response to Chang Dalai's question, Zhu Yu stated that based on her observation, the sword resembled the common man's sword from the 14 swords of Tian Mountain. However, she expressed surprise that it belonged to the 6th prince and shouldn't have been lost there. She slightly opened the swords and continued her analysis, noting that while there were limitations compared to the sword of the Son of Heaven, it was rare to come across such an exact imitation. Intrigued, Zhu Yu expressed her uncertainty about how Chang Dalai obtained the sword but reassured him that there shouldn't be any problem because not a lot of people knew about the sword. Interest grew as Chang Dalai mentioned the significance of the sword and the 6th prince. Chang Dalai expressed his interest in showing Zhu Yu a design plan for a giant crossbow, asking her if she was able to replicate it. She was puzzled by his request, and he clarified that he wanted her to build defense buildings and fortifications based on the blueprint. Zhu Yu assured Chang Dalai that with a group of skilled craftsmen, it would not be much of a problem. Chang Dalai entrusted her and San Yuan with the responsibility of city fortifications. He then instructed San Yuan to accompany Zhu Yu to their new smithy. A few days later, in Tiger Village, Chang Dalai was talking to Gao and Gao Fei Bao. Curiosity piqued, Chang Dalai asked them for their last names. They introduced themselves as Kai Dekyang and Kai Dedong, both from Yuzhou, and respectfully bowed to Chang Dalai. Chang Dalai's thoughts wandered as he wondered when Gao Fei, who was in charge of King New Mountain, asking when the young man became the new one. Deking explained that they were sent by the king of Yuzhou to visit the heroes of King New Mountain. Chang Dalai, trying to keep the conversation light, asked if Dekang's brother's name was Kai Dalong. Surprised by the accuracy of Chang Dalai's guess, Dekang inquired about Chang Dalai's knowledge of his brother. Chang Dalai chuckled and claimed it was a mere guess, expressing his admiration for the renowned reputation of the king of Yuzhou. Intrigued by their unexpected visit, he then questioned why the lord of Yuzhou had thought of the mountain bandits this time. Dekang expressed his admiration for Chang Dalai's modesty and emphasized that it was a great honor for the lord to mention the heroes of King New Mountain. He revealed that the lord had personally written a letter and instructed Dekang to deliver it to the head of Mount King New. Dekang then discussed the current threat posed by the Ring tribe, who had been invading the borders, committing acts of pillaging, murder, and plunder, and had become increasingly aggressive in recent years. He noted that they were wild but still people in their kingdom. Recognizing the skills and abilities of Chang Dalai and his men, Dekang suggested that they join the military service to serve the country. In a serious tone, Chang Dalai inquired about the meaning behind the lord's intentions, looking for recruitment. Dekang explained that despite the kingdom's existence for 120 years, the Ring tribe perceived them as weak and vulnerable. Chang Dalai inwardly scoffed at the notion of them being held down and beaten for decades. Dekang's words highlighted the 90,000 miles of rivers and mountains, but all men should join the military and defend the country with their bodies. He then expressed that their lord exclusively sought talented people to serve in high positions and reassured Chang Dalai that if he accepted the recruitment, he would have the opportunity to become a general and lead future generations. Chang Dalai pretended to be moved by Dekang's words and expressed his desire to protect the country. Dekang, sensing Chang Dalai's enthusiasm, questioned whether Chang Dalai was indeed saying yes. However, Chang Dalai expressed his intention to request time to discuss the matter with the other villagers. He assured the general that he would provide guidance to those who might not be well informed, offering good advice. Dekang agreed, informing Chang Dalai that in 10 days, all the heroes from the mountains in the Yuzhou area would gather outside the city at the Fengyu Pavilion, and Chang Dalai should attend. Showing a forced smile, Chang Dalai expressed his eagerness for the upcoming gathering. He then offered to see off General Kai, but the general declined the offer, indicating that there was no need for any further trouble. Chang Dalai insisted on seeing off General Kai and his brother, emphasizing that it was a must for him. With Gao and Gao Fei Bao accompanying him, they escorted the Kai siblings out of the Flying Tiger village. As they departed, Chang Dalai waved goodbye to them, showing a friendly gesture. After a few minutes, Dekang asked Dedong if they had still been watched from behind, to which Dedong confirmed. Dekang then expressed his suspicion about Chang Dalai's mental state, questioning if he had been mentally ill. As the shadows of the two siblings faded into the distance, Chang Dalai expressed disappointment as he lamented not having had the strength to turn the situation around. Gao informed Chang Dalai that Dekang and Dedong had gone, prompting Gao Fei Bao to question whether they should have accepted the recruitment, to which Chang Dalai sighed heavily, stating that war had been imminent. Gao pondered the possibility of war with the Ring tribe and questioned Liu's audacity to have initiated an attack after so many years. Correcting Gao's assumption, Chang Dalai stated that it had not been about fighting the Ring tribe, but rather about confronting Black Rock City. Gao expressed curiosity about Black Rock City, prompting Chang Dalai to explain its strategic importance. He emphasized that the King New Mountain had been the only official road from Yuzhou to Black Rock City, stating that in other places the geography had been extremely complex and not suitable for large marches. Chang Dalai affirmed that if Liu had wanted to wage war on Black Rock City, he would have had to find a way to eliminate their presence. Gao Fei Bao repeated his earlier question, inquiring about their acceptance of the recruitment offer. Chang Dalai cursed and dismissed the idea of accepting the recruitment, stating that it had been impossible in their lifetime. He believed that if they had been recruited, they would have been sent to fight Black Rock City, which would have only benefited Yuzhou, likening it to a snipe and clam locked in a fight where the fisherman would have been the ultimate winner. Gao suggested not going to the meeting at Fengyu Pavilion and outright rejecting the recruitment. But Chang Dalai disagreed, saying that they should still attend the meeting at Fengyu Pavilion. He saw it as an opportunity to observe others in similar situations. He explained that if they had rejected the offer directly, they would have become immediate targets. Chang Dalai then tore apart the recruitment paper and scattered it in the wind. He expressed his concern about opposing the Lord of Yuzhou, emphasizing that they had still been in the process of recovering. As Chang Dalai scattered all the torn paper, Gao asked about their next course of action, to which Chang Dalai replied that they should focus on their work and quickly build the village before spring. The scene transitioned to 10 days later at Fengyu Pavilion. In Yuzhu City, inside the city lord's palace, a man sat solemnly among the gravestones, addressing his fallen comrades. He spoke to Han, expressing his sorrow over the loss of their mutual friends who had all served in the same battalion. Reflecting on their past, he mentioned Chang Feng as the first to die, emphasizing their status as mere pawns at that time. Sighing, he mentioned that he had become a higher-ranking officer and had more soldiers under his command, but fewer buddies around him. The man also mentioned taking care of Luo's son, acknowledging the son's lack of talent and arrogance but promising to raise him well. He expressed playful comments to his fallen comrade, Han, stating that he had envied him for having the man's company in death, and expressing his sadness that if he passed away, no one would accompany him. With determination, he vowed to take the enemy's head and pay homage to Han at their graves. As he drank a cup of wine and shattered it, he declared that he would join them one day, asking them to wait for him. The man was revealed as the Lord of Yuzhu, named Longing, as he walked outside the gravestones solemnly. Deking informed Lord Longting that the message had been sent to gather the bandits in Yuzhu City at the Rain and Wind Pavilion. Deking expressed concern about accepting these troublemakers, fearing it would tarnish Lord Longting's reputation. Lord Longting dismissed the concern, stating that even garbage could be useful if properly utilized. He acknowledged the rampant banditry in Yuzhu and saw them as a means to sharpen his forces. He mentioned King New Mountain, but Deking cut his words before he could finish talking. Deking mentioned that he had been on King New Mountain and told Lord Longting that Chang Dalai, the current master, seemed willing to serve him. Lord Longting considered Chang Dalai a wallflower, recognized his ability to get things done, and expressed that if he proved to be useful, he could be given a task. However, if the bandits failed to make any progress, Lord Longting instructed Deking to find a reason to eliminate them all. Lord Longting decided not to attend the Rain and Wind Pavilion personally, and left the task to Deking. Deking, showing his loyalty, responded affirmatively to Lord Longting's instructions, bowing in agreement. At that moment, a man suddenly arrived, calling Lord Longting his adoptive father. He suggested wiping out the bandits instead of bothering with them. With clenched teeth, the man proposed taking 500 soldiers and horses to exterminate the bandits within a month to save Lord Longting the trouble. The man introduced himself as Luo Tai, Yang Longting's adopted son. However, Lord Longting ordered DeLong to take Luo Tai away and keep him away from the Rain and Wind Pavilion, to which DeLong responded attentively. DeLong and Deking dragged Luo Tai away as he desperately called out to his Lord Longting, wanting to prove himself. Somewhere in Yuzhu City, 2 lifeless women's bodies lay on the ground, and a masked person stood up to a woman who had been tied up, warning her not to scream and instructing her to call her parents, with the intention to kill them, relishing the idea of her sorrow. He spoke of his desire that if he went to Yang's place, he would become a general and marry numerous concubines. He paused for a minute, showing his evil eyes before emphasizing his intention to make that woman his first concubine. The masked man was introduced as Dan Fei and then leaped away from the balcony, disappearing through the roof as he laughed maniacally with evil and twisted delight. On the desolate wild man's shore, a person spoke to Koji that his frostbite hadn't healed yet, concerned about the severity of the condition, which could ruin his legs. The man mentioned a deal made half a month ago, where they had killed a woman and a child but allowed a man to escape, realizing that they could have earned more money for it. Despite their remorse, they acknowledged that by joining Yang's recruitment, even if they suspected his evil intentions, at least they got a bit to eat. Meanwhile, in the Black Bear village of Fuhu Mountain, a large man lay sleeping alongside a bear. Suddenly, he woke up and let out a wide yawn, perhaps indicating a sense of weariness or the need for rest. Somewhere in the eerie silence of an abandoned cemetery, setting the stage for a foreboding atmosphere. With just a single message from the Lord of Yuzhu, many demons in the forest of Yuzhu woke up. In the midst of a snowy mountain landscape, the old man spoke, mentioning that the 9th day of the month was unfavorable for various activities, and he cautioned against traveling far, meeting with guests, and making any significant moves. The kid stated that nothing seemed appropriate at the moment. He then asked the old man if they were still going to the Rain and Wind Pavilion. The old man responded with a cryptic answer, emphasizing the importance of various factors such as distance, heaven, destiny, and humans are important, stating that heaven was not benevolent, and the path on his own feet he had to walk himself. Interrupting the old man's train of thought, the kid expressed their concern about their current situation and mentioned that they hadn't eaten anything for 2 days, which confirmed it. Continuing the conversation, the kid asked why the Lord of Yuzhu had recruited the savages and bandits and chosen the Rain and Wind Pavilion as the location. The old man admitted his lack of knowledge but warned that they should remain cautious. He speculated that the Lord might exploit the recruitment as an opportunity to eliminate everyone. The old man explained that the pavilion's openness provided little opportunity for an ambush, reflecting the Lord's desire to convey a sense of sincerity. The kid questioned whether they were going to the pavilion to secure 2 days' worth of meals, prompting the old man to admit. He asked the kid what the most important thing in the world was. In response, the kid's answer was to act fast. The old man further asked about one of the 36 rules, and the kid answered that if all else failed, they should retreat. Impressed by the child's cleverness, the old man praised his quick thinking. With their discussion concluded, the old man determined that they should proceed. The place was set in the Rain and Wind Pavilion, where a gathering of all kinds of heroes from different places met in there.